bleed orange and black?
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Well, it's Murph and Marcus and a nation that hates Brock Purdy. That's what it is.
That's how we're starting the show, Murph.
Good morning, everyone. That's how I spent my Monday. It was just fun fending off waves of Brock Purdy hate. And it's only Tuesday, brother. So good morning, Marcus.
Good
How are you,
morning,
man?
Murph. It felt like last night I went home and watched an episode of Everybody Hates Brock.
Oh, man.
Shout out to the Chris Rock Show. Everybody hates Chris. Apparently, everybody hates Brock Purdy now.
Were you an Everybody Loves Raymond guy?
See, I was not a huge Everybody Loves Raymond guy.
You were aware of it, though.
I was aware of it.
So Ray Romano was one of those guys who was at Pebble Beach every year, one of our best guests we could ever have. So everybody loves Raymond. Everybody hates Chris. Everybody's skeptical about Brock.
Everybody's got questions about Brock Purdy all of a sudden.
Well, guess what? He's going to his NFC Championship this Sunday at 3:30, and we'll be here to dive into the hate all day long.
Again, and Murph, he's going to his second consecutive NFC Championship game in his first 2 seasons as a starter.
Yeah. What does that matter?
Yeah.
What does that matter?
Apparently nothing to everybody else around the country.
That means nothing. Not when Joel Embiid's outscoring 70 points and Carl Anthony Towns scoring 62 and all that.
Yeah.
How was your Monday night?
It was good. I actually caught a little bit of Sharks hockey last night. They were down in L.A., and yes, I know it has not been a big season for the Sharks. Murph's eyes lit up when I mentioned the Sharks.
Well.
But hey, last night they took down the L.A. Kings 4-3 in a shootout. So anytime a Bay Area team can beat L.A., I always want to show a little bit of love, Murph.
That's a pretty good Monday night for you. So yeah, listen, we obviously had a big shakeup.
Thank you.
Hey.
Thank you, Tony.
Hey.
Go Sharks.
Hey. Listen to that. Obviously, we had a big shakeup here, and we lost some beloved people a couple of months ago here at KNBR. And we're still, mourning the missing of our friends. And people are alive. My God, correct my verbiage here. But everybody remembers our producer Triple E. I'm okay doing this publicly because it's on Twitter, so it's out there for everybody to see. But you mentioned the Sharks.
Yes,
that's why I bring this up. So I'm on Twitter. I'm just trying to gather as much information I can about people hating Brock Purdy and Ryan Clark in our lives, Deebo Samuel. Bro, our guy Triple E was known as a lovable lug who sometimes maybe showed up a minute too late for work.
Yeah, you could say that.
So listen to this, bro. I'm on Twitter, and all of a sudden I see the Sharks and Eric Engel are into it. And, he's deleted the post.
I was gonna say I went to his Twitter for receipts, and all I see is this post was deleted by the author. And San Jose Sharks say, "We're in LA. Good try."
Yeah, so what happened was there was a shot from the Sharks game that you watched last night, and it had a vast swath of empty seats behind the camera angle of what they were showing. And our guy, Triple E, and once again, here he is cackling down the hallway. He had this unmistakable cackle that's just, you could hear it all over the building. All over the building. And I'd be like, damn, I'm in a soundproof room, and I can hear this guy down the hallway.
Murph, I was in San Jose. I can hear him from San Francisco.
By the way, that's actually Pete Rose.
Yeah,
but anyway, he wrote, hey, look, there's an actual... And Triple E, I'm doing this out of love, buddy. We love you. So don't let anybody tell you, hey, man, they were dogging you. Okay,
no, of course not.
It's just funny. It's a funny way to start your day. And you mentioned the Sharks. I wasn't going to mention it till you mentioned the Sharks. He wrote, hey, look, there's an actual total of 5 people at the tank tonight.
And you trying to take shots at the Sharks now?
Took a shot.
Oh,
Took a shot. And the San Jose Sharks official Twitter account with the logo and everything and the verified check wrote, we're in L.A., but good try.
He got roasted by the Sharks Twitter account.
So then he responded, damn, I'm an idiot, LOL, and now has deleted
you can't delete your tweets, bro.
Oh, so how about that? That's your guy.
Shout out to our guy, Triple E, and shout out to the San Jose Sharks.
Anyway, I did not watch the Sharks
Okay, how was your Monday night, Murph?
It was good. We had a 6th grade basketball game up in Novato. Shout out San Jose Middle School, gracious hosts. The kids played well. We got the W. And came home and in wide open, right? I mean, there was a lot of choices to watch. I put on some NFL Network. They were talking about Bill Callahan's kid just got hired by the Titans. Remember Bill Callahan? He led you to the 0-2 Super Bowl, brother?
I remember Bill Callahan. Led us. You mean gave away the 0-2 Super Bowl, Murph. Never changed his damn playbook.
That's his kid, Brian, who's going to be the new head coach of the Titans.
Yeah, congrats, Brian.
Yeah, right? Bad memories for you, buddy.
Yeah.
But anyway, you know what I did? I flipped around and seen was there. Watched Jeopardy, like I always do. When I can. I don't always watch Jeopardy. If I have the chance, though.
Okay.
Ken Jennings is settling in. by the way. I mean, listen, how are you going to follow Trebek? You just can't. But he's doing okay. But and then I flipped over to NFL Network, and they were doing stuff on the Titans, and I was like, so I went to MLB Network just for the heck. And you know what I stumbled into? And where does this be for the young Tonys of the world and the Marcuses of the world? Where is the Ken Burns 1992 baseball documentary?
Oh, Murph. I know we've kind of dove into this topic before. It's my favorite documentary to fall asleep to during the summer.
Right.
Like when a baseball game's on MLB Network and then the game ends and I'm just like on my couch, digesting the barbecue I ate all day. I constantly fall asleep during that documentary.
I can see that. There's definitely, I can see that. I can see that. But you know which one? Because there is a pace to it that is sort of like a golf event on a Sunday. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You guys ever nap to golf on Sundays?
Oh, I think that's the only time I nap. The only time I watch golf is when I'm napping too, Murph.
It's an incredible nap inducer. It really is.
Get the birds chirping in the background.
Dude, and the whispering of gnats and all that.
The ambiance, yeah.
Oh, dude, just the whispers. It's telling, when you're watching golf, they're whispering, take a nap. Please, just take a nap.
Just rest your eyes.
Just rest your eyes.
Lay your eyes down
just
on
for
the
30 seconds. You wake up, it's 27 minutes later. But I stumbled over and it was Ken Burns', but it was a great chapter. It was the 1947-48 chapter, the Jackie Robinson rookie season, which had some really good stuff on it, and then followed up by the 1948 death of Babe Ruth. Bro, I'm sitting there on the couch last night with frickin' tears in my eyes as they're rolling, as Babe is lying in state at Yankee Stadium. Dude, 100,000 people lined up outside of Yankee Stadium to walk past the casket.
I was going to say, wasn't it an open casket?
Yeah, open casket. Right? Mm-hmm. How about that? And then the famous line, he got buried at St. Patrick's Cathedral in Midtown Manhattan, the beautiful cathedral right there in New York City. A hot-ass day they had in New York in August. And his teammates carried the casket in, and one of them put the casket down. He was mopping his brow and said, man, I sure could use a cold beer right now. And one of the other teammates said, so could the Babe. So could the Babe.
Nice. Good line. Great line. Use a couple beers.
That was my Monday night. And then I got online and saw everybody hates Brock Purdy.
Oh.
And so that's what we're here for today, is to fend off the haters or take on the haters, or maybe support the haters. Maybe somebody in this room thinks Brock Purdy's coming up short.
808 KNBR. Is Brock Purdy washed after one game? After a game that he let a comeback victory in the fourth quarter?
The other thing being is Debo. Can they win without Debo? Mm-hmm. That's the question. Like, you ready for this? I'll throw you some stats here, buddy.
Ooh, throw them at me.
I also started my Monday night, in addition to the basketball game and Babe Ruth line in state, I started diving into the Lions for the first time.
Ooh, you did the Detroit deep dive, huh?
I'm just going to tell you guys right now, Tuesday morning, early on, you better take this blank seriously. These guys, this ain't no fluke, brother. They won as many games as the Niners last year, or this season. Mm-hmm. Brother, they got young talent. They are coming in. They have all the profiles of a team on the rise. You know what I mean? That's that is arriving right in front of your face.
I mean, this to me is a completely different feeling than last week with the Green Bay Packers. And that's not a shot at the Green Bay Packers, who have a young, very talented roster. But you look at the Detroit Lions, and they're almost like a baby version of the 49ers. When you look at what Jahmyr Gibbs can do out of the backfield.
Stop right there.
Rushing the ball and receiving the ball.
Stop right there. That guy.
Mm-hmm.
21 years old, rookie out of Bama, runs a 4.36 40, and is just bursting onto the scene right now. Coming on in this last half of the season, fearless, catching the ball, running the ball, speed, guys. Who on the Niner defense has that kind of speed?
I don't know if anybody on the field has the same kind of speed as him.
No.
And so you pair him with David Montgomery. Yeah. That's your thunder and lightning kind of element. You look at Sam Laporta, their rookie tight end out of, you guessed it, Iowa. He's basically like a baby version of George Kittle. Amon St. Brown on the outside is one of the best wide receivers in the league. He's not as physical as Deebo Samuel, but they will have some elements in the game that also replicate it. We can get into the Jared Goff, Brock Purdy comparisons. Then you look on the defense, you look at someone like Aiden Hutchinson. He's kind of like a baby Nick Bosa. So they have talent all over the field at some of these key positions. Brian.
You didn't even mention their tackle, Penei Sewell, who's people are saying right now is beginning to carve out one of those legendary careers.
I was going to say, is he next in line to the Trent Williams legacy, where you're talking about a guy that makes 10, 11 straight Pro Bowls?
And these are first-round draft picks. Penei Sewell was the seventh pick in the draft. There's a linebacker right out and Jack Campbell who plays for them. Yeah. There's a corner from Bama named Brian Branch, who's a rookie who's playing fantastic. I mean, they're really talented and really young. There's nothing to take lightly about these guys. This is legit brawl on our hands, guys.
And they're led by an absolute psycho in Dan Campbell. And I say that as a compliment.
I wonder why Vegas has the spread so big. So I played the guessing game. I was driving back from Palo Alto yesterday Sunday in the rain with my kid. And I said, as soon as, when the game ended, the Lions won the game, right, on Sunday. I said 3.5. So I told him 3.5. Dude, it's 7.
See, I thought maybe like 4 or 5 max, maybe get up to 6. I was surprised to see it at a full touchdown spread.
So you were up to 4 or 5 or 6, though. Mm-hmm. I was like, damn, why? Yeah, anyway, I mean, so what does Vegas know? I mean, I know they're just trying to get the most money to come in possible. I get it. But they also know something where they don't 7 right now?
Yeah.
I mean, bro, I don't want to give away Brian and Bobby's best bets, but I hope nobody would take it personally if you took the Lions in 7.
No, which right now I'm going to be keeping an eye on that spread to see if it goes up or down depending on the Debo Samuel news. I was going to say with the Debo news, that could move a point. But
oh, speaking of Debo, I'll close out the segment with this. When Debo's on the field, the Niners are 12-2, score 31 points a game, and rack up 412 yards. When Debo's not on the field, they're 1-3, score 18.8 points a game. Dude, 13 points less. 13 points less. And gain 339 yards, almost 100 yards less.
Damn.
Bro.
So you're saying without Debo on the field,
trash.
49ers offense.
I'm saying maybe Debo should be the MVP of the NFL. So anyway, all right. Well, that's how we get started on a Tuesday morning. We'll get the guest list on the other side. We'll continue to can't wait. Get you ready for the Lions and the Niners on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Debo. Yeah, baby.
Broadmoor, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Broadmoor's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
3-time Super Bowl champion Brent Jones stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to give his reaction to the 49ers comeback win against the Green Bay Packers and also Mark Chmur's comments from last week. You can hear that podcast and more on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Never too early to wolf down the Daisy French onion and ranch dip. Start planning. It's Tuesday. This is when you make your move for Sunday, guys. Go get the Daisy brand French onion and ranch dip. Come on, baby. Eat that Daisy. No MSG, no junk. Game-changing flavor. Better than your scratch dips. Tastes so amazing, so addictive. You can't stop eating it. Daisy brand French onion and ranch. Come on, baby. Kick that Daisy. Daisy brand French onion and ranch dip.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It wasn't broken, so that was a real good sign, but still hurting too much for us to really have an idea how it's going to heal up this week. So we just got to be patient, see how he feels on Wednesday, and based off if it's improving, it'll give us a better idea whether he has a chance for the game or not.
Well, that's it, man. I would imagine this is going up to Sunday. And so we're going to sit here and talk about it all week, and we're not going to get any kind of answer until a tweet from Adam Schefter or Ian Rappaport on Sunday morning before the 3:30 kick. And maybe not even until Sunday at noon or 1 or something.
No, and those are the latest reports we got from Ian Rappaport yesterday that we found out that it's not a fractured shoulder, so it doesn't sound like a serious injury. But Adam Schefter is also reporting this morning that it's looking like a 50-50 chance for Debo to play this weekend.
I mean, so this is the part that's so weird. We sit here eating our daisy dip and all this stuff, and these guys are out here in incredible physical pain and duress and putting their bodies through insane hurdles, and we're like, yeah, is he going to play? I don't know.
Yeah, right? Like, think about we were just celebrating Dre Greenlaw and his 2 interceptions, and we're kind of just looking over the fact that he's dealing with Achilles tendonitis right now.
Such a violent game.
The fact that he's even healthy enough to be out there playing is amazing.
And we're just out here just sitting on our couches, man.
That's
just
it.
stuffing our faces.
Just yelling at the TV to cover the spread.
I know, man. This is it. This is the world we're in. But hey, this is the society. This is the way society has evolved for whatever reason, for whatever forces that govern this universe. This is how we've turned.
And we love it, don't we?
Well, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess this goes back to the Roman Empire, right? Bread and something about bread and circuses, something. Yeah, I never understood that.
When's the last time you thought about the Roman Empire, Murph?
I missed that whole trend, by the way. It was like about 6 months ago or something when people started talking Roman Empire.
Such a weird meme.
I know, it was whatever. And then you walked around. When is the last time you thought about the Roman Empire?
This is when people started posting those memes. I was like, what are we doing? What are we talking about the Roman Empire for?
Like, the legit answer to that is
like 7th grade history class? I
mean,
know.
anytime you see an aqueduct.
When I see like the movie 300 or something, I don't know.
Which I never saw, by the way.
Wow, it was a great movie.
Which is why I was wondering why the fans started going, ooh, ooh, ooh.
Which is something I've never been a fan of at Levi Stadium.
Have they stopped doing it?
No, they still do it. And now I think also with Brandon Ayuk, second team All-Pro wide receiver on your team, we need to make an adjustment. When Brandon Ayuk gets a first down, it should be Ayuk, Ayuk, Ayuk. Okay. Instead of the who.
I'm with you on that. What about use check? Although he doesn't touch the ball anymore.
Yeah, they don't feed Juice as much.
All right, well, listen, the Debo situation, because, guys, if it's not Debo, it's literally Jawan Jennings, Ray McLeod, and Chris Conley, who are all fine young gentlemen and upstanding citizens and all that stuff, but they ain't Debo.
They're not Debo.
No, and so that would be a monster blow. We just went through the stats for you guys. And then that would, of course, maybe turn the attention to Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Try to carry the ball more, or maybe even Elijah Mitchell.
Well, that's why I thought Greg Papa had a really good take on his show yesterday. He talked about if there is an absence of Debo, whether or not Kyle Shanahan would get creative and put Christian McCaffrey kind of in his role, and then you still have Elijah Mitchell in the backfield.
All right. Look at G. Pop, the offensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. Didn't Papa almost become a part of the front office of the Raiders?
I think he kind of was behind the scenes.
Is that well known in Raiders circles?
I don't know if it's well known or not. I know it, but everybody listening at 6 a.m. knows now.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Drawing up plays.
Yeah, shout out Greg Pop and Al Davis. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's why he says cut 2, Jet Wasp 3 on 2. All right, I got you. Now it all makes sense. All right, guys. Well, the other part of the day yesterday, other than Debo, is this Ryan Clark stuff. And do we have the quotes? Do we have it? And again, so I wanted to live in a world where I didn't have to respond to Ryan Clark, but this is the world we live in now where it hits your timeline, and then it hits somebody else's timeline, and then somebody responds, and then
Murph,
somebody else
as
responds.
Big Deck would say, it's everywhere.
It's everywhere.
Ryan Clark was everywhere yesterday,
great call.
torching Brock Purdy.
Here it is. Yeah.
I'm about to make a confession. The single hardest thing I had to do this year was act like Brock Purdy deserved to be in the conversations with the other people we're mentioning in that tweet. Because he was playing extremely well and operating in that offense and distributing the ball to Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, we had to continue to include him in conversations with the Lamar Jacksons. We had to continue to include him in conversations with the Josh Allens. Those things are not alike. Brock Purdy is a fine player. Brock Purdy can operate in Kyle Shanahan's offense at an extremely efficient level. Brock Purdy doesn't raise the level of play of anyone around him.
Ooh, that last part was a little dicey.
That last part is wrong. Murph.
Yeah, that's a little. I had seen the original tweet. The hardest thing I had to do all season was include that guy with Mahomes, Allen, and Lamar Jackson.
Well, first of all, let's clarify. What's the conversation? Is it just the MVP conversation? Because he deserved to be in the MVP conversation.
That is correct. Just to go over some stats, guys. Led the NFL in yards per attempt, led the NFL in yards per dropback, led the NFL in yards per completion, was number 2 in the NFL in completion percentage, and number 3 in the NFL in TD passes. So, I mean, that's just stark numbers right there over a 16. He didn't even play in the 17th game.
I mean, those are just straight up facts. I mean, we always talk about the numbers never lie, Murph, but I think that's the issue that now Brock Purdy is facing. When he gets put into these MVP conversations, and like I just said, deservedly so, now people are going to hold him to that MVP type standard, despite the fact that he hasn't won one, and despite the fact that he's the lowest paid quarterback in the NFL.
And despite the fact that in a game where he struggled mightily, and whether it was rain or rust, it was probably one of those two or a combination of those two, when he had to, he did everything he had to lead the winning touchdown drive, including a 9-yard scramble down the stretch. So am I saying he's as elite as Patrick Mahomes? No. Am I saying he has the arm talent of Josh Allen or the running ability of Josh Allen? No. Am I saying that he has the speed of Lamar Jackson and ran for 800-plus yards? No. Am I saying he's one of the top, what do you want to say? What do you want to say right now? Top 6, 8 quarterbacks in the NFL in his system, in his situation? Like all those guys are in there? Like you put I don't know, you put Josh Allen on who was the worst team in the league this year? Who was one of the worst teams in the league this year?
You put him
the Carolina Panthers.
Sure.
I mean, what does he do? He doesn't go 13-4, he doesn't go 12-5.
I mean, look how much better Baker Mayfield's number were with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers versus the Carolina Panthers last year.
And I mean, Brock Purdy getting that touchdown. So you guys saw yesterday was the 35th anniversary of the Joe Montana drive that ended in the John Taylor touchdown. Mm-hmm. Did you guys see? It was burning up on Twitter. I sat down with my sandwich and I watched the whole damn thing. Guess what Joe did the entire freaking drive? Checked it down. Had one out to Jerry for about 11 yards at one point. And then the big play, he hit Jerry over the middle for about the ball traveled in the air, probably 12 or 15, kind of like the Ayuk third down pass. But Jerry broke a tackle and picked up an extra 15, got it down inside the red zone. And then he threw the touchdown to Taylor, obviously, which was fantastic. But dude, the entire drive, he was doing what Brock Purdy does.
Well, Murph, he's got too much talent around him.
So
that's such a bad argument, too. Yeah. And, like, the way that he ends it with, he doesn't raise the talent or make anybody better. I would say just look at the overall numbers of this offense, and how much more points they're putting up per game with Brock Purdy at quarterback versus the other quarterbacks that Kyle has in his system. And then look at guys like George Kittle, who put up a career high in touchdowns last year. Going to go leading the league in yards and catches this year for tight end. Brandon Ayuk is a second-team All-Pro wide receiver.
Brandon Ayuk is the classic example of a guy who was made better because Purdy delivered the ball and threw the ball and read him in the offense where he should be. So that's just sorry, Ryan Clark. It's a bad take, man. And this is because what? I mean, he won the game, right? Jordan Love had bad decisions down the stretch, made 2 critical interceptions, and also missed a third down completion. None of that stuff that Brock missed. So listen, I hope this is freaking raging fuel in his gut, you know, in his stomach, in his belly, in his heart, just to go out there and just to continue to slam it down the throats of the haters.
Because here's the thing, Murph. It seems like every week of the NFL season, we come back and the goalpost has been moved. Oh, Brock Purdy can't do this. He can't do that. And then he goes out and does it. Oh, Brock Purdy can't complete a comeback win. Well, he just did it this past weekend, and now you're criticizing him for having that comeback win, even though we can all admit he did struggle for the majority of the game.
He did, for sure. And
that's fine.
He didn't struggle at the end where Jordan Love struggled at the end.
Correct.
He made the bum babies yesterday.
Yeah, Jordan Love had 19 total yards in the fourth quarter.
Rare for us to take a call this early, but we're open. This is playoff week, baby. This is NFC Championship week. And we've got a guy calling from Pomona. Shout out Pomona-Pitzer College. Nate, checking in at 808 KNBR. Nate, good morning, bright and early. How you doing, man?
Good, Murph. How are you?
What's up, Nate? What you got?
Just want to say first off, San Rafael, born and raised.
Oh, nice. Jerry Goff. What year? You go to? Are you a Bulldog? Are you a Bulldog?
No, Terra Linda.
Oh, TL. All right, go Trojans. Shout out to Stacey Bailey and Bill Lee.
There you go. Hey, I just get this feeling whenever I see Kyle Shanahan in the playoffs, he seems to be a different play caller than he is in the regular season. And it's sometimes frustrating. Like, I just want him to run the ball like he does all season. And then, like, this last game against the Packers, there were so many times where I'm like, hand it to CMC, hand it to CMC. Did you forget that you have CMC? I just kind of wanted to get your take on if you've seen anything similar to what I'm saying.
Yeah, Nate. First of all, thanks for checking in from Pomona. Shout it out. Shout out the TL Trojans. I think there's no question. Now, when I say that, it's very specific because look back 4 years ago when he had Raheem Mostert and Jimmy Garoppolo, and he said, no, Jimmy, no, we're just going to run it. So he did it. Then, this time, I think 17 carries from McCaffrey. We were on the air yesterday saying that's not enough. We all agree that's not enough. So, yeah, Nate, to that point, there is time. And the history of Kyle Shanahan, other than the Raheem Mostert game I talked about, is that he will fall in love too much with his play sheet and try to get too cute when he should be running the ball and dominating the clock.
But that's like another counter argument for Ryan Clark and the people who criticize Brock Purdy. The reason why that he's allowing Brock Purdy to throw more than they traditionally did is because Kyle Shanahan trusts Brock Purdy, because he knows how he can execute a system and go in and do those playground Purdy-type plays. That's why Purdy's got the leash to take this offense to the next level.
Now, what's interesting is playoffs, right? And guys defend differently in the playoffs, and they're going to take away all that stuff that was there during the regular season, and Niners are going to have to counter that. Does that mean he's going to have to throw outside the numbers more? Because he likes to work the middle of the field. Middle of the field tends to shut down the playoffs. So we'll see. They're going to have to adjust and maybe, different routes, different options. But, yeah, Nate, to your point, we would have liked to have seen McCaffrey carry it more, and you have – that was my thing all week. Is McCaffrey going to the game? Is McCaffrey going to the game? Is McCaffrey going to the game? He did, and he, of course, ran in the winning touchdown in the end, right? And also ran in the other touchdown from 30 yards out. So, all right, let's get the guest list on a Tuesday, January 23, 2024. 123, 24. Marcus Boucher, you got the sheet over there, buddy. What do you got?
All right, Murph. It's a Tuesday morning, and I know last night you did a deep dive into the Detroit Lions. So coming up in about 20 minutes, we're going to talk to a Lions beat writer for the Detroit Free Press. We're going to check in with Dave Burkett, 650, talking a little Lions football.
Yeah, I played adult league baseball in L.A. with a guy named Dave Burkett. So I wonder if it's the same guy.
We'll find out in about 20 minutes, and then we'll talk some more baseball this morning, 7:35 with Mike Kruko.
All right, Kruk, Hall of Fame today. And still, by the way, it's January 23, and Chapman, Snellinger. He's a new guy.
Just throw them together.
Combination of the two.
I'll take them both, Murph. I'll take a Snellinger.
Chapman, Snell, and Bellinger have not signed, nor has Reese Hoskins, who I believe the Giants are interested in. Come on, Reese. Do the right thing. Come home to Northern California.
I wonder if Reese Hoskins was up in Sacramento for FanFest last weekend, just as a fan.
All right.
I was like, hey, Farhan, sign me.
Getting Dusty Baker's autograph.
Yeah, exactly. Mike Kruko, 7:35. Big hit, cooler of content. And then we'll check in with Matt Barrows, 8:50 this morning. Get the 49er breakdown and the latest updates on Deebo Samuel.
All right. We took a phone call. Now they're coming in. 808 KNBR is the phone number. The two controlling stories today. Can they win without Deebo? And more important, how fed up are you with the Purdy haters, or are they onto something? Are they onto something? 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
Brock Purdy doesn't raise the level of play of anyone around him.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
2nd and 15, Purdy throws middle, caught by Deebo Samuel, takes a big hit from Jair Alexander. He won't go down. They finally get him down. Quay Walker, the linebacker, able to knock him down. But on the 2nd and 15, he's able to push the ball across the 40-yard line to bring up a 3rd down and long.
Officials timeout.
Officials take a timeout here.
Deebo Samuel down on the field, laying on his back.
Oh, boy. Over on the 49ers sideline, Deebo Samuel is down.
He told people after the game he was okay. That was the exact phrase he used. Now, whether he's actually okay to play is an entirely different situation. And I was told this morning it's quote-unquote 50-50 whether he'll be able to go. And here's what I think is problematic about that. Even if Deebo Samuel is able to go on Sunday night in the NFC Championship game, you're talking about a shoulder injury. And the way that guy plays, he plays like a running back. He plays with power, force, brute strength. The guy's incredible. Like, he's constantly just crushing people with his shoulders and whatever it is. So to me, he's compromised if he's out there. Now, there's so much on the line. You have to figure he's going to try to find a way to be back out there, but he's not going to be at full strength if he is able to play.
All right, well, there it is. Adam Schefter and the play where Deebo Samuel got hurt will be on pins and needles all week. Although, turns out Deebo's shoulder works well enough for him to thumb out an Instagram post to Ryan Clark, for who we just played in the last segment. Wrote Deebo with his injured wing, never seen so much hate for a QB that led the league in almost every category. Here we go, Marcus. Y'all folks be bugging FR.
That means for real, Murph.
I actually knew that, believe it or not.
You, Murph.
I actually did. And then he wrote, that tape don't tell no lies. That's what he said. So Deebo rushing to his defense of his quarterback there. So he's healthy enough to post that. Guys, just a fun stuff on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 818 says, hey, Murph, the question is McCaffrey going to the game? And maybe a little help here, Marcus. The question is, does Kyle know McCaffrey's going to the game? Nice, 818. I like that one very much. 480 says, if the touchdown had been a Purdy pass instead of a CMC run, the narrative would have been more favorable to Purdy. And that's BS because he made the passes and runs that set it up. Just hollow narratives. Winning is what matters.
I mean, that's the bottom line. He went 6 for 7 for 47 yards on that drive, and the only pass he didn't complete was a ball that George Kittle dropped that he tried to run with before he even caught the ball. So you look at that final drive of the game, and again, this goes back to the moving of the goalposts. Oh, Kyle and Brock can't get a comeback victory in the fourth quarter. But because Christian McCaffrey ran it in, it doesn't count all of a sudden?
No.
Like, what?
650 says 23 is a better player on the Niners. Does Purdy get credit for some of that? Or is that all Shanahan? See, the other part of this is it's the ultimate team game where you can't just point to one particular thing. 480 says, got to tell you guys, I'm tired of the Brock haters. Look at Joe Montana in Super Bowl 23. We just talked about that. Throwing the touchdown to John Taylor, actually threw a near interception, which was dropped in the end zone. So nobody's perfect. He got the damn ring. It was not on that drive, but yes. 707 says, if Ryan Clark wants to play defense or safety, I'd listen. His QB takes are without merit. 707 says, am I saying he's the San Francisco 49ers all-time single-season passing yardage leader? The answer is yes. 831 says, these national media guys seem to forget everything we've seen in previous seasons. We've all seen Lamar Jackson struggle in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. We've seen Josh Allen cost his team with turnovers again and again. We've seen Mahomes struggle this season. It's weird how much these guys focus on Brock's negatives and dismiss his positives. 916 says, there's only one thing for Brock to do, win the Super Bowl and the Super Bowl MVP to shut everyone up. That's the Adrian. He's going with the Adrian theory. There's only one thing left to do, Rocky. Win.
That's it.
Win.
But
right?
the overreaction is just, it's crazy to me. Like, they're just throwing out the entire regular season, which we saw Brock Purdy. Like, I've seen the narrative going around like, oh, Brock Purdy doesn't have the arm strength to throw deep, despite the fact that we saw how explosive this offense was from the bye week on earlier this year. So, again, it's the moving of the goalposts. Oh, Brock can't do this, can't do that, and let's overreact off of one quote-unquote bad game, a game that the 49ers still won.
Yep. 925 says Brock could win the Super Bowl, and it won't be enough. Quite frankly, I mean, there have been Super Bowl winning quarterbacks that get no credit. Mm-hmm. Trent Dilfer on the 00 Ravens and Brad Johnson on the 02 Bucks are two guys that come to mind that were like, who? What? they get no love.
No,
so
not
that
at
could
all.
happen. He could win the Super Bowl and get no love.
And I'm sure if the 49ers do win the Super Bowl, he still won't get the love.
Yeah.
Because the argument all year is, he's just a system quarterback. He's a system quarterback. But then people complain about the system having too many good players around him. It's like, pick your poison. What are we going with here?
Oh, man. Steve in Hayward is waiting the longest at 808 KNBR. Steve, good morning.
What's up, Steve?
Yeah, gentlemen, good morning. Just two quick questions. The first one is, isn't it the job of our team to surround the quarterback with good players? The general manager's job is just to do that. And how many times have we heard that, God, this guy is a great quarterback if he just had the players to throw to? And the second question is, how many quarterbacks this year have had a perfect quarterback rating?
Yeah, I don't know
what that statistic is.
I think one other guy did, but to your point, yes, Steve, you're right, 100%. Of course, you're supposed to, and then we go through Roger Craig and Jerry Rice and all the guys that Joe had and John Taylor. And, of course, Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill on the same team.
And, Murph, here's the thing.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it.
I've said it once before. I'll say it 1,000 times on this show. Brock Purdy is the best quarterback that Kyle Shanahan has had in San Francisco.
Yeah.
So you could talk about the system. You could talk about the talent. These guys have been on the team. Kittle's been on the team. Deebo's been on the team. McCaffrey's year 2 on the team. But nobody has taken this offense to a level that Brock Purdy has. So we've seen the difference in how he does elevate the talent
comp is
around
Jimmy
him.
G, and his numbers are just, the offense is significantly better under Brock than it was under Jimmy G. And I like Jimmy G. Larry is in Concord, California. Larry, good morning. How are you, man?
Hi, how you doing? I'm actually mobile.
Nice.
On
Where are you now?
680.
Where are you now?
On 680, right by El Cerro, heading towards Pleasanton.
Okay, down to P-Town. It's very nice down there at Pleasanton. That's why they call it Pleasanton.
Oh, it's great.
It's very pleasant.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you were talking about, like, no matter what, he's not going to get any respect. And I just started thinking about Steph Curry early on. He won 2 MVPs, championships, first unanimous MVP, and he still wasn't getting credit because he just shot 3-pointers. Of course, we know that's not the case. So even if Purdy wins the Super Bowl, he still might be hearing this stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, Steph definitely had his share of detractors, even all the way. I think it took probably the 4th one without Durant before they finally started.
It took him winning finals MVP, to Larry's point. Everybody's like, oh, well, Kevin Durant carried him to a ring. Andre Iguodala was the finals MVP, despite the fact that Steph Curry was the greatest shooter on the planet.
Yeah, Larry, you're right. And sometimes you got to, you're just going to have to play for something other than the national media love, man. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Justin is in Oakland, right across the bridge. Justin, good morning. You're on KNBR, man.
Good morning.
What's up, Justin?
I got a quick question. What's the difference between the last pick and 199?
63 picks.
63 picks.
Yes.
Tom Brady, does he have the strongest arm? What was his 40 time?
Yeah, so Tom Brady, great knowledge. Tom Brady was the 199th pick in the draft. So, Justin, you're saying they can come out of there and be champions. Oops.
Definitely be wrong. Be like, pick 199. They can't be good, right?
Right.
Joe Montana didn't have the strongest arm. I think I remember a story. He said that Bill Walsh asked him how soft he could throw the ball. He said, I don't want you to throw the ball hard. I don't want you to fling it down the field. I just want you to place it in their hand.
I like that, Justin. You know what, Justin? You know who never got that memo? It was Colin Kaepernick.
No.
That guy tried to throw Nolan Ryan fastballs on every pitch. I was like, bro, what are you doing, man? He had no touch. Hey, Justin, great call. Thanks for the point. And to the point of, and Joe, even as a third rounder, guys, third round is ghetto now. It's like, bro, your quarterback's a third rounder? You guys are bottom of the barrel, man.
But I think that's part of the negative perception, obviously, surrounding Brock Purdy, the Mr. Irrelevant title. And I feel like a lot of these national pundits don't want to admit that they were wrong because they were wrong about Brock Purdy coming out of the draft. Oh, this guy can't be a first, second, third round talent. But the fact that he's playing like one, they don't want to go back and have that revision of his history and put their hand up and say, look, I was wrong on this scouting report about this guy.
You know who wasn't wrong? Kerry Crowley, who the next day, Paulie was off. It was me and Kerry doing a Monday show in May. Hums and bums, a little light in May. Sometimes an NBA playoffs guy, maybe a Giants player from the weekend. He made Kerry Crowley, he made Brock Purdy a hum baby. I said, what are you doing? I roasted him. It wasn't hating on Purdy. It was like, why is the 7th round quarterback from Iowa State a hum baby? He's like, I think it's a great story. I'm like, really? Look at Carrie.
Carrie Crowley knew all along.
That's why we brought him back for sports.
I was going to say, takes like that will get you a sports phone 680.
Ed in San Jose is checking out from Marcus's neighborhood. Ed, good morning.
What's up, Ed?
How are you, man?
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
You know, draft evaluation is a billion-dollar business. There's billions of dollars on the line. And Brock Purdy being good proves all these guys wrong and kind of taking their job away, right? This proves that they're irrelevant.
It's not a bad call, Ed. Like it is embarrassing for these guys. They got egg on their face because they spent all this time, money, energy, meetings, times, salaries,
and everybody passed on them.
Yeah. So now they're like, because the owner's like, hey, well, how did you? Some owner's calling somebody in saying, why didn't we get Brock Purdy?
And they're like, look, I swear, he's not that good. It's just he's got talent and he's got that Kyle Shanahan system.
Yeah. So yeah, Ed, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate you. All right, guys. Well, listen, that was fun. Listen, it's gonna be a big week of calls, so don't be shy. We'll get you guys in as much as you can. What we do have is two things. One, Steve Mariucci, my old pal.
Mooch.
I used to cover that guy. Now going to be on with Papa and Lund today at 10:50. How do we not get Mooch? Miffs me a little bit. And then the other part is that we're going to go out to Detroit. We did it yesterday with Kevin Kugler. Get a little description of what went on. And dude, I started my deep dive into the Lions. They got my full attention. Full attention. This is a legit squad coming in. This is no joke. I don't know why the spread's as big as it is. I really don't. Yeah. But Dave Burkett of the Detroit Free Press talking about the Detroit Lions next on The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Goff takes a knee. There will be no more snaps. And for the second time ever, it can be said the Detroit Lions are playing for an NFC championship.
I envisioned that we would have a chance to compete with the big boys, and that's where we're at. All you got to do is get in, and it's about placing yourself the very best position to where you can move. You get a home game, and then maybe you get a second home game, and now all of a sudden it gets a little easier, If you're able to get a 1 seed, you only got to win 2 games, right? And so that's always the objective. But ultimately, once you get in, then it's about matchups, and you find a way to win. And you may have to win 2-0, and it's okay. It's okay. A win's a win in the playoffs. So,
Dan Campbell and Eminem. We're ready for Sunday at 3:30. I think we are. It's going to be pretty exciting. The problem is going to be waiting until then. And by the way, Dan Campbell says it's okay if you win 2-0, so maybe he doesn't hate Brock Purdy. All right, so there you go. What a pleasure to have Dave Burkett, the Detroit Free Press beat writer for the Detroit Lions, heavily decorated Michigan Sports Writer of the Year 4 times. But Dave, more importantly, as you come on the Murph and Marcus show, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher out here on the 49er flagship, I see on your Twitter profile that you're a youth basketball coach. Bro, you and I could do a little separate podcast here.
This might be 10, 15 minutes on youth basketball, Dave.
Dave, I need to know. I need your finest inbounds play before we get going right now. Good morning, Dave.
Oh, I got it, Nick. Give me your number off air. I'll text you my whole business. I coached my daughter for about 6 or 7 years. She's in high school now, and I got my son now. So that's my passion.
We had a game yesterday, and the inbound worked a couple times. If you catch a team napping, then you got to have a little wrinkles when they start sniffing it out, right?
That's right, for sure, especially at the youth level, man. 3 points.
For sure. All right, Dave. All right, well, listen, what an incredible story. I mean, the nation, we've been saying, Dave, out here in the Bay Area, it's tough being America's villains because the Lions are America's darlings, right? Is that, before we get into the X's and O's, can you just speak to sort of the cultural phenomenon that's going on in Detroit, Greater Michigan? This is literally 2 weeks after the Michigan Wolverines win the national championship, so I don't know how that plays into the whole environment. How would you describe it?
You hit it. I mean, the Lions are the hottest thing going right now, certainly in Detroit, and I think across the country too. I mean, just judging by what you see on TV and the feedback you get from people as you travel, it is, they were the lovable losers for so long, right? It was like the Chicago Cubs when they won the World Series, that they didn't have a lot of enemies because they hadn't beat a whole bunch of teams and no one hated them. And then all of a sudden, kind of out of nowhere, they're one of the best teams in the NFL. And not only that, they're kind of a fun team to watch, right? Going for it on fake punts and 4th downs. And, they got a coach in Dan Campbell who, really resonates with a lot of people, just the passion that he has. And he's sort of the everyman, the football man, and players love him. So there's nothing bigger than Detroit right now. And I know a lot of people, or have heard from a lot of people, who plan on going out to San Francisco for the game this week. So I don't know that it's going to be a Lions takeover in the crowd by any means, but I do think you'll see a nice pocket of Lions fans out there.
The Honolulu Blues coming out to Santa Clara, 44 miles south of San Francisco, we should know. Yeah. But Dave, we go right to the quarterback, and he's ours. He's a Marin County. My nephew literally played high school baseball and high school football with him. His father was a Marin County prep legend. We've known the Goff family forever here in the Bay Area. And Cal, of course, he's a Golden Bear. And then to the Rams, and then unceremoniously, should we say, dumped by the Rams? I mean, and he arrives in Detroit with, I don't know what the expectations were, but how would you paint the story of Jared Goff's sort of, to use that word, narrative since he's been in Detroit?
Yeah. Well, it's a lot like the Lions. I mean, I do think a lot of people, myself included, if I'm being honest, and people in the organization that I know sort of looked at him as this bridge quarterback, or maybe didn't know exactly what they were getting. I think that's probably the right, way to phrase it is, the Lions made that trade for draft picks. They traded Matthew Stafford. They wanted the 2 first-round picks, and, they got this talented, former number 1 overall pick quarterback to come with it. And it was like, okay, this, maybe this guy can help us in our rebuild, and let's see what he has. And the Lions GM, Brad Holmes, was with him in L.A. and part of the brain trust that drafted him there. So they certainly, didn't think he was chopped liver. But, 3 years later to be here and to play the way he has, and, I mean, he's played really good football, especially in the playoffs where he has not turned the ball over. He's playing behind a good offensive line, and, has some good weapons at the offensive skill position. So Jared Goff I think he's shut down a lot of the doubters, and frankly, he's in line for probably a $50 million, a season contract extension after this thing is all done.
And the craziest part about that trade to me, Dave, is looking at the trade package and the results of what happened with those draft picks, whether it's getting Jameson Williams, whether it's getting Jahmyr Gibbs or Sam Laporta. Is it possible that Jared Goff wasn't even the best part of that trade package?
That was the biggest win-win trade in NFL history. The Rams got what they wanted, right? They won a Super Bowl, and, we saw Matthew Stafford here 2 weeks ago. He's still a really good quarterback. And the Lions got exactly, what they would have hoped for. And you're right. The third-round pick, Fatu Melifonwu, was the first pick, and he's become a pretty good safety. And then that Rams pick last year, when you get the number 6 pick in the draft, and they used it to move back, they took Jahmyr Gibbs at 12, and the pick they got for moving back was number 34, Sam Laporta, in the second round, who are really 2 of their key offensive players. I mean, you couldn't have asked for anything better from the Lions to get out of those picks. And there's a lot of, moving parts and trades and things that went into it with, the Jameson Williams pick. But ultimately, the Lions were able to rebuild their entire organization with that one deal.
Is the credit, and we're talking to Dave Burkett, the 4-time Michigan Sports Writer of the Year, Detroit Free Press, covering these Lions, and his team went from just the forgotten team of the NFL to now America's darlings. How much does the general manager, Brad Holmes, play in all this? He got here in 2021. What's his connection to Dan? Because the John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan thing has been wildly successful here, whether it's trading for Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams or making 3 straight NFC championships, et cetera. What's the Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell dynamic, and how has it played out in forming this team?
Yeah, and you guys may know this. I mean, the reality is those 2 guys didn't know each other a lick before they came here. So this wasn't like a ordained hire or something that was orchestrated in years in the making. In fact, the Lions wanted to get away from that after trying the Patriot Way thing, and that didn't work. And, with their long history of ineptness. And, really, look, Dan gets a lot of the headlines, and rightfully so. I mean, he's a really good coach, really good motivator, has a good staff. But Brad's the guy that, has put some really good groceries on the table for him to use when he's putting this thing together. I mean, you think about some of the draft picks, right? Amon-Ra St. Brown, 4th round. Derek Barnes, the guy who had the key interception to end it last week, 4th round. Melifonwu, I mentioned him, 3rd-round pick, really coming into his own. And then, there's some luck, too. They got a really good right tackle in Penei Sewell, and Aiden Hutchinson somehow fell to the number 2 pick. So a couple of their best players were, taken with premium picks. But Brad has done a really good job, and it sounds cliche, and I always sort of roll my eyes at it when people say it. But the reality is that those 2 seem to be in lockstep with just about everything they do. And, that's really done well for the organization. That is a big part of why they've, after some really big struggles early on, why they've become one of the best teams in the league.
And just to follow up real quick, to clarify, Holmes is the one who hired Campbell, right?
Well, so the search was basically a parallel search, and it was the Lions owner, Sheila Hamp, President Rod Wood, Mike Disner, who's the COO now, and Chris Spielman, the longtime legend who came back, and they sort of identified both those guys on the same track at the same time and made those separates hire, or made those hires separate of each other. Okay. They basically got introduced over the phone like, hey, Brad, how would you feel about working with Dan? Dan, how would you feel about working with Brad?
Yeah, and now we see Brad Holmes is still making moves deep into this playoff run with the news yesterday that the Detroit Lions are signing Zach Ertz to the practice squad. Zach Ertz is a guy that, of course, has Bay Area ties. So tell us about that move, bringing in Zach Ertz.
Yeah, Lions are pretty healthy going into this game. Remarkably so. I think when you look at some of the losses that teams have suffered across the league, they really have their entire starting lineup that you would have projected from, maybe week 2. They lost a guard. It was, battling for the starting guard job, and that's about it. Cornerback who played 2 snaps, Emmanuel Mosley, who you guys know out there. But other than that, they've been healthy. The one exception, tight end spot here of late, Sam Laporta got hurt week 18. He's back playing now, but with a huge knee brace. His backup, Brock Wright, hurt his forearm last week. James Mitchell, the number 3 tight end, they put on IR 2 weeks ago with a practice injury, so needed to bring in some reinforcements. And Zach Ertz, being the most accomplished guy out there, was sort of an easy choice. Has some connections to the Lions tight ends coach, so I think you'll see him play this week. I don't know how much he'll play or what sort of role he'll have, but he's basically the number 2 tight end right now.
Yeah, Zach Ertz, Monte Vista High in Danville, Stanford, and here he comes. Watch out. By the way, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. A few more minutes here with Dave Burkett of the Detroit Free Press, covering this Lions team coming out to Santa Clara Sunday as bigger underdogs than I would have thought when I first saw this matchup. If there is a weakness, we've been talking Niner weaknesses all day. The run defense has got it gashed for 100 yards by Aaron Jones. But would it be, if a team was fairly looking at the Lions, would it be on the defensive side of the ball? I mean, that's where all the numbers say. But there's Aiden Hutchinson. You mentioned Barnes. Is that, though, considered to be the main weakness of this Lions team?
Yeah, I think there's a couple things defensively. Is they've made some really big, timely plays of late. 2 interceptions last week, dialed up some really good blitzes that ended Tampa Bay drives, but they haven't been great all season. Run defense, they rank top 5, but they've shown some cracks there of late. Pass defense has really been the issue. There definitely are some opportunities to hit this defense deep, especially because the Lions blitz a lot. They have to generate pressure. They don't really have anyone outside of Aiden Hutchinson who gets home on a regular basis. So they use a lot of defensive back blitzes. And if you can pick those up, then you have some opportunities to pick on those cornerbacks one-on-one. So that's really been the issue for the Lions much of the season. I know how much Shanahan loves to run the ball, and at the end, the Lions haven't been great against the run, so maybe there's some success to be had there. But if the 49ers are going to win this game, I would think that they'd have a couple big pass plays too.
And Dave, we know how much recognition Aiden Hutchinson gets with his pass rush ability, but how much of an impact does he have on the run game for that Lions defense?
Yeah, the whole unit, look, I'll tell you the player that's really made that run defense, come to life is Brian Branch, the slot cornerback rookie out of Alabama. Really good run defender, never afraid to stick his nose in anything. Excellent blitzer. I mean, when he's been right this year, he's getting 8, 9, 10 tackles a game, and he's a really good player. Hutchinson is solid against the run too. They've built that thing where there's a lot of big bodies up front, and that's the number one thing they want to do, like a lot of teams. But I think the strength of their run defense is the fact that the little people like to tackle, and they do it pretty well.
Dave, before I let you go, just that coaching. It's that coaching season. Is Ben Johnson, the O coordinator, considered to be in line for a head coaching job somewhere?
Yeah, most people think he's going to take or will be offered that Washington job. I think that would be a hard one to turn down. Number 2 pick in the draft, and an extra second rounder, new owner, new GM. So he's certainly the favorite for that one. He interviewed with them last week. Aaron Glenn, their defensive coordinator, also had 4 interviews last week. There's a really good chance they lose Ben Johnson, and I think there's still a decent chance that Aaron Glenn gets a job too. The Falcons are the one to watch if they don't make a big name hire there. So this could be the last game for Ben Johnson calling plays for the Lions, and he's a really creative guy. He'll be missed if he does get a head coaching job this offseason.
Yeah, and just to follow up on Ben Johnson, I was curious, Dave, on your breakdown of how he kind of balances the backfield between Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery, because they're two really good running backs who have two different styles, but how's that breakdown, and how do you think that usage is going to be this weekend against a 49er team that struggled a little bit against the run in the Green Bay Packers last week?
Yeah, those two, if you look at the numbers, they split the workload about 50-50 in games when, as long as the game script doesn't get too out of hand. Montgomery's sort of the guy that maybe he gets the first series or two, big sledgehammer. He's the guy that they like to close it out within the 4 minute. Jahmyr Gibbs, though, he's the explosive one. He's the one who really turned the game for the Lions last week. I've been on them to give him a few more touches. I know he's a rookie, but he's a home run threat every time he touches the ball. So you'll see plenty of both those guys this week. And for the Lions, from the Lions standpoint, the more Jahmyr Gibbs, probably the better that offense is doing.
All right, David, we keep saying one more, but I'm so fascinated. Before we let you go drop that inbounds play, the big picture one that I'm really fascinated in is the ownership. And Sheila Ford Hamp, you mentioned. Now, I'm big on, I love American history and everything. This is the great-granddaughter of Henry Ford. I mean, people know there's the Ford family. Henry Ford, one of the most influential Americans in the history of our country. And so that family has had to speak to, the cultural phenomenon of that family owning the team. Are they reviled? Are they loved? Is she seen as the one who kind of broke through? Is she reviled? How is the relationship?
It's not with her, but probably with the family. It's a little complicated for Detroit sports fans now. I mean, William Clay Ford bought the team. He was like a part owner, part of this conglomerate that owned it, bought the team on the day John F. Kennedy was assassinated. So he owned the team from 1963 until his death, 60 years. And they didn't do anything. I mean, they won one playoff game, and definitely fans here grew to resent him. I think, he was a well-intentioned owner, but maybe put his trust in the wrong people for far too long. His wife took over only for a couple years, and then she basically handed control to Sheila, who's done a great job with the franchise. And I don't think anyone has anything bad to say about her right now. Never, in a management position like this with the team until she took over. Spent a couple years learning the ropes under her mom, and has done a really good job. I think the best thing she's done is just trusting football people to make the right choices, staying out of it, but also having a vision for those people and for the organization to follow. And that's ultimately why they ended up hiring Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, and that's why they're here right now. So
this dainty aristocrat who went to Miss Porter's school in Yale is the one who said, "Bring me Dan Campbell biting kneecaps," right?
She had. I'll tell you this, because I sat down with her. I don't remember, this was maybe a year after the hires. They have in her office, there's a let's call it a contract, essentially, where they sort of wrote the qualities that they were looking for in their coach: passion, grit, whatever it was. And it was Sheila and Rod Wood, the president, and Chris Spielman and Mike Disner, sort of a search committee that all signed this. Hey, these are the qualities that we're looking for. And they went out, and it was really, Spielman and Disner played a big role in identifying the right people. And Sheila certainly signed off on the hire. Fascinating story, man. It's tough being the villains. You guys are so lovable, likable, interesting, compelling, and now that 49ers have to try to beat them. So that's the deal. Dave, enjoy your trip out to Santa Clara. We should have good, dry weather for you. I don't think you need to pack the rain gear. I think you're good, and hopefully you can enjoy a little bit of the Bay Area. But and then good luck on you'll miss a game this weekend, right? Maybe miss it. Got 2 games Sunday that I got to miss for my son. I got one Friday, so I'll coach that one before.
Okay, we'll squeeze in the Friday. Get that W Friday, Coach, all right?
Right, you got it.
All right.
Enjoy the game.
All right, thanks,
Dave Burkett of the Detroit Free Pass, fellow youth basketball coach. Good job. Learned a lot about the Lions. Dude, I am fascinated by the Sheila Ford Hamp story. So her dad was William Clay Ford, and he's right. I didn't know that story. He bought it on the day of the Kennedy assassination. My God. And then, dude, can I be respectful? He sucked for 60. I mean, he sucked.
You don't say.
He's one of those owners. He was like, I don't want to say, shout out Chris Cohan out in Presidio Heights, or some of the Dan Snyder, some of the worst.
John Fisher across the Bay.
There you go.
Yeah,
John Fisher.
That's the guy.
Thank you very much.
I hate even saying his name.
But they kept it in the family. I guess he dies, and then his wife takes over. By the way, she's a Firestone. So the Ford, Henry Ford, married into the Firestone Tire and Rubber Company. This is what they do. They have these like arranged aristocrat marriages in America.
Ford
you know
and
what I mean?
Firestone coming together,
And
huh?
she's the daughter. Sheila's mom is the Firestone. Her dad is the Ford.
And she wanted Dan Campbell.
And she's the one. She went to this. I was looking at her bio here. Miss Porter's school. That's like one of those like super like you can't even like elite prep schools. You know. Then she went to Yale, and then now she's telling me, "Bring me Dan Campbell." She's like, "Bring me the freaking." Just the T-Rex dinosaur.
Hey, there's something about Dan Campbell, you know?
Well, you know, maybe Sheila's like, hey, you know what, Dan? I think you're dead
You
sexy.
think Dan Campbell walked into the interview and say, oh, Sheila.
Okay, maybe. I'll take it. I'll take it, Marcus. See?
I'm sorry. I apologize every time I start singing.
Every now and then, part of you comes out.
It just popped in my head.
Anyway, now
I'm sorry,
I
Tony.
feel like we're more of the villains now after all that, by the way. The Lions are just so lovable and likable, and who roots against the Lions? Now we got to smash them on Sunday. Right? You know what I mean?
Now we got to turn our backs on the Lions.
Exactly. Instead, why don't we turn our venom away from the Lions and towards Ryan Clark and ESPN and all the haters? 808 KNBR is the phone number. Where are you at with the Purdy criticism? Is there something to it? Is he not the guy who can lead you the way? Did he show you enough in that last game with a lot of those misses to McCaffrey on the checkdowns or some of those wobbly throws? Or was that final drive all you needed to see? We'll get into that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Y'all folks be bugging FRFR. All right, we have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the live. Steve, you want to talk to us about ERC?
That's right, ERC, Employee Retention Credit. This is where the federal government is taking care of employers that employed people during 2020 and 21 by giving away, that's right, giving away up to $26,000 per qualified employee. Now, there's two different ways to qualify. One way is through a certain drop in gross revenue, but there's a second method if you don't qualify under that method that a lot of CPAs are skipping because it's more complex, it's more work. We don't care about the work we do. We only care about getting you the best results within the bounds of the law, no matter how much work we have to do. But the Congress realized they're giving away so much money that they proposed to end this next week, next Wednesday, January 31st. So the bottom line is, if you haven't filed yet, or if you were told you don't qualify, call us for a second opinion. But you got to do it right away because every night we're having a meeting in the office to see, can we take any more ERC cases the next day? It's that close. It's next week. Just call us today. Let us determine if you qualify. And if you do, we have to do this right away or it's going to end and you're going to be out in the cold.
All right, Steve, that's good information. The phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL. You can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
They've made some really big, timely plays of late. 2 interceptions last week, dialed up some really, good blitzes that ended, Tampa Bay drives. But they haven't been great all season. Run defense, they rank top 5, but, they've shown some cracks there of late. Pass defense has really been the issue. There definitely are some opportunities to hit this defense deep, especially because the Lions blitz a lot. They have to generate pressure. They don't really have anyone outside of Aiden Hutchinson who gets home on a regular basis. So they use a lot of defensive back blitzes, and if you can pick those up, then you have some opportunities to pick on those cornerbacks one-on-one.
There he is, Dave Burkett, our favorite Detroit Lions beat writer out of the Detroit Free Press in Michigan, saying, yeah, you can get them deep. Question is, do the 49ers have a quarterback who can hurt them deep? Not if you're listening to the national pundits.
That's the question. But real Murph, check out these stats real quick because I know we're going to do a deep dive into the Lions defense. But over the last 5 games, Mike Evans, 147 yards. Puka Nacua, 181. Justin Jefferson in 2 matchups against the Lions, 192 and 141. And then CeeDee Lamb put up 227 on him.
Damn.
Those are huge numbers by wide receivers against that Detroit Lions defensive backfield.
Good dig in there. And one of those DBs is C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who the Niners have beef with. Mm-hmm. Well, he has beef with everybody, right? He's a beefer.
Yeah, but more specifically, beef with Deebo Samuel.
So the Deebo left shoulder will be obviously the story all week, and we talked about it already this show. And good morning, everybody. Mm-hmm. It is the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. You got young Tony behind the glass. You got California Kyle, who's just been kind of a steady Eddie these last several weeks, hasn't he?
And there's a calm presence with the California Kyle.
Kyle's just kind of going to give you 5. And give up maybe 2 or 3, and then hand you the ball and say, hey, bullpen, do the rest.
Murph, what are you saying? That Kyle's a system producer?
So who's that guy who's going to burn that Lions secondary deep then?
Well, that's the question, if Deebo is playing or not, because the last time Deebo Samuel faced off against the Detroit Lions back in 2021, he had 9 catches for 189 yards and a touchdown.
Damn. So, I told you I did my deep dive on the Lions yesterday. I started to get more and more alarmed at how good they are and what a story they are and how much energy they have. And Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm terrified of this guy after watching Aaron Jones on Saturday night. And this Niner run defense, which is going in the wrong direction.
And by the way, Dave Burkett is absolutely right. They should be giving the ball more to Jahmyr Gibbs. Yeah. There's no reason that he's only getting 8, 9, 10 carries a game.
That might be Sunday.
Yeah.
So I started thinking, well, what's the answer? Well, outscore them. So if it has to be 38-31, I'm not looking for the give up 31, but if it has to be 38-31, so be it. You're Dan Campbell, say 2-0 will work, but that ain't going to do it. I think the Niners are going to. And so what does that say after the Niners just struggled on Saturday night? Well, dry track, and whole different game. And is Deebo back? So I told you guys those stats. I'm repeat them for the 7 o'clock crowd. The Niners with Deebo and without. It's kind of crazy. With Deebo, 12-2. Is that good?
That's fantastic.
31 points a game. 31 points a game and 412 yards a game. Boom. Without Deebo, 1-3. Ouch. 18 points a game. 13 points less, dude, basically 2 touchdowns. 2 touchdowns less and 339 yards, which is about 75 or 80 yards less. Basically, let's take the big takeaway, 2 touchdowns less on average without Deebo.
Go back to the 49er 3-game losing streak this year. it coincided with the Deebo Samuel injury. Now, of course, Trent Williams was out also, but those are two huge pieces to the 49er offense, and we've seen how different the Kyle Shanahan system has functioned without Deebo Samuel.
Yeah. I'm telling you, buddy, so this is the story. We're not going to find out till Sunday morning. I don't think. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but that's the frustrating part, man, is he's waiting and waiting and waiting. The Lions don't have any huge injuries to worry about. They are missing their starting guard, and their backup tight end is out, which is why they signed Zach Ertz out of Stanford, who all of a sudden becomes a guy you got to worry about. That was a guy some 49ers fans wanted. Now, back to your question about wide receivers burning them deep and all those big numbers from Puka Nacua and CeeDee Lamb and that crew, and saying, well, who could get them deep? Well, how about the story that it might not have been Brock Purdy who could get him deep? I walked in this morning, and Marcus hit me with so did you see that story about Brady almost signing with the Niners? I was like, bro, this is not 2020. And he goes, no, dude, I'm talking about 2023. I'm like, no, dude, you must be confused. And he said, no, I'm not confused. And he presented to me Nick Wagner's story from ESPN that ran last week that just kind of slid under the radar, and this can happen.
That somehow went through the 5-hole of the national media.
And our media.
Correct.
Locally. Nick Wagner, who we love, we had him on many, many times, wrote a big long read on Purdy and his journey and everything, and tells a cute story about at the Halloween party in 2022. The Niners had a Halloween party down in Campbell, California. Shout out Campbell.
Shout out Campbell.
It's supposed to be pretty nice down there.
I love going.
I haven't hung in Campbell much.
Oh, it's a good time in Campbell.
Yeah, it is, huh? Oh, do you know the Khartoum Lounge they were at?
Oh, Murph, I went there for my birthday.
Look
before.
at that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've been to Khartoum.
So they had a Halloween party there, and Brock Purdy dressed up as the Thing from Cat in the Hat or whatever with his two roommates. And I guess, according to the story, Kittle and Juszczyk say Purdy was saying to them, man, I just need an opportunity. I'll get you the ball. I'll get you the ball. I'll get you plays. I'll get you plays. And they laughed. They're like, look at this guy. This is now Halloween 2022 where Jimmy G's firmly in control and Purdy's an afterthought. And then it was 5 weeks later against Miami that Garoppolo got hurt. Purdy came in. Kaboom. So he has the success. Boom. They get to the NFC Championship game. He gets hurt. Now in the offseason, according to Nick Wagner, a quote from Brock Purdy that just slipped through everybody is that Purdy sat down with Kyle, and Kyle said, we want to make you the starter. Ready for this? Turn up your radio. Unless we can sign Tom Brady. This was this offseason. This is 2023. This is winter of 2023.
Yeah, this isn't after the Super Bowl, which we heard rumors about for years, and whether or not Tom Brady was going to make his return to the 49ers before going and win one with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and the 49ers decided to stick with Jimmy G. Murph, this was this offseason. Brock Purdy is going through internal surgery, doing rehab on his elbow, and then he gets hit with the quote from Kyle Shanahan, you're our starter unless we can get Tom Brady.
And the deal, so I made sure to look up, when did Tom Brady retire? And it was February 1 when he posted that thing and said, this time it's for good. Because remember, we had the fake retirement. Remember where he retired and then unretired?
The pump fake retirement.
Right. Yeah. So he said February 1, he said, this time it's for good. Well, the Niners didn't take no for an answer. I guess they reached out. Somebody in Pro Football Talk and Mike Florio picked up on this and said that there was a little bit of a kerfluffle in May where there was a hint that Brady might come back. Maybe that was it. But guys, we almost had Tom Brady. Tom Brady.
Almost. Again.
Well, maybe he could throw the deep ball.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. Like, I think it's a little too late. Now, again, it's Tom Brady we're talking about. I think anybody would take Tom Brady. I mean, even his last year with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, despite them having a losing record, did win the NFC South and go back to the playoffs. And obviously 2 years ago, he just won a Super Bowl. But this is kind of like, in my opinion, we give John Lynch praise all the time. I think it was a bonehead decision to not get Brady back in 2019/2020. Yeah. And I think this is kind of like a overreaction to maybe get Brady in the offseason just because of the uncertainty surrounding Brock Purdy.
Sure, we talked about that all offseason. Dude, who knows what we're getting with Purdy? His elbow might have blown up on the first day of camp.
I mean, there's a real chance that I thought he was going to get Tommy John surgery before I was informed in this new internal brace surgery that's only been around for like 5 or 6 years. I thought we'd be looking at Brock Purdy not making his return until December, like last month, Murph.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously they had to explore it. They would malpractice to not explore options.
Which is why they obviously called up Sam Darnold, but this also shows you what they thought about Trey Lance.
Yeah. Traded to the Cowboys.
They traded him to the Cowboys, and they were thinking about bringing in Tom Brady.
By the way, driving in this morning, again, I do all my listening to all the shows I can steal from. Bro, no joke. No joke. I told you guys, thank God, at least no more of that. I'm driving in, and Greeny's doing his get-up tease. Good morning. Josh Allen on the firing line. Did he let down the Bills? And does the D in Dallas stand for drama and dysfunction? I was like, bro, I am going to that's it.
Does the D in Dallas stand for drama?
I'm driving off the bridge. How do I hear the word Dallas this week? Don't give me the word Dallas this week.
The D in Dallas stands for losing my damn mind, Murph.
Stop it. Go back. I'll take the Brock Purdy hate. Give me more Brock Purdy hate instead of this.
At least that means they're talking about the 49ers.
Jeez, at least they're talking about a team that's still in it.
Correct.
Oh, God. So anyway, Brock Purdy's going to be up against it, man, again on Sunday after Ryan Clark's comments that the hardest thing he had to do all year. You have the actual cut there, the short one. This is Ryan Clark on ESPN. Here he goes.
I'm about to make a confession. The single hardest thing I had to do this year was act like Brock Purdy deserved to be in the conversations with the other people we're mentioning in that tweet. Because he was playing extremely well and operating in that offense and distributing the ball to Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, we had to continue to include him in conversations with the Lamar Jacksons. We had to continue to include him in conversations with the Josh Allens. Those things are not alike. Brock Purdy is a fine player. Brock Purdy can operate in Kyle Shanahan's offense at an extremely efficient level. Brock Purdy doesn't raise the level of play of anyone around him.
He said, and now I'm going to turn it over to my friend Amy Trask. All right.
Everybody's piling on Murph.
And by the way, he said the single hardest thing he had to do, like, was some sort of
is what Ryan Clark
Herculean
lied?
task.
Like, is that just him admitting that he lies and doesn't believe in his takes? If he was pretending that Purdy belonged in the conversation.
I mean, guys, not only did he overcome, listen, was I happy with this guy 3 quarters through the game?
No.
And I was like, damn. Now, last I checked, games aren't 45 minutes. They're 60. But I was sending down tweets saying, the guy's having a bad night. He's having a rough night. He was missing easy pitch and catch throws, too.
I mean, he was throwing balls in the dirt. He was airmailing balls.
My
Packers
takeaway,
dropped 2
we've
picks.
seen him in the playoffs perform against the Seahawks and the Cowboys, so you can't say it was the nerves of the playoffs, and he was at home. I think this guy is just an awful rain quarterback. If Ryan Clark wants to say the single hardest thing I had to do was say Brock Purdy was a great rain quarterback, then I'd agree. But
then that's an actual take.
Other than that, bro, the stuff he did, and watch, as Ayuk and Deebo said, just watch the film. Watch the throws he made this year.
It's as simple as that. We don't even have to dive into the numbers of Brock Purdy where he's number 1 in deep ball accuracy. Like, we can get into the deep numbers of just Brock Purdy's stats. But also look at the overall stats of Kyle Shanahan's offense. And again, how this offense has taken the next level with Brock Purdy at the helm. Like, it's right in front of you. Look at George Kittle's touchdown numbers. Look at Brandon Ayuk evolving into an all-pro wide receiver. Look at Christian McCaffrey arguably having some of the best seasons of his careers. Yeah. Now, that all circles back to Brock Purdy running the system.
So, listen, it's better to think about that than to think about being the villain slaying America's darlings. So, let's take the hate, use it as fuel, man. Hey, it's fun. It's only Tuesday. And Deebo's shoulders, 50-50. All right, guys, here's the deal. Mike Krukow, we love our hits with Mike. Hey, it's Hall of Fame Day. It's Hall of Fame Day. And Fan Fest was this past weekend. There's another Fan Fest coming up in San Jose this week, right?
You're damn right. And guess who's hosting? This guy, San Pedro Square, San Jose. Come hang out with the Waterboy and Copes. We'll be hosting Fan Fest this weekend.
That's fabulous. You and Kyle Harrison.
That's it. Me, Kyle Harrison, Casey Schmidt.
Pat the Bat.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Look at you guys.
Slater's going to be down there. A lot of good guys.
Will there be beer?
Oh, will there be beer? Right. There'll be plenty of beer
in
and
your
more.
Cooler. All right. KNBR Giants Fan Fest, Saturday, January 20th, 4 to 7, a little happy hour.
Oh, Murph.
All right. So
I'll start day drinking.
You and Kyle Harrison talking pitching, and Tristan Beck, and Taylor Rogers.
We got a good lineup, Murph.
At San Pedro Square. Do you know where that is?
Oh, Murph, I know where it's at. I'm almost there every weekend.
Okay. All right, guys. Here we go. Mike Krukow next on The Sports Leader.
7 terrific quarterbacks and Brock Purdy.
It's championship weekend in the NFL, so if you love playing fantasy sports, do what I do and take the sports action to the next level with Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. This is Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, and right now I'm in sports heaven because the football playoffs are in full swing and the basketball season is really heating up. There's no better way to turn all the big games into 100 times your money than with Prize Picks. Just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You can turn $10 into $1,000 with just a few taps. I love the easy gameplay, the quick withdrawals, and a huge selection of players and stat options. Over 7 million sports fans have already signed up, and I'm one of them. So join me and watch your favorite players and get paid while doing it. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER. That's code LEADER. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Fan Fest went on in Sacramento on Saturday. It's going on again this Saturday in San Jose. Giants and Scott Boras still playing the waiting game. No Chapman, no Bellinger, no Snell, no Rhys Hoskins. And, of course, the 49ers making everybody happy with a win. Also making Mike Krukow happy with a birthday win. I believe the Niner win came on the weekend of Mike's birthday. So, Mike, belated happy birthday. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Mike. Happy birthday.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. And, I'm going to say that was a birthday present, although for like 3 3/4 of the game, I was pretty concerned.
Yes.
But I love what F.P. Santangelo said. He tweeted out that this was the worst game they've ever played against a red-hot team, and they won. They're winning the Super Bowl, so I'm going with FP.
Yeah, I like that, too. We love FP. Mike, just for fun, before we get into the baseball and the Hall of Fame announcement today, is Brock Purdy. You know, we've been spending much of this morning talking about how, wow, some important people on TV with influential voices are dogging him, even after the win. And so I'm wondering your reaction to that. I mean, he was not great, but he led the touchdown drive when he had to. When you hear that, these people who sort of determine the conversation because of the platform they have, dogging a guy like Brock Purdy, do you think they're right or do you think they're wrong?
Well, I think one of the hardest things to do is to turn around momentum. It's really difficult. And the momentum was definitely going against the Niners. The Packers controlled just about every part of that game. And if you looked at the quarterbacks, I mean, Love was spectacular. He was making completions, and he was accurate, and he was spot on. And yet Brock Purdy was all over the place. He was throwing the ball high. He was throwing the ball wide. I mean, he just didn't have a good day with his accuracy. But he turned it around. When it came down to it, when they had 6 minutes left and they had to go score a touchdown to win, he produced. End of story. They got the win. There's nothing easy about a playoff win. Nothing. A bad bounce can go against you. There was about 4 or 5 bad bounces. I was so mad at the Packer defensive backs for cheap shot and starting fights and never getting called for it. And there was so much turmoil going on in the game, and you had to be able to stay calm and direct traffic, and that's what he did. So I completely will argue with anybody. The other thing, too, it was raining. It was raining all night long. Now, if you took Purdy's hand and you put it up against Love's hand, I'll bet Love's hand is about, at least a half an inch longer fingered. That makes a difference when you're throwing a wet ball. And I think that explains a lot of the inaccuracy that Purdy had. So I love the guy. But, this was pretty unbelievable. One of the conversations we all had when we were watching the game, and we had a packed house, is that if he doesn't get that drive, his future is in question. Wow. He's had an unbelievable year. Has been in the MVP discussion for most of the year. But if he doesn't deliver on that last drive, we don't know where his career's going. But now he's tamed the demon. I mean, he stared it down. He held his composure. He led that win. And I think he should get some credit. I don't think he should be maligned.
Yeah, and Mike, I don't want to compare apples to oranges here, but obviously as somebody who pitched in the major leagues, tell us what it's like throwing with a wet ball and maybe how that affected Brock Purdy this past weekend.
Well, there's a lot of things that can affect your grip on the ball. I mean, you're not really going to see too many wet balls in the big league because they throw balls out so frequently. And for the most part, if it gets to a point where you have a wet ball, they're going to stop play. But you will get a night where your hand won't perspire and you can't get any moisture on your fingertips, and that's a very difficult game to pitch. And you can really get frustrated by nature. I mean, if you are allowed to pitch a little bit of a rain problem, I mean, there's distraction. If you are pitching when it has been wet and the grass is wet, it's more of an issue for fielders picking up the ball with especially one hand if they're going with a bare hand play. So there are a lot of things that can frustrate and make the game a bit more difficult, for Mother Nature. You never know what she's going to throw your way, but you have to be able to deal with it. And, the old saying is like, well, the guy you're playing against is having to deal with it too. It's just such great insight. You cannot let any of that overwhelm you. And I think one of the things that Purdy has that just jumps off the page, and it has ever since he's put on a uniform, is he's composed. He at least gives the illusion that he's calm. And when he can do that, he calms everybody else down. And for a starting pitcher, that is your job. You're like a parent on the school ground. You have to be able to compose yourself. Whatever happens, you have to be able to at least give the image that you're in complete control. If you can do that, it relaxes everybody else, and that cannot be taken lightly. And for people to diss a guy, a pitcher or a quarterback, I just don't think that's fair when you have to consider the most important thing of all, the win.
By the way, Mike, how much does hand size affect pitching? You talked about hand size, and by the way, I just did some quick research. You are correct, sir. Jordan Love has gigantic hands, some of the biggest in the NFL, 10.5 inch wide. Brock's right in the middle, 9 3/8. There's a lot of that's kind of the middle range. So that is a full inch. So you got that. What does it affect throwing a baseball?
Well, it can. It can actually go both ways. Guys who have small hands. I'll just give you an example of a pitch. A spitball. If you're going to throw a spitball, the way you grip the ball is, the horseshoe on the baseball. You put your forefinger and your middle finger right in the middle of the horseshoe. This is after you load up first. And it can be a number of things. Yes. But you have to put your forefinger and your middle finger in the middle of that horseshoe. And then when you grip the ball, your pressure points are at 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock. Now, for most people, the pressure points are like, 10 or 11 o'clock and, 7 or 8 o'clock. I mean, depending on hand size. So to have a hand that can put pressure points on the 12 and 6 o'clock point on a baseball, that's a small hand. But if you go back and look in baseball history, the guys that had really good spitballs, Burley Grimes, they didn't have big hands. So it can absolutely aid you on particular pitches. But I think for the most part, you want to have a bit of a stronger grip. And this is the other thing too. It's pretty funny when I do clinics with kids who are pitching and hitting because it's identical. When I ask a kid, I'll make my hand into a fist, and I'll say, okay, grab my hand as if it was a baseball, and when you really want to throw that ball hard, how do you grip that ball? And almost 100% of the time, the kid will grab your hand, and he'll squeeze really hard. And I said, okay, and now take my 2 fingers. If this is a baseball bat and you want to really hit that ball, how hard do you grip that bat? And they do the same thing. They grip it as hard as they possibly can. The way you're supposed to grip a baseball and the way you're supposed to grip a bat is very lightly. Light grip on the bat, light grip on the ball. Light grip on the ball gives your hand a little more elasticity. It gives you a little more whip. When you're cracking the whip, when you're making your throw, and you get more velocity and you get more movement. So, I think hand size, a bigger hand allows you to relax your hand a little bit more and give you that relaxed feeling that your hand. Really, you should hold the ball so lightly that if you held it out and I slapped your hand, that ball should pop out. That's how, the old saying, it's like holding a bird. You don't want to let him go, but you don't want to hurt him. And that's how you grip a baseball and a bat.
Great breakdown, as always, from Mike Caruco, and the correlation of hand size versus baseball and how it affects quarterbacks in football. And speaking of Brock Purdy and hand size, a guy that's been criticized about the size of his hands is Jared Goff, who, Mike, is, of course, a Northern California kid, has ties to Novato. I'm interested to see your breakdown on Jared Goff and whether or not you have any relationship with his dad, Jerry Goff, who I know spent some times in the big leagues.
Well, he was a catcher, and he was kind of a utility guy. He could do everything. I mean, he was everywhere. I mean, he was, he was, and a tough at bat. I mean, tough at bat for me. I don't know what I did against him, but I always felt him, because he had some power and just a total gamer. I was, Goff. We've been following him since he was a Cal. We love him. Plus, he's a Giants fan. I mean, remember when he was with the Rams? I was rooting for the Rams against Tom Brady because of Goff, and I wanted to see him do well. What I think is really great about him, in watching him, and I love quarterbacks. He's got a nice high release, but he's got outstanding touch, and I think that's one thing that you don't see a lot of. You see a lot of great arms, but you see a lot of guys trying to throw strawberries through brick walls, and you don't see a lot of touch applied to passes. And I think that Goff's got sensational touch. A lot of his passes down the line, in the second half especially, had great touch on them. And that's not an easy thing to do in an adrenaline sport. You get all geeked up, but I thought his composure and the touch that he had on the ball was the difference in that game. And, I'm looking forward to this matchup. It's going to be very interesting. I mean, because of the quarterbacks, because of Purdy, and because of Goff.
Mike, before I let you go, obviously Cooperstown today. It's always a story. And there's a number of interesting names. Adrian Beltre appears to be ticketed to get in. He was just such a beast. And although, not in the last at bat of the 2010 World Series, but a couple guys who might sort of get in after long waits, Billy Wagner and Todd Helton. But the guy who interests me the most is Joe Mauer, because it is the pathway for Buster Posey. And Mauer is a guy whose numbers aren't necessarily what used to get you in. 2,123 hits, that's nice, but there's a lot of guys with that many hits who aren't in. 306 career batting average, that's really nice, but some guys with that aren't in either. 143 homers is not a huge number. Now, he did win 3 batting titles, but people don't like batting average anymore. And he had 1 MVP, so he has a really nice career. But so did, a guy like Thurman Munson. Now, he has a little better offensive numbers than Thurman Munson, but Munson won an MVP in World Series. And all I'm saying is I guess the standards are changing a little bit. And are you looking at Mauer as a pathway for Buster Posey, who you didn't get the 3,000 hits or the 500 homers, but you can get in now with a new way of looking at it?
Absolutely, I am. And I think he is a Hall of Famer. And the other thing, too, about Mauer was, his presence on the field. What did he do to affect the other 24 guys that gave them the belief that they could win? And I think that he was the centerpiece with the Twins. His whole story about being from there and being the chosen one. He lived up to the hype, and I absolutely 100% agree with you. If he gets in, well, it's a lock for Buster, first ballot. So I'm rooting for Mauer. There's some guys on here. I do want to say one thing about you know how I feel about the Hall. I'm for a bigger Hall. There's more guys who I think are deserving that are not in that should get in. But the argument this year, there's been a lot of argument for Chase Utley, who I think is a Hall of Fame player. I think he's a Hall of Fame player because of how he played the game. The hard-nosed, just beat you at all costs, I'll do anything to win attitude. And his numbers are good, too. He had 275, and he had, over 250 home runs or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But he was a winning player. He was a guy that was in the middle of those great Phillies teams. And everywhere he went, he made people better. He's a Hall of Famer. He's actually getting a pretty good argument. And in all this argument that is surrounding Utley, people are forgetting Jeff Kent. Jeff Kent hit 290. He had over 300 home runs. He had more home runs than any other second baseman. How is he not in the Hall of Fame? Yeah. I don't understand it. And this is the thing about the Hall of Fame that drives me nuts. Guys become topical and they become, hot issues, and all of a sudden, boom, they gather votes. And this can get them in the Hall. Now, I don't want to see Utley, not get in. He's a Hall of Fame player. I believe that. But if you're going to put that guy in, boy, you damn sure better put in Jeff Kent. And he's not yet in. Drives me crazy.
Yeah, well said. Way to get that off your chest. So we'll see what happens today. And, of course, we will see what happens with the free agent shopping by the time we turn around on Thursday. So, Mike, enjoy the Hall of Fame announcement. We'll talk to you Thursday.
Not a bit.
Mike Krukow, we should tell you Steve Kerr is going to join Tolbert and Copes at 5:30, and I got to report to the scorer's desk for a personal foul.
Uh-oh.
And this is something I've always confused Adrian Beltre and Nelson Cruz. To me, they're kind of similar bodies, sort of similar careers, similar
big right-handed bats.
Yeah, and look at their, they kind of played for the same teams too. They both played for the Rangers. It was Nelly Cruz who was the last at bat, not Beltre. Sorry, guys. Sorry, Beltre was the next year in 2011. He was on that Rangers team that should have won the World Series. So I crossed wires there.
So we had Nelson Cruz, Miguel Cabrera, and who was it? 2014?
Salvi Perez.
Salvi Perez.
Yeah.
Those are three good names to get the last out. Those are really good names to get the last out.
Shout out Nelly Cruz for getting struck out by Brian Wilson and Adrian Beltre. Dude, Beltre's going. So Mauer, just real quick, Mauer had 2,100 hits. Buster only had 1,500 hits. Buster's career was really short, man.
It was.
Really short. 302 career batting average. Mauer, 306. If you go by OPS plus or whatever, Buster's is 129, Mauer's is 124. So Buster will get in on sort of that new metric of we're not looking at the landmark numbers anymore. 3,500 are gone. They look at different ways to look at it.
Yeah, and it's the impact that he had on the game in his era, which there's no denying that he was one of the best catchers in his era of baseball.
Mike's a big haul guy, and I get it. I respect it. He won 20 games in the big. I did not. Breaking news. But I'm not a Chase Utley Hall of Fame guy.
You're not a Chase Utley guy in general.
Well, listen, guys I was going to Dale Murphy and Will Clark. These were dominant players of my generation, and they're not in. So I'm like, if those guys aren't in, then Chase Utley getting in.
Well, Mike's absolutely right when it comes to Jeff Kent. You can't let Chase Utley in if Jeff Kent is not in. Jeff Kent's got an MVP. Chase Utley never won MVP.
Yeah.
He's got more home runs. He's got more hits. He's got more RBIs. Like every stat you can go to, Jeff Kent has better numbers than Chase Utley.
If the 49ers weren't playing the Lions in the NFC Championship, we could do a whole thing on how America, one of the biggest things that's happened in sports in the last 20 years is America losing faith in the Baseball Hall of Fame. Used to be the most sacred thing in the world. Now people almost hate it.
Oh, I don't even care about the Hall of Fame anymore.
Wow. Listen to that.
Honestly.
What are you, a communist? All right. Okay, big hit is next. Here it is. Did people forget that Brock Purdy led the 49ers to a game-winning touchdown drive? 808 KNBR is the phone number. It's still going on. People are saying, no, he's not that good. Ryan Clark was right. You should see it clearly. We had a text come in, says, I'm a season ticket holder. Ryan Clark was right. He's not a game-changing quarterback. 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader. Y'all folks be bugging FR.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The hitman Dante Whitner stopped by the Papa and Lunch Show yesterday to break down the 49ers' comeback win over the Green Bay Packers and how they can fix some of their defensive issues before taking on the Detroit Lions this weekend. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Shotgun snap. Purdy going to roll away from a blitz. Going to throw for the end zone. George Kittle's got it. Touchdown! San Francisco! Purdy back. Time. Pats the ball. Throws and is caught by Jawan Jennings. Third and Jawan.
He also made some hell of a throws, too. I mean, dropping some of those balls over that middle linebacker to get to Jawan was unbelievable.
McCaffrey runs the choice route over the middle. Throw to Ayuk. He makes the catch. He's got the ball on the Green Bay 41-yard line. They give him the catch there. What a diving catch by Ayuk.
The low and away ball to BA on third down when they had pretty tight coverage on it. It was a hell of a throw and a hell of a catch that kept us out there, after the drop.
Purdy out of the gun, looks middle. Now going to look to run out to his left. Purdy can run. Purdy will tuck it and go inside the 10 and dive down to the 6-yard line.
He did a lot of good things, too. By no means was he perfect, but it was really cool when we needed him to be at his best, he was. And so it gave us the best chance to win at the end.
There it is, the big hit package getting you guys in for Brock Purdy with a little Saweetie.
Okay.
Saweetie and Pila. I think young Tony likes it.
He does. I think he's down with it.
I think he's in. Yeah, he's smiling. Look at that smile. If you look at us on YouTube and Twitch, you can see Tony banging FR.
Our guy, young Tony, doing it for the Bay. FR, Murph.
These kids get the biggest kick out of the old man and his. I told them, I said, you guys get such a kick out of me saying FR. I was quoting the Debo thing. I said, so I'm just going to go make some coffee RN right now.
I told him Murph's going to BRB real quick.
I am going to BRB. And in terms of Chase Utley getting into the hall, IDK. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. All right. Well, listen, we have time to kill before Sunday, and now we're faced with two controlling stories here. One, can the 49ers win without Debo? But the bigger one is, man, oh man, what's it going to take for Brock Purdy, who has taken now his team to 2 consecutive NFC championships, to overcome the slander of a Ryan Clark and others. Started with Amy Trask last week, and it went into Ryan Clark after the win. Ryan Clark himself. So do you have it all queued up, young man? We have 122X, huh? We got it here. Ryan Clark. This is what sets the table. Your guys' reaction, 808 KNBR right here.
I'm about to make a confession. The single hardest thing I had to do this year was act like Brock Purdy deserved to be in the conversations with the other people we're mentioning in that tweet. Because he was playing extremely well and operating in that offense and distributing the ball to Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, we had to continue to include him in conversations with the Lamar Jacksons. We had to continue to include him in conversations with the Josh Allens. Those things are not alike. Brock Purdy is a fine player. Brock Purdy can operate in Kyle Shanahan's offense at an extremely efficient level. Brock Purdy doesn't raise the level of play of anyone around him.
Okay.
You sure about that, Ryan?
I want to make sure. I want to pause right now about Lamar Jackson.
Pause.
Lamar Jackson's main value, I would argue his main value is, not bad for running, but his main value is his feet. As terms of his passing number, like Purdy is, like, you want to know accuracy? I mean, it's just, I know you can talk whatever, Kyle system versus Todd Monken system. Lamar Jackson completed 67% of his passes. Purdy was up near 70%.
And here's the thing, Murph. Lamar Jackson still has a losing record in the playoffs.
Yeah.
A 2-3 overall record in the playoffs. We're talking about Brock Purdy, who's never lost a playoff game that he can complete in. Like, he's going to the NFC Championship game in back-to-back weeks. But Ryan Clark is out here talking about how he's not elevating this offense?
Yeah. It's obviously, so listen, let's be real. He was bad for 3 quarters and 3.5, but we've talked about this a number of times. And I'm not saying he's Joe Montana until he wins 4 Super Bowls. But Joe Montana had a lot of games, even in the postseason, where it was bad. And I can name them for you. I just saw the 35th anniversary drive of the 1989 Super Bowl against Super Bowl 23 against the Bengals. The Niners had 13 points going into that drive. Okay, was that a dominant performance by Joe Montana? No. We can talk about the Washington Redskins game when they had 0 points after 3 quarters. Is that a dominant performance by Joe Montana? No. And Brock Purdy, going into that final drive, had 17 points and then led the final drive. And oh, by the way, that drive in Super Bowl 23 involves almost exclusively checkdowns. Almost exclusively. There's one ball over the middle to Jerry, and then Jerry breaks a tackle and picks up an extra 15 or 20, which, by the way, got me all in my feelings again.
Hot and
he
bothered.
threw the touchdown to John Taylor, whereas McCaffrey ran it in on Saturday night.
Yeah, despite the fact that Brock was 6 for 7 on that drive, only incompletion was a George Kittle drop, and he rolled out to set up the Christian McCaffrey touchdown.
He was ice cold on that. I mean, no, I say ice cold in a good way. In that final drive, he didn't make any bad decisions. He didn't make any inaccurate throws. And Jordan Love specifically made bad decisions and bad throws at the same time.
Like, that's what you have to put in context, which is crazy. We got to remind people like Ryan Clark. Brock Purdy and the 49ers won that game. Brock Purdy had the opportunity to march down the field, get a touchdown drive, and win the game for his ball game. Guess what? Brock Purdy did that. Jordan Love did not do that this weekend. Baker Mayfield did not do that this weekend. Josh Allen did not do this weekend. And so on a Tuesday morning, we're talking about Brock Purdy being the problem and the quote-unquote weakness of the 49ers? Come on, Clark.
And 510 likes to point out the favorite stat of all, Joe threw 3 picks in the catch game, all right? Also, the other text I wanted to say is, somebody says, well, now people are calling him by names. Ryan Clark is a blank. But let's go out to the phones. 808 KNBR is the phone number. And the first guy up in line is Jeff in San Jose checking in on this Brock Purdy under fire topic here. Jeff, good morning. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Jeff?
Hey, Murph, Marcus, what are we doing, boys? How we doing?
Nice, Jeff.
Good,
nice.
man, good.
What are we talking about here? We got Brock Purdy, not even a month removed from being the odds-on favorite to win the MVP. He has one bad game against Lamar Jackson. Now we got people talking about Josh Allen. Josh Allen's season looked like it was going down the drain halfway through if it wasn't for a miracle run at the end. Josh Allen's team lost the game, and we're comparing him to Brock Purdy. Maybe they need a better system in Buffalo to make sure Josh Allen can finally get it done and beat the Kansas City Chiefs. As a Raider fan, please, God, somebody beat the dang Chiefs, man.
And, Jeff, to your point, like on that final drive when Josh took that shot to the end zone, there's that still shot of the is it Dalton Schultz he has underneath? Yes, exactly. And that's the pass Brock Purdy makes.
What are we talking about here, man? What are we?
I know.
I
dude.
understand the talking heads got to get some clicks. What are we doing this for clicks and likes? Or are we doing this because we know what we're watching?
I'm telling
Brock
you.
Purdy is the truth, man. Don't forget on that.
I mean, that's the thing,
Thanks
Jeff.
for the call, Jeff. Appreciate you, man.
You look at a show like ESPN's First Take, Murph, they're playing for clicks, and Ryan Clark is now getting the clicks. I mean, we're talking about it. Everybody's talking about it on a national stage. Does it validate his opinion? Absolutely not. Because to Jeff's point, why does one game change everything? I know it's a hot take world.
guys,
we live in this 24-hour society where people got to get their hot take.
Amy started it last week.
She did.
It wasn't just Ryan Clark. So 707 says, here's a good one. We need to start treating Brock deniers like flat earthers. Just ignore them and let them die stupid.
Yeah, Murph, did you hear what Kyrie Irving had to say about Brock Purdy?
Very good. The Ghost is checking in from San Francisco. The Ghost, good morning. You're on KNBR, Ghost.
How are you?
How are you, man?
I'm doing very well. The reason I'm calling is, Murph, can you tell me what's his record in 2 years?
Brock Purdy?
I mean, for win and loss record, yeah.
So 12-4 this year going into that last game, and then last year he went 5-0, so 7. What, didn't he like 20-5, something like that?
Including the playoffs.
Something like that. I mean, are you telling me the young kid in the second year, after 2 years, is 20-5 in the NFL? People need to shut up and watch what they're watching.
Start watching the game, Ghost.
No, this kid here's got it going on.
All right.
So,
good.
I mean, I'm just saying, the kid started 48, started college.
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah.
I think it was 48. And so, I mean, this is the thing. The rest of these quarterbacks that are even young, this guy Love and a few of these other guys, they've really been in the NFL a couple of years now. This guy Love's been around years.
Yeah,
so I'm just saying, we're going to see what Purdy's got. We're going to see him this year. We're going to get a chance to see this kid the next couple of years. Is going to be great.
I agree, Ghost, and thanks for the call, man. Appreciate you. And this Sunday goes a long way, my man.
It does, definitely. But to the Ghost's point, he's right. Jordan Love has been sitting in the NFL. This is his 4th season. We're in year 2 of Brock Purdy. And I said this after the elbow surgery, after he came back from the bye week looking more explosive than he's ever been. I still don't think we've seen the best version of Brock Purdy.
Okay, just trying to play devil's advocate here. How do we explain how bad he looked for 3 quarters on Saturday night? He did look bad.
It did.
He did. Although the pass to Kittle was high level.
It was.
That was a high level pass. Like if Jordan Love throws, you're like, oh, look at Jordan Love. What an elite talent. But Brock Purdy threw that back. That was a really nice touchdown. But he was. I compared him to Nuke LaLoosh on Twitter. I was like, man, that guy throwing it all over the yard, right?
And of course, people are going to go to the elements, the rain, the rust argument, which I'm not a huge fan of. But the bottom line is, yeah, Brock didn't have his best game. And they still ended up winning, Murph.
Well, he had to drive them 69 yards, and he couldn't get a field goal. Had to be a touchdown, guys. That was big.
Look, Murph,
Tom Brady for years said, hey, Adam Vinatieri, pick me up.
Yeah.
And he did. And kickers write history.
But just to follow up on that, like if Brock Purdy plays the same way this weekend that he did last weekend, then you probably won't get the same results. Like, I think Brock Purdy needs to be better this week, and that's to your point. A lot of people are going to have their hot takes based solely on what happens this Sunday. Well, despite that, now we have a 2-year resume of Brock Purdy.
Playing without Debo was a factor in all that, too, right? I mean, it all matters here. 408 has a good one on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials section. He says, I think all the criticism is, this is kind of harsh because it's Jimmy G's fault. Because Jimmy was good here.
I agree.
And then he goes elsewhere, and then he says, wow, look at Jimmy G.
It's the Jimmy G effect because Jimmy won so many games in Kyle Shanahan's system, and then we saw him this year with the Raiders lead the NFL in interceptions in the first 5-6 weeks of the season. So I do think there's a lot of people who thought that they were proven right about Jimmy's lack of success outside of the Kyle Shanahan system and are now correlating that to Brock Purdy.
Yeah, for sure, man. Hey, we have Kyle Shanahan on the inaccuracies of Brock Saturday night.
I mean, I think it did a little bit. I mean, I think a couple, even just watching Love, too. Watch the first play of the game that he had on that swing route, the ball slipping, throwing in front of the guy. I mean, there was a couple that got him, so there was definitely a few that got Brock, a few that he probably just missed trying to throw around a guy so it doesn't get tipped, and a couple that you just can't explain that just do happen. You usually have a couple in the game, but then you had a couple more with weather and a couple more just not being exactly on the throw, and he had a few too many of them, but he also made some hell of a throws, too. I mean, dropping some of those balls over that middle linebacker to get to Juwan was unbelievable. The low and away ball to BA on 3rd down when they had pretty tight coverage on it. It was a hell of a throw and a hell of a catch that kept us out there, after the drop. He did a lot of good things, too. By no means was he perfect, but it was really cool when we needed him to be at his best, he was. And so it gave us the best chance to win.
He went John Wooden on us. John Wooden on the pyramid of success. Be at your best. Competitive greatness is, I think, on the top of the pyramid, is it? I think it is. Be at your best when your best is needed. He was at his best when his best was needed.
I'm surprised Kyle didn't go down the road of
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Brock played good enough to win, Murph.
Somebody says here, there's too many texts to even keep up on, but somebody said it was a character game. One of those games that you win with character. Kareem in Vallejo, though, is checking in again. We like hearing from Kareem. What's up, Kareem? How are you, man?
What's up, Kareem?
Good morning, fellas. I'm doing good. How about yourselves?
Yeah, man. Well, we're just sort of standing here against the hate. First, we got the Lions. Everybody wants to root for the Lions, and now nobody likes the quarterback.
Yeah.
You right?
Well, check this out. So listen here. If you had to just not seen the game that Brock Purdy had, right, and you just look at the stat line, 23 and 39, 252, 1 tug. Now, Mahomes had 17 to 25, 225, and 2 tugs. So he had 8 more. Brock Purdy had 8 more or less completions, but everybody making a hoopla over the way he played the game, how bad he was for 3 3/4. But like you said, he made the drive at the end of the game to get us in position to win, and that's all that matters. It's either pass or fail in the playoffs, man. Sudden death. You got to get to the next level, and that's what Brock did. So at the end of the day, I'm tired of the hoopla. Even if we win the Super Bowl, it's still going to be some backlash about Brock Purdy because he was Mr. Irrelevant. He's a great quarterback. He fits what Shanahan wants him to do. And, man, I'm pulling for the guy to have a great game this Sunday against the Detroit Lions. One more side note, my dad is from Detroit, so me and him be going at it this weekend, man. So pray for me, fellas.
Kareem, we're praying for you, buddy. Well, it's so hard. We talked to Dave Burkett of the Detroit Free Press. It's hard to hate this Lions team. Although I heard from Mikey V, the great Mikey V up in Petaluma, who just sent me a text saying blank the Lions. That's what he said. So, I mean, are you working up a healthy distaste for the Honolulu Blue?
It's a lot harder than when the 49ers are playing the Cowboys or the Packers or the Eagles. Yeah, any of these teams obviously invoke more emotion, but I am starting to get fired up about these Brock Purdy comments, if we're being honest.
559 says, I rewatched the game last night and noticed Purdy was under duress a lot in that game. No clean pockets and forced to scramble quite a bit. The O-line, low-key, did not have a good game. Against the Green Bay pass rush that was not very vaunted. The Lions pass rush is not vaunted, although they have an outstanding player in Aiden Hutchinson.
Aiden Hutchinson is
who's going to have to be a dude. Yeah,
He's a game record.
And they have a tackle who may be able to neutralize Bosa, Penei Sewell. Now, again, Bosa had more quarterback pressures than anybody in that game, and he's the guy chasing Jordan Love when Love throws that ball late and over the middle.
Which shows the impact that he has in the game when he's not getting sacks.
Right, for sure. Let's go to Jake out in Iowa, the home state of David Montgomery and Brock Purdy's college. What's up, Jake? How are you, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, Jake?
Hey, I'll tell you what. I'd never have understood the 49er fan base hate towards Jimmy, and I'll never understand it towards Brock. Jimmy wasn't the problem. Brock's not really the problem either. Brock cannot play in rainy weather. In college, he played one game against non-scholarship Drake with an Alamo Bowl team with 5 guys on his offense that were NFL players right now, including himself, and they damn near lost the game. All right? When conditions are ideal, Brock's best is sexier than Jimmy's best in Kyle's system.
Yeah.
But if this team's going to win or lose the Super Bowl, it's ultimately, just like Jimmy, it's going to come down to if this defense can close. Tom Brady won Super Bowl 13-6, and nobody talks about it.
Yep. No, Jake, you're 100% right.
Jimmy scored 20 points, and with a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter in a Super Bowl and an NFC Championship game, which should be enough if you got a great defense. Everybody tells me every year how great this defense is. Well, if they can't hold down the Baltimore Ravens in a couple weeks or the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, it ain't going to matter how Brock plays.
Yep. But he'll get knocked for it if it is the defense. And you're right, Jake. Thanks for the next call. We're talking Brock, but, man, the defense is another topic.
I mean, that's the thing. I'm more concerned about the 49ers rushing defense to slow down Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery than I am concerned about Brock Purdy.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, if this track is dry as I'm loving a dry track on Sunday.
Oh, let the boys run.
I mean, it might be kind of warm, too. I mean, yeah, this is Brock weather.
Let the sun shine in Santa Clara, Murph.
Don't forget he's an Arizona kid. We always say Iowa State. Well, he went from 0 to 18 in Arizona.
Correct.
He grew up warm and dry, baby. Yeah, warm and dry. Let's go out to Nate in Pine Grove. Nate, good morning. How are you, man?
Hey, good morning, boys. How we doing?
What's up, Nate?
Hey, so I don't really understand this whole Brock Purdy doesn't elevate everyone's play narrative. Right here, I'm looking at the stats, and George Kittle had more touchdowns this year than any other year.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Ayuk had a career year in basically every other statistical category. And Christian McCaffrey had more receiving touchdowns this year than any other year. So how do you mean he doesn't improve people's play? Like, that is the most ridiculous take I've ever heard.
Nate, you're just coming with too much facts, too much sense.
You're making too much sense, Nate.
Yeah, no, that was a bad take. So, I mean, we just got to listen, somehow, some way, you hope it motivates this guy. I don't know. He says he doesn't listen to it. He says he's at peace with who he is and all that. So, but Nate, great point. Thanks for the call. I have to admit, I was, after seeing Hoosiers and that guy Strap, when he says, the Lord is in me, I feel good. And Hackman's like, he's holding Ollie's hand before the free throw. He says, make it a good one, Strap. I have to admit, at the end of the third quarter, I was like, hey, Brock, go ahead and talk to your guy. Talk to your guy upstairs. We might need
Is anybody listening, Murph?
Forget about the play sheet. Talk to your guy because we need you,
He's
buddy.
got us, Murph. He's got us.
Robert in San Jose is on KNBR right now. Robert, good morning. How are you?
What's up, Rob?
Doing good. Just, everybody's talking about, what are we going to do without Debo in the lineup, but we have plenty of options. We got McCaffrey that we can use as Debo and use Mitchell more. I don't understand. I understand the importance of Debo, but we have options.
Robert, I'm sure I'd like to see Elijah Mitchell get more. Yeah, split McCaffrey. Like you said, Papa was saying, split McCaffrey out and put Mitchell in the backfield.
Yeah, I was say you put them both in the backfield, or obviously Christian McCaffrey's got the skill set. He can go out in the slot. He can do the orbit motion. He can line up in the Deadpool set.
Yeah, it's time for Kyle to utilize those weapons. Good stuff, Robert. I sure do appreciate it. Yeah, man. And all right, guys. Well, listen, I think what we got to do is just draw the curtain on this big hit. We've heard from y'all. We appreciate y'all. We got to get to the cooler of content. We do have Matty Barrows joining us. Help me out with my glasses there at 8:50.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we'll do a little cooler of content next coming up. And then we can get back to you guys around 8:35. But, yeah, listen, I'm just asking, like, if you're looking for conflict in today's world, is there anybody who wants to support Ryan Clark in all this? Does anybody? I mean, the hot take would be to support Ryan Clark, right?
I think so.
What if I came on the air and was like, Ryan Clark is right, man?
Well, I bet Amy Trask supports his take. Dan Orlovsky, maybe.
By the way, I texted with Amy after the game and everything, and she said, I couldn't call you, Murph, because we were in the no-sell area. I was taking a bunch of students tide pooling.
Tide pooling?
Tide pooling. You know tide pooling?
No, I think it was like those Tide Pods that I would do my laundry with.
No, don't do the TikTok Tide Pod thing.
No.
But tide pools where you go out to the coast and there's little pools and you look at like the sea anemones and all that and the sea creatures and all the. And I said to her, yeah, Marcus, get cute. I said to her, oh, that's so great. That's so great that you're helping the community. I said, I just hope you didn't have 7 really good students and Brock Purdy. Oh my God. She sent me back a little emoji.
Nicely done.
So there you go. All right, guys, the cooler of content next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Tyler the Hoopla.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
3-time Super Bowl champion Brent Jones stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to give his reaction to the 49ers' comeback win against the Green Bay Packers and also Mark Chmur's comments from last week. You can hear that podcast and more on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Amichis. I'm still loving our feast on Saturday night. It's funny, a guy texted in, or a gal, I'm not sure, but said, hey, picks or it didn't happen. So I think I might go Amichis again this Sunday, and this time I might post some picks. Come on, man. Let's get some very SFW, safe for work picks there. Amichis East Coast Pizzeria, pickup and delivery. All right, let's talk weeknights. Before we get to the weekend, weeknights, Monday through Thursday, our smart casual Amichis restaurants offer a variety of dine-in specials. We just did the half-price salads last night. What's today? Tuesday. Kids eat free. 1 entree from the kids menu free per paid adult meal. Take the family for dinner. Take the night off from doing dishes. Tomorrow night's half-price. Pasta night, 50% off any pasta, any size. That's good. And then Thursdays after 5 p.m., $10 draft beer pitchers and 30% off all bottles of wine. A little early start on the weekend vibe. So it's all there. Fun afternoon or evening out. By the way, every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, happy hour 3 to 5, 20% off your entire check. I just can't give you enough reasons. And then I'll post picks. 2 words, baby. Amichis delivers.
Bay Point, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Bay Point's sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
In the middle of all the barrage of texts about Ryan Clark and Brock Purdy, 209 just slips in. I think Farhan's waiting for the Super Bowl bye week to surprise us with 2 or 3 big moves.
Farhan-zaidi.
How do you get it? He's loving this Brock Purdy Niner stuff, taking the focus off them. Last night, man, the NBA, God, the Warriors, wow. By the way, Raymond Ritter sent me, wow. He sent me a 10-minute video from Deki, as they call him, Dejan Milojevic, his home club back in Serbia. They had their first game since his death. Dude, I've never seen anything like it. Honest to goodness. They ran a 2-minute video on the screen, and then this screen, it's a dark arena, so you can't really tell that it's an arena. Then the lights go on. Bro, every single person's wearing a black T-shirt with his name and his face on it. And then they start applauding, right? Dude, they applaud. They're all standing and cheering for over almost 3 straight minutes. Dude, it goes so long. Like, it is so, I never, and I was like, this is a 10-minute video. What are we going to get? Then we get to the 5-minute part, and then they unveil this banner of his face, and they start singing this chant in Serbian, but it sounds like they're saying, Dejan Milojevic, and it goes on for 4 minutes. Dejan Milojevic. And they're all wearing, wow. Dude, it's the most stunning, like, tribute. It goes on, and only after 9 minutes do they finally stop. Dude, it goes on the longest time. You're like, they're not stopping. No American crowd has ever done anything close to this. Wow. Not even close. And then finally, in the 9th minute, they bring the teams on the floor, and they have a moment of silence. Then they have a moment of silence on top of that, and then they start the game.
Wow.
I'll send it to you.
I was going to say, I want to see that. But that just shows, like, how meaningful he was to that basketball community in Serbia.
Even Raymond said that he was shocked. But also just American fans, man. If you guys think you got no clue. These Serbian fans, it's unbelievable. It's the best fan outpouring I've ever seen in my life.
That's awesome.
So anyway,
that's
cool because we were talking about the NBA, and the Warriors haven't played since the passing of Milojevic, and they'll play tomorrow night, right? But then the NBA kind of stole some headlines last night. Joel Embiid, 70 points.
Dropping a 70-burger.
And all sorts of comparisons and all this stuff about, it was the anniversary of the night Kobe scored 81, and then Karl Anthony Towns scored 62, and there was only been 4 days in history when 2 guys scored 60 or more, and all sorts of scoring stuff going on.
It's also funny that Cat scored 62 in a loss for Minnesota last night.
And got ripped by his coach.
Yeah.
Timberwolves coach Chris Finch was ripping him.
Well, he went 2 for 10 and was hunting for baskets down the stretch.
They said. So it starts, we're starting with the Charlotte Hornets announcer Eric Collins talking about Karl Anthony Towns hitting another 3 en route to a 62-point night.
38? No!
Wow. Like, that's a shriek.
And that's not even his player. Like,
no.
He's a Hornets guy. Towns is a Timberwolf.
He's on the opposing broadcast. It sounds like he's just seen the Beatles for the first time. Or BTS or one of these bands.
Or considering he has more slaps, maybe the first time seeing Drake.
Yeah, maybe.
Right, buddy,
I don't think anybody screams like that for Drizzy. Actually, they do.
Oh,
Murph.
my God.
But
Eric
wait,
Collins,
Murph,
yes.
there is more. You thought he was enthusiastic about his opposite team, or excuse me, you thought he was enthusiastic about Karl Anthony Towns. Wait till you hear his call of the final free throw last night. Here it was.
He's never made a free throw as a pro, but he has now. I love Leaky. Here we go. One more for the kid. Two beauties, and the Hornets lead by 3.
My guy is feeling it.
So I've never heard anybody celebrate a free throw like that. So Leaky Black, rookie, had never made a free throw, and he actually had a big block on Cat at the end of the stretch, so he had to make those free throws to put the game away, Murph, and he's absolutely losing his mind about his first career free throw.
That was a Monday night in January.
Yeah.
Eric Collins.
I love Leaky.
I love Leaky.
Kevin Durant had a game winner and scored 43 and was like nothing, meant nothing.
Yeah, he's not Leaky Black, Murph.
They told him after the game that Embiid scored 70 and Cat scored 62.
I don't know if you saw Joel Embiid score 70. Cat had 60.
70?
Yeah, Joel had 70 today.
He had 70?
Yeah. So what did nights like tonight mean in the NBA?
Katie's like, damn, I thought I had a good night.
70? S. Oh, man. By the way, they said he joins the Sixers list of players who've scored 70 points, including Wilt Chamberlain, who did it 6 times.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
My dad always told me what was the best, so I was raised on that, man. All right. So Eric Collins, Kevin Durant. Now we go to Buffalo, where they're still talking about Tyler Bass's missed field goal. And by the way, I agree with Mad Dog Russo, who went on a rant I heard yesterday saying, why you're blaming Tyler Bass? The Bills weren't winning that game. Because, I mean, the Chiefs get the ball back with 90 seconds left in a tie game. Bro, you can almost put that in ink.
That's
the Chiefs are going to win that game.
Eternity for Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Jeez, man. So
but
anyway.
still, he missed the kick, and it was wide right once again.
And they were broadcasting it in Korea. Shout out Jung-Hoo Lee. Here it is.
모든 문들을 닫았어요. 그렇기 때문에 조시 앨런 선수가 오른쪽으로 나오면서 시간을 벌어봤지만 오픈된 리시버를 찾을 수 없었습니다. 44야드 거리입니다. 타일러 베스. 오른쪽으로 벗어났어요.
That's pretty darn good. I hadn't heard that yet.
That's good.
Shout out that. What is Tim Ryan's listening going, damn. All right, because Tim likes to scream and yell, and here it is.
오른쪽으로 벗어났어요.
That sounds like the Friday. Damn.
Yeah,
That's what it sounds like.
Now I need the Korean broadcast call of Leaky Black making his first free throw, Murph.
We got Eric. We're gonna need to. Can you stitch together Eric Collins and the Korean NFL guys here? I know that's a big ask, young Tony.
I throw Tony those freaks.
I throw Tony the hottest of potatoes, and he handles it. He's a tough kid. This kid, Tony, behind the glass. You can see him in the rectangle on Twitch and on YouTube. I see him working hard. If you can't, don't worry about it, buddy. We got Matt Barrows coming. So we're going from Charlotte to Korea or Korea to Charlotte? Charlotte.
I love Leaky.
Nicely done, Tony.
오른쪽으로 벗어났어요.
Oh, man. That's an international biff by Tyler Bass. All right, we should probably get out. Good job, guys, on the, should we say, the very noisy cooler of content today.
I love Leaky, Murph.
Oh, man. Shout out to 6 months in a leaky boat, split ends, 1980s.
Oh, I'm surprised you didn't take the low-hanging fruit. Shout out I Love Lucy instead of I Love Leaky.
True, but I wanted to go even more obscure to 6 months in a leaky boat, which you can play as a you don't have to. Split ends. Okay, Matty Barrows, 850. Hey, back to the Purdy calls. I mean, people are just, wow. It is insane that Ryan Clark's comments have inspired a hailstorm. And also started with Amy Trask last week. Don't forget. No love for Brock Purdy. Does anybody out there want to defend Ryan Clark? 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
70? Yeah, 70.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
I mean, yeah, there's, obviously plays that you think about as the game goes on, like, man, I could have been better here. I could have hit that guy who was open. You got to just be better on third down. Like, all that kind of stuff can run through your mind. But, man, it's a testament to our team because the defense got to stop at the end. Field goal kicker missed. And it's like we had what we wanted right in front of us. And so you have to clean the slate. You have to have a clean mind and not try to force anything, take what the defense gives you and find a way, man. We had time on the clock, so it's not like you got to be a superhero, make a play or anything. It's do what what we call the quarterback pack tells you, and go through the progressions and find a way.
The most hated man in America, Brock Purdy. I'm riffing, but certainly getting his share of criticism after taking his team to the NFC Championship for the second straight year. He said the magic words, find a way. The most hilarious story about your partner here in a pickup basketball game down in Scottsdale that Howard Bryant still mocks me. We had a 2-on-2, and Howard and I took on Jeff Chadia and Mark Saxon. It was a spirited game, hard fought, gnarly, as pickup basketball can be, and we hit the winning bucket, and I slammed the ball down and yelled, "Find a way!" I was like, and Howard just fell to the ground laughing. He goes, "You did not just do that."
Find a way and pick up basketball.
I got a little caught up in it.
That's
anyway,
it. You and HB and Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey finding a way to win ball games.
So funny, man. It is one of those cliches, quote, find a way, unquote. You're like, wait, what do you mean find a way? What matchup did you exploit? What block did you throw? What play did you call? But then sometimes it goes back to the old find a way.
Find a way.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of the cliche by any means necessary.
Okay, all right. Shout out Malcolm X. All right, we're getting heavy. Speaking of Malcolm X, and you know me, I know we're supposed to do hot take radio, and it's 2024, and they're trying to beat this old horse here, but I do have to acknowledge the Oscar nominations that just came out. I'm going to rip through these best pictures real quick. I want to take a survey of you guys.
Survey says.
To see if you saw these movies or know about them. These are the best picture nominees. American Fiction.
Nope.
Young Tony? Okay, but I heard it's really good. It's on my list. Anatomy of a Fall.
Nope.
Young Tony, Anatomy of a Fall?
I'd be surprised if I've seen two of these movies.
I don't know anything about that, by the way. Barbie.
Oh, I've seen Barbie. Put that on the list.
I did not see it. Young Tony's up for 3. I'm 0 for 3. You're 1 for 3.
All right.
The Holdovers.
I'm hitting 333.
Holdovers.
No, it's a no for me,
that's
dog.
1. Enjoyed it, but not a best picture level. Killers of the Flower Moon.
Ooh, I want to watch it. Have not had the chance. That's like 3.5 hours, isn't it?
I think that's Oppenheimer. I think Killers might be 3:15.
Oh, same ballpark.
My kid saw it, and he was like, man, it was really long. Maestro saw it. Maestro, pretty good. Yeah, I'm not sure it's quite strong enough to take home the big prize, but next up, Oppenheimer.
I skipped Oppenheimer, actually.
What do you mean you skipped it?
I just haven't watched it.
Yeah.
Again, it's one of those 3.5 hour movies.
Young Tony saw it.
Well,
Okay.
young Tony also complained about it being too long.
Well, just give us your take, man. I won't say it in my ear. I'll tell the masses
His
here.
take is it's too long, Murph.
That's it. That's your only take? It's too long? That's it.
I love hearing him chime in.
Story, acting, filmmaking. Okay, great cast list, but just too long.
Just a little long, Murph.
Well, that's Young Tony's movie reviews.
Yeah.
We're going to get you a sounder for that.
Tony keeps it tight.
Past Lives. Past Lives? No,
No,
none of us saw that.
no.
Poor Things.
No.
That's
no,
Emma
no.
Stone. Anybody with Emma Stone?
Can't say I have.
And then The Zone of Interest. Never even heard of it.
Nah,
I've heard of all the other one. Never heard of
The
The
Zone of Interest did not have my interest.
Did young Kyle see any of these? Young Kyle? California Kyle? He saw Oppenheimer and Barbie.
He did the Barbieheimer.
So I'm the only guy that saw Holdovers and Maestro. We got to see. Of those, the only ones I want to see are American Fiction. I've heard good things. Killers of the Flower Moon. I'll gut it out. And Oppenheimer.
Well, then who's the winner, Murph?
Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And can you bet on these kind of things? There's got to be odds on this.
Yeah, you can bet on it.
I got to get into
Heck
this. Then.
Yeah. So there you go. Anyway, I just wanted to get that out there because we have our finger on the pulse of American culture.
Yeah, as you can tell by how many of those movies I've seen.
All right. Well, it has gotten more. First of all, the movie industry in general has taken a huge hit. But you did see Barbie.
Yeah, I see Barbie, but I'd rather talk Brock Purdy.
Saw it in the theater?
No, I did not.
Streamed it?
Yeah.
Did you have a gal with you? Were you guys cuddling?
Yeah, I watched it at her house, Murph.
Okay, there it
is.
is.
We're going down a road we shouldn't be going down.
Now,
On
Marcus
50,000 watts.
keeps that stuff private.
Close to home. I don't kiss and tell, Murph.
No, he definitely doesn't.
You're damn right I don't. Enough of my public life is public already, Murph. Come on.
They're already noticing you at Levi's saying, Waterboy, where's your girl? Where's your girl, Waterboy? And you're saying which one?
Oh, you took the line out of my mouth.
All right, so Michael in Santa Rosa is going to defend. That's what I'm looking for here. Come on, man. We're just one. We can't just be the Homer station that stamps, bro, Ryan Clark's an idiot. Maybe he's got some merit. Michael in Santa Rosa. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Murph, man. Good morning, Marcus. First of all, Marcus, you're doing a great job since Polymac left, man.
I appreciate that, Michael.
Yeah, I just think you deserve some flowers. So I'm a big Niner fan, big supporter of Brock, lifelong fan. I have a portrait of Candlestick Park tattooed on my stomach. So
nice, dude. Nice.
Yeah, so,
that's huge. I've never. That's amazing. Yeah. All right, go on, Michael. Man. You have my interest now. What's up?
Yeah. So here's my take, man. I think Niners can and will win a Super Bowl with Brock. It's just the question of Brock and all the other elite quarterbacks and stuff. I see where Ryan's coming from. If you swap Brock with Lamar, Mahomes, or Allen, or any elite quarterback, the Niners get significantly better and the other teams get worse. Do you think the Chiefs make the playoffs with Brock Purdy as their quarterback? At times, the lack of size and natural talent shows what happens when 49ers don't have the most talented roster in the NFL.
Yeah, hey, Michael, so here's the question. I appreciate the comment, and I'm with you, and I love the tat on the stomach, too. One of the things you brought up is something that is, and Greg Papa talked to us about this last week, his height. His height is as you get more to the higher and higher levels, the ability to see over the line of scrimmage gets more and more important. And so, yeah, Michael, that's one thing. Now, that said, how big do you think the gap is? So, we will acknowledge that Mahomes, of course, Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league. He's a generational guy. And Josh Allen, look, his talent is undeniable. I don't know his decision-making. Joe Burrow will put in that list, too. And then Lamar, although I'm still not as much sold on Lamar.
I think
but, Michael, how far behind is Brock in your mind? Is he oceans behind or just kind of the next level down?
Man, it's so tough, as we all know, with football, there being so many variables, right, with the coaching and, your surrounding talent. I just have a hard time seeing Brock. The best example I can think of is the Chiefs. Is he throwing is Brock Purdy putting up the same type of stats in the season with Rashee Rice and Kelsey, Kelsey on a down year and Pacheco,
so
right?
Here's an interesting point, Michael. You know what it made me think of? It made me think of, it depends on what his coach, Andy Reid, maybe he does succeed because Andy Reid made Alex Smith really, really good, and he made Matt Castle, wasn't he? Or no, was that Reid or Schottenheimer? But anyway.
I totally agree, Murph. Totally agree. As you're saying that, I think you're right. I think with the offensive coach, that he's good enough to where he can, he's got the Niners offense firing all cylinders. That ball is coming out hot and on time. Outside of the rain games, right? We're really nitpicking here, but.
Yeah. And so, Michael, I'm with you, though, but thanks for the call, and damn, I love that. Is it a candlestick, aerial view, or what's it like? Just what's the...
It's not aerial view. It's from, it's as if you were standing in the parking lot.
I love
looking at it.
Where you used to tailgate, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely, with my dad.
I love it, man. I love it.
Me and my older brother used to, come from the East Bay out there every other week, every other home game as a kid growing up. So.
Are you Santa Rosa native?
No, sir. I'm from Dillon, Castro Valley.
I'm sorry. Oh, Castro Valley. Okay. All right, buddy. Well, hey, you're in a beautiful place now, Santa Rosa. Take it easy, Michael. Thank you.
You too, brother. Have a good one.
Yeah, all right, man. Candlestick tat on the stomach brings you some street cred.
I was going to say, that's pretty legit.
Are we fair? Are we here to admit that Mahomes, Allen, and Lamar are more talented quarterbacks?
Are they better quarterbacks than Brock Purdy? Yes. But I think that's where Ryan Clark has to clarify. Is he talking about them being the elite quarterbacks? Because I don't think Brock Purdy is at that elite level yet. But this year, he has put up MVP-type numbers. Now, if he continues to play at this level for 2-3 years, then he will join those quarterbacks in the elite conversation. But that's what he's got to clarify. Are we just talking about MVPs this season or overall throughout their career? I think we both agree. Mahomes, Burrow, Herbert, those kind of quarterbacks are better skill sets than Brock Purdy.
I want to go back 20 years to when Brady burst on the scene and try to remember if there was this kind of hate. Now, I would say part of the factor is the national media landscape is different. They didn't have First Take and Get Up and all that stuff wasn't on. So we didn't have all this stuff right in our face. Plus, we didn't have Twitter. So any take on Brady wasn't sort of thrust in your face. That's a big difference now. Mm-hmm. Just the ability to have these words thrown at you. I was thinking about Brock Purdy when we were playing those sounds, when he's driving in this morning. What's he listening to? Is he listening to Kyle talk to him on a conference call with Kyle or something? Or is he calling his mom and dad, and they're saying, or Jenna, and she's saying, God, they're saying the worst things about you and all that stuff. I wonder how or if he's getting out of his car and somebody goes, bro, I defended you against Ryan Clark, and Brock goes, well, what are you talking about?
What are you even talking about? Why bring it up? But that's the thing, Murph. Like, not just with social media and the 24-hour landscape that we live in with sports radio and every kind of media entity, but you look at what's going on right now, and you look at the way that Brock Purdy is being talked about, and it does feel different, like these guys are trying to validate some of their former opinions on Brock Purdy. But again, we've got the skill set. We've got the sample size. We've seen Brock Purdy over 2 seasons now, and everybody wants to have that hot take come out after 24 hours. But getting back to your point about whether or not this stuff gets back to players, think about the push notifications that we get on our phone. That's how I found out about this Ryan Clark kind of hot take yesterday. I literally got a notification sent to my phone. Ryan Clark rips Brock Purdy. First of all, why the hell are you even sending me a notification of that? But that's the media landscape that we now live in.
I guess Colin Cowherd did the same stuff, too. I was looking at Dante Whitner's interview yesterday with Papa and Lund, some of the stuff he said. And maybe just before we get out to Matty Barrows, just playing one of these. Like, he talks about, it was ugly, but Whitner said, he had to lead him late. This cut G, 122G. Maybe this is, like, Whitner sees a positive in the fact that they struggled yesterday in the playoffs in a close game.
I feel like it embeds that championship mentality. It's easy to go up and down the field on offense during the regular season when there's not a lot on the line. And we've seen the 49ers fail to come back in recent playoff appearances and games in the fourth quarter. And Brock Purdy put the team on his back. Everybody executed when they had to, and they punched it into the end zone. So that's the type of game that you need to build that championship mentality in the playoffs.
There it is. Dante has spoken. By the way, he'll join Tobin and Copes at 4:50 today. Okay, Matty Barrows will give us a great take. Matty's a rational guy, and he's been following Purdy since Mr. Irrelevant was drafted less than 2 years ago, by the way. This thing has come fast and furious.
So the Brock Purdy timeline is absolutely insane.
Matty Barrows next on The Sports Leader.
Brock Purdy doesn't raise the level of play of anyone around him.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union and helping you invest smarter. Okay, we're talking about a short-term money-saving tip for you. The Pick a Term certificate from Provident Credit Union. Okay, this is the ultimate solution to help your savings grow. So, for a limited time, choose a 3 or 6 month term and enjoy an unbeatable annual percentage yield of 4.75%. Yeah, you heard me correctly. 4.75%. So, with the 3 or 6 month Pick a Term certificate, you are in control of your investments. Don't hesitate. This competitive offer is only available for a limited time. Save smarter and take control of your savings. Visit providentcu.org today to learn more. Rate is effective as of January 2nd, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit providentcu.org.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Really good team. You can see why they're here. Their defense runs around, hits, plays with a lot of energy, got a number of players over there, and then their offense is as good as it gets. They got a great O-line, great quarterback, 2 great running backs, great tight end, and a bunch of good wideouts who play the right way and a hell of a scheme. So pretty obvious to see why they've been so good this year.
Well, there it is, man. We talked to the Detroit Lions beat writer Dave Burkett, and it was pretty interesting. These guys, Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, Sheila Ford Hemp, the great-granddaughter of Henry Ford, making the calls. And these guys went from the most irrelevant, forgotten franchise to America's darlings. And now the Niners are America's villains. And we'll talk about their mountain ahead of slaying the feel-good story. Nobody wants to kill the fairy tale. Nobody wants to be that guy, right?
Here's the
Stomping
thing.
on dreams.
Murph, the Detroit Lions a couple years ago were putting paper bags over their face. Now they're talking about Jared Goff being the king of the 3-1-3.
Well, the man who's presiding over the villainous locker room of San Francisco 49ers is Matty Barrows of The Athletic. Matt Barrows, who we read all the time. I love it, Matt. Here we go. NFC Championship. Honolulu Blue in your life, buddy. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Matt.
Morning, guys. Yeah, well, the 49ers feel like they've got their own fairy tale going here. And that was what struck a lot of the guys at the end of the Green Bay game is that, this could be the last time we're all together like this. And, man, that was going through their minds on that last drive. Get the ball, 6:21 to go. Trent Williams looks at everybody and says, if we don't do something with this ball, this is it. We're not going to get another chance. So, they think that they've got something special going in San Francisco. They felt it for a while, and they almost feel obligated to follow through with a Super Bowl title.
When you say the last time, I don't even want to, get into the offseason because the Lions game is more fun to talk about, but is there an impending breakup here?
Well, no. There's always a breakup on every team. A team doesn't look the same from year to year. Lots of free agents on this team. Most of them are on defense. Juwan Jennings is a restricted free agent. He's playing like a starter, which is fantastic, but some team's going to notice that and going to make him a big offer and things like that. Trent Williams has already said that he does not plan to retire. So I think that's a big deal. But I think it's just the fact that teams change over. Teams don't look alike from year to year.
Yeah, and that's something that we will obviously address in the offseason. But the 49ers are facing off against the Detroit Lions this weekend. But before we get to that Lions preview, Matt, I wanted to ask you about the win over the Green Bay Packers, because there's been a lot of criticism about how the 49ers got the win. But the bottom line is Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan kind of silenced the doubters that said they couldn't complete a fourth-quarter comeback. So was this a good win for the 49ers to kind of be battle-tested in this playoff run?
I think everybody was surprised by how poorly, but how disjointed they looked. I think the rest got them out of sync. I think the rain was problematic for everybody, Brock Purdy especially. And the question is whether that fourth quarter drive, by the end of the game, they were back in sync and sort of back to their former selves, and that they can carry that over into the Lions game. Because, if they play a full game against the Lions like they were against the Packers, I think it's going to be tough to win it. They need to be, back to who they were mid-December, after the bye, November, that type of thing. So, I think it's really interesting that their number one goal was to get the top seed. The top seed, which gets you that week of rest, which gets you home field advantage. And both of those things really went against them against the Packers. They were almost too rested. Mm-hmm. They were the ones having trouble with the home field. The Packers didn't have as much trouble keeping their footing on the wet surface as the 49ers did. So, bottom line is that they survived that, and the hope among the 49ers is that last drive really got that offense back into sync, and that they're just going to keep rolling against Detroit.
So wild to see Brock be so off target on so many throws in the first three quarters. And you just addressed rust and rain and all that. But to you, having covered this guy now for a year plus where he's been the quarterback, should we just flat say it's the rain? He's a bad rain quarterback. I mean, now with two really strong games of evidence, can we make that call?
Yeah. I mean, I don't see how you can avoid that. I mean, the mere fact that he was after the game, he talked about, I was thinking about a glove and I put it on and then I took it off. It just suggests somebody who was uncomfortable out there and insecure about his throws in the rain. The other part is the rest. Remember, he admitted to when Kyle Shanahan said, we're not going to play you in Week 18. You're going to sit out this Rams game. He sort of, challenged that. He's like, wait, is that really the right thing to do? So, rhythm was an issue for him too. He was worried about, getting cold. And, both of those things came to fruition. Now, I keep saying this. I think that he heated up. I mean, I think he found his groove again by the end of the game. That throw to Chris Conley was a really, really nice one. The throw to Brandon Ayuk was a great one, even better catch, really. And his scramble was big as well. And I think all of those things sort of jarred him back into the groove that he may have lost over early January.
I'm with you, Matt. Matt Barrows of The Athletic. And to prove I read my Matt Barrows of The Athletic, I want to praise Matt Barrows for his pregame piece in the bye week, I believe, that said, since we have a week to worry, let's choose the 5 areas of worry for the 49ers. And 2 of them were glaringly out. You said special teams, and they had a field goal blocked and blew kick coverage in a big way, in a critical way that almost cost them the game. And you also said Cleve Ferrell setting the edge on run D that Chase Young and Randy Gregory hadn't proved that they can. Matt, you went 2 for 2 on those, dude. Tell us about picking those out and watching that play out.
Well, I hate to say it. It keeps going from there. I said Ambry Thomas was another one. I said Brock in the rain was the other one.
You went 4 for 4.
What was number 5?
I can't summon it right now, but during the game I was like, oh my gosh, I have special powers. What's going on here? Or, oh my God, Matt LaFleur was reading my story the whole way. But yeah, I mean, all of those things were issues. The number 3 cornerback, the 49ers have just advertised that as a problem. They went after Anthony Brown. Remember, Anthony Brown was on this roster for a few weeks early on. He was the ex-Cowboys cornerback. He didn't work out. And they bring in Jason Verrett, and it's, Jason Verrett looks so sharp. We're going to bump him up from the practice squad. They were getting ready to play him throughout that Rams game when he hurt his shoulder in practice and was done for the season. If that injury doesn't happen, it's Jason Verrett in that game, throughout. And, so the Rams know that, and the Rams know that of the 3 cornerbacks, Ambry Thomas is the weak link. And so they went after him, and it worked. I forget what the figure was. I think it was 61 yards of pass interference penalties against him. And both of those calls came on 3rd down. So the 49ers were putting the Packers in 3rd down a lot of times, and they would, in the first half at least, invariably come up with a play or a big penalty that got them the 1st down. And then the Cleveland Ferrell thing, I went back to see whether Chase Young, who is subbing in for Cleveland Ferrell, was the culprit on a lot of these running plays. And I didn't get a strong conclusion that way. That 53-yarder by Aaron Jones, the big mistake, there were a lot of mistakes on that play, but the big one was by the safety, Logan Ryan, just whiffed on the tackle. I mean, that's what the safety has to do. That's why the 49ers call that position the eraser. You erase everybody else's mistakes. And boy, he came up with nothing on that one, and 53 yards later, Aaron Jones is still running. It was to Chase Young's side. He got blocked down by a receiver, and you're a 275-pound guy. Do you let that happen? I don't know, but it'll be interesting to hear what Steve Wilkes says about that play, because I think a lot of things went wrong right there, and it sort of highlighted a lot of year-long issues for this team.
And Matt, I'm actually glad that you brought up the name Logan Ryan, because that was my next question. I want to get your breakdown of Kyle Shanahan and Steve Wilkes' decision to start Logan Ryan over Jair Brown, and whether or not that's going to be the same strategy this weekend against the Lions.
I don't know. I don't think it should be, but it was, I don't want to say it was last minute, but, I mean, Jair Brown went through the week thinking that he was going to start that game. And the fact that he didn't play any special teams also leads me to believe that this was a last-minute decision. Usually when you're not a starter, you're on special teams. And Jair Brown was neither. He and Sam Darnold were the only two players in uniform who didn't play a single snap in the game. So, yeah, I mean, it sounded like it was last minute. It sounded like, oh, you know what, we're worried that Matt LaFleur is going to pick on the rookie. He's been off for a while. He has had a couple of busts here and there, not many for a rookie. And, the 49ers all thought that he was playing like a veteran, but they saw Ryan play really well in that finale against the Rams and said, you know what, let's just go with a veteran here. It's a lot to ask a rookie who's been off for a few weeks to come in and play in the playoffs against a hot team. So I think that's what the thinking was there. Does Jair Brown make that tackle? I think he does, or at least he slows Aaron Jones down. He's more dynamic. Maybe you are taking more of a risk with a rookie back there, but he's faster and he makes more plays, and he's a good interception guy. And, at some point you just got to kind of throw caution to the wind and say, okay, these are my guys. I believe in them. Let's roll the dice, and heaven forbid, let's play a rookie.
1981, 3 rookies starting in the secondary en route to a Super Bowl championship. Maddie, the last big question before I let you go is Debo, obviously. And I know you are not a doctor, nor do you play one on TV. But, the question would be, we looked at the numbers with him and without him. It's 31 points with him, 18 points without him. I mean, that was the simplest way to put it. Without him, what could make up for it? With him, everything's okay, even though he's playing hurt. What do you know? What do you hear? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think, let's say they play without him. They're going to be better off, obviously, than they were against Green Bay when they thought they were going to have him, and he leaves in the second quarter, which screwed everything up. That first play of the third quarter, where Juwan Jennings oddly runs the ball. He's in the backfield, and he takes a carry for -1 yards. That was because Debo wasn't there, and that they had to. They called a play, and because Debo wasn't there, you omit a word. They forgot to omit the word, and they end up with that bad play, and that's a critical play, because that's sort of the twofer that Shanahan is hoping for. He's hoping for the field goal at the end of the first half that gets blocked, and he's hoping to take the kickoff and then score on the other end, and all of a sudden you're starting out with a negative. And they had to punt on that drive, and it didn't start out well. So the mere fact that he wouldn't play means that JJ, Juwan Jennings, or Ray McLeod has practiced all week, is well versed, and they're not going to have any of those play call issues. If he does play and he's hurt, the question is, I mean, is it one of those Debo games where he's in, where he's out? Do you have a full Debo? Are you working with half a Debo? And worse, are you creating a situation where Debo Samuel gets more hurt, and you win the game, but he's not available to play the Chiefs or the Ravens in the Super Bowl? So all of those things come into play. I think it's a pain management thing right now, and obviously the pain was such that he couldn't finish the game against the Packers. So we're talking about a painful injury that the 49ers hope calms down enough by tomorrow, by Thursday, to give them an indication about whether he'll be able to play, which allows them to put in some plays for Deebo Samuel in the game.
No Jawan Jennings in the backfield.
Yeah, I'd say that. No kickoff, no short kickoffs.
Oh my God! By the way, was that strategy?
Wow.
Yes, that's strategy.
That's bad strategy.
It's also hubris because if you've learned one thing this year, it's that you know what, we don't cover kickoffs very well. Let's just boot them all deep into the end zone. They decided, maybe they were buoyed by George Odom being back, that you know what, we're gonna take on the number one kickoff return team in the league this year. Let's see what we can do. Let's say that was a bad decision.
Remember the old SNL skit, Bad Idea Jeans? Remember that?
I don't remember that.
Oh,
no.
gosh, you guys. Oh, there was a really funny ad. There's digital ads they do, and it was for it was taken off on like Dockers. It was called Bad Idea Jeans. There was a bunch of guys playing pickup basketball, and the guy's like, hey, so you guys tearing up the floors over at your place? He's like, yeah. He goes, you're renting, right? He goes, yeah, we're renting. And it's a bunch of there's a lot of, and so they get a little saltier and a little more not safe for work, but a lot of bad idea, and it's called Bad Idea Jeans. And it's making bad ideas.
Bad Idea Jeans.
Yeah,
I heard they're selling that. Sorry, man. I heard they're selling those jeans down at Levi Stadium.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. So, hubris, Maddie. Hubris, damn it. No hubris. An extreme and unreasonable feeling of pride or confidence in oneself. That's a dictionary.
Yeah, and when you have no reason to have that pride and confidence in oneself, and you do it anyway, that's what sort of got me. It's like, you know what, we've been struggling with kickoffs all year. Let's do it here in the playoffs.
So that was strategy. Put two cheeks into it. Put it at the back of the end zone, 25-yard line. Let's just call it a deal.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
All right.
Bold strategy.
All right, very good. All right, Maddie, it's always great here. And by the way, I mean, wow, that preview was spot on, man. You have superpowers.
Yeah, I really do. It's almost like I was watching this team from start to finish.
There you go, buddy. All right, enjoy the week.
All right, anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
Matt Barrows taking on the Honolulu Blue, and he nailed it. So I forgot Ambry Thomas was one of his other ones, too.
I'm so curious to look up what that fifth worry was.
I'll go find it. All right.
We didn't ask him what he's worried about this week, Murph.
Right, we didn't.
Oh.
Darn it. We book him again?
Nostro Barrows.
Let's do this. Let's get back to riling y'all up. Brock Purdy's getting a lot of hate. Did you guys find the Steve Young stuff, too? We did. Steve Young addressed it on Rich Eisen. And it's all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Oh, my gosh, I have special powers.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The hitman Dante Whitner stopped by the Papa and Lunch Show yesterday to break down the 49ers' comeback win over the Green Bay Packers and how they can fix some of their defensive issues before taking on the Detroit Lions this weekend. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Hercules, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' sports leader.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
He became Mr. Efficient. The ball came out. They made the completions. They made the plays. He did everything that you would want a Super Bowl quarterback to do in the key moments. And he's young. It's amazing. There's going to be a movie about him. There's going to have to be a movie about him at some point. And I've interviewed him and know him, and he's just a fascinating human being. And again, I think he's one of the best in the league, and he does it in his own Brock Purdy way. And I've said for over a year, let Brock cook.
Steve Young on Rich Eisen. I want to shout out my buddy Geeve, who sent me the heads up on that. He said, go check out Steve Young on Rich Eisen. Let Brock cook.
Let Brock cook.
That's pretty funny.
I mean, Steve's been talking about Brock cooking, Brock having like the Jedi Force for the last couple of seasons now, Murph.
So that was part of the deal that we are up against. It started with Amy Trask last week, and it rolled into Ryan Clark on Monday.
Throwing a Dan Orlovsky. Like, there's people all across
didn't put him in the top five, right?
He's the top five scary
right, so we have
quarterbacks.
So we have three.
Ooh,
did he have Jordan Love on that list?
He had Jordan Love and Baker Mayfield on that list. And Josh Allen, three quarterbacks who did not lead a game-winning drive.
All guys who threw critical picks at the end of games.
Exactly. Ooh, so scary.
Hey, technically, and you know me, Waterboy, I'll drive into this because I don't have my own OPEX screen. But I guess it is scary if you throw interceptions late. All right, thank you very much. I mean, so Brock Purdy does not throw the pick in the fourth quarter. Jordan Love throws two in the second half. Baker Mayfield throws his. I get it. I like Jordan Love and Baker Mayfield. I do. But so we have three national. I'm counting Amy because she's been on national TV and she was the GM of the Raiders.
She's got a podcast now.
Yes. So three national figures go coast to coast have all given Purdy slander. And we just kind of peaked yesterday when Ryan Clark said what he had to say for the 9 o'clock crowd. If you want to, and people have brought this up as we played it all morning. So what's Ryan Clark saying? That he was like lying to us during the season? It's like, dude, if you believed it in September, October, November, December, you should have said it.
I mean, listen to the beginning of this cut. He goes, I got to go into my confessions here. Like, who is he, Usher, performing at the halftime show? These are my confessions, Murph?
Yeah, so here he is. Ryan Clark?
I'm about to make a confession. The single hardest thing I had to do this year was act like Brock Purdy deserved to be in the conversations with the other people we're mentioning in that tweet. Because he was playing extremely well and operating in that offense and distributing the ball to Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, we had to continue to include him in conversations with the Lamar Jacksons. We had to continue to include him in conversations with the Josh Allen. Those things are not alike. Brock Purdy is a fine player. Brock Purdy can operate in Kyle Shanahan's offense at an extremely efficient level. Brock Purdy doesn't raise the level of play of anyone around him.
Okay, so we've attacked this all morning. And 808 KNBR is the phone number, by the way. If you want to check in 9 o'clock crowd, we had a ton of calls this morning in the 6, 7, and 8 about this. I mean, I guess the hottest take to say is anybody out there want to defend Ryan Clark? I certainly, through three quarters, was not pleased with Brock Purdy on Saturday night, and I wondered if the moment was too big, and I thought, well, no, he's been in playoff games before, and he's played capably against the Seahawks and the Cowboys. And then you start thinking about the rain. It's like, bro, this guy is the freaking, what's the witch who melts in the in the Wizard of Oz.
Talking about the Wicked Witch of the East, the West, one of them.
Whichever one, they throw water on her.
Yeah.
That's it, right?
Yeah.
Isn't she toast?
She starts melting.
Yeah. Doesn't she literally say, I'm melting, I'm melting? Yeah, that's Purdy. I mean, that's really where I'm at. Then again, he was able to throw accurately in the final drive in the rain. Well, you were there. Was it raining in the fourth quarter?
No, fourth quarter, it definitely lightened up. First quarter was the heaviest rain of the game, and that's where we saw a lot of the missed throws from Brock Purdy. Yeah. But he was missing throws even when it was dry in the third quarter before that fourth quarter game-winning drive. So let's not skip over the point and act like we're just defending Brock Purdy. No, he had a bad game.
Yes.
But the bottom line is he had a bad game and still led a fourth quarter comeback touchdown drive to give his team the victory.
Bro, I mean, that's what it's all about. And we've talked about this over and over and over again about Joe Montana and other quarterbacks, Tom Brady. And I'm not saying that he's Brady or Montana yet, but we're saying, can you win the game? You play 60, baby. You play 6. That's another thing. People want to form their takes halfway through the game. Yeah. You know what I mean? Oh, well, he's Barry stinks. Let it play out. Let's see what happens. And you can win a game late after sucking for 3 quarters. It's exactly
it's
what
one of the oldest cliches in sports. It's not how you start, it's how you finished. And Brock Purdy finished with a touchdown drive. Meanwhile, one of the scariest quarterbacks, Jordan Love, finished the game with an interception, his second of the game, to Dre Greenlaw.
And he missed a third down pass that set up a Niners, was it the field goal or did the Niners? Anyway, he missed a 3rd and 2 where a back was open. So the moment got to him a little bit too. And he was listed as one of the 5 scariest quarterbacks. Or Amy Trask said 7 outstanding quarterbacks and Brock Purdy. I don't know what it is. Is it the Jimmy Garoppolo effect? That Jimmy was a system guy here, took the Niners to a Super Bowl, and then went to Vegas and looked terrible?
I think that's it. A lot of people hold the Kyle Shanahan kind of system to a standard, and they saw all the success that Jimmy Garoppolo had in it. And look, Jimmy won a whole lot of games, but you're absolutely right. Look what he did this year with the Raiders when he led the NFL in interceptions before he got hurt, and then he was benched for Aiden O'Connell. So there's a lot of people who were doing victory laps, shout out Dieter Kurtenbach, about Jimmy Garoppolo and the Kyle Shanahan system, and now they're using that same argument against Brock Purdy.
818 says he doesn't raise the level of, this is on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 818 says he doesn't raise the level of players around him, and yet 4 of his receivers and running backs have over 1,000 yards each. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's literally raising the level.
Tell that to George Kittle, who set a career high in touchdowns last year when Brock Purdy took over.
Say again?
I said tell it to George Kittle, who had a career high in touchdowns last year when Brock Purdy took over. Yes, tell it to Brandon Ayuk, who became second-team All-Pro this year.
Yeah. 510 says, Ryan Clark's right. Purdy is not on the level of Lamar Jackson, Pat Mahomes, or Josh Allen. But other than Joe Burrow, nobody else is at that level. It's like comparing Pat Bailey to Buster Posey. Yes, he's good, but he's not Posey yet. 408 says, I think he elevated Jawan Jennings and Chris Conley. Right? I mean, Chris Conley's funny. Chris Conley's a 9-year vet. Here's the time-worn 650. Yes, Joe Montana threw 3 interceptions before he threw the catch. 916, this is CHP Joe. He says, even Montana had bad days, but like Montana, Purdy stepped up when he needed to. 209 says, no rain in the forecast for next Sunday, and the Super Bowl is being played in a dome. So no more moisture in Brock's future.
So it's going to be clear skies for Brock Purdy moving forward.
That's the story.
And Murph, I want to just circle back to a texter who was talking about the comparison to Mahomes and Burrow and Josh Allen and all these top quarterbacks. You know what the biggest difference is between those quarterbacks and Brock Purdy? Brock Purdy makes less than $1 million per year. He makes $850,000. We're literally talking about franchise quarterbacks that are making $40, $50 million per year. Yes, then their standard is higher. Brock Purdy was the last pick of his draft, is the lowest paid quarterback in the NFL. We literally have college kids out here making more money than him. So again, that's why they don't need Brock Purdy to be the MVP of this team, as great as an accomplishment it would be if he's point guard Purdy, if he's spreading it around to the rest of the system. The 49ers have a fantastic chance to win any ball game they play.
I wonder if there would be any difference if Moody had made the field goal in Cleveland. He would have a comeback on his ledger. Mm-hmm. Be like, hey, man, he did it in Cleveland in the rain.
And we were talking about how different the narrative would be if Brock Purdy would have thrown a touchdown pass instead of Christian McCaffrey running the ball in this past weekend.
Right. 8925 says, the one thing that we all know for sure is that Brock Purdy does not care what Ryan Clark or anybody else says about him. That's what I love about that piece. He's strapped from Hoosiers, guys.
Tunnel vision.
623 with the text of the day begs the question, how did the Wicked Witch of the West bathe? How did she bathe?
Oh, I don't even want to think about that.
Taking like a sponge bath there,
Ooh,
too?
that smell. Shout out Skinnerd.
925 says, Ryan Clark is nothing but noise. And that's when Billy Bean once said that when I was covering the A's. And we had some negative storyline and we were coming at him. And he said, listen, he goes, I build the team. We play the game. He goes, you guys are just noise. That's what he said. I was like, thanks, Bill. Thanks, Billy.
That's it. You got to fade the noise.
That's what he said.
Fade
he goes,
the
yeah,
noise.
He goes, I enjoy you guys. I like talking to you, but you're just noise. So
that's pretty good.
Turn down the volume.
That's almost as good as Jeff Kent complaining about KNBR.
KNBR, that's all you guys do all day long. Bitch about the game. Enjoy the game more.
Enjoy Brock Purdy more, Murph.
Do I have to hit Billy where it hurts and say, well, at least with the noise, I got to phrase this the right way here. What's the best way to say? Well, at least with the noise, we can win a crapshoot.
Oh,
I don't know, something like that.
Okay.
I don't know. That was his big thing. He actually said my S doesn't work in the playoffs, is what he said famously. 562, Brock Purdy elevated the 49ers to a victory, and that's all that matters. Bang, bang. 408 says 4 1,000-yard receivers never happened, and the numbers went up when Purdy was put in after Jimmy went down.
This isn't surprising to anybody that watches the Kyle Shanahan system and has watched the 49ers over the past couple of years. Brock Purdy is playing the best football as a quarterback in Kyle Shanahan's system in San Francisco. The only guy that's arguably played better in that system is Matt Ryan when he had his MVP season.
916, by the way, says, hey, Marcus, a lot of people look horrible with the Raiders.
Oh, come on. Come on. Why are we going to go down that road, huh?
Oh, there you go, man.
Blame Jimmy for all this
all right,
slander.
guys. Well, that's where we're at. 808 KNBR is the phone number. If you agree with Ryan Clark or you want to just somehow defend Brock for what he did, as we say in John Wooden's pyramid of the pyramid of success, competitive greatness, I think is the one at the top. I think. I better bone up on my pyramid. I should know. Shouldn't I know that?
You should know the pyramid, Murph.
Or is faith the one at the top? I should know that. But one of the high ones is competitive greatness. Be at your best when your best is needed, which, by the way, I always used to look at that and say, well, that's easy for you to say.
I was going to say, isn't your best always needed?
I was going to say, it's easy for you to say. You're not the guy. You're not me missing a 6-foot putt when I'm playing my buddy on Friday at Mill Valley Golf Club. Damn, I needed to be at my best, and I pulled the putt. You know what I mean? So let's look up the pyramid of success. All right, guys, we have some comments from Kyle on Brock's game, some comments from Kyle on Debo, and I got some stats for you guys on the Niners with Debo and without, which we'll get into on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Let Brock cook.
Yeah, baby. Kick them. Put on your Daisy Dukes and eat your Daisy Brand. All right. Daisy Brand, French onion, and ranch dip. Deuce sings it. You eat it. Dip chips. Dip wings. Dip pizza. Game-changing flavor. Better than the dips you make at home. No MSG. Look at the ingredients. It's simple. Just like awesome taste is the ingredient. Tastes so amazing, so addictive. You can't stop eating it. Come on, baby. Kick that Daisy Brand, French onion, and ranch dip. So addictive, you won't stop.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is an amazing development to me for a variety of reasons. And let's start with the news. As buried in a long article from Nick Wagner of ESPN.com regarding Brock Purdy. Down near the bottom is a story shared by Purdy that he was told by 49ers coach Kyle Shanahan in the offseason that if healthy, Purdy would be the starting quarterback unless the 49ers could lure Tom Brady to play for the team he grew up rooting for, the team he wanted to play for in 2020, but the 49ers said thank you and no to Tom Brady then, and might have had serious regrets about it because, and I think Shanahan has said this, they thought that he was just too old to be as effective as he had been. 3 years later, they wanted him to supplant the quarterback who had taken them to the NFC Championship game, had gotten injured early, and then ultimately the 49ers lost to the Eagles.
Yeah, it's Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk. And the crazy thing is, I walked in this morning, by the way, after getting shut down on 101 South again. By the way, shout out. So I think the work they're doing on the Golden Gate Bridge, and I say literally, has taken longer than the building of the Golden Gate Bridge.
Murph, I think I've been on the morning show for 4 years, and I've heard you complain about this commute every single day almost.
I think they built the bridge in, somebody look up how long it took to look the Golden Gate Bridge up. Give me that, young Tony. How long did it take to build the Golden Gate Bridge? Well, there's certainly, they've gone, what, you say all 4 years? Anyway, point is, I was walking in a little late, a little flustered, a little out of my rhythm, like Brock Purdy in the rain. And Marcus goes, how about this Tom Brady story? I said, what do you mean? What is this, 2020? What are you talking about? You got an answer? 4 years, 4.5 months? Okay, we're working about the same.
We're encroaching the same territory, Murph.
And you said, no, Nick Wagner had a quote last week that nobody talked about, where Brock Purdy said just this past offseason, so less than a year ago.
After the 49ers lost the NFC Championship game to the Eagles.
That Kyle Shanahan told him, you're our guy unless we sign Tom Brady. Do you have the exact quote?
So, yeah, I have the quote right here. So, earlier in the season, Niners coach Kyle Shanahan sat down with Brock Purdy and assured him that if he was healthy, he would be the starter unless Brady wanted to play one more season for his hometown Niners, Murph. Tom Brady back in our life again.
It's hilarious. I mean, that's kind of amazing that Brady retired February 1, so they would have tried to get him. If you're Brock, does that bum you out in any way?
Well, Murph, I'll tell you what Brock Purdy's response was because he also gave those quotes to Nick Wagner. Purdy said, I remember him saying, if we can get Tom Brady, we're going to try to get him. And I was like, yeah, he's the GOAT. I get it. But something deep down inside of me was sort of like, dude, I showed you that I can play well in the system, and we were one game away from the Super Bowl, ... More than anything, I was like, okay, now let's go.
Okay.
So Purdy did take it some kind of way, even though it is the GOAT in his own words that we're talking about.
It's awesome. It is kind of, as somebody wrote in and said, you can be my girlfriend unless I find someone hotter. 530 texted that. Mm-hmm. So, well, listen, man, it's a cutthroat business, man. They're always going to do that.
And of course, there was
nothing easy,
True.
nothing earned, or nothing given, I should say.
And there's also uncertainty surrounding Brock Purdy with the elbow surgery during the offseason. The 49ers did not know if he was going to be ready to go week 1 against Pittsburgh.
Yeah, 650 says, guys, don't forget, Purdy was coming off major elbow surgery. It's a true story. But Brady had finally retired for good.
So you think?
Yeah.
He got us with that fake retirement for 40 days and 40 nights the first time.
I think the record will show that back in the day, I supported it. I think I was, when it was like a possibility, even though we had Jimmy, I said you got to get Brady.
I supported it after the Super Bowl loss. When there was talk about moving on from Jimmy and going with Tom, that's why circling back to that shop interview that he did with LeBron James with the famous quote, you're sticking with that mother blanker over me. My entire time, I thought he was talking about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Wasn't it Derek Carr and the Raiders?
See, people have disputed the reports, whether it's Derek Carr and the Raiders, whether it was Ryan Fitzpatrick with the Dolphins or the Bills at the time. Like, there was a few other teams floating out there. But to me, it makes sense. If there was a connection to the 49ers, his hometown team after they lost the Super Bowl, to me, he was talking about Jimmy.
Given Brady's insanity, it could have been something he just made up, too.
True.
You know what I mean? Just to fuel himself. 415 says, you guys are talking about noise. Brock has a gift of turning noise to sweet melodies. How about that? Well, that's a true story that they were talking about Brady.
Would you have taken Tom Brady this offseason?
Yes.
over Sam Darnold.
I learned my
Why not?
lesson.
Yeah.
I learned my lesson. Although his last year in Tampa wasn't looking too great.
No, I mean, they got to the playoffs, won the NFC South. But
At 8-9, right?
8-9. He had a losing record and got knocked out the first round of the playoffs and didn't make it as deep as Baker Mayfield in the Bucs this
And should
year.
we not forget what happened when Brock Purdy took on Tom Brady in his first career start?
Mm-hmm. The first rookie quarterback to ever beat Tom Brady in their first career start.
Once again, quarterback versus quarterback stats.
Of
808 KNBR. That's a big one. Like, does Mahomes own Josh Allen, or does Mahomes take advantage of the Bills' defense and Allen doesn't take advantage enough of the Chiefs' defense? I mean, there's that quarterback. Our win's a quarterback stat. You can do that any day. If we have a slow day in March, let's just throw that out there. Our win's a quarterback stat. 808 KNBR.
If it fits your narrative, then yeah. Like, I got no problem saying Joe Burrow dominates Patrick Mahomes up in Burrowhead, even though they did lose last year in the playoffs.
Yeah. 707 says, shouldn't be overlooked how transparent Kyle is with his players. Lesser teams would let that turn toxic quickly. The Niners have had this great locker room for sure.
Now,
by the way, yeah.
Here's my question, because obviously now with these Nick Wagner quotes from Brock Purdy, we know that Kyle talked to Brock Purdy about bringing Tom Brady. Do you think Kyle Shanahan had conversations with then maybe starting quarterback Trey Lance about Tom Brady coming to the Niners?
Who knows? When did they trade Trey? Was it in the summer?
Well, Trey was, last preseason game of the year, I believe.
Yeah.
Third or fourth preseason game.
Yeah, did he tell Trey?
Did he tell Trey?
We had a follow-up with Trey Lance. By the way, when will we see Trey Lance in the NFL?
Will we ever see him again?
I mean, if Dak flails again?
I mean, we had the Trey Truthers out in Dallas that were complaining on the news station about bringing him out over Dak.
You still have that one? No, that's too hard to find, Tony, isn't it? He doesn't. I mean, it would take another flop from Dak for him to get there.
Like, think about that. Like, last year, after Trey Lance watches Brock Purdy go down with an injury in the NFC Championship game, in his opinion, he's got a chance to maybe take the starting job. Then you throw in Sam Darnold coming to town. Then you throw in these Tom Brady rumors. It seemed like they really did give up on Trey Lance.
Something haunts me about the Trey Lance thing, and this is probably unfair, but I'll throw it out there anyway just because it's Sports Talk Radio and we're doing 4 hours to get you guys through your commutes and your mornings, is Trent Williams, who just seems like unimpeachable, great dude, great leader, Hall of Famer. Can't ever say a bad word about him. This is kind of unfair, but it sticks in my head. When Trey arrived in this, what was it year? Was it 2020 or 2021?
I think
either way.
2020.
When he got drafted, we had Trent on that August from camp. He goes, guys, this is a generational talent, man. We're seeing right here a guy who's going to change. Like, I can't remember the exact quote, but he used the phrase like a once in a generation. I was like,
he almost went full Jaws with Kaepernick.
Now, is that just, yeah, exactly. Yeah. But is that, listen, we all have wrong takes. You and I took the Niners minus 9.5, and we also took the frickin' Texans plus 9.5, right?
Correct.
So we all have wrong takes. So I'm not going to hold Trent to it, but I just wonder sometimes what people say just to pump their guy up or something like that. You know,
that's why I'm always interested going back to training camp when we were talking so much about arm talent, whether it's Matt Mayoko's comments about Sam Darnold, and I would ask, what about the arm talent of Trey Lance, which you'd think he has all the intangibles, which is why he was a top 3 draft pick. But there's a difference, and we've seen that difference between guys like Trey Lance, guys like Jamarcus Russell you could throw out there. Like, I don't care how strong your arm is. If you don't have your mentals right as a quarterback, you're not going to succeed.
Yeah, and Brock had him together in the fourth quarter. Did you find young Tony? Are you kidding me? This would have been from like 2020 or 2021.
Yeah, no, he's talking about the Cowboys news report after they were eliminated, and there was a Cowboys fan calling for Trey Lance to start after Dak.
Look at this kid.
Had 2 pick sixes against the Green Bay Packers.
Dak, get him out of here. Trey Lance, the next stud. Let's go. Let's go, Rangers.
Trey Lance, the next stud. Let's go, Rangers.
Well, the Rangers lost Aroldis Chapman to the Pittsburgh Pirates.
I saw that.
Yeah, how about that? Pirates think they have a chance?
No, they don't. I don't think they might think that, but they don't.
The NL Central, the 808 KNBR, NL Central handicapping.
Yeah, I'm not getting into that.
So anyway, out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text lines. 707 simply says, blank the haters. Jealousy is an ugly color. Doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning. Brock the Rock. We had Dan Campbell himself say, well, it's the playoffs, man. You win 2-0, you're good. Although, if you win 2-0 now, you just tune in on Monday morning and somebody's going to rip you.
Yeah, of course.
So,
only scored 2 points.
So there you go. 707 says, I do not understand this Purdy perspective. He's never lost a playoff game he started and finished. He hasn't thrown a pick in any of those games. He has distributed the ball to multiple players who've had career years, and he's taken the team to the NFC Championship. I mean, get real. People will talk about, Darnell Savage dropped a pick. Well, welcome to the world, buddy.
Yeah, congrats.
Welcome to the world.
I saw the Tampa Bay Buccaneers drop a pick this past weekend against Jared Goff and the Lions. Guess what? Jared Goff and the Lions are playing this weekend, and so is Brock Purdy and the Niners.
Was there a drop pick?
Oh, yeah. Blatantly in the middle of the end zone, first drive of the game for the Lions. Buccaneers should have had a pick early in that game, but no one's bringing up those drop picks.
That's right. And how about the fact that's where you got to give Dre credit for catching the damn ball.
Both of them.
Yeah, you don't have to catch those. You know what I mean? Sometimes those things.
That's always the joke about defensive players. That's why they drop interceptions. That's why they're playing defense and they're not wide receivers.
Dude, I put one offhanded comment. I look at the text line. First guy, 510. Pirates have a better chance than the Giants.
Oh, there it is. You open the door, Murph. You open the door.
I put one text out there, dude. One text.
Why don't roll this Chapman to the Pirates drop?
And 408 says, don't forget, Lewis Billups dropped a pick. I said that yesterday, and they turned it into a promo. I was in my car. I heard it. We were talking about Lewis Billups. Joe Montana threw one. Billups should have picked it. Joe never threw a pick in the Super Bowl, but Lewis Billups dropped one. I mean, what are you going to do?
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
I mean, Steve Bartman interfered with Moises Alou. Jose Cruz Jr. dropped a pop-up down the right field. This is why we play the games, guys.
It's a make or miss league, and you missed the opportunities.
This is why.
Sorry, I'm not sorry.
We play the freaking games. 408 says, is there any chance the Tom Brady remarks by Kyle were just to fuel Brock for the season? I don't think Kyle does that. I think Kyle's just relentlessly honest and just told him, hey, listen, we're looking to bring in Tom Brady, and if not, you're our guy. It is kind of hard to hear that too. If you, although I recall when I was being recruited to KNBR in 2004, it's a pretty funny story. I was being recruited, and I was like, wanted to stay at the Chronicle. I wasn't sure, and right at that time, you know who was hot on KNBR was Gary's guy, Tony Bruno.
That's right.
Gary Radnich and Tony Bruno had that sizzling hot segment, and I didn't know anything about radio or whatever. And Dave Del Grande, who was a great writer at the Alameda News Group, wrote a column on media, and he wrote, the KNBR is trying hard to sign Tony Bruno for their morning show, but he's asking for too much money. And I was like, I don't know. And Tony Salvador called me, let me tell you something. You read that in the Oakland Tribune. He goes, we want you. We're not. He goes, that's complete BS.
Unless Tony's
we didn't want Tony Bruno. We wanted you. I think I found out a few years later, the story was correct.
Oh, Murph. That's tough because
here am I, much to the dismay of all you listeners, going on 20 years here. It'll be in November, 20 years if I make it, depending on whether or not we can use sound drops. And the idea is that sometimes the ball bounces your way.
That's it, Murph.
And the ball bounced my way, and here I am, much to the misfortune of all y'all.
They actually told me the same thing. They said, Waterboy, you're going to get the morning show unless Howard Stern's available.
Nicely done there, buddy. I see what you did. By the way, 4A says you can't mention that Howard Bryant story about Find a Way without having Howard on. We are due. We're due. Well, with the Hall of Fame baseball announcements today coming.
Yeah, we need an HB hit.
Yeah, I mean, Cooperstown gets announced today. And I know we should just be all Niners and all Brock Purdy and all Ryan Clark and all that stuff. But I am interested in that situation there, man. All right, guys, here's the deal. Papa and Lund on the other side. We're getting ready for Debo health reports will be the big story. How Brock Purdy filters out the noise and the hate. And how we get one sleep closer to Sunday at 3:30. By the way, people are checking in. I've checked multiple apps, dry Sunday.
This early, huh?
Because some guy said, dude, check again. The Weather Channel says rain Saturday night in Santa Clara. So I went in, and it does say there's a chance of showers Saturday night.
Oh, come on.
But not Sunday. Sunday looks to be like even 70 degrees, bro.
I'm not checking weather at all this week.
I got Raph behind the glass saying the info is good, dry Sunday. Dude, if Raph says it.
Well, here's the thing, Murph.
If Raph says it.
During our 49er pre-game with JD and myself this past weekend, we actually brought Raph on air live from the KNBR Weather Center, and he probably gave us the best weather report of anybody throughout the entire week. So I trust Raph also.
I do too. And by the way, 5-3 with a great line. He says, well, it turns out, Murph, that you're just a system host.
That's it, Murph. You got too much talent around you, Murph.
That's pretty good. Marcus Thompson joins Papa and Lund at 12:30 today. Warriors back at it tomorrow, by the way. Man, oh man, I'm telling you guys, that Serbian thing was insane. Wow.
Yeah, you got to send that
I've never seen anything like it. I've literally never seen anything like it. The amount of endless cheering. They didn't stop cheering and chanting for, I'm going to say like 7 or 8 straight minutes. Dude, that's a long time. When people tell you, oh, there was a standing O for a minute, usually there's not. Usually it's like 30 seconds. This literally is because it has a timestamp underneath the text. Dude, they don't stop cheering and chanting for this guy.
And I'm sure there's going to be a huge ovation and also a moment of silence probably tomorrow night for the Warriors.
I think so too, for sure. All right, Papa and Lund on the other side. And also just one Cooperstown thought on the other side too. a Cooperstown thought that relates to the Giants on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
We love Trey Lance. He is the future. He's going to win MVP next year.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You might be able to make the case that there hasn't been a more efficient quarterback in the history of the game, in how he played this year. For example, one of the stats that just was the most amazing thing I've ever heard in my life is that the 49ers lead the league in yards per attempt if you just took the passes from the line of scrimmage or behind.
There it is. Steve Young, man, defending Brock. So it's Steve Young versus Ryan Clark. Duel to the death there. Should be really fun.
I'm going to take the side of Steve Young in this one, Murph.
By the way, nice job by young Kyle for chasing that stuff down there. California Kyle, we threw him some hot potatoes there. And we survived a day. Is it okay? Am I going to be on radio probation if I veer off of Brock Purdy for a couple of minutes?
I was going to say, you're only allowed to talk about Ryan Clark and his comments, Murph. Nothing else. I don't want your take on nothing else.
The Baseball Hall of Fame gets announced today at 3 o'clock as they switch radios off all over across the Bay Area. I'm kidding, of course. The class that's going to go in, there's no screamingly obvious person like Derek Jeter. Although 808 KNBR, Jeter shouldn't have been a first ballot guy.
Get the hell out of here, Murph. Get the hell out of here. But actually, I disagree. I think Adrian Beltre is a lock.
So here's my question I've always asked. Like, when this person was playing, you said, that's a Hall of Famer.
He's one of the best third basemen in the game.
So you thought that while he was playing?
I did, yeah. And you can look at his final stats. He's got over 3,000 hits, and he was sick defensively. Had a hose thrown across the diamond.
He was, but he was just one of those guys who it might have been just the teams he played for, and he didn't have any signature moments or anything. That I confess, I slept on him. But to me, he wasn't as obvious as, I don't know, give me another guy who just walked in. Derek Jeter.
We're going to stick at the hot corner. Who would you take, Adrian Beltre or Scott Rowland?
Beltre.
Yeah.
See, Rowland to me shouldn't be in.
And Rowland's in.
Rowland should not be in.
Well, that's the thing. If you're letting Rowland in, Adrian Beltre is for sure good.
So the guy I'm most interested in is Joe Mauer. Joe Mauer, who, I've told you that story about the Coach Tony, my buddy from Minnesota. Did I tell you that story? So Joe Mauer, did you follow Mauer's career much?
Oh, of course. He was one of the best catchers in the game.
And then you followed it tailed off, right?
Yeah, when he moved to first base a little bit down his career.
Didn't he have concussion problems, I believe?
I think you might be right.
I think he did. And he really tailed off. And he stopped being When did he stop catching? At some point in his career, I probably should have looked that up before I launched this argument.
Maybe the last 3-4 years of his career.
So and that kind of changed the view of him, right? People were like, he's not a catcher anymore. Should he even go? And I kind of wrote him off. I was like, milestones, 2,100 hits. There's guys with 21. Will Clark has that many hits, career battings of 306. I think Will's average is sort of like that, home runs is not a big thing. 143. That's not a huge number. He played catcher, but he didn't play catcher for the rest of his career.
Correct, but I think that's the argument for his offensive numbers is the fact that he was doing it from the hardest defensive position to play, and he was a 3-time Gold Glove winner.
3-time batting champ, which I don't know. Do you count batting champs anymore?
I like batting average. Murph.
Okay, because what let Luis Arise walk into the Cooperstown. But anyway, when he retired in 2018, I was coaching Little League, and Coach Tony was from Minnesota. Really nice guy. I love Coach Tony. And I said, I saw you. He's big. Everybody from Minnesota, Minnesota this, Vikings, Twins. And I said, oh, man, I saw your guy Mauer retired. He's like, oh, yeah, Joe Mauer. Oh, yeah. I said, yeah, probably just going to come up literally, this was my take. I go, probably just short of Cooperstown. Dude, guy went ballistic on me. What did you just say? Joe Mauer not in? Are you kidding? Do you know anything about baseball? Did you just say that? I can't believe it. I was like, whoa, I poked the bear, man. Minnesota loves them some Joe Mauer, right?
Yeah, he's a Minnesota guy. And Murph, real quick, I have the numbers for you. Our guy Copes just ran it in. Joe Mauer caught 76 games in his final six seasons.
So,
that's
bro,
it. Yeah.
I mean, and yet here we are. He's an automatic. And this is how the Hall of Fame has changed over the years. And I'm going to say it's the steroid era changed the milestones. Correct. No longer is 3,000 hits and 500 homers the green ticket in. Now you're looking at different things. You're looking at position he played. Or you're looking at his WAR or his OPS plus and things like that. So I think he's going to go in. And at this point, I think he should go in. And then I'll say, what does that mean? I think that means Buster Posey walks into the Hall of Fame.
You think Joe Mauer paves the path for Posey to
this is it. This is my entire take. And I would say, guys, look at Thurman Munson. He's not in. Now, Munson's numbers aren't quite as good as Posey's and Mauer's.
He should be in the Hall.
But he's close, and he's also iconic, and he was also a World Series champ and a Rookie of the Year and an MVP and all that.
Yankees,
and he also died at age 32. Who knows how the numbers would have been if he had kept going.
Correct.
So this is interesting how it's changed through the years. Thurman was a no. Those voters would be like no to Thurman Munson. Whereas now, Mauer's a yes and Posey's a yes. And again, I don't want to Buster still has to get in, but if Mauer gets in today, I'd say you're.
Well, let me ask you this real quick, because I know Chase Utley is also on the ballot for today. So if Joe Mauer opens up the path for Buster Posey, would Chase Utley getting in open up the door for someone like Jeff Kent?
Wow, yeah. Well, Kent is off the ballot, though, right? He has to go in through the Veterans Committee now, right?
Which is absolutely ridiculous because Kent's got better numbers across the board over Chase Utley.
Listen, I say this
Home
about
runs, hits, RBIs,
my
you name
fellow
it.
Bruin. I say no to Chase Utley.
Oh.
I'm a small hall guy. Billy to me, Todd Helton.
Put him in the Hall, dude.
I think Todd Helton's going in today. I'm a little iffy on that.
I think Gary Sheffield's on the ballot for one last time.
And you know who else I think is going in? Might go in is Billy Wagner might go in.
That one's interesting.
And none of these guys knocking on. Anyway, just a segment on Cooperstown. As Johnny Lund rolls on in. Is G Papa hooked up down there too? No, he is not.
Papa down at Levi
Cooperstown
Stadium.
takes
We'll
there
make
too.
the connection. We'll make the
All
connection.
right. Well, listen. Hey, we want to thank Dave Burkett for joining us in the Detroit Free Press. Go back and listen to that on KNBR.com. Really good insight into Lions culture and Brad Holmes.
Yeah, really good deep dive on Detroit.
And what they've built there too. And then Matty Barrows Nostradamus, who called out special teams, Ambry Thomas, Clee Farrell setting the edge. And what was the other one? It was Brock in the Rain.
Yeah, he was good. And also, I want to give a shout out to Mike Kruko, who had a great breakdown today talking about the difference of pitching with a wet ball versus playing football with a wet ball and breaking down Brock Purdy's performance.
Johnny Lund, yes or no to Joe Mauer? Yes. No, see, there it is. Hot take.
He slammed the door.
I like it.
Well, that means
Hall
Buster
of
ain't
very
getting in.
good. Hall of very good.
So you're a small hall guy?
Yeah.
Just like me?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, good man. All right, Tony, Kyle, thanks for the work. We'll see you guys tomorrow. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
70? Yeah, 70.
I love leaking!
오른쪽으로 벗어났어요.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Shotgun snap. Purdy going to roll away from a blitz. Going to throw for the end zone. George Kittle's got it. Touchdown! San Francisco! Purdy back. Time. Pats the ball. Throws and is caught by Jawan Jennings. Third and Jawan.
He also made some hell of a throws, too. I mean, dropping some of those balls over that middle linebacker to get to Jawan was unbelievable.
McCaffrey runs the choice route over the middle. Throw to Ayuk. He makes the catch. He's got the ball on the Green Bay 41-yard line. They give him the catch there. What a diving catch by Ayuk.
The low and away ball to BA on third down when they had pretty tight coverage on it. It was a hell of a throw and a hell of a catch that kept us out there, after the drop.
Purdy out of the gun, looks middle. Now going to look to run out to his left. Purdy can run. Purdy will tuck it and go inside the 10 and dive down to the 6-yard line.
He did a lot of good things, too. By no means was he perfect, but it was really cool when we needed him to be at his best, he was. And so it gave us the best chance to win at the end.
Yes, thanks for joining us. Made it through your Monday, Tuesday edition of Papa and Lund. A tremendous guest list going on today, which we'll give you momentarily. I did a little deep dive, not the full dive, but a pretty deep dive into the stats back and forth between the Lions and the 49ers. Where are the advantages either way? We'll get into that. The day after, watching that game again, we got a few more things we got to get after. And, boy, big night in the NBA. Karl Anthony Towns, although they didn't beat the Hornets, he goes off, and then Joel Embiid for 70. Wow, was he good last night. So we got a ton to get to. The Warriors still don't play for another day. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Yeah, watching one of the greatest defensive coaches in the history of the NBA and just coaches. I mean, he's the Belichick of the NBA, Greg Popovich. Watch his defense allow a guy to go for 70? I never thought. I mean, David Robinson scored 71 one year to win a title, scoring title. But it was pretty amazing to watch that. And he could just take you under the rim whatever you want. But his footwork, his jab step, his face-up jumper, I mean, Hakeem Olajuwon, to me, is the most underrated player in the history of the NBA because he was so dominant on both ends of the floor. And Joel Embiid reminds me so much of him. Speaking of the Warriors, Marcus Thompson's going to join us. And I saw Marcus after the game against the Packers on Saturday. But you listen to Steve Kerr talk, and I'm getting choked up. I mean, with the loss of Decky. And they're back, and they practice yesterday, and they're going to do it again today. They got to play Atlanta tomorrow. I just hope, social media can be a really mean place. I just hope that people change their mood when they talk about the Warriors and watch them play. They're going through hell right now. Steve said this is the saddest thing he's ever had to endure as a pro, and how could it not be? I was thinking of local teams losing a player. I mean, Run Jones, he was an older man, though, when the Raiders lost him middle of a year, and it shook things up, and his son worked for the team, and it was hard, and Thurman Munson dying in, 79, right after the Yankees won back-to-back championships in a plane crash. It's just hard. And, we're kind of learning who he is and the impact. He had a great impact on Draymond. Marcus will explain it. He was tight with Draymond. And all we talked about was Draymond and his behavior and how he's going to have to deal and the counseling. Hell, you're going to need counseling for everybody in the building now. And certainly those that were at the dinner last Wednesday night in Salt Lake City. So it's hard. But anyway, we'll get into that more today with Marcus and certainly tomorrow when the Warriors come out. But we opened with Brock Purdy, and, the throw to Kittle was a big-time throw. He had some throws early in the game, John, but really it was the fourth quarter and that drive at the end of the game specifically. Going into that drive, he was not himself for the rain reasons, the defense, and what Joe Barry choked off the middle. Preston Smith taking away the checkdowns. The checkdowns to McCaffrey were an ongoing struggle. He was 17 for 32 every drive, the first 8 drives of the game. That's 53%. And then off-target throws, he was at 35%. And then Joe Montana-like and Steve Young-like that, the game against the Cowboys, the catch game. We keep telling you, Joe threw 3 picks in that game. They turned it over 6 times. The Packer game, and Mooch will join us. That was a real battle. T.O. was having a tough game. Jerry Rice fumbled the play before that. They just didn't have replay then, and then they run 3-jet all go, and you finally beat the Packers. Sometimes it comes down to just a sequence of plays. And we talked yesterday when a caller was talking about moving Brock, and I was getting him off the midline, and we were saying it, roll him out, specifically roll him to his left. That first drive started with a half roll to his left to hit Jawan Jennings, and then he just took off from there. The one, he was 6 for 7, John, in the last drive, and the one he didn't hit on was a drop. He hit George Kittle right in the 8 in 85, and George was looking to turn and run. So everybody gets tight, in moments like that. So it wasn't a perfect game. Mooch will detail it. Going up against Jared Goff, they're completely different throwers of the football. There's no doubt. This guy, if you were to go into a laboratory and make a thrower, you'd make Jared Goff, but the lack of athleticism and sometimes the pressure bothers him. So it wasn't always perfect for Brock on Saturday night, but Brock will doodle-doo when it's time. And at least he has so far. And at the very end of the game, he finally reverted back to the Brock Star.
Well, I just keep looking at the weather, and I know it's not as simple as that, but I just looked this morning, 70 for the high, which is going to be a beautiful day. There's not a cloud, at least right now. Now it's only Tuesday, and things kind of changed last week as well. It wasn't early in the week. It wasn't supposed to be as bad as it was. It was supposed to rain, but not like that. But my concern level is with the weather, because if we got wet weather, we saw it in Cleveland, we saw it there. He was going back and forth, didn't like the gloves, so I think it might be as simple as just if the weather holds up, we're going to get good Brock, because he hasn't seemed, even though he went to Iowa State, what was it, one game, it was against Drake in college, that he played in the rain, that he just hasn't shown the ability to throw in the rain. So, I don't know if Jared Goff's any better going from L.A. to a dome in Detroit, although that's a tougher division as far as weather is concerned. So I don't know that I haven't studied Jared Goff if that's better. But I expect us to see real Brock, and I know there's a lot of criticism, and that's just what people do as far as the national media. I'm well beyond that. I don't care anymore. I don't care what the national media says. There's one thing Brock has to do, and you just pointed it out: win games. Win games, and it's as simple as not turning it over again. In wins, he's 28 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. In losses, he's 3-9. They've got to stop the run. There's all sorts of a million things they got to do. But when it comes to nut crunching time like it is right now, usually the best teams with the best quarterbacks survive. That's just how it goes.
It's funny. If we would like it to be, great weather, and it was a night game on Saturday night, so it wasn't going to be 70 degrees at kick, but you'd rather have the Green Bay Packers playing in the weather we're going to have on Sunday, and you'd like it to be a little misty and cloudy and gunky for Jared Goff. I mean, he's been playing in a dome. They haven't played outdoors since they went to Soldier Field in the snow, and their offense did not function well. And Goff's from Marin, and he went to Cal. He's dealt with weather, but this team reminds me a little like the greatest show on turf. And they never had to go play outdoors. They won every game in the Dome, the Edward R. Jones Dome, it was called then, and in St. Louis, and they all the way to a dome in the Super Bowl, and they were able to win. I want to see this Lion team play outdoors if they're built for it. I know their coach is built to bite off kneecaps and all that, but they do play in a Dome stadium, and you're just not used to it. So I would rather have it be a little weather-like for this game as opposed to the last game, but for Brock, we don't want it all, obviously. But the one thing I would say, it didn't rain on Christmas night. And the Baltimore Ravens had a tremendous defensive game plan to choke off Brock and force him into 4 picks. And it wasn't all him. It was really the system and what you're doing, as we've talked about, with the hash marks between the middle of the field, all the throws. And I just didn't think Green Bay had the personnel to pull it off, but they did. Joe Barry and Matt LaFleur gave them a great game plan, and they choked it off. So even though it's a clean track, these Lions defensively, the middle of their defense, Anzalone and Barnes and Jack Campbell, those guys got speed. They're a little different than the middle of the Green Bay defense. You can attack them on the corners, but you got to be able to, block their front. And in particular, Aiden Hutchinson over Colt McKivitz is going to be a battle. And they got some guys inside. Aleem McNeil, tremendous player, both pass rush and in the run game. He can play the run, and they got ball-hawking safeties. Melifonwu, Obi's younger brother, we know him well as a corner who they just moved to safety. He has great skills. They got a Blintz branch. So even though we expect it to be dry on Sunday, John, and essentially the whole second half will be a night game. Since we kick off at 3:30, the sun will set around 5:30. So it'll be a different feel first half and second half. Will we have some funky shadows for the game and things like that and glare and all that? You get in the playoff game, sometimes it's weird, kind of like, a big baseball game in October, a twilight start. So we'll see. But this Detroit team, I would just say right now, we'll throw Baltimore out of it. The teams the Niners have played in the NFC, this is the best team that they face. They are the best offense by far because they've got different gears. If they wanted to just line up and run it at you with those two backs, they could do that. They can run counter trays, which they do a lot. They pull tackles and guards, and their line's athletic. I know their left guard, Jonah Jackson's not going to play. And then if they just want to go 5 wide and have Goff just throw it around, they can do that as well. We'll see if their corners can hold up on the outside. But these Detroit Lions, we've been wondering, and Mooch and you have been watching them a lot since you lived there. After the 1-6 start last year, they're 22-7, and this team is real.
All right, we got a ton to get to today. We will open it up officially at 11:50 for Ask Papa Anything. But if you want to jump on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, you can do that, or call the show 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Start previewing the Lions today. A little bit of Warriors that we'll throw in there. Big NBA performances. Ton to get to today, and the guest list is outstanding. Ahmed Fareed is going to join us at 10:30. He's a big star. He's doing all the coverage, pre-half and post for NBC. It's been awesome. Steve Mariucci was a head coach not only for the 49ers, but I was there when he was there with the Lions, so he's got an intricate knowledge of what's going on in Detroit and how desperate that fan base is. Do that at 10:50. Our good friend Dennis Brown, got to stop the run. We'll talk to him at 11:30. Ask Papa officially. We'll open that up at 11:50. Marcus to talk not only 49ers, which he's been writing a lot about, but what's going on with the Warriors. This is a tough stretch for them mentally and physically, so we'll get into that at 12:30. So a ton to go. Stay right here. It's Papa in London or Tuesday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Saratoga. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Saratoga's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Lions beat writer Dave Burkett joined Murph and Marcus this morning to break down the roster of the Lions. That podcast and more turning right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports
Purdy
Leader.
back. Time. Pats the ball. Throws. And is caught by Jawan Jennings.
Unbelievable.
Third and Jawan.
And he will not be denied on
He
a
went
dagger
way
route.
up to pull that ball down.
Well, Keyshawn Nixon had his hands on it. It just went over his hands. He jumped up high in the air, and Jawan Jennings able to jump up and catch it.
21 yards.
Wow.
On 3rd and 10. 3rd and Jawan. Chains.
Maybe the best catch and throw of Brock Purdy. Of course, Jawan Jennings, nice to have him back. Very underrated that he was gone. He's back. We're going to get into a Goff v. Purdy conversation in just a second. Text line is wide open. It's the same as the phone line. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. That is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. You can also use it to call the show. We're on YouTube and Twitch, as you just heard the voice guy say. So you can join the conversation there, and we'll always pull the best ones off for the show. Real quick before we get into the quarterback comparison, it's not Patrick Mahomes versus Lamar Jackson, but Goff and Purdy. So we'll get into it in a minute. But NFL Network reporting that the Chargers and Jim Harbaugh are down the road a bit. So
Second
maybe,
interview.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think, and what a time for Michigan. And we're going to have Ahmed Fareed on. And Ahmed obviously took over for Maria Taylor, who became a mommy. And Ahmed, we know Ahmed from NBC Sports Bay Area and NBC and working in the Olympics. And he does the Kentucky Derby. He's a friend. And but he is from Michigan. And you see the predictions that he was making for the Lions? Both times he picked them to score 56 points. I think he went 56-10 over the Rams, and then he was at Ford Field on Sunday for the game against Tampa, and I think he gave Tampa a little more credit, but he picked 56-13. So, Harbaugh led Michigan to a national championship, something Bo Schembechler never did, by the way, an outright national championship with Greasy. They had to share one. And now he'll go to the NFL, it looks like. So what do they do there? They name the offensive coordinator, the guy that filled in and did so well for them when Harbaugh was away for 3-3. And, we'll get thoughts on Mooch on that. But, we're talking about, Goff, Brock is not a Mahomes-Lamar Jackson matchup. Well, as far as throwing the football, Jared Goff is a far better thrower of the football than Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson he's gotten better at it, but he just darts the ball. He doesn't even pull it back. And, Jared Goff, and his dad out there, if Jerry's listening, and I've gotten word he's been agitated with things I've said over the years, when he came out of Cal, he was so thin. What did he weigh, 215 pounds? But no one ever doubted that he could throw the ball. It's the lack of athleticism at times, but he's overcome that a little bit. But the big thing with him, indoor, outdoors is one thing, but it's the clean pocket versus rush. So this one's on the gold rush. They got to show up in this game. And I know losing Cleveland Ferrell hurts because Chase Young's got to move into the starting lineup and play with the alphas, and he's also there with the turbos. They got to generate some pass rush. If it means bringing Fred and Dre more or blitzing Diamador more, and the Hyena played a physical game. Blitz a little like Aaron Glenn does with his guys, Melifonwu and Barnes off the slots or Branch. You got to muddy it up for Jared Goff and turn him around. But as far as a pure thrower of the football, and I remember that last game of the year we were talking about, the 49ers came back, converted those 3rd and 16s to beat him and the Rams at the end of the 19 year, late December. What they did in that game was they rolled him out. They called an unbelievable amount of bootlegs. Saleh gave me the number. It was like over 20. Where the first time he went to the L.A. Coliseum that year and played him, and Jared Goff was overwhelmed. He couldn't complete a pass. Even when he had the tight end, the wheel route late in the game, he overthrew him. He had like 92 yards passing. It was the gold rush overwhelmed him, and McVay was not going to let him sit in the midline and get pressured, so they rolled the pocket, so he's really good on the run. More so to his right. Brock's pretty good going both ways, but Jared Goff is an elite thrower of the football. There is no doubt. He is a beautiful thrower, but you got to get around his feet, make him move, make him reset like New England did in the Super Bowl, and that's where Jared Goff will throw you the ball or miss his targets.
Well, his story is an interesting one, and we know it just because at a point after that Super Bowl, like you said, Sean McVay said, this guy's not good enough. And he was basically seen as a net negative going to Detroit in that trade. And I thought Detroit, and give Brad Holmes, who used to be with the Rams, a ton of credit, because what they did was they said, okay, and they went out and they focused on offense. So they get Penny Sewell and that offensive line, at least the Pro Football Focus numbers have them number 2 behind Philadelphia. I think they might even be better. And then Jamison Williams is a deep threat, and St. Brown is amazing in the mid-level, and he's extremely strong and great after the catch. And then you get a guy like Laporta, who is about the closest thing to Travis Kelce that you're going to find. And so you got a great offensive line. You got a power back, a speed back. You got a deep guy, a middle guy. You got a great tight end. I mean, they have surrounded him with everything. And like you said, I think the thing that's going to be tough is Nick Bosa got pressure on Jordan Love. He had 5 of the 6 quarterback hits. If the other guys don't show up and he's allowed to sit back there, and one of the numbers that's big, I think, is the Lions throw on 62% of the first downs. It's one of the highest rates in the league on first down. And so they try to get, obviously, as many people do, there's different ways to do it, but they try to get in quick, short situations, complete one on first down, get 5, 6, 7 yards there, and then they can run it, they can pass it, they can get you in either kind of a situation. But they have surrounded Jared Goff with anything that a quarterback could possibly want: the run game, the deep threat, the mid guy, the tight end, the great offensive line. And if he's able, like you said, to sit back there, and a lot of times he is, then they can be very effective.
It's just the best offense we've seen. There's no doubt. I mean, it's just everything you're saying. They could line up and run David Montgomery and just slam it at you all day long if they wanted. Or they could go 5 wide and just open it up and let him throw. Amon-Ra St. Brown is by far the best target. The tight end's good. There's no doubt. Laporta's a good player. He's got a big brace on that knee. See if he can tag him a little bit. But we know Amon-Ra's the guy they multi-align. They've had Mooney Man follow guys around. I don't know if they'll do this in this game, but I would think about Diamador Lenore following Amon-Ra St. Brown around wherever he goes, inside, outside. Keep him away from certain matchups. He's a change of direction. He's faster than you think. He's a great player. But the real key is the running game and stopping the running game. If you can make them one-dimensional, then you can go get Goff. When they stay balanced, it's hard. But how do you stop the running game? And the one tendency is the different sizes of the two backs. David Montgomery, the former Bear, is huge. He's a big bruiser. He can run outside and get to the edge. And Gibbs can run inside. They run inside zone. He's popped some big runs. The touchdown he had against Tampa was the difference maker in the speed and the stiff arm. The one tendency, John, you said they're 60% pass. You got to look at the early downs and where they are even when it's 1st and 10, because sometimes down and distance gets you into 10. You have to do things if it's 2nd and 10, although a lot of coaches run on 2nd and 10. But anyway, Montgomery, when he's on the field, and it's not so much you just play the run only because they will pass, but they do run the ball more when David Montgomery's on the field. So do you leave Oren Burks out there more? Hyena plays the run so well, though. It's always a trade-off between the nickelback or the Sam linebacker. The one big tendency, and Jeff Deeney ran the numbers for me from Pro Football Focus, so thanks to Jeff, is 2nd down. For whatever reason, when the backs are in on 2nd down, when Montgomery is in, they run the ball 56.3% of the time. When Gibbs is in, they run it only 31.2%. And 2nd and long, it depends on where you are. If they get into 2nd and 7 or less, then Montgomery runs it 63% of the time, and Gibbs only 30%. So, can you get a handle? They're so balanced. Kyle's got to love this offense, and their coordinator, Ben Johnson, is that good. I don't know if he can stand up in the room and talk, but you watch them, just the diagram, the all-22, and what they do offensively, a lot like Kyle. They move people around. They're multi-dimensional. They can go empty. They can slam it at you. They got a second back, which I think you got to use Elijah Mitchell more in this game if Debo can't go. But this offense is the real deal, John. And the bottom line, the front's got to play better. They've got to stop the run, whether it's Montgomery or Gibbs, and then they got to tee off. I think a big reason why McVay soured on Jared Goff, he could not beat the 49ers. And I know he couldn't beat Belichick in the Super Bowl, and he had some moments. He had a foot, remember the thumb injury, and they went to John Wolford, and then he came in and beat Seattle. So they were already turning on him then, but all the pick sixes he threw against the Niners and the way the gold rush just got to him on the midline, they moved him. He had some good games against the Niners. That one late in 19, last home game of the year, was probably his best. But this is one where the back end's got to play well, obviously. You got to cover these guys. But this is, you got all this in the front. I know losing Cleveland Ferrell's a real downer. People don't realize how important that loss is, but if they're the best offensive line, Philly's out now, so we're going with these guys, and they may not have their left guard, their center's all banged up, but he still moved Vita Vea at the end of the game, so he's going to play somehow, some way. What's the strength of this football team? It's the gold rush. It's the wide nine. It's going to get them. They have got to find a way to stop the run and then go get Jared Goff.
One of our favorite guys, Ahmed Fareed, is going to join us coming up next, Football Night in America. He's doing a great job, of course, filling in for Maria Taylor, and he's awesome, one of our best friends. He's going to join us. He was in Detroit last week. He knows Detroit intricately, and we will discuss the Lions and the 49ers with him coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Mayfield stands along the right hash in the shotgun. Gets the snap from his center, Hainsey. Throws over the middle, floats it high, and it's intercepted! Picked off by Derek Barnes! The former Purdue Boilermaker with the biggest biggest interception of his life, sealing the deal for the Detroit Lions.
There you go. That was the Lions win over the Bucs, and that's why they're coming to Levi's Stadium on Sunday. Let's talk about it with Ahmed Fareed, our good friend at Ahmed NBC. Of course, used to be in the Bay Area and is now a big-timer at NBC, doing a great job with Football Night in America. And first of all, it's always great to talk to you. Thank you so much for joining us. But I got to give you a ton of credit because this is very difficult. At halftime, when Ford Field is going bonkers and it's loud, they're doing the halftime show and everything, and I feel bad for Jason Garrett because he's trying to scream his head off. But I know that's the tendency to do that. But you got to try to speak normally while it's loud as hell in there, and you're a professional and you did that. But that's not an easy situation.
John, great to be back. I was wondering when I would get the invite again. I was like, Notre Dame football, not big enough.
Right.
Big Ten basketball, not big enough. A playoff game with 40 million people watching. All right, fine. We'll ask him back. John, great to hear. You guys, you and Greg. It was loud, and the producer told us that beforehand. He goes, "Hey, remember, microphones work. They're by your face. You don't need to scream." So I remembered that, and everyone around me forgot that.
Exactly.
Like everyone. Like Chris was screaming, and Devin. Actually, Devin wasn't screaming too much, but he was still louder. And then Jason was, and like I watched it back, and I was like, "Dang, I was the guy that was out of line there." You know, I was doing, this was like back in my grade school days. Like this was always, I did what I was supposed to do, and I was the only one. And now here I am looking like an idiot here, just trying to keep it together in front of 40 million people. But no, it was unbelievable environment. My head's still spinning. I can't really comprehend what it was like in there, but it was awesome.
So they taught you how to talk with an IFB in your ear in grade school in Sparta, Michigan. So it's on, Ahmed. The reason we invited you, and you finally came to your senses and left Michigan State where you were a Sparty and went to the great Syracuse. But you are from Michigan. We want to get a full feel for what's going on there from Harbaugh and the national championship there, and now going to the championship game for the second time ever. But I'm watching you predict the games at the end of the pregame show. What'd you go, 56-10 over the Rams? They won by a point. And then you gave Baker a little more credit, but you still went 56-13 against Tampa. Now, you're on national TV, brother. Whenever I'm picking a Niner game, I always go 49-0 every single game, but I'm a homer. I'm a local guy. What are you doing here? You're just getting into the whole Sparta, Michigan feel, aren't you?
Well, I leaned into it. Same thing. It's like I get done with a show and people are like, "Dude, you're not an analyst. Don't try to act like one." So I was like, all right, fine. I won't. I'll be a fan then. And I'm probably the one person up there that can get away with it. I was like, I'm never going to be in this situation again. Doing this show with my team in the playoffs, that it worked out that NBC had both these games. I was like, this is never happening again. I was like, what would 10-year-old Ahmed want if he was watching this show back in Michigan? I really did think about that. And I was like, screw it. I'm just going to pick a crazy score. And, like, honestly, that Rams game early on, I was watching it with Chris and Devin and Jay. They were like, you might be right. I don't think they can slow him down. I was like, dang, what if I am right on that? What if it actually is 56-10? It'll be the biggest story ever. But, no, I was like, screw it. I'm going to have fun with it. I'll never be back here in this situation. Let's go for it.
Ahmed Fareed is joining us, of course, doing a great job with Football Night in America. It was at Ford Field, and the place was absolutely bonkers and loud. Just give us a feel for that, because I worked in Detroit. I was there when they went 0-16. The fan. Well, it was not only 0-16. I was there when Yvonne Rodriguez signed and they won 43 games. I mean, there was some really lean times for just a Detroit sports fan. So, what does it mean for the fans there to have this team be in the position that they're in?
I mean, and I can say we because this is like I've been doing it my whole life too. It's just like you just stick by them the whole time, and you're always disappointed at points throughout the season, usually early on. And to have a season go this well, where yes, there's some ups and downs, there's some, oh my gosh, Dallas Cowboy game, is it really going to happen to us again? We're going to get screwed in the end. But to like have these games at home, I'll tell you what, like I was out there after the game and we were getting ready. We might have had to fill till 6:30 to do a post-game show. I got a little emotional. I did not expect that. And you saw all the people in the stands after the Rams game kind of tearing up. Like it happened to me. And I think it was just the atmosphere. It was so loud. You felt like 70,000 other people in that building were feeling the same thing that you were feeling. And you remember back, watching the games with your family and your dad and your grandma and your mom. And so it's just like it all kind of came rushing in at the end. And I talked to Chris Sims, too, and he said before the game, he has no connections to the Detroit Lions, but he was like, in that building when I'm standing out there and they're introducing Aiden Hutchinson, a Michigan guy, he was like, I felt a little emotional. I mean, it's just you could not help but feel it if you were in that building, even if you had no ties to the Detroit Lions. I call them, they're America's team. I think we've taken it from the Cowboys. We have taken it, at least for this year, from the Cowboys, America's team.
Well, the 49ers are the world's team then. But I know we're getting excited. Yeah. So 10-year-old Ahmed Fareed, it's obviously the Barry Sanders days, right? Who was your quarterback then? Rodney Peete, Scott Mitchell, somewhere in there?
Yeah, we drafted Andre Ware. That didn't work out. Yeah, Scott Mitchell kind of brought us back to the playoffs and then fizzled out. So that was basically – Eric Kramer was the guy that was in place for probably our best season filling in.
Yeah, I remember those days just because I used to do a show with a guy named Mark Spindler. You probably know him. He was in the same draft as Andre Ware. I got a great story for you. So I was doing pregame from Ford Field, and they had just drafted Roy Williams, who wore number 11, and Andre Ware was on our pregame show that we were playing Houston. He was an analyst there, and I said, hey, God, there's all these number 11s. People don't dislike you like you thought. And then I said, those are Roy Williams jerseys, and I laughed. He hung up on me. Like he was not happy. I'm like, Andre, are you there? Like he did. The reason I'm telling that story is because it just typifies, like you said, they had hope, then they didn't. I mean, I think he was the number 7 overall pick, and he just bombed out. Like they haven't had a decent quarterback before Goff. I mean, Mitchell for a minute, but like it goes back to like
Bobby Lane, the curse of Bobby
that's what I'm saying.
Lane.
Like that's 57. Yeah. Greg Landry's the last one to make a Pro Bowl before Stafford. That was 71. I mean, it's just. The history, the horrible history of the Lions, people just don't have. I was there for the Millen Man March. I mean, it's unbelievable, the history. It's horrible.
Well, it's sad. You're right, because they didn't have a quarterback forever. And then Matthew Stafford comes, and he actually works out. And, like, Matthew Stafford's my number 2 favorite player of all time behind Barry. Like, he was everything you want in a quarterback. Tough, had an amazing arm, was clutch as heck. It's just like he was the guy. But it's like, of course, only the Detroit Lions, in search of a quarterback forever, when they finally get that, they don't have the rest of the team. And they get to the playoffs a couple of times. And so it was like you have one, you don't have the other. We were pumped about Andre Ware. We really thought he was the answer. And I thought you were going to end that story by saying it's all cool because, like, we're good friends now. But I get the feeling you have never talked to him since that moment. Yeah.
So what was really great, Ahmed, and the whole pregame environment and everything you guys did, but when they were, and I remember, Madison Square Garden was where they started the Patrick Ewing, and it was just like, whoa, unbelievable, his whole name and everything. When they were chanting Jared Goff as he's going out for the pregame against his old team, the Rams, they did it again Sunday. Just where are we at? Because you talked about Stafford, that was the trade, and then he wins the Super Bowl their first year. But the Lions are back and they're in this game. So where is Detroit as far as their love for Jared Goff, a Marin County guy?
I mean, I feel like it really was. I mean, of course, he's the leader of a team that is the best they've seen maybe in their lifetime for some of these fans. But I really do feel like they wanted to make him feel that when Matthew Stafford was in the building. Because as I mentioned, like, I love Stafford. And I'm sure a lot of Lions fans in that building love Matthew Stafford. And he left on great terms. And he went and did fine things, got us 2 first-round picks, which has helped us a lot. So it really was a great trade for everyone. I feel like in that moment, everyone wanted to make Jared Goff feel like, you're the guy. We had Stafford. That's over. You are the guy that we love. Because I think that there were some people like, how are they going to react to Stafford coming out? And I was like, I don't know. Are they really going to boo him? I'm not totally sure they're going to boo him. It's like he left on good terms, whatever. But they did, and they booed his family too. So I think with Goff, it's just appreciation for what he's done so far. And like you can get into the arguments all like, how much is Goff and how much is the offense? And I mean, you're going through that same thing with Brock Purdy and the 49ers, but it doesn't matter. It's just like it's an elite offense with weapons all around Jared Goff. Jared Goff functions incredibly well in this offense. They trust him, as you saw late in that game when they had the touchdown lead and a lot of teams just run the ball and they have a 10-play drive, 8 of them pass plays. So they trust the guy to function in this offense. And I think it's an appreciation for a guy, and I think a lot of people can relate in Detroit, Michigan, if you're a Lions fan, tossed aside. You're like, yep, we're over. You're the old thing now. Now he's bringing Detroit to some success that they've never seen before.
Fareed's joining us from NBC Sports Football Night in America, doing a great job, and he was at Ford Field As far as the matchup is concerned, we're starting to talk about that, but how do you see the matchup itself?
I mean, I've resigned myself to the fact, like, what a great season. I mean, I know that's loser talk. That's loser talk, but it really is. I've talked to a lot of my friends now, and they're like, you know, that first game against the Rams, you really felt like if we lose this game, it's going to be a huge disappointment. And then the second game, we're like, dang, if we lose this game, we're favored to win. Tampa's not that great. That's going to be a huge disappointment. A lot of my friends are feeling like, all right, if this is where it ends, it's been an awesome season. And I do agree with that. But on the other hand, I'm like, there's no guarantee you're going to get back here, unless you're the 49ers or Chiefs, I guess, every year. But I was like, there's no guarantee that this team is going to be able to get the chips fall right with 2 home games again. So I was like, even though I feel like the 49ers have all the advantages defensively, even offensively, I'm like, man, if the Lions can just figure out a way to put together 60 minutes and figure it out, they should do that, because I don't know that the chips will fall like this again.
Yeah, they both had the same record. You guys were 12-5, and so were the Niners. So it's a lot of good matchups for the Lions as well. So is the 10-year-old Ahmed Fareed going to get on an airplane and fly out? Are you coming out to watch the game?
You know what? I am not. People ask me that. You know what? I'm more of I've always been a homebody. I watch all the stuff at home, and now my son, who's 9, was born out in the Bay Area.
That's awesome.
I asked him the other day. I was like, who is your team? I was like, who's your team? He goes, the Lions, of course. I was like, you were born in San Francisco. I was like, you could claim the 49ers if you wanted to. He'll probably wait till after the game to make a final verdict on who he's rooting for.
Either way, he can't lose.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to win either way. No, so I'll watch it at home with my family. My parents live in the area. My mom and dad have been lifelong Lions fans. So we'll be in the living room with the TV on. I'll be standing and pacing around the room the whole time, because I usually like to watch games. And it's going to be a great game. And, honestly, I love this 49er team, too. It's just such a fun team, and they're doing it a different way, an unconventional way. And I love what Kyle Shanahan has done. I work with Chris Sims every other day, and he just raves and raves about what Kyle's been doing the last 4 years there. He's a close personal friend, but at the same time, the proof is in the pudding. So, it's going to be a great game, and I can't wait to see it.
That's awesome. Ahmed Fareed is joining us. Just off of football for a second, with the Olympics coming, I know you're very versatile and you do so many different things. What are you going to be doing for the Olympics?
So they're still divvying up the assignments. The last couple of Olympics, I've been in Connecticut with a huge backdrop of the Olympic city behind me. So all my friends are like, "What was it like being there?" And I was like, "What, Connecticut? It was great. I lived there." So I think there's a chance that I might be getting on the plane and going to Paris for the summer games. So we will see. I don't know. They haven't given me my exact. I'm assuming it's going to be hosting some sort of show, or maybe reporting at some of the venues. So they haven't told me specifically, but there's at least a 10% chance that I will get on a plane to Paris this summer for the Olympics, which I'm pumped about. I mean, it's like we've had a couple Olympics where no fans, and time zones have been really tough. This is going to be live all day long. You guys are going to have to get up a little earlier in the morning for some of the stuff, but we can't wait, and it's going to be a big event for NBC, and hopefully everyone enjoys it.
That's awesome, man. I hope you go. Ahmed, thanks, man. You're doing a great job. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Guys, I always enjoy talking to you. Remember that. Don't leave me out here to 2 years without talking about it.
Yeah. What's your score? You're not going 56 in this game, are you? Pick the score, legit.
You're right. If I did, yeah. We'll see. We'll see.
He's going, we'll see.
But which team will I give the 56 to? That will be the question.
Ooh, very nice. You're the best. Thanks, man.
All right, guys.
There you go. That is the great Ahmed Fareed. I was watching the game, and my wife popped in and go, "That's my friend. That's my friend Ahmed. I know him." She was like, "I'm not impressed at all." All right, Steve Mariucci's our good friend, too. He coached both the Niners and the Lions. So we'll talk to Mooch about this matchup next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Three-time Super Bowl champ, that is Brent Jones. He joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to reminisce on their comeback win over the Packers. Check out that podcast and more, trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app. Oh, hey there. Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. That's what I want to tell you about. Papa and I both had this procedure called CLR. I had mine about, 6-8 months ago. He had his about a year ago. It is completely life-changing custom lens replacement at Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Now, there's all sorts of, here's what you need to do, first and foremost. Book your free consultation, not just for CLR, but they do all sorts of procedures. So first and foremost, LaserEyeCenterCLR.com, LaserEyeCenterCLR.com, or 877-GET-2020. What's really cool about it is I had actually had a LASIK procedure before, and it didn't work as well as I wanted to, so I went in after Greg was telling me how great everything was, and they said, look, we've got this new procedure. You should check it out. And guess what? It's a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, readers, plus you're never going to develop cataract. So that is awesome. But they do all sorts of different procedures, and it's a free consultation, so you have nothing to lose, whether it's LASIK, Smile, Evo, ICL, or the amazing procedure that Pop and I had, CLR, custom lens replacement. They just want to do what is best for you. And again, you have nothing to lose. It's a free consultation. So go in, check it out, get rid of your glasses, get rid of your readers, and never any cataract. So do it right now today. Laser Eye Center, CLR.com, LaserEyeCLR.com, or simply call for your free consultation today, 877-GET-2020.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Young almost falls down. Throws to the end zone. Owens! 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 Caught it! He caught it! He caught it! He caught it! 25-yard touchdown pass! Terrell Owens being bumped to the goal line. Hit as he caught the ball. He hasn't held on to anything, including his fingers, all day, and he makes the winning touchdown catch. They win the game 29-27, even if they don't get the extra point. I don't believe it. One of the greatest finishes.
What an awesome call. Joe Starkey hasn't hung on to
his
anything.
fingers.
It was awesome.
3-jet, all go, Mooch.
So good. Let's talk to Mooch. Not only did he coach the Niners, he coached the Lions, so he's the perfect guy to talk to. And he's just always the perfect guy to talk to anyway. NFL Network for all your coverage as we are down to the Final Four. And Mooch joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening? How are you?
The great Joe Starkey, man, I got goosebumps listening to that call. Is he nuts or what, man? What a bonanza. I mean, that guy was the best ever.
We're thinking about you all Saturday night, and 3-jet all go. So just take us back. Take us back. Finally getting over Favre and the Packers, Mooch.
Oh, God. Do you want me to talk about that play? Yeah. It was 3-jet all go, which is called 4 verticals. And you know the funny thing about it, if you just watch the play, Steve Young is under center, okay? Steve Young never played in shotgun, ever, okay? And nowadays the game is 65% shotgun, and he just didn't like being in the shotgun. So and then as he drops back to pass, he kind of stumbles because it was kind of a sloppy game, and it was and he regained his footing, and T.O. got past the linebacker and inside the safety, and he shot it in there, and it was like the craziest moment of all time. And then the funny thing about it, one of the first guys to get out there to help T.O. up off the ground was R.C. Owens, who was standing in the back of the end zone. Came right on the field, and the place was bonkers. And, it was nice because the Packers had just beaten us the year before in the NFC Championship game. Quite a rivalry. In fact, the Packers-Niners, the most played rivalry in the playoffs 10 times now. And Niners lead at 6-4. But here we go again. Another big game against an NFC North opponent. Those Lions are coming in. Just exciting time of year, isn't it?
No doubt about it. You can see Steve Mariucci, NFL Game Day, remember, starting bright and early like he likes it at 6 a.m. on NFL Network. The quarterback comparison is not the sexy matchup maybe that the AFC provides us, but give us your insight. We know Jared really well, and obviously Brock. What do you think of this quarterback matchup?
It's great because, Jared is our own. When I say our own, I'm talking Bay Area, right? Marine Catholic up there, and then, of course, Cal. 3 great years over there at Cal for Sonny Dykes. And so here he comes back. And it's such a great story for Jared because, he got thrown in that trade with all kinds of draft choices for Matthew Stafford, and it was like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Or is it the other way around? Bathwater with baby. Anyway, Jared
you got it right. You got it right. Baby with a bathwater. And
then all of a sudden he gets the last laugh, doesn't he? Of course, Matthew Stafford got that Super Bowl, but Jared's going to be around for a long time with a lot more success. And I'm really happy for the kid personally because he's really playing well. He's in a good offense for them. They run the ball. They do have a 2-headed monster with David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, the rookie from Alabama. A lot of great play action pass. Garrett is so good with his ball handling. It's a dangerous team, man. You can't overlook these Lions. I know they haven't been there in 30 years and all this stuff, but you know what? They're a pretty good team. And then the Brock Purdy story is as good as it gets, right? I happen to work with a guy named Kurt Warner who wasn't drafted at all, not just Mr. Irrelevant. Kurt wasn't even drafted and didn't go to the combine. And so he ends up in the Hall of Fame. And I'm not suggesting, Brock's a Hall of Famer today, but he's had such a great 2 years now. And that last game was a little tough in the rain. It would have been tough on anybody, right? But he probably had his worst game of the year in the rain handling the football. But both very, very good guys and good quarterbacks and the leaders of their team.
Yeah, we had a rain game early in the year, Mooch, in Cleveland, and Brock had a hard time gripping and ripping it. And we had Kurt on the next day because I remember Kurt late in his career, and it was more because of injury with the hands. Yeah. He started to wear gloves, and he wore gloves on both hands. Brock had it on for the first series, and then he took it off. He said, I was fed up with the glove. So you obviously, from Iron Mountain, Michigan, and Northern Michigan, and you coached in a lot of bad weather games, played in the CFL. Just your thoughts as throwing with a glove on your hand, having, coaching players, there. And how does Brock, he doesn't like the glove. Jimmy didn't like the glove. Some guys do. How does he deal with it the next time you get into a rain game?
Thank you for bringing up my CFL career.
I remember you well with the Tiger Cats. I remember you well against Tom Clements.
I played 2 weeks up there. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And and then some guys like a glove and some guys don't. It's a preference, and so, but I do think you don't play all year without a glove, and then all of a sudden one day you throw a glove on and think you're going to throw the same kind of ball, and so. That's why Kurt did it every game, indoors, outdoors, right hand, left hand. I mean, he was like psychotic about it. It was interesting to me. As soon as I saw the glove come out in the beginning of the game, I went, okay, I hope he had enough wet ball practice to do this. And we all, when I was coaching, in college, we get a forecast is rain, so let's get ready with a bucket, put the balls in a bucket of water, and then spray water on the quarterback, and I would spray it right in their face. I mean, we just try to get ready, like that to play in the rain. But then, you try gloves on, and it's just not the same. You just can't get enough good practice with it. And as soon as he took it off, I went, oh, geez. Now all of a sudden it's in his head. And he did throw the ball high, and he did doink a couple in the ground, and it looked like the rain affected his throwing, not his throwing motion, but how it came off his hand. And so I don't know. You guys are meteorologists. Is it going to rain again today? This weekend? Any El Nino?
Stormy Lund? What do you got? Stormy Lund?
No, we Mooch. We're hearing like 70 and clear, but then again, last week, early in the week, it was supposed to rain, but not to the level that it did. So, as you well know, it's the Bay Area and things can change. But right now, it's looking dry and sunny and maybe around 70.
Yeah. Well, you just got to play with it. You know what I mean? Just suck it up and play with it. Try to keep the balls. You get 24 balls to play with in a game, and, you just got to have the officials alternate balls and try to keep them dry and cover it up when it's sitting there at the line of scrimmage, and then have towels all over the place for you and your hands, and towels on the butts of your linemen, and do the best you can, right?
Did you see the shot of him? And Ray ran the wrong. Well, his guy that was covering him slipped, so Ray changed his route. You see the shot of him they had behind, where literally out of the shotgun snap, and he was still dropping. He reached behind him. He held the ball in his left hand. He reached behind his right hand and wiped whatever moisture he had on the side of his hip or his butt, and then he re-gripped the football, Mooch, right in the middle of the drop back.
That was the first. I've never – maybe he had an itch. I don't know, but he just I've never seen that. I've seen quarterbacks spin the ball around a little bit with two hands on it just to, because they have time to do that. But to literally take your right hand off, wipe your hand off on your butt, and then sling it, that's a new one for me.
Steve Mariucci joining us, obviously talking Lions, 49ers. You can see Steve and the whole crew. NFL Game Day, that is starting this Sunday at 6 a.m. as we get you ready for Lions and 49ers. So as an offensive guy, explain to people the difference offensively for the 49ers with and without Debo, because it sounds like he's 50-50, although I got to believe he's going to play. But with and without Debo, what's the difference?
Yeah, their production is different. The statistics passing are different. He's such a versatile player. He is, you can't just say, okay, Jawan Jennings, you take his place, because they have so many things. They had Jawan Jennings in the backfield for a handoff one time, just like they would with Debo Samuel, but he's not the same kind of an athlete or player. He's so versatile, and he's a little bit like Tyreek Hill when you play against Miami, in that he's part of the passing game. He's a large part of the screen game. He's part of the run game, whether he's lined up in the backfield or jet sweeps or any of those kinds of things. So there's a lot to get prepared for. When you have scout team cards, you put a 19 on somebody, and you prepare where he's lining up and all the things that he can do from there. Like he returned the opening kickoff. He does everything. And so they're just not as explosive without him. And Christian McCaffrey is similar kind of an athlete. They're almost interchangeable parts. They can both play receiver, slot, and running back. And but now when there's only Christian back there, he becomes that tailback, and then you got to make it up for in the passing game. Chris Conley had a nice catch, and Ray a little bit gets involved, but they're just not the same without Debo. I get it. I had to play without Jerry Rice one year, and so it's just a little different. You have to prepare a little differently.
So, Mooch, going over to the Lion offense, and this is the most well-balanced. It's very much like a Kyle offense where they can run the big back Montgomery and just cram it at you, or they can bring in the other guy. He's just a special player. You mentioned Gibbs, the rookie out of Alabama. They can go 5 out and go empty, and Goff can throw it every play. This coordinator, I know he's being flown here, there, and they're zooming everywhere. Ben Johnson, he's likely to be a head coach. Just what do you see from this Goff-triggered, diverse Detroit Lion offense, Mooch?
Yeah, and Jared Goff deserves a lot of the credit for the turnaround over there in Detroit, but they've surrounded him with the right kind of people. You mentioned the two-headed monster at running back, Gibbs from Alabama, the young guy. Man, he's really explosive. In the banger, Montgomery, who they stole from the Bears. And so, but it really all starts with their offensive line. If you have any chance at all against the 49ers, you got to be really tough and really good up front with your offensive line, because we all know the Niners' defensive line are a bunch of animals, okay? And so here we go. There's going to be a fight. So when you guys watch this game, watch the trenches. Don't just watch the ball and the cheerleaders and everything else. Watch in the trenches, because Taylor Decker at left tackle is a beast. As Ragnow center, he is an animal too. Penny Sewell, the right tackle, is as good as they get. And Jonah Jackson. I mean, this is a real good offensive line, which allows them to be balanced, which allows them to run the ball when you want to, play action when you want to. You want to turn it into a fight, we can do that. You want to get finesse and put them in an empty shotgun, we can do that. And so that's where they've really done a good job of drafting and accumulating talent, is that offensive line too.
I don't know if you were surprised. I was surprised just by the vast, it looked like the alleys that Aaron Jones was able to run through, and with Gibbs, that 53-yarder, I think, is a touchdown. So what do the 49ers have to do to shut down this running game? Because the Packers have a good running game. The Lions have a great running game.
Yeah, that's a good observation, because, and the Packers, what they did was clever. They did a nice job of scheming. It wasn't so much power where you're smashing it up in there or playing, running with the inside zone and that sort of. They would bring their receivers down on multiple occasions, and they would pin the defensive end. And it didn't matter if it was Bosa or Chase Young. They would pin them and get the ball out and pull tackles, and away they go, and just get out on the edge. And you just never see receivers blocking like that, especially against great players like the defensive ends from the Niners. So it was a little bit different. It was more of a finesse kind of thing, a really good game plan and scheme by Matt LaFleur. He's terrific. I thought he had his best coaching job this year with the youngest football team in the league. That Packer team's not going anywhere. They're really going to be a team to reckon with in the future. But yeah, the Niners are going to have to stop that run game big time. And then the play action pass is good. And luckily, the linebackers for the Niners are terrific. With Fred Warner and Greenlaw, and they're really good. They can diagnose the difference between run and pass and get back, because Amon-Ra St. Brown is really a good player on the dig route, on play action pass and crossing routes. Man, this is going to be a chess game, because both teams are very capable. Who saw this coming? Any of you guys predicted the Niners and the Lions in the championship game this year? I don't think so.
Detroit, after the 1-6 start, Mooch, they finished up well last year, went right into Kansas City and won at Arrowhead. We thought, Cowboys, Eagles would be in the mix, but Detroit's team, they deserve to be here. I love these matchups. Packers, that's the Mooch Bowl. Niners, Packers. Niners, Lions is the Mariucci Bowl as well. So John brings it up all the time. After you left the Niners, you went right to the Detroit Lions. And you are a Michigander, obviously, Tom Izzo, and growing up, we know the story. But just and Matt Millen and just the whole thing, the curse of Bobby Lane there after they traded him to Pittsburgh, you'll never win again for 50 years. What was it like at that time to coach the Detroit Lions and being from that area, Mooch?
Yeah. Well, that's why I did it. I had a chance to go elsewhere too, and I had to choose, but I chose the Lions because it was my home state, because it was near my mom and dad, because they hadn't won in a long, long time. So the challenge was there. the intentions were there to see if we could get that thing going, and it has taken such a long time. Part of their resurrection, so to speak, is the retreating back of some of the other teams in the division, because the Green Bay Packers just used to have 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks, right, playing in them. They got another one now coming up. So they were always in the hunt with that division. The Bears had some terrific teams. The Vikings had some terrific teams. So it was a matter of how do the Lions surpass those other teams in the division, and it was very, very difficult. Well, now's their time. Now's their time. You got a very young Packer team. You got the Vikings trying to figure it out, and the Bears trying to decide what quarterback they're going to have. And so this is right now the Lions might have the best roster in that division. So if they can keep this bunch together, because Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell have really drafted well. They're picking the right kind of gritty guys. They want a certain kind of guy, tough guys, and all that kind of blue collar stuff. And they're putting this all together for the long haul. This is a pretty darn young team too. Got to hang on to Jared Goff. My concern with this Detroit team is, are they going to hang on to their coordinators? Because Ben Johnson is getting interviewed, Aaron Glenn is getting interviewed, and we saw what happened to the Eagles, who were a Super Bowl team last year. They lost both coordinators, and they kind of fell off the map. They're just not even close to being as good as they were. So anyway, for the Lions, keep it together. You're right there. This is your window. Let's keep it all together for a while. And so the Niners have got to beat this team and stop their momentum and start fast and remind them early, like, hey, we're the team to beat, not you.
That's a good point. I think it is so hard because I was doing the morning show on the flagship when you were there, and I just think it's so hard to change, especially in Detroit, because losing had become such a way there to change the thinking. I think that's what Dan Campbell has done the best, is there's an expectation level. There's always been an expectation level here, but the expectation level there was, well, we're just going to lose every single year, and that's hard to break, isn't it?
It is. Until you win, and then you win another one, and then all of a sudden, that's your mentality. Now, hey, we have, and it has snowballed. They stand and started off 4-19-1, and it was almost like, here we go again stuff, right? And then the ownership had some patience. It's like, we like their direction. Let's give them time. Let's see if we can develop these young players. And my God, you got a dozen of these draft choices starting. And then some other free agents that have come in to help, Alex Anzalone, and you got, of course, we know about Jared Goff, but David Montgomery, that was a great get. I mean, they're putting the right pieces together at the right time.
And after that rough start, they've gone 22-7, and here they are, so they deserve to be here. Yeah. Mooch, being a former coach, I just want to get your thoughts, because we're going to have a great disparity in the coaching philosophies of Kyle. And last year we saw it against Sirianni and the Eagles, how aggressive some of these coaches are, and no one's more aggressive than Dan Campbell. And going forward on 4th down, no one does it more. The 2-point conversion, hell, even when he takes a penalty and he gets back on his 7-yard line, on the 7-yard line, he's going for 2 and not kicking the extra point to tie the game. We'll see if they win the flip of the coin when the captains go out, if they take the ball. He does that a lot, where Kyle embraces the foot in football. He'll punt. He'll kick field goals. The Niners are the only team in the league to not go for a 2-point conversion at all this year. When you get into a championship game like this, you want to be aggressive. You don't want to be reckless, certainly. Just how do you size up the disparity in the coaching philosophies in this game between Kyle and Dan Campbell?
That's a good observation, because Dan, in turning this thing around, he's done it a little bit unconventionally in terms of biting off kneecaps and getting really emotional and going for being. You mentioned the word reckless. There are times that penalty after the first 2-point play, and now it's on the 7-yard line going for 2. That the percentages drop dramatically there. So that I thought that was reckless. I was like, okay, I know this is our MO. I know you told the players we're going to go down and win this thing, but the chances were reduced by that penalty. He still went for it. And so, at some point you got to do what the right thing is in terms of the odds, not so much the surprise and fake punts. and go for it, 10 times in fourth down in the red zone, inside, in the red zone, where that's why they're a good red zone team this year. They go for it on fourth down a lot, so they don't, and then they end up in the end zone instead of kicking that field goal. 10 times they could have kicked a field goal. He chose not to, and 6 times they made it. So he's just a gambling man, like Riverboat Ron Rivera. And so sometimes you got to do that to change mentality and take some chances, because most of the time, he's erred on the side of risky or reckless, and it's worked out for him. Will he keep doing that once he says, okay, now I got a real pretty darn good team? I'm not gonna do anything reckless, and we'll see what happens in this game.
Yeah. By the way, the numbers are 21 of 40 on fourth down, which is second most of the Panthers at 48, and the 49ers were 7 of 13. So the 49ers were last in attempts and makes on fourth down. And Dan Campbell went 40 times, which is second in the league. So there you go. Mooch, we look forward to seeing you on Sunday at 6 a.m. We'll be up with you.
Get your butt up. We're on 6 hours. 6 o'clock to 12 o'clock. Tape your ankles, man.
Let's go. Let's go. We got it, man. Always good to talk to you. Thanks.
All right.
See ya.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Mooch.
There
Thank
you go.
you.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's, again, the numbers. 7 of 13, the 49ers on fourth down, last in attempts and makes, and 21 of 40 are the Lions, number 2 to the Panthers at 48. The Panthers had to go because they stink. So, I mean, just in terms of just going for it, and then 2-point convergence, you mentioned, the 49ers didn't even attempt one. The Lions were 3 of 6. So, quite
He'll
a
take the
difference.
ball. I want to see if he takes the ball to open the game. He's done that 4 times this year. And Mooch mentioned the fake punt. I saw him snap the ball to the personal protector, and Dave Phipp is their coordinator, probably called it, former defensive coordinator at San Jose State. They had their personal protector roll out and throw to a gunner on their own 30-yard line on a 4th and 2 early in the game. So he ain't changing. He is not changing. But you make a mistake, John, in an NFC championship game, or if they win, they go to the Super Bowl, and he pulls out one of these reckless moves. I mean, America loves him because he's so aggressive, and I think he is often reckless. You make one of these moves to lose a championship game, people never forget that.
No doubt. We'll continue the conversation. The Lions and the 49ers coming up on Sunday. Great stuff from Steve Mariucci. We've already heard from Ahmed Fareed, our good friend from ABC Sports, and Steve Mariucci. If you missed any of those, just go to KNBR.com. We got Ask Papa anything at all coming up at 11:50. Don't miss that. So your chance to sound off on this game or any other topics you want to discuss. Dennis Brown, the biggest story of this game is probably stopping the run of the Lions. They got a better running game than what the Packers did, and the Packers shredded the 49ers, especially on that long run. So how do they stop those big alleys that the Packers were running through? We'll ask Dennis in about 15 minutes, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Deebo Samuel, 50-50 to play on Sunday's matchup against the Lions for Adam Schefter. What will the Niners do if he can't play? That's trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We had a team meeting on Monday, but it was more of a, hey guys, good job getting a win. Wasn't our prettiest. Figured it out in the fourth quarter. Let's go look at Detroit. That was kind of our team meeting. So we haven't really, our first team meeting's tomorrow regarding the Detroit Lions. So don't really know what the message is. And no, I have not heard a word about, last year's NFC Championship game. It's one of those things where it's, hey, we lost our starting quarterback and then our backup quarterback got a concussion right away too. So yeah, we played the game without the most important position in football. So it's hard. You can't really dwell on it because there's not really anything I could have done differently or, anyone on the team could have done differently. So yeah, hey, we lost that game and we were able to flush it, move on, play at a high level. And now we're back with another opportunity and do everything that we can to not let that happen again.
That's George Kittle just a few minutes ago on the McAfee Show. Bottom of the hour, Dennis Brown will join us. Got to stop this run game differently than the way they played the Packers. We'll get into that. Then Ask Papa anything at all. That's on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. You can call the show at that number as well and hit us up on YouTube and Twitch where you can see the show live. But, there's a million things to talk about with this, but it's here. A year ago, how much did we talk in the offseason about, they didn't get the opportunity to play really against Philadelphia because they didn't have a quarterback. 2 years ago, Jaquaski Tart drops the interception, the big difference being these games are at home. So there's disappointment in the last two off seasons. You certainly don't want to make it three in a row, but the Eagles game in particular where you just didn't get a chance. We talked about it all off season, and now the opportunity is here again.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing when you look at it, and it really, does coincide with the drafting of Nick Bosa. There's just no doubt. This team has been to the NFC Championship game in 4 of Nick's 5 years. The 1 year he didn't make it, Nick got hurt and tore his ACL. I look at Aiden Hutchinson, John, and not exactly the same, but Aiden Hutchinson, and he drops into coverage a lot. He intercepts balls. They buzz him out. He's got a lot of Bosa in him. Number 2 pick. He wears the same number. I don't think he's quite as good of a pass rusher, but, man, he hits the quarterback a lot. He pressures. He's a good player. And look at the fortunes of the Lions, how they've changed since they got him. But the thing that's interesting is the Niners are going to play their 4th NFC Championship game in 5 years, and it's all against different teams. It was the Green Bay Packers and Aaron Rodgers in that group the first time. Then it was Matthew Stafford and the rebuilt quickly F-thumb draft picks and, Jalen Ramsey and Goff and was traded for Stafford. And it was Sean McVay, and they flamed out quickly. They're rebounding now. And then last year it was Philadelphia, and they looked so solid with a young quarterback. They decided to pay him, and now they got issues. And they're firing everybody. They fired the defensive coordinator. They're firing the offensive coordinator. They lost Bolt in the offseason. Mooch brought up the Lions. They're likely going to lose. I don't know if Aaron Glenn will get a job, but there's no doubt Ben Johnson, their offensive coordinator, is going to, as long as he interviews well, he's going to get one. Because
he might be in the division next year. Seattle's looking at him.
He is really good, and they run a lot of what the Niners do, and they just the way they play positionless football. So for the Niners, it's they're the constant. And you heard Ahmed say, he's being a Lion fan since he was 10 years old. We may never go this way again, where it's the Chiefs and it's the Niners, but a great difference there. And the Chiefs have changed their roster. They had to because of the success they've had, and Tyreek Hill in particular. But the quarterback's been there, ever since he arrived, took over for Alex, and Alex had a really good run. So they had it in place for a long time. But you just don't see the kind of continuity when you get to the championship game when there's a quarterback change. That's the major difference in what the Niners have been able to do. I mean, go back in history, just in the NFC, going to 3 straight NFC championship games. The Niners did it with Joe in the late 80s, and then the Leonard Marshall hit, and that was it, and it was over for him. But then he went to Steve Young, so that was the one where you had 3 straight NFC title game trips with different quarterbacks. And then Dallas did it with Troy Aikman. Philadelphia did it with Andy Reid. They actually went to 4 straight with Donovan McNabb. And the Niners in the early part of the decade with Harbaugh were able to do it with Alex Smith first, then a change in Kaepernick. So I guess the Niners are the ones that have had to change quarterbacks to get there. But the first 2 NFC championship trips were Jimmy Garoppolo. The last 2 have been Brock Purdy, and Brock's only played half a year last year and 5 starts in the regular season, played the 6th one against Miami for Jimmy. So it's just been but the one common, and they've changed the running backs, obviously, going from, Tevin Coleman, first Breida to Coleman to Mostert, and then, Elijah Mitchell led you in rushing, and then you went to Christian. I think the major change in here, and you added some pieces on defense. No team is ever the same, whether you win, lose, or draw. But I think the interesting thing is these last 2 have been with Brock Purdy at quarterback, where the first 2 were with Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback.
Dennis Brown's going to join us coming up next. Super Bowl champion. The number one thing is they got to stop the run. It was difficult against Green Bay. Lots of big alleys there. What adjustments do the 49ers make against this Lions run game and the rest of the defensive issues, Ambry Thomas, et cetera? We'll talk to Dennis about it next, only here on the Sports Leader. It is a brand new year, you know that, and you can start it off right with a new Toyota from Modesto Toyota, like I did. So let's come grab the keys to your new Toyota, and you can count on Modesto Toyota, of course, for great savings. Come in, check out the new models. This is what I did. You go to ModestoToyota.com, you see the incoming vehicles, you make sure that it's got all the bells and whistles that you need, you pick the one out that you want, and oh yeah, you got it. My RAV4 Hybrid is awesome, so you can do the same thing. You can get great prices and special lease deals and save big time on gas. Or how about just no gas altogether? The new electric BZ4X, great new price on it, and incredible lease deal, so you can go either way on that. It's a brand new year, and it's time to grab the keys for your new Toyota. My favorite part, family-owned since 1965, Modesto Toyota. They've had thousands of happy customers, including me, because of great service and great prices. And you know when you drive off the lot, you're going to turn around, they're still going to be there. It's tough to stay in business these days. They've been doing it family-owned since 1965, so you know they're doing a lot right. So let's grab those keys. Let's get out of here. Let's get to Modesto Toyota. No dealer markup. Did I mention that? I don't think I did. No dealer markup. The time's never been better. And as I always tell you, it's where I get my Toyotas, my son's Toyota. So come find out for yourself at Modesto Toyota at ModestoToyota.com.
Aaron Jones, the lone back. DeGuaro goes in motion. Flip 90 going out left. Aaron Jones turns the corner 20, 30, 40. Aaron Jones to midfield. Charvarius Ward will run him down, turn him around. He breaks a tackle. They finally drop him on the 49 or 37-yard line. Aaron Jones goes 54 yards.
Yeah, that's not good. We'll talk to Dennis. He'll join us momentarily. The large alleys defensively, you got to stop those, especially for a guy like Jahmyr Gibbs, who is so fast, probably takes that 53 to the house. So we'll discuss that with Dennis when we get him. Real quick during the break, pull the curtain back for a second. So, when I'm doing halftime behind you guys, I have these cards that I read. But what happened is a couple of weeks ago, and I'm superstitious because when they win, I got these cards. I've had a good year, and so I don't want to get new cards. But like an energy drink blew up in my backpack and soaked everything. And for some reason, my iPad survived. One iPad did, my smaller iPad did not, so I had to get a different iPad. But these cards are just trashed. Do you see that? See these cards here that I use?
I see that.
I mean, they're trashed.
We'll be right back with more.
So what happened was...
Can't Holder get you new ones?
Yeah, but he said he could, but I was like, I want to use them all season long. I'm superstitious that way, and I had to take a hairdryer to those cards. And they're trashed. I mean, they're absolutely trashed. So anyway, I want to keep them, but they're bad, and I can hardly read them.
Put them in the microwave oven, John.
He thinks they're pathetic. He goes, "This is pathetic." I just picked them up from him because I left him in the studio, and he goes, "These are pathetic." And I just went, "A drink."
So
exploded.
It had nothing to do with the rain.
No.
It had to do with you.
An energy
drink.
And my backpack smells like death.
Yeah,
it's terrible. Anyway.
So when you came up for the halftime, what kind of mood were we in?
Not good
at that point in the game.
Not good.
Yeah, I kept saying, they're ahead. Th're winning 7-6.
That was the best thing you could say.
And then, but then it even turned, and Embry Thomas commits a PI. Guard Bo Melton, and Dennis Brown's there. Dennis, welcome. We came in with, and that was a flip 90 call. That was Tom Cable's favorite play when he coached the Raiders. It was a dive flip where you had a fullback fake the dive and they'd flip into McFadden. Now they do it with, do a jet sweep motion. But it's a counter flip to get to the edge. And Aaron Jones, Chase Young got all turned around. Logan Ryan missed a tackle. They were running the pin and pull on him all day. Before we get into the Lions and their two-headed monster, Montgomery and Gibbs, what was going on with the 49er, rush defense against Aaron Jones on Saturday through your expert lens?
Well, first of all, I've heard a flip-flop, pin and pop.
Flip 90.
The pin and
flip
pull.
Flip 90 is when they,
Flip 90.
You're a defensive guy. You don't know what all those are?
I do not. But here's one thing I do know is that Chase Young was getting – it was a simple block. The tight end was lining up wider than him, and he was just closing in on him. We called it just a trap play. I mean, he was just getting trapped from the tight end. So, I mean, that's just alignment, right? I mean, when you line up out there and you got a tight end that's got an angle on you, he can just close down on you and shut the door and open up that edge. So that's just alignment. And I watched that play, and I was like, here comes the tight end. He's going to come down on you. And then you got the corner. So it's just alignment. It's just awareness of where you are. And, when I look at that first half, the whole game, I was just waiting for this defensive line to do something. I mean, you had that great play by Nick Bosa at the end of the game, but you just didn't see anything from this D-line. We talk about this D-line. There's all this talent on the D-line. I don't know. I haven't seen them come together yet and have that dominating performance. And that's what was missing at the game on Saturday. You just didn't have that defensive line take over the game. You had Jordan Love he was comfortable in the pocket. He wasn't pressured. And when he got pressured, he was able to get the ball out because he had enough time to kind of look at the entire football field. So this is what needs to be done this week. This defensive line's got to figure it out. I mean, we talked about the whole year about who's going to play opposite of Nick Bosa, who's going to be the guy. You bring in 3 or 4 different guys, and no one's been that guy who brings that consistent pressure. And the run game. I mean, the run game is a run game. You're a D lineman. That's what you do. You want to play against the run. You don't want to rush the. Excuse me, I was getting a little excited. You don't want to rush the pass. You want to play. That smash mouth defense. And in the last couple of weeks, you just haven't seen it. I mean, you give up 100 yards. That means Pop, I got to give it to you. You were saying, they're still winning. They're still, the red zone was great. All that good stuff. But the defense has got to take over football games. We just have not seen it with this defensive line. And this is a talented defensive line up front. These guys should be taking over football games and just punching people in the mouth. Just haven't seen it yet. So I'm hoping this week, or you have to do it this week, because you got a coach who's got that attitude. And the Detroit Lions are playing with that attitude of their head coach. They're just playing tough. They're out there. They're smacking people. They're flying around. They're making plays on offense and defense. So this week, you can't come in and just kind of say, we're here at home, we're going to put our pads on, and we're going to hope we can win a football game. You got to go out and you got to change the tone. You got to get after people. This is it. This is what you work the whole entire offseason for, the opportunity to compete for championships. So you got to come out. You got to play with your hair on fire. It's got to be some urgency. I mean, we pumped this game up. We talked, Steve had the big pump-up thing. We talked about what it takes to be a champion, all this stuff, these different things. And the team came out, and you kind of got smacked in the mouth, by the lowest seeded team in the playoffs. So you got to get it together. But I think you can do it with this D-line if you can just come together and just take over the football game. All right.
No, I like it. I love your passion because
you got to back up the truck. Yeah. Apparently, I don't know where you are.
Well, Dennis, here's the thing too: is that Green Bay had a good offensive line, had a great offensive line. This is the best offensive line left. Penny Sewell, the right tackle, is first team All Pro on that side. Frank Ragnow is even though he's got a sprained knee and ankle, he's the second team All Pro center. I mean, this is a good offensive line. They're missing their left guard, but I mean Will the 49ers kind of take this as a personal affront? Because I know all week long everyone's going to talk about the Detroit offensive line. And here you got Armstead and Hargrave, and Bosa played great last week. But Chase Young, to me, got absolutely blown up play after play after play, and that's where my concern is.
Yeah, and it's got to start up front. I mean, it's got to. You got Hargrave in there. You got Armstead in there. You got Chase Young in there. You got Nick Bosa in there. I mean, this is when you talk all those four guys, you should be taking over games. I mean, quarterbacks should be. I mean, from snap one, quarterbacks should be running all over. They should be fearing for their life when you have these guys up front. So I don't know if it's because they haven't played enough together, they haven't got the rhythm together, or the timing together. But you got to do it. This is it. This is the week. This is the week to do it. This is the game to do it. I mean, whatever it is, whatever you got to do to get ready for this football game, if you can't get up for an NFC championship game, an opportunity to go and play and compete for a championship, if you can't get up this week, if these guys, these names that we've talked about the entire season, how great they are and how this and how that, this is a game to kind of prove it. And like I said, Detroit's going to come in, and they got a head coach that's got them fired up. I mean, it ain't no sweet talk. It ain't no soft talk. It ain't no, we go out there and compete and do our best. I'm sure he's saying we go out there, we're going to kick their ASSs. That's the speech they're getting in Detroit coming out here to San Francisco. I apologize.
I love that you spelled it out.
Here. You're backing up the truck. We bringing in a new D line. What are we doing?
Don't get hit by that backing truck, man. Watch out.
Listen. I'm bringing in me, BY. Dana Stubblefield's going to get a leave of absence. He's coming out. We're going to come out. And we are – I mean, we're going to play like we played against that freaking Dallas team, and we want to get after it. So I got a whole bunch of tomatoes.
Hey, this is kind of – you know what? This is kind of like it. You said that because Dallas had that great offensive line, and I bet you guys heard about all week Dallas's line. You must have taken that as like, oh, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, we looked at the tape, and we were like, oh, shoot, because we knew what we were getting ourselves into, during those battles. We knew who we had to battle. The first week, the first day of practice, we were like, oh, here we go again. They're going to smack us in the mouth. And then as the week went on, by the time Sunday came, we were like, no, we're going to do some smacking today because we got too much talent. We got too much on the line, and we know the expectation. We're going to get after some people. So, that's the attitude you got to have. And I look at this coach on the sidelines. I don't know what position he played. I would say he played an offensive line or defensive line.
Tight end.
Tight end. Well, tight end.
He was like a blocking tight end. He was like a gritty tight end.
Yeah, I mean, he looks freaking greedy. And I think he had a big chew in. He's spitting on the side. I mean, he's going to have these guys. I'm just saying, these guys are going to be fired up. The weather's going to be nice. Their mind's going to be blown. They're like, what's this California stuff about? But they're going to come to play some football. And if the 49ers think they can play like they played against Green Bay, against these guys, this game is going to be tough. It's going to be a long day because they're ready. You talk about the hottest team. This team believes in itself right now. They truly believe in themselves, and they're going to come in with a lot of confidence. And you got to jump on them early.
Yeah, we heard you backing up a truck or somebody near you, and John Lynch did. I mean, look in the month of October. October the 5th, he goes to get Randy Gregory.
Right.
On Halloween, the day of the deadline, he goes to get Chase Young. And then he's not done. The LA Chargers fire their head coach. They cut Sebastian Joseph Day in December. They go and get him. So they brought in all this talent. Now, I think people underestimated losing Cleveland Ferrell. We know how good he is setting the edge, and they attack Chase Young and the edge. But just speak specifically about Chase Young. He had some good snaps in the game. It wasn't like everyone wasn't, but they attacked him, and we knew. And Bosa had some imperfect snaps as well on the edge. But just specifically, what Green Bay did was they ran away from Nick and towards Chase's side, whether they were pin and pulling him or not blocking him, and he was able to get penetration. So just from your eyes, what does 92 got to do to play better in this game?
Well, he's got to look at his alignment, right? I mean, Charles Haley was at that football game, and I sat with Charles Haley, and we watched that play. That's why that play sticks out to me. And Charles Haley said before the snap that tight end's coming down, okay? And he's seen it on a monitor, but it's about recognition of the alignment. All right, so they know. So everyone knows that the 49ers have these great pass rushers. They're going to get after the passer, and they're the goal rush and all that stuff. So what do? You run the ball directly at guys who are going up the field and not looking at their alignment, and then you can just have the edge every single time. So I'm sitting there with Charles, and Charles says that tight end's coming down. And sure enough, by alignment, that tight end comes down, and you got the edge for that outside run game. Same thing with Nick Bosa. You can see the tight end out there. As a defensive lineman, that's part of your job, seeing your
So what
alignment.
do you do when he's coming down from you from the side like that and trying to trap you on that? All right.
You got to cross the face. You got to cross the face. But you can't get upfield, and then it's easy. Once you're upfield, you can just close you down. You got to cross his face. You got to take your shoulder pad, your outside shoulder pad, and put it in his face mask, and then cross his face. Remember that move that the great defensive lineman for Green Bay had, where he would take that arm.
Reggie White.
He would just take it, and he would just throw people back to the inside. That's the move you got to have.
He learned that from
on
you.
The outside. Yeah, he did. And that's what you got to do. But you got to jam them up, and you got to keep that contained because you make the corner short. And it was just. Me and Charles were sitting there, and Charles was like, "Here comes we just call it a down block. I don't know what they call it now. It was just a simple down block. Tight end would line up, boom, come down, bam. There's the edge right away. So it's alignment. Again, I don't know the scheme. I don't know defenses that you get upfield or you just. A linebacker fills or a corner comes up and fills. But when you have a tight end lined up 2-3 yards on the outside of you, chances are he's coming down just to block you, just to get that edge. So it's alignment.
By the way, the text line's going crazy. They want you to do the pregame speech. This is as fired up as I've heard you. There's no question about it. You didn't like that. You didn't like to run defense.
Only because I just saw this defense get kind of popped in the mouth. And there's so much talent on this defensive line, and I don't get it. Tim can probably speak more too because he knows the schemes. But just watching it, it's frustrating because there's so much talent on this defensive line, and they should be dominating teams. They really should be dominating teams. But this is the time to do it. This is the time to do it. Now you've got to the point where now you can compete for a championship, NFC championship game, then you go to a Super Bowl game. But this is the time to do it. If the defense is going to show up, they got to do it on Sunday.
How many NFC championship games did you play in?
A lot. I think
all of them.
I think all of them, but I only got one ring. So
right.
That's the frustration.
Yeah.
That's the frustration. So, you talk to people like Jesse. Jesse's played in like 10 NFC championship games. He's got 4 rings, but he's played in 10.
Yeesh. So,
he's a guy that knows what it takes. And we talked about Nick Bosa at the end of that football game with that final play as he drops to his knees. That's what it's got to be about, right? It's got to be about everything on the football field. leaving it on the dang football field. And that's what they got to do. And they can start with their defensive line. And everything else is easy. All the rest falls into place if you can get this. And this is going to be a quarterback that's going to be standing like a dang statue. Standing like a statue on pass plays. But you got to stop the run first.
You mentioned Steve was back as the honorary captain, Jerry, and he's there a lot. Was blowing off the foghorn. And that moment at halftime, Dennis, and I saw you standing right behind Dr. York and Harry Edwards. Dr. Edwards is not in great shape right now. He's battling the fight, and it was pouring rain. And, man, he was getting me going with his words there. Just what was it like being around all the former Niner greats, watching the game and being a part of the halftime ceremony on Saturday?
Well, here's the thing that I didn't realize when I was on the team was Dr. Edwards is a legend, okay? Dr. Edwards, if you sit and talk to him, he talks about, going to events with Malcolm X, Dr. Martin Luther King, Jesse. I mean, he just goes on and on. I mean, these iconic black leaders in the world. Dr. Harry Edwards was there. He was part of that whole thing. Black Panthers in Oakland. I mean, he was part of all that. So I can remember when my father came up to watch me play once, and the only person he wanted to meet was Dr. Edwards because he was part of history. He was part of Black history. Black History Month's coming up next month. But that he's part of Black history. So it was cool as I've gotten older to appreciate him and kind of what he's done. So, to honor him and, I don't know health-wise what he's going through, but, he's a remarkable man. And I feel bad because I didn't take advantage. I didn't know my history. I didn't know that he was such a part of Black history, especially in the Bay Area.
San Jose State, Tommy
Berkeley,
Smith and John Carlos. That was all Dr.
Smith.
Edwards, Dennis.
All that, that's history. That's all history that I wasn't aware of when I was here. So, I get with him quite a bit, and I talk to him a lot now. So it was kind of an honor to be out there. And Dr. York wanted us all to kind of be there because he was a big part of the team. He was someone you can always kind of talk to as a Black player and white player. But I think it was more, for us, Black players to go and have someone that we can kind of talk to about things that are going on. So it was kind of fun to be part of that.
I love how you positioned yourself, by the way. I was looking at that on the big monitor, and it was Dr. Edwards, Jerry, you. I was like, that was a great move. I mean, you're a legend. Don't get me wrong. But it was like you were right in the middle. You were right behind Dr. Edwards. Like that's good positioning right there.
That was
you
perfect.
did a nice job. You did a nice job.
I got some views.
You did, man.
All right, guys.
Awesome.
I got a truck full of food.
See you.
Back up the truck, brother.
I know
Back
you gotta
it
go.
up, baby.
See you, bro.
All right.
Thanks, man.
Let's suit up Haley.
All right, that is a Super Bowl champion right there. He is fired up about the defensive line. The text line's going crazy. Dennis, we need Dennis before the game. All right, ask Pop anything at all. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open. Whether you got a question there, 415-828-5627, 415-828-KNBR. Use your hashtag AskPapa, or you can join the phone line. Jump on the phone line. Same number, 415-828-KNBR. Anything about, could be the Packers game, could be the Lions game, anything. Ask Papa anything at all. Also, we'll check YouTube and Twitch as well. So start the questions. We'll get to the best ones both through the phone line, the text line, and YouTube and Twitch. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Hitter.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Niners remain the Super Bowl favorites, despite their gritty win against the Packers and Ryan Clark's pretty slander. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey, it's Mila. It's Greg Papa. Were you forced into a nose below your mortgage rate in the past year? Loan Pronto is here to rescue you. If your mortgage rate is over 7, you're going to be in heaven. With Loan Pronto's zero-cost refi, you can cut your house payment by hundreds of dollars and even do it with zero closing cost and no appraisal. Rates have plummeted to the lowest point in nearly 12 months, and it's time to say goodbye to that bad loan you got stuck with. Loan Pronto's got APRs with fixed rates in the 5s. So don't live with that record high a day longer. You can lock in a lower rate now with virtually no paperwork or cost involved. So call now and see how much lower you can get your house payment. Refi now and even skip your next 2 house payments altogether. So call for a free 30-second quote. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com. 415-808-5721. I'll give the number one more time. 415-808-5721.
What's happening? Every weekday around 11:50-ish. I guess we went late with Dennis, but he was so fired up, I didn't want to let him go. But then he had to go and actually work. I forget, people work for a living. So I had to let him go. Ask Papa anything at all. Very wide open. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. You can also call the show very conveniently with that same number. So give us your thoughts. 49ers and Lions emphasis, but you can talk about anything at all. A lot of people asking on the heels of our discussion of Dennis and the running game. In your mind, many questions on the text line from many different area codes asking this question. What has happened with the run defense, in your opinion?
Bill Callahan. I mean, a lot of it is just structure. And when they went to the wide 9 and they brought in Kasarik, there's sometimes you just look at their splits on the D-line, and there are just gaping holes. It is a get after the quarterback. It's a GTFO, get the F off, and it's all just built on getting up the field. Now, along the way, you got big bodies in Javon Hargrave, and Eric Armstead played well in the game, and obviously Nick. And when Cleveland Ferrell was here, the run defense was better. But the reason this defense was invented is to stop the edge, the outside zone, and Peyton Manning and what they were doing in Indianapolis, where they were handing it off to Edger and James, and literally they were getting to the edge. It was more, they call it the stretch running game because Peyton Manning was under center a lot then. You remember how he would literally have to stretch out his body to make the handoff, but it was all getting wide. So what they did, and that was our friend in Tennessee, the D-line coach there, Jim Washburn, is just crazy. They just, they just widened it out. But sometimes when you watch the game live and look at the All-22, there's gaping holes in the middle. But not what they're doing now, and Bill Callahan, and then the Niners do the pin and pull all the time, where Juwan Jennings comes down. The pin is where Dennis is talking about a trap, where you're blocking from outside in, and you're taking advantage of the wide defensive end. There's out at 9 technique, which is all where they line up. So 9 technique, you're lining up way outside the tight end, really. It's the tight end box, the tackle box, and wider, and you're just ear-holing the guy. So that's the pin. Kyle does it all the time with Juwan Jennings. Then you pull Kittle, and then you pull Trent out in space. It's a short pull. So we were talking about bringing Penei Sewell across the formation. They do that, but not on the pin and pull, because that's a long pull coming from right tackle all the way left. But anyway, there's some areas where you can prey on this 49er run defense. Bill Callahan exposed it in Cleveland coming off their bye week. Now his son just got hired as the head coach of the Tennessee Titans, Brian. He did it to the Niners. A little different scheme. It was more inside with Joe Mixon and what Cincinnati did. And then we've seen teams do it, and it's just, so how do you adjust? Detroit's got, athletic guys. We'll see what you do, but maybe just more awareness. What Dennis was talking about, don't get pinned at end. Take on that block and, just don't get upfield. But it involves changing the way they rush, which they do sometimes. Armstead, kind of does his own thing sometimes where he's not always wide 9, GTFO. He'll kind of read it and get there. But you got to be smarter in how you rush. So, but that's just the start of it. This offense can get you a lot of different ways, and these two backs are just very different, obviously, David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. But, Montgomery can run outside, and Gibbs has got enough toughness to run inside. But if you don't stop the run against these guys, and then Goff has a clean pocket off the play action, because everything they do is, if Jared Goff does not have play action, he's not the same quarterback, but he gives you that arm out, the long hold out there, the way Peyton did, and then he flips his head around quick, and he get like Brady did, and he pierces you over the middle. So if they get the running game going consistently in this game, this is a hard offense to stop.
Ask Papa anything at all. Let's jump out to the phone lines. Let's see, Walton, W. Go right ahead.
It's RW. Hey, RW, I'm asking why.
McQuarters? RW McQuarters?
No, just RW.
No.
Sorry, but
RW, gotcha.
Yeah, why don't Steve Wilkes blitz any? I mean, third down, why don't he blitz? I mean, because if you blitz, you make that quarterback uncomfortable. As long as the quarterback comfortable and you're a good quarterback, it's going to slice them up every time.
And now we're criticizing Steve for not blitzing. He was criticized for the cover 0 blitz in Minnesota. He blitzes more. I think it's about even now. But I hear you. You've got to alter this pocket on Sunday night, Sunday at 3:30. Otherwise, if he has a clean pocket, he's got to pierce you. He's that good of a player, and you're not going to be able to cover these receivers forever. And the tight end, they've got guys, and they can check it down. So, however they do it, now Detroit is good, and Todd Bowles is an ultimate blitzer with Tampa Bay, and they beat him in the regular season. They beat him again. Their offensive line is just good. They're athletic, so they'll pick it up. But I hear what you're saying. If you can't get there with a 4-man pressure, and I know they didn't have any sacks in the game on Saturday night, but they had pressure at the right time. They showed blitz. They bluffed out of it on the big 3rd and 8 right before Carlson missed the 41-yard field goal. But your point is well taken, RW. Whatever means, if you got to bring 5 over there 5 or 6 over there 5 or overload it or zone blitz it like Detroit does with Hutchinson a lot, you've got the secret to the game is to make Jared Goff get off his spot, reload, and then he's a quarterback you can get to. If he's back there with a U-shaped pocket, he will pierce you all night.
Blitz rate, by the way, Detroit's at 28.7. That's 11th in the league. The 49ers blitz about 18% of the time. That's 29th in the league. One of the reasons you don't blitz is you have confidence on your back end and your front end. The one thing I think is that if they don't get after Jared Goff as much as they'd like, and especially having Ambry Thomas on that one end, you might see them blitz more. I mean, it's just philosophically, it's not something they like to do. And also with Detroit's blitz rate being about middle of the road as far as the NFL is concerned. But one thing that they do a lot, and I know you saw this just like I did because you mentioned it earlier with Brian Branch, they were putting their safeties, and they were kind of mixing it up a little bit. Joseph came, Branch came. They were bringing
Melifonwu
came. I mean, they were getting guys off the edge, and Tampa Bay wasn't picking it up. They had free runners against Tampa. Hell, Hutchinson was a free runner twice. That's one thing that the 49ers are going to have to adjust to is they'll bring that safety up and they'll blitz right off the edge. And so they're going to have good communication on the offensive line because Tampa Bay didn't.
Well, and another reason you blitz is to create one-on-one. So if you don't blitz and you just rush 4 over their 5, and they vary their protection. One thing that Green Bay changed is they sent 5 out in pattern later in the year. They stayed in early with a lot of max protection, 7 blocking over 5 or 4, and then you're sending only 3 guys out. They thought Love was just better getting more guys out and sending 5 out. So, but in theory, I mean, ideally, you'd like to rush 4 and drop 7 and cover and not blitz. But if you're not getting there with the 4, and another reason why, if you're rushing 4 over 5, they can double team Nick Bosa. They don't even have to chip him. They could bring a guard over to help the tackle. If you bring a 5th, you're creating more one-on-ones. The key thing is to let Nick Bosa do his job. Now, then that you're dropping less back into coverage, so there's a trade-off there. So, without a doubt, and I think they'll move Jared Goff. They're going to go back, and his first game as a Lion was against the 49ers. He threw a pick 6 to Greg Greenlaw, but I'm sure they've already gone back and watched all his Rams games. And Brad Holmes, their GM, was with Les Snead in L.A. They know that he does move well. He's not just a statue. If they can get him rolling to the right off the outside zone, he was very effective doing that. So that'll be the matchup, is to get Jared Goff off his spot. He's an elite thrower of the football. The guy went number 1 overall in the draft. He's a beautiful thrower. His textbook pullback, and he's different than Stafford with all the different arm angles, but Jared could sling it. What you got to do, everybody that's scouting report on him for years, get him off his spot, make him reload. He's not athletic. The one play he had against the Rams in the wild card game, when he pitched the ball backwards, he got all turned around. The one hit a helmet as well. You just got to get him off his spot if he sits in the midline or is able to roll to his right off the boot, the keep game. He's a great thrower, so you got to make him reset his feet and reload, and that's the scouting report on Goff. He lacks athleticism, even though his father was a great athlete, a catcher, and a major league player for a number of years, Jerry Goff. It's just, when you're looking at these uber athletic defensive linemen or even linebackers coming at him, it's hard for him to reset and be athletic enough to avoid him and make a throw.
It's not always the quarterback's fault, win or lose, but quarterbacks get assigned winning and losing records. His last 5 against the Niners, he's 0-5, sacked 10 times, 7 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. You mentioned those pick 6s and only completes 59% of his passes, so he hasn't been great against the 49ers. Ask Papa anything at all. Mike is up next. Hi, Mike. Welcome.
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
Good.
What's up, Mike?
I've been listening a long time. I love your guys' show. I understand what we have to do against Detroit, and I get that. But can we also talk about what Detroit has to do against us a little bit more too?
Totally.
We're the number 1 seed for a reason, and I think that that they have to play us too. And I get tired of hearing all the talk about this, and Brock Purdy is just getting slammed, especially by guys like Ryan Clark. I'm a 49er fan, but I'm also an NFL fan. I hope that Brock Purdy goes out and wins this Super Bowl to shut all these guys up.
And I heard what Ryan had to say, and it started before the game of the Amy Trey. They're all waiting for Brock, for the clock to strike midnight and him to be Cinderella. So I get all that, but there were reasons why he didn't play as well. He did in the end when they had to. We talked about the inability to grip and rip it, but just the way Green Bay played and choked off the middle, you're going to have to change up some of your landmarks and things you do. the reason we're talking about Detroit is we know the Niners. We know what they have to do. For the Lions, where they're vulnerable is those corners. That is the weakness of their team. You know, they don't have a Jair Alexander on their team. Cam Sutton, who he wears number 1, he's an interesting player. I think whatever Aaron Glenn calls, whether it's zone or it's man, they have a hard time. And they play way off, and they give you a lot of the short stuff. They're going to do that against the Niners and the Bubbles and the Lasers and the Rockets. Now, not having Debo in the game, if he can't go, it takes away a lot of that action, but he can do it with other guys as well. But Cam Sutton is someone you want to attack, number 1, whether he's playing off and can't tackle coming up, or he wants to, bump you and run with you or jam you. Mike Evans went at him the entire game on Sunday, and they got behind him, they got through him. He's a guy you want to attack. I mean, watch the touchdown by CeeDee Lamb against Dallas, and they sent a blitz, and they missed the blitz, and he just fell down. The other guy, Vildor. So the outside corners, John, are where they're vulnerable. There's no doubt. But you've got to block Aiden Hutchinson, and, do you have to help Colton to get him blocked? I think their middle linebackers, their stacked linebackers, off-the-ball linebackers are way more athletic, and there's some vulnerability there with Barnes and Anzalone and Jack Campbell, but they're good players, and they're going to have a scheme to choke off the middle of the field. The safeties do bother me. Melifano was a ball hawk. Kirby Joseph's a good player. The nickelback plays safety as well. I think this is maybe the bottom line in this game, John, just to be simple. If everybody wants to choke off the middle of the field, and if I'm playing the Niners, that's the way I'm playing them. And I'm putting their biggest lineman, like Kenny Clark, over the 49ers right guard, and Feliciano's a good player, but I want it right where Brock releases the ball as a right-handed quarterback, and you saw it time and time again. He couldn't see from the midline. They choked off the middle. He was inaccurate. He had to throw high. One thing Brock does not have is the different arm angles where he drops down, like Rich Gannon or Matthew Stafford, the elite throwers, Mahomes, or even Jordan Love. He kind of has to go over the top. So, but the one thing in this game where Jimmy struggled with it, maybe it's just simply an outside the numbers more passing game. If they're going to sit in the middle and choke off all those in-breaking routes, then we're just going to hit them more from the numbers out. You hear Tim talking about that all the time. Brandon Ayuk can do that. Jawan Jennings can do that. Run more, bench routes, sideline routes, corner routes with George Kittle. Maybe you may want to stay away from the middle entirely because you got to open up the entire width of the field. But maybe this is a game where you get away from your self-scouting and what they do to you and don't go over the middle as much. Work the sidelines, work the numbers to the sideline, and attack number 1, Cam Sutton, and number 29, Kendall Vildor.
Well, and the numbers back that up. I mean, they're actually really good against the run. 87.7, they're second in the league. 3.8 yards per carry is fifth in the league. So against the run, they've been great. But like you said, their quarterback rating against is about 95. Their yards per completion is 12.3, which is last in the league, and Brock is at 9.1 per attempt, so they're going to do that. But the one stat that really jumps out defensively for the Lions, they missed 124 tackles. By comparison, the 49ers missed 64. So they missed, as much as we've talked about missed tackles for the 49ers, the Lions have twice as many missed tackles as what the 49ers are. So what do the 49ers do? They yak it. So again, we'll go back to Deebo Samuel and see if Deebo can play, but it's everybody on the 49ers offense can break tackles. Kittle can, McCaffrey can, all these guys can. So get the completions, make the plays, but make the Detroit Lions in the open field make tackles. And they're big hitters, and they got some talent on that back end. There's no question. But as you said, they're going to be targeting Sutton, but they're also going to be targeting yards after the catch. You have to make sure that they make plays because through the season, and the playoffs can be different, but through the seasons, the Lions have missed an alarming amount of tackles.
And who also makes you miss tackles a lot? Elijah Mitchell and J.P. Mason. And I have no knowledge of anything. I haven't seen practice at all. They haven't practiced yet. But if they get the word and the week goes on that Deebo just can't play in this game, and who knows, he may be able to go play. He didn't fracture anything. He did have more flexibility in that shoulder. Maybe he takes a shot before the game and he's able to go. But even if he goes and he comes out and he's not Deebo, you have to prepare for that, and they obviously are. I'm looking at, who are your next skill players you want. To me, I want the running backs on the field. And then you move McCaffrey. The issue is Juwan mainly lines up at slot at F, where Christian would go. So, who could take the Z stuff would be the issue in the wide receiver room. So we'll figure it out here. But if you have to change the chess pieces on the board, I would like to see them use Elijah Mitchell more and then free up Christian McCaffrey to do more of the Debo stuff. But ideally, you actually have Tyson to play in the game, and you just play Debo Samuel.
All right, we'll take more of them on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. You can call the show as well with the same phone number, so make sure you hit us up, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We'll continue to the bottom of the hour with the questions. Then we talk to our good friend Marcus Thompson. Not only has he been writing about the 49ers, but the latest on the Warriors, a tough, emotional road ahead. We'll get into that with Marcus at 12:30 on the Sports Leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Brent Jones, of course, three-time Super Bowl champ with the Niners, joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to reminisce on their comeback win over the Packers. Check the podcast out. It's trending right now at KNBR.com and the new KNBR app. I can see, and it's glorious, and it's because of the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Pop kept coming in the studio going, look at me, I've got this great vision of a young man. And of course, he's still a very young man. But so I got jealous, and I said, okay, what happened? How did you do this whole thing? So Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Now, he and I both had custom lens replacement. It's called CLR, technically. It is a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, no more readers running in your house looking for readers. Plus, you'll never develop cataract. So that is awesome. But at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, what they want to do is what works best for you. So you book your free consultation. I said free consultation at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com, or simply call 877-GET-2020. And they have all sorts of different procedures. And Dr. Bindi and his entire team, they have done thousands of these procedures. So you can trust the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, but they want to do what is best for you. So if it's CLR, that is great. If it's another procedure that works well for you, that's great too. The Laser Eye Center, 25 years and tens of thousands of vision correction procedures. That was really important to me because it's your eyes after all. That's fairly important. So whatever's going to work best for you, CLR worked for us. Give them a call right now. It's a free consultation, so you got nothing to lose except for your bad eyesight, of course. 877-GET-2020 or lasereyeclr.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, we needed it. And I want to thank the NBA, Adam Silver, for postponing those two games. There's no way many of us could have walked out onto a court and played a basketball game either Wednesday or Friday. So I want to thank Adam and the Mavericks and the Jazz, because those games will be made up and it will complicate the schedule for them. So I want to thank everybody.
That's Steve Kerr, obviously, with the NFC Championship game coming up. We've rightfully so talked so much about the 49ers, but boy, what the Warriors have to go through, and you just heard Steve Kerr, maybe the toughest press conference he's had to do, and we talked so much about, Draymond Green and all different issues and championships and all the different things we have through the years with the Warriors, and it's always been really good content for us. But, man, this is something that the Warriors have never had to deal with, and no team really has to deal with. I mean, you're talking about now the word comes out that the whole coaching staff was there, some players were there, and now they have to just turn around. And I know that they had that 4-day break, which was nice, but as he points out, last Wednesday against Utah, where the event happened, and then get the postponement against Dallas on Friday. So they've had a number of days. It doesn't mean it's going to be easy tomorrow night at Chase Center to take on the Hawks, but we've talked so much about deadlines and all these different things, but it's just a totally different game to try to psychologically get back on the court. It's going to be tough for the Warriors who need a run here before the deadline, but you've got to put it in perspective of what they've gone through over the last week.
Hell of a week. I mean, they had not played since MLK Day in Memphis, and they didn't play well in the fourth quarter of that game. They flew to Salt Lake City right after. They had the team dinner on Tuesday night, and Decky winds up losing his life on January the 17th, the next day, and obviously how they got together in the ballroom, the 50 members of the traveling party. Marcus Thompson's going to join us a little bit. He wrote a lot about it, and just so hard. And, Friday was the 40th anniversary of Steve Kerr's father being assassinated. And I remember, how he was treated as a young guy playing at the University of Arizona, how cruel those college kids were to him when they were chanting about his dad. His dad was murdered in Beirut, Lebanon. So Steve's the perfect guy in so many ways with his life experiences and his wisdom and his civility and all of them. But they met the media yesterday. Steve was just Steve. Kevon Looney was really close with Decky, and it's tough. Draymond Green, Marcus will get into it, was tough. Draymond was close to him. He coached big men, and I'm sure they all were, but the entire coaching staff was there. 5 players were there. Can you imagine sitting at a team dinner like they have so many days and nights over the last many years, and since Decky's been here the last couple of years, and he suffers a heart attack, and the next day he's gone. His family has to fly to Salt Lake City and make a choice to take him off life support. It's just unbelievable. I remember Run Jones dying with the Raiders years ago, and he was one of Al's closest people, but Run was an older man. He lived a hard life, so you kind of, you didn't think he was going to live forever. You just don't expect anyone at age 46 to die, but it's so hard. So now they got to come out and play, and, the Warriors are going to pay tribute to him. They actually paid a tribute to him before the team got together to talk about it over the weekend. There was an amazing scene where Decky was a hell of a player in Serbia, and in Belgrade, his two former teams were playing each other. Sure, a lot of you saw the video and just the tribute. I didn't have any idea who this guy was internationally. What a player. And the love, from a world away. And I think a lot of the Warrior players knew he was a good player. They didn't maybe realize because he was humble. But anyway, this is wow. And as Steve said, there's no handbook on how to handle something like this, to lose a member of the coaching staff and have it happen right in front of them. I mean, it's just beyond me. My mom literally died right in my arms. I mean, right in front of me, and I was the only one there. And that image, but she's a 93-year-old woman, and her days were numbered. To have this happen at a team dinner, 46 years of age. I don't know if he had any history of heart problems or what was the nature of the cardiac arrest, the heart attack, whatever he had. But wow, I mean, how do these guys get over it, John? We were talking about Draymond and going through counseling to deal with his on-court anger management. Draymond's going to need counseling in a whole different way. And so are so many people connected with the organization. So this is really hard. This is probably, and they've gone through a lot since last training camp and the Jordan Poole situation and all the Draymond, but nothing like this. I mean, it's basketball. They still live a great life, and they have to deal with social media and all that. But when you have somebody die close to you like that and witness it and then have to guide his family, the Warrior family, through his passing, I mean, wow.
Yeah. As only Marcus can put it, in The Athletic right now, as Warriors mourn a terrible loss, Steve Kerr's leadership lights a hard road ahead. So we'll talk to Marcus about that piece. Obviously, he's been writing a ton about the 49ers as well, so we'll get into the NFC Championship game. But it's a tough one for the Warriors right now over the last week. We'll ask Marcus all about it. We'll do it next. Marcus Thompson joins us to talk some Warriors and Niners, only here on the Sports Leader.
It's the man who's as good on the mic as he is with the pen. It's Marcus Thompson of The Athletic with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We just take it day by day. Basketball is the fun part of our lives, getting on the court and competing. That's all we all here as a family to do. Something that brought us all together. And through basketball, we was able to build different type of relationships and different type of friendships with different people. So I'm looking forward to just be able to get to the game and just be able to play. I know it's going to be weird to build up to it, but I just want to be able to get back on the court, trying to get lost in my love for the game and and think about all the memories and teachings that he gave me and just try to honor him that way, best way I know how. So I'm looking forward to the games and get some level of normalcy back will be good, but it's going to be tough, and you just take it day by day.
Kevon Looney, we also heard from Steve Kerr. That was a very difficult press conference as well. Dejan Milojevic passing away, Decky, and how the Warriors are going to handle that. Make sure you check out Marcus's great piece. Marcus Thompson is going to join us momentarily as Warriors mourn a terrible loss. Steve Kerr's leadership lights a hard road ahead. Make sure you check that out in The Athletic and, of course, at Thompson Scribe, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening? How are you?
Oh man, I am emotionally spent. It's hard writing about this stuff.
Yeah,
it's very, it's a little, it's a brain drain, but to me, it's a worthy story. Like Steve is impressive, man. He's an impressive guy.
Really is, and he opened up. 40th anniversary last Friday of his dad being assassinated, and you can hear it in your voice. Did you know Decky personally, Marcus?
Yeah, Decky was cool, man. Like he, I like the people who always speak, right? Like he's one of those people who he doesn't walk by people without saying hello, right? So he's really cool. I can tell you, the last conversation I had with him, he was telling me why he still believes in James Wiseman. He was just man, he just needs time. I still believe in him. He's a good kid. He's a talented, everybody is has been, writing off James Wiseman and criticizing him. And he's one of the big busts in Warriors history. But he was nah, I still believe in James. I still think he can figure it out. And I thought it was interesting that was my last conversation because I walked away thinking you know what? That's pretty impressive. I was expecting maybe him to say, that guy wasn't ready or something like that. But he saw the positive, and it makes sense in hindsight hearing people talk about him.
So how difficult will it be? I mean, we were just talking about this. This team has gone through a ton of adversity at a bunch of different things, and Draymond Green, and just through the years, just about anything you could go through, they've gone through. But I don't know that anybody's gone through this, especially they were there at the dinner and watched this thing. So as Steve Kerr said during the press conference, he thanked everybody for delaying these games. Obviously, they weren't going to play Wednesday in Utah. They didn't play Friday at home against Dallas, but they got to get back on the court tomorrow against Atlanta. How difficult is that going to be?
I'm expecting it to be really emotional. It's going to be somber. The team watched the game in Belgrade where, they paid a tribute to Decky, and it was one of the most amazing tributes I've ever seen. It was so much more than a video. It was 15 minutes of chants and a standing ovation. It was a 1 minute and 46 second moment of silence. And they were so into it. And I do think that kind of influenced how they're going to handle, tomorrow. So I do think it's going to be emotional. And as you know, we've all lived long enough to deal with grief and stuff. You never know when it hits. You never know what the trigger is, whether it's the empty seat, the video, and since they all had these personal relationships, from, Chris DeMarco and Bruce Frazier to Draymond Green and Kevon Looney and Steve Kerr, and Dario Saric, who's known them longer than anybody in the franchise. They're all going to have their little moments. And we don't know when it's going to happen, but they're all going to have them. So I'm expecting it to be really emotional. I wouldn't be surprised if you see the rare thing of a player in tears on the court. You remember when Kevin Durant tore his Achilles in Game 5? That felt very sad in the sense wow. It was, and obviously Bob Myers goes on the press conference and he's crying for Durant. And, Clay, I remember Steph, just the disbelief when Clay tore his ACL in the next game. Like, to me, I remember those, like the sheer like dagger of the Game 6 or Game 7 in 2016. Like, they've had these things, these like just gut-wrenching, like how do you recover from it moments, and it will all pale in comparison to this. So I'm expecting it to be really emotional.
No, I remember seeing Bob when they were wheeling Durant in the wheelchair underneath the arena there, and then Bob's reaction when he had to tell Joe Lacob that Clay had torn his ACL. And, Bob was going to be there to do the game on Friday. So the one name you omitted is Ron Adams. And I happened to be at the arena, and I watched Decky warm up the big guys. They were going to play against the Pistons, and James Wiseman was there that night on that Friday night. And I went over to talk to Ron just to get, when you want to get a pulse of the Warriors, to me, you turn to even Steve's mentor in a large respect, the Yoda of this team, the wise sage, Ron Adams. And he laid it out straight where his team was at. But the counsel that Steve is getting, because Steve's got to pick everybody up as the leader of this organization, but he's leaning on Ron Adams a lot, Marcus. Just talk about the relationship Steve has with the elder statesman of the Warrior coaching staff.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Steve said yesterday how, like, at one point he just turned to Ron and was like, what do we do now? Like, because, there's no manual for it. But Ron is such a wise human being. He's seen so much. He's done so much. And he's so, like, in the moment, right? Like, he's not wavering. He's not up and down. That he's going to come with something for you. So, yeah, he's like everything to Steve. It reminds me of, remember in Superman where, like, he's flying with Lois Lane, and Lois is like, if you've got me, who's got you, right? Like, that's kind of the situation Steve is in. But, like, Ron Adams is the one who's got him. Like, so whenever he needs anything, when he needs to just talk, when he needs to cry, like, you can always go to Ron. That's pretty much anybody, right, in the organization. You can always go to Ron. Like, I'm going to Ron. Like, hey, Ron, here's what's happening. Like, I need some advice, right? Like, the other one he mentioned, too, was Rick Celebrini, how, like, he has been clutch. But Ron, just his stature as a man and as a coach and as a person who just knows so many things. I know people think he's a defensive guy. Ron is like, he specialized in defense for a portion of his career, but Ron Adams is a coach, right? He can do it all. He's done it all. So he's critical, and he's going to continue to be critical because at some point, like, Steve has been kind of the point person, like, managing all this stuff and dealing with this overlap of Decky's family and the players and the coaches. But at some point, if you watch him in that press conference where he still looks like he's shaking, like, he's going to need to pick me up. He's going to need the boost, and that's where Ron Adams is valuable. His good friend Bruce Frazier is valuable, right? And Rick Celebrini. He's going to need it. It won't end tomorrow. This is going to continue. And it's exhausting, and he's going to need their support. But Ron Adams is that dude in that sense.
Marcus Thompson joining us. Dejan Milojevic passes away, obviously, last week, and they're going to be on the court for the first time against Atlanta tomorrow night at Chase Center. The reality, even though it is secondary, but they're going to have to face it, is just we're just over 2 weeks from the trade deadline. They're still sitting in 12th place in the Western Conference, haven't played in a while. I mean, how does this affect? Does this galvanize the team? Does this have no effect, some effect? I mean, how do you expect it to play out long term?
That's the tricky part, right? We don't know. I mean, I could see a universe where they go out there and run off 6 straight just on sheer emotion and hype, right? And start building this thing in the right way. One of the things, one of the, like, I guess, silver linings, if you could say there's such a thing in this, is perspective has been altered, right? And the little things that was bothering people, the things that was perhaps preventing them from playing at their best, like, it's all out the window now. Like, you can't complain about anything trivial at this point. And so maybe if that's gone, now they can finally achieve that kind of sense of chemistry and unity that they need to actually win, because they don't have the room for error. They need that. They need to be on point chemistry-wise. So perhaps that can happen, but also it could just be too hard, right? It could be too emotionally fragile for them to be in the headspace they need to be. So it can go either way. I'm really interested in how the trade deadline thing happens because, like, they're back in it, right? I imagine a couple of days You know, they had to, like, nobody was, like, answering phones and taking calls. And, like, you know, now I'm sure Mike Dunleavy, Kirk Latham is kind of assessing, like, where they are and, like, whatever they were talking about, is that still on the table? Like, you know, there's players moving. Like, how does that work? But it feels like these next couple of weeks are going to determine a lot. If they don't have it and they end up 5-6 games under 500, you know, maybe you move one way. Maybe you just go with the sale, dump salary. Or if they somehow, you know, knock out this homestand and look really good, maybe you go all in. I don't think we'll know right now, but these next couple of weeks are going to be vital.
Well, to Utah and the Dallas game being rescheduled and postponed due to Decky's death, they've had a long time off since the Memphis loss, but they go right back at it tomorrow. They got 3 games in 4 nights, man. Atlanta, Sac, and the Lakers on Saturday, all home games. So it is what it is. Just one thing, because sometimes something like this can galvanize a team. I remember when Junior Gilliam, the Dodger coach, died in the late 70s, and the Dodgers wound up going all the way to the World Series in 77 and 78. But just your own voice. I mean, it's since you knew him, it's emotional for a lot of people, not just the Warriors and their basketball family. Do you remember anything like this happening to a Bay Area team? Run Jones, when the Raiders died, but he was an older man, lived a hard life. You could sort of accept it. His son was on the Raiders staff and still is, Tom Jones, so it was hard. And Thurman Munson of the Yankees in '79 passed away. But have you covered a death like this? That's somebody so close to I remember the coaching staff, in the middle of a season like this, Marcus, not even off season. You ever have to cover a story like this?
Never. I've never been like in the middle of anything like this. I think the closest comp that I have was Kobe dying, and he was just so massive that every team felt it, right? Almost as if he was on their team. So, like, kind of wading through that, like, that was crushing to so many people that this feels like that a bit. But no, for more, what it harkens me to? It makes me think about, like, Hank Gathers, right? Like, like Loyola Marymount days and me being caught up in that as a teenager. And it's like, I like the high tops. Remember Bo Kimball shoots the free throw with the left hand. Like, to me, that's what I think about. Or, Lynn Bias. I was trying to think of some, like, similar comps, but they were off when I was coming up. Bobby Fields died in a car accident, for the Charlotte Hornets. And, I think he was racing David Wesley, and that kind of wrecked everything. Yeah. It kind of happens. I've never seen anything like this where it happens at the scene, like everybody's there. It's not like some tangential thing where somebody dealt with something away and it comes back home. Like, this happened in their epicenter, happens at their home. So I can't. Yeah, I don't have anything like this. Especially it's so layered, right? It's not like one thing this happened. Oh, it's unfortunate. It's so many layers to this.
And they were there. They were there and saw
They
it.
watched
I mean,
it.
Come on, he's 46. How traumatic.
They watched it. I just, and, we talk about Steve and, the coaches and all that, but people should know, like, these traveling parties are pretty big, right? And it's not all players and coaches. They're team employees, like, staffers, like, just regular people who, aren't in the spotlight, who just watched a coworker, like, die in front of them. Like, this stuff is like, it's not just the team, it's the entire organization has to somehow, like, kind of get through this. Like, it's massive in that sense. They were there, so it's not like, that's messed up. I don't know him at all, but, that's messed up. I can see how Steph is hurting. It's not that. It's like, I was there. I'm like the social media director, right? Nobody knows me, but I watched a guy die in front of me. Like, that is massive. It's so big that I'm.
And what was it? There were 5 players there, Marcus? There were 5 players there?
Yeah, he said about 4 or 5 players. Yeah, it's a lot of staffers, though. The team dinners are at these nice restaurants. So if you're on a road trip and you're making, $60,000, you about to go eat this nice team dinner. Like, that's the bonding time. That's where you get to hang out. Like, it matters a lot to the Warriors, that kind of time together and, like, the familiar environment. That they're big on that. So there were just a lot of people who are in the organization who were there that we'll never know about, but they have to deal with the trauma now too. So it's up and down the hierarchy of the Warriors.
Make sure that you're checking out Marcus and following him. Again, he's got a great story in The Athletic all about it, and the Warriors are going to have to mentally get past this thing. And it starts out, as Pop said, they're playing a bunch of games starting tomorrow night at Chase Center against Atlanta. Real quick before we let you go, I know you've been writing a lot about the Niners before all this situation happened. What do you think happens on Sunday against the Lions?
Man, is it raining or is it not? That's what I need to know.
It doesn't look like it's raining. Doesn't look like it's raining.
If it ain't raining, I think the 49ers get back to being who they are. They have their scare. Right, it's like the NCAA tournament where that you get that lower seed, you kind of got to survive that a little bit. But I do feel like Brock will play better, and if he plays better, that just means the world of difference to the 49ers. But I think this is a dangerous game. Watching Aaron Jones run on the 49ers makes you be like, Detroit's pretty good on the ground. You kind of got to stop that. But Eric Armstead should be, in better shape after missing so much time, and maybe better play from the linebackers, better footing if there's no rain. Like, to me, if there's no rain, I think they're good. If there's rain, I don't know. I don't know.
When I saw you after the game, the first name you brought up to me was Ambry Thomas. So what are they going to do? Because it may not rain, but he's got that club. He's got it all wrapped up with a broken thumb on his right hand. He had a hard time wrapping. He had a hard time covering. He panicked in coverage. They're going to go at number 20 on Saturday night.
Yeah, the pass rush has got to get there. The pass rush has got to get there. I think Jordan Love is a little difficult because he can just, keep drifting back and throw off that back foot, right, where – I think Jared Goff is probably a little bit more stationary into the spot. So perhaps that helps he's not as mobile. But the pass rush has got to get there. And, I mean, what can you do but just put a safety over the top? And it's like Lenore, Ward, hey, man, y'all going to be all right over there. Y'all be fine. Stay one. You got your one-on-one. They just have to play great games. But they've got to give Embry help because he's clearly the target. But it's on the front. It's on the defensive line. If they win the battle, they should win, and that's a Campbell coach team. That's where it's won or lost. You got to win in the trenches. So if the defensive line gets to Jared Goff, then that solves the Ambry Thomas problem.
There you go. Hey, thanks, man. We appreciate it. Great work as always, and we'll see you on Sunday.
All right, have a good one, fellas.
Thanks, man. That is the great Marcus Thompson. Make sure you check out his latest piece about what the Warriors are going through in The Athletic. Real quick before we jump, and we got the foreplay at the top of the hour, you do not want to miss the 4 pieces of sound you need today. 2 quick things. Adrian Griffin fired by the Bucs in his first year as the head coach at 30-13, and the Raiders are hiring Tom Telesco, former GM of the Chargers. Yeah. Wow.
Well, Tom's he's a good talent evaluator.
It's, coming from the Chargers, that's interesting.
Well, we could go on and on about how the Raiders aren't the Raiders. The Adrian Griffin firing is, Mike Budenholzer coached that team for a long time, and they made the change, and they're underachieving, obviously, to get the Great Dame, but they're not having that bad of a year, John. They're 30-13. Right. They're second in the East and 3.5 games behind Boston. So what's going on? And the first name that everybody's talking about is Doc Rivers, who went to Marquette. So he played in Milwaukee. He's a quality coach. What other names are out there? I mean, why would they give up on this guy, a little over 2 games past the midway point of the year? 30, and it's not like they're 13-30. And I know the goal is to win the title, and they were the 1 seed last year, and they flamed out and lost to Miami. It didn't go well, but what has he done that heinous to lose his job? And now do they hire Doc Rivers?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. But, it amazes me when these kind of things happen because Mike Budenholzer is a really good coach, and I don't know the situation. And obviously things, especially at the professional level, you've heard the guy's speech X amount of times. Maybe that's the case. I know nothing of it, but there's not that many great head coaches. And, look, I don't think Mike McCarthy's a great coach, but the comp I'm making here is, sometimes you just, despite what the outside pressure is, just stay with a guy because you have faith in him. And I don't know why they got rid of Budenholzer, but, it's not always the best. And there's just not, even though we get excited and you got this thing going on and Harbaugh's, maybe going to the Chargers and where Belichick is going and everything. But I think if you have a known entity versus taking a chance on a first-time head coach, especially when you're trying to win a championship, it's a great amount of pressure on a guy, especially for a team that has won a championship. And sometimes not firing the guy despite the outside pressure is the best move you can make. But a lot of owners, their hair trigger, they're used to having success in business. If they have any kind of downtime, they panic and they hire a guy. I mean, to me, that's what the Bucs did. Why wouldn't you just stay with the guy that helped you win a championship? I don't get it.
Well, I mean, they lost last year. One lost to an 8, right? And they, I know Giannis got hurt. He fell early in that series. There was a lack of in-series adjustments with Bud. I mean, I know Bud personally from San Antonio as a Pop for years and won, I think, 3 or 4 of those championships with Pop 4. So I wouldn't have gotten rid of him. I don't know the inner workings of what's going on there, but are they that badly underachieving? They're 30-13. They're second in the East. They're 3.5 games back. They're not that far off. So is that Giannis just signed a big extension? Was it Giannis going to management or Dame or, what's the reason they did that? And what's the plan now? They got to go get Doc Rivers? I assume he has an out in his broadcasting contract where he can, leave. But that'll open up the number 1 spot. They got to hire Mark Jackson back, John? What are they going to do there?
Yeah, no kidding. Watch that. He goes
Steve
to coaching.
Kerr's got an opening now if he wants to step away from the Warriors. Never know.
All right, top of the hour. Got your foreplay in about 10 minutes. You don't want to miss it. Everybody's been complaining around here about Ryan Clark of ESPN. We got that. George Kittle defends, I guess has to defend Brock Purdy. He does that on ESPN as well. Rich Eisen on the Lions, one thing, and Kevon Looney, a little bit more on Decky. We'll do all those things at the top of the hour. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Debo's 50-50 to play on Sunday. What will the Niners do if he cannot play? That's trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. What's the best part of the 49ers being home for the divisional and the championship round is I don't have to fly away from my sleep number bed until February the 4th if they win on Sunday and go to the Super Bowl in Vegas, because sleep number beds are a game changer for quality sleep. They allow you to individualize your comfort. You can adjustable firmness on each side. Helps you sleep, the quality of the sleep every way possible. It is the number one bed, the sleep goal that has you have a healthy and realistic goal for your life. And 49er players, what do they do after a game? They just sleep. They want to get back in their sleep number beds, and so many NFL players have a sleep number bed. It's a life changer, it really is. So do you have a sleep number bed? If you don't, you can save 40% on the Sleep Number Special Edition Smart Bed, plus you get free home delivery when you add a base. It ends Monday, January the 29th, so it's the day after the championship game, so act on it on this Monday. It is available only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, friends. We'll give you a foreplay at the top of the hour. Ryan Clark's making a bunch of headlines around here. George Kittle defending Brock Purdy, which continues, apparently needs to be done. And Rich Eisen, a little bit on the Lions. And Kevon Looney on what we were just talking about, the Warriors and how difficult it is going to be for them to get back on the court. But they got to do it. And as you said, not only is it Atlanta, then boom, they play a bunch of games in a row. So we'll see how the Warriors respond to all of those things. But, yeah, the Brock Purdy stuff, and we actually just played a promo of Ryan Clark. I'm at the point, Pop, where it's like I just don't care. I mean, maybe people locally care. Maybe it makes them mad. It's ever since Brock started a game, it's been a discussion. Ever since he's been successful, it's been a discussion. And now Ryan Clark is saying things, and we'll play a cut which is kind of off that, but essentially he said the hardest thing he's had to do all season long is act like Brock Purdy is in the same discussion as guys like Mahomes and Allen and so forth. Which, by the way, exposes the fact that ESPN tells one guy to take one side and one guy to take the other, which I think is so stupid. But basically, he's saying that he used a term. He said he doesn't make others around him better, which I would take umbrage with. That's just not true.
Right. So basically, he admitted he lies.
Yeah,
and he's
exactly.
saying on TV is not accurate, and it's not his own personal opinion. And people are waiting to pounce, from Amy Trask, the Prince of Darkness, with what she did. And the way she set that up, she wanted to take a shot at Brock. 7 excellent quarterbacks, whatever it was. Then she looked in the camera, and Brock Purdy, like he's not in that conversation. So, we hope the Niners go to Vegas for the Super Bowl. But we'll see if Brock makes the finalists for NFL honors. Maybe it's Dak, and maybe it's Lamar, and he gets squeezed out, and McCaffrey, or I don't know. They have a promo where they have 4 heads there, and Brock is one of the 4. It's just unfortunate that he doesn't listen to any of this. But in the world we live in, he's not like he's, sticking his head underground. It's kind of hard to avoid it. But if anybody can, it would be Brock, because he's singularly focused on his job and his faith and all that. But it's just, it never stops with Brock. Guys have bad games. And this was a bad game due to a lot of factors. But, the reason he was taken late in the draft is because he is small, and they are choking off the midline. His hands are small, and he's having a hard time gripping it. So some of the debate is valid. He did not play well the other night. He didn't see it. I don't know if it was the early interception that Darnell Savage dropped, but he lost his confidence. He just didn't have the confidence to grip it and rip it. We saw it in Cleveland a little bit. This one was worse, but he won the game in the end, but it's not going to go away. Is it going to be the kind of thing, John, where if he does win this game and then goes to the Super Bowl and wins, will they ever vote him the MVP of the Super Bowl? It'll always be, yeah, but with Brock Purdy. And then, even when Steph won the first championship, they didn't have to beat anybody. Will it be all that? Will they ever just acknowledge that Brock Purdy's a good player? Is he always, throughout his career, win, lose, or draw, he's always going to be, oh, yeah, but he's got great players around him.
I never thought I'd make this comp, but the way you just put it there is a comp to Steph Curry. And before everybody freaks out, here's what I mean by that is, Steph was small and he was skinny, and it just took a long time for him to get respect, both nationally and not locally. I mean, people understood it, but just from his own peers and things like that. And there wasn't all these talking shows at the time around that, and the quarterback position is so scrutinized in our sports society that he's talked about so much, but he's just going to have to overcome all these things. Again, I don't care what people think. It's just about him winning games. But I think you're right in that Steph came in, he was a bit scrawny and small, and they would take shots at him, and he's not this and he's not that, and the Warriors started winning, and then the excuses started to just continue to fall away. Well, he can't do this, and then he did, and he can't do this, and then he did. That's what's it's gonna take for Brock Purdy. I just think for some people, and we've said this over and over again, because he's not a first-round pick, he was the only one among the final 8 quarterbacks that wasn't a first-round pick, that he's just going to have to overcome this. He's going to have to keep coming back in games. He's going to have to keep making plays. He's going to keep because just people want to take shots, and we're so lazy as a sports society that we take what people say who don't even know and aren't close to the situation as gospel. Ryan Clark, for a guy who played the game, to say that Brock doesn't make players around him better is just pure ignorance. I mean, it's just stupidity. And he played the game.
Yeah, he says a lot of things that are wild. I saw Inside the NFL for the first time this past weekend, or maybe the week. Yeah, this past weekend, and I didn't even know he hosted that show. So wild. But the one thing I would say, and Steph did have, remember Oscar Robertson, the great Oscar, the
Right,
big O?
took shots at him.
He kind of scoffed at Steph, and now you got somebody like Shaq who says ridiculous things all the time. He's the one guy that's out there saying he may be the GOAT. You know, he's that good. Look at his ball handling and his passing and his shooting. But I you know, when I first arrived here in the Bay Area, people, we have, people may not be old enough or they don't want to remember it, but people said the same thing about Joe. There was the constant, I remember the Super Bowl against Marino, Super Bowl 19. They were just fawning over Marino. And Marino was great. He threw 48 touchdown passes, 5,084 yards right away, obliterated all the records. But that Super Bowl, and Joe had a little bit of, and even Coach Walsh, you know, how are they ever going to stop the great Dan Marino? You know, that was Patrick Mahomes back then. And I remember Joe sitting on the bleachers getting ready for that Super Bowl at Stanford. But that looked like, I'm pretty good too, you know. And there was the constant, what does Joe do? He just throws a 6-yard slant, and Jerry catches it and runs 90 yards in this cold weather in New York. Or John Taylor on Monday Night Football against the Rams, the two 90-plus yard slants. What does Joe have to do that's so hard? He's this skinny-legged little, you know, who is he? Now you look back and he never lost a Super Bowl, never threw a pick at a Super Bowl. But there was talk back then that Joe Montana was not even the best player on his own team. You know, you had Ronnie Lott, you had Jerry Rice, you had all those other great players, Roger Craig. So Joe had a little bit of that. So maybe when Brock retires with 5 Super Bowls, John, and he's like 50 years old, they'll forget that they said all this stuff about him.
It's Papa Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Let's get to it. We'll let you hear it. It's foreplay time.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
As we said, here we are again having to defend Brock Purdy. Here is Ryan Clark. Now, this is not the part where he said, and you've heard the promo on the station, where he said that he doesn't make others around him, and the hardest thing he had to do was act like Brock was among the elite quarterbacks of the league, blah, 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 blah. This is him expanding it and even going so far as to say he would take Jared Goff over Brock.
And now that it's getting down to the critical football moments, to the moments that turn good players into legends, that turn good teams into teams we never forget, you're starting to see. You don't take Brock Purdy over Jared Goff right now. And you for sure don't take Brock Purdy over the 2 dudes on the other side in the AFC. So if you're the San Francisco 49ers, you're thinking to yourself right now, this team that we were starting to run through our quarterback better run through Uncle Shannon's nephew, Christian McCaffrey. Because if it doesn't, they're going to find themselves at home again without a ring.
There you go.
Okay,
everything
Garcia.
runs through the quarterback, but okay, whatever you say.
We don't care what he has to say, but let's play what he had to say. And I know it's blowing up. So the one thing I would say, it's not all Brock. You got to self-scout, and it's the system. And Baltimore did it. It's as much Kyle and the game planning and where they line up and what the Debo dig, the Ayuk slant, the Kittle over the middle, the McCaffrey choice route going inside. They're scouting that. They're taking that away. So now it may be time to adjust. Will Detroit do that? Hell, they're going to try. Their vulnerability is from the numbers, the hash mark, to the sideline. So change the passing grid. Hit them on the outside and attack their 2 suspect corners. So it's not just one guy that they're picking on. Football's the ultimate team game. They're going at a little bit the offense and the grid and the landmark and the spray chart. So let's change up. Let's be a switch hitter, and let's not pull the ball as a left-handed hitter. Let's do it from the right side. So whatever you need to do to get him off the landmines, you got to do that. Because to me, yeah, Brock had problem gripping it and ripping it, but they know he's small. They're sitting right over the right guard. They're going to bring size there. They're going to get their hands up if they can't get a pass rush, and they're going to get him on the midline. So get him off the midline and work the outside of the field, to the numbers and hash marks of the boundaries.
Here's George Kittle this morning on the McAfee Show defending his quarterback once again.
Are people tired of a good underdog story? Like, do people not want to see a normal person succeed? Like, I'm sorry that he's not like 6'4", 240 pounds, can throw it 80 yards, and has all these rushing highlights. Like, he plays our system perfectly. You see him; he takes the perfect footwork. He has great arm. He has great eyesight. He doesn't just throw checkdowns the entire way up and down the field. He tries to force the ball downfield to try to get the ball into the hands of Debo, Ayuk, and me. Hey, and if that's not open, Christian McCaffrey's underneath for a 10-yard gain. He does all the things that you want of a quarterback, and people just don't want to see that for some reason right now. And hey, it is what it is. And I think I know Brock, and I think Brock's just going to keep playing the quarterback position at a super high level. And I don't think he listens to the noise, so people will just keep talking, and it is what it is.
Well stated. I think he hit every point.
He hit everything. The one thing also, and Brock is, Brock knows what he did and didn't do in the game, and Brian Greasy does, and the Kubiaks and Kyle, and they'll coach him up. The Baltimore game, he didn't play well, and it was the system, and they attacked all the things we talked about, and they took 4 of his passes away in 33 minutes. It was bad. And in the Washington game, they won, but he was not great in that game. He left a lot on the field. He did out of the first third down when he rolled to the right and threw the ball to the sideline to McCaffrey. They didn't cover Debo on the bunch. They completely dropped him. There were plays to be had in that game. They didn't play against the Rams. So I think it's always important to get off to a good start, but I think for Brock to regain his swagger a little bit, get them off the spots we talked about on the field, let the Niners dictate the tone of the game, maybe jump into a little turbo, whatever. Just, try to be confident. I think early in the game, it's important to get this quarterback's confidence back where he can grip it and rip it and be the Brock star he's been. But it's good to have George defend him. One of the best throws he made when he stepped up in the pocket and he hit Kittle one-on-one against Darnell Savage. It wasn't like every throw was awful, and he didn't see a lot. Kittle was open a lot in that game on Saturday, John. But I think it's important that they build up quarterbacks just his overall psyche. We think he's artificial intelligence and he has no emotion. He does. And he got down a little bit, and it caused him to turn down openings, whether he didn't think he could grip it and rip it in the rain or he lost confidence, whatever it was. You got to build him back up. So I think the openers are always important for this team. They're even more so in this championship game to get Brock to being back to being Brock.
Bob and Lund, your foreplay, big part of this whole thing. Can Debo play or not? Here's Rich Eisen talking about the Lions and if Debo doesn't play.
There's one team in these playoffs, okay, that's left. That's never won a Super Bowl, never been to a Super Bowl. The other franchises have, including the one most recently, right? One team is not. And that team is going to San Francisco with a whole boatload of house money. And the phrase for them, 2 words, why not? Why not? Tell me why not? Just because of the Detroit Lions? Really? Really? We're going to do that? We're doing that because you've sucked for so long. Now you can't have it. Okay. And I saw a team in San Francisco that made a ton of mistakes on Saturday night. And also, unfortunately for them, lost a crucial member of their offense for much of the game. They overcame it. That's what we discussed for much in hour number 2. But if Deebo Samuel's not there on Sunday night, that is another equalizer.
By the way, the numbers without Debo, the 49ers are 8-9 without Debo all time, and they are 46-20 with him. If you throw out 2021, which was just a horrid season, they're 5-4 without him. And this is what's important to me. 23.5 points per game without him, 27.5 with him in his career. Those 4 points are massive. So the difference between Debo being out, Debo playing, and the big difference to me was, and this happened in Cleveland too, was altering the game plan when you think you're going to have Debo. That's what's so difficult.
And they're going to know more. Maybe they know right now he can't play. Maybe they know right now he can play. But they have to prepare for both. Whether he's able to play in the game and he just can't get through the game, and there's a new injury. So it's not like it's going to jump up on him. In Cleveland, it was the first play of the game. You lost him. In this game, it was the 4th play. So, what Rich is talking about, Lions, Browns, Jaguars, and Texans never been to a Super Bowl, but Detroit's, they've been the Detroit Lions since 1934. They won some championships, as did the Browns pre-Super Bowl era, but it's only their second championship game ever. Rich went to the University of Michigan, so I sense that he wants maybe the Lions to win this game? I mean, I think
everybody outside of Northern California wants the Lions.
Why?
To win this
Because
game,
they're
don't
just
they?
because the Lions. I don't
It's
know.
just the underdog story.
I mean, Brock is an underdog. You heard George defend him there. It's going to be interesting to see how it all goes. But I just sense the Niners haven't won a Super Bowl in a minute now. It's been since '94, January of '95. It's not like they won last year like Kansas City. I just sense that America loves this underdog story in the Detroit Lions, but it don't matter. Nobody else is playing. They're going to have 11 on the field, and we'll see where it goes. But don't you just sense that the media is waiting for the Niners to lose? They wanted them to lose to Green Bay and that plucky story, and now they're just all in on this Lions story.
I hope it permeates through to the locker room that it's the Niners against everybody right now, because that's just kind of the sense that you get. It was funny. I was at the gym yesterday, as funny as that sounds. And a guy came up to me that's a friend of mine, and we were talking, and he says, Don't you have a little part of you that wants the Lions to win? And I said, absolutely beeping not. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm like, I don't feel compassion for anybody. I don't care if they've never won a Super Bowl. I don't care if they had bags on there. I don't care. Like, I'm not rooting for the Lions in any way, shape, or form, and I don't think they're going to win. I think it's going to be a good game. But I think
this person from? It's probably a transient.
They're from Southern California. This person was from Southern California. By the way, at the same gym, you'll be proud of me. I saw Molly on the bike. Didn't bother him at all. He was just working out. I just gave him a head nod.
He's coming back from surgery. He's in post-op.
Yeah, he was working yesterday, man. I saw him.
Shut it
He was
down
sweating
for a while. Molly had a little calf surgery.
Yeah, he was looking good. He was on the bike. I walked by, just gave him a little head nod. I think he locks everybody out because there's a Hall of Famer just riding the bike. Everybody's walking around working out. Nobody's bugging him. I didn't want to be the guy to bug him. It's like, hey, what's going on? He looked at me.
When's he going back to work?
Bug me.
I think he had that right before the holidays, didn't he?
Yeah. He's looking
as long
good.
as he get a rehab that a month, he's ready to roll. Let's get back.
He looked good to me. I mean, he was working out harder than I was. He looked a lot better than I did. I'm huffing and puffing, drinking water, going, God, look over. There's Mully just rolling along.
He can go all day, brother.
Yeah, I know. I can see that. He's in a lot better shape than I am. All right, we'll continue the conversation. We have one more that we didn't get to, and we'll get to that coming up next. A lot of stories in the NBA. Let's give you a little brief shot of that one, plus how the Warriors are going to come back from this thing. Kevon Looney, who worked a lot with Decky. We'll play that for you coming up next. We got some sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistols stuff. Plus, during this week, we always let you talk to Papa, so we can do another version of Ask Papa at 1:30. Mix all that in. It's Papa and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Lions beat writer Dave Burkett joined Murph and Marcus this morning to break down the roster of the Lions and talk about Sunday's game. Check it out. That podcast and more is trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. It's always great to talk to our friend Steve Moskowitz from Moskowitz LLP. He's got the answer for your tax issues. And right now, Steve, there's some urgency here, talking the end of ERC. Tell us about that.
The Congress figured out they were giving away too much money, so they decided to end it early. Instead of ending it next year, they're talking about ending it next week, January 31st. The bottom line is, if you're an employer that employed people in 2020 or 21, you can get up to $26,000 for every employee that qualifies. It's not a loan. They just give you the money. 2 ways to qualify. One's a certain drop in gross revenue. But if your CPA told you don't qualify because your revenue didn't drop enough, there's another method that a lot of them are ignoring that doesn't require a drop in gross revenue. Bottom line is give us a call for that second opinion, but you have to do it immediately because it's going to end. It may end next week. And if it does, it would be a rotten shame if you left hundreds of thousands of dollars or even more on the table. Just give us a call for that second opinion. But literally every night in the office, we're having a meeting to see if we'll accept any more ERC cases for the next day. Call us immediately. We want to take care of you.
The end of ERC, it could be as soon as next week. You got to call Steve. You heard. It's a matter of urgency going on right now. So it's 888-TAX-DEAL. Call him right now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. We're going to play Kevon Looney Cut as the fourth piece of the four-play Talk of the Warriors for you right now. Bottom of the hour, we'll do a couple of things. We're going to double that thing up. We got a few stories for the Sweet Clean Family Friendly Caboose Pistol, and We'll do another version of Ask Papa because there's a lot of questions on the text line right now, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. So you can line those up either on the text or same number for the phone as well. You can contact the show, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. And we'll take the best ones. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well. So if you'd like to see Papa's wardrobe changes, like the one right now where he's warriored out, you're in the nice, beautiful little gold there going on.
I don't think we've ever combined Ask Papa and Caboose.
I don't think we ever have.
That's
so if you want a Caboose story.
Dangerous area to enter in.
Especially
combination.
Because I'll lead it off at 1:30 as a little teaser. There's a marathon runner who got DQ'd for something I don't think he should have been DQ'd for. In fact, I think it might be the most...
Dairy Queen?
I do like Dairy. I got a great Dairy Queen story for you. But anyway, he got disqualified for doing something that I think is a great athletic feat. So I would have to disagree. By the way, quick Dairy Queen story. My dad worked for a food service business back in the 80s. And we went down to Florida with him one time. He took us with him. And on this certain floor, there was a bunch of ice cream and all this stuff. And it was supposed to be manned, and it was during the day. But at night, it wasn't. So me and my friend would go down there, and it was like having a Dairy Queen, but you could go to it when no one else was there. And we would make these massive sundaes and like steal them and take them to our room. It was the most amazing thing ever.
My brother actually owned a Dairy Queen.
Oh, he did?
In Philadelphia, yeah.
Oh, the dipped cone, man. That's
so good.
Cone.
Remember when they had the baseball helmets upside down? They put the Sunday when my kids were little. They all went in there and made their own.
I try to get all
baseball
of
helmet.
Those
By the way, we have
great.
a Hall of Fame vote coming up later today. Joe Mauer. Joe Mauer's going in, right?
He's the Hall of Very Good.
If he goes in, Buster Posey goes in. You got to root for Joe Mauer to go in.
I don't even look at the Hall of Fame anymore. You don't have Clemens, you don't have Bonds. I don't respect it. I like Joe Mauer.
And Peter Edward Rose, you don't have him either.
Him too. I mean, leading hitter, leading home run guy, Roger Clemens.
7-time MVP, 7-time Cy Young Award winner, 4,256.
Don't you just laugh? I mean, I look at the guys they're debating, and like Bonds isn't in, Rose isn't in, Clemens isn't in, but you're debating whether Joe Mauer or whomever else this year gets in. It's like, it's just laughable. I mean, it just is. But it's okay. I get it. I understand, but still, it's ridiculous.
Kevon Looney, one day will be in the Warriors Hall of Fame.
Let me play that. This is really cool because a lot of people don't know Decky, and it was great that Marcus shared some stories with us, but nobody knows him probably better than Kevon Looney, and this is what he says he appreciated about him.
No, Decky was always joyful. He was an extremely nice guy, but he had a nice way of being brutally honest. We would have our pregame talks before every game. He would let me know how I was playing, and one I always remember was his English wasn't always the best, so he didn't know how to sugarcoat anything. And anytime I wasn't being aggressive, I wasn't rebounding or boxing out, he'd tell me, "Don't." It's a cuss word, but I wouldn't say it, but don't be soft. And, he would say an explicit word, though, and I would always tell him, "You're the only person I let talk to me like this." So he was always a guy that, he made my job a lot easier. I try to take pride in coming in and having a positive attitude and energy. In the days that I would come in feeling a little down or negative or upset about my play, I would see his face and like, man, all right, he's always happy. He kind of, was always had a positive influence on me.
What a cool story.
What's up, pussycat? Whoa, whoa.
Well, how about the fact that he didn't know how to sugarcoat? He's just like, I don't know how to translate this, but you better effing rebound, okay? Let's go. Yeesh.
I think he broke out the P word.
Yeah.
And Decky was a hell of a player. And this video tribute, and they played it before the team came back when Decky's two teams were playing in Belgrade, Serbia recently, and they were chanting his name. And so the Warriors are not going to play. I thought maybe they would play that for the fan base. So they're not going to do that, but they are putting together their own plan, which is going to be really emotional. And I reached out to David Feldman for historical perspective. I can't recall. The Angels have gone through a couple of these, obviously. Too much. I just can't recall a Bay Area team having to deal with an in-season passing like this to a member of the team, the coaching staff, somebody closely, he's coach. I just can't recall it happening. Run Jones passing with the Raiders, but again, that was emotional. That was tough. Died on a Saturday right before a game, but he was an older man, lived a hard life, and you could sort of spin it, but remember the coaching staff in season? I can't recall this ever happening.
No. I mean, I've tried to think in the back of my mind. I mean, you've had, like I said, people who played for an organization or, I mean, Marcus mentioned Hank Gathers. I remember that during the, right before the tournament obviously happened.
Not
but
a Bay Area team.
Yeah,
but Kobe wasn't playing anymore.
Yeah. So
I mean, just to have a member of the traveling party pass away like that, wow.
No, I hadn't heard it. I mean, Kobe was weird, and you and I have talked about this many times in the air. I mean, I was leaving that morning to Miami. I think you were on the plane, and when you guys got there,
our charter was
right?
just taking off.
Yeah, I mean, that was weird, but it wasn't. Again, a team didn't have to play after a lot of these people saw this, and then come back and play. Basically half the season remaining. It's tough.
So you're gonna have a lot of emotion. Believe me. And when they come out to take the floor, and how's the arena going to handle it? And it's just uncharted territory, really. And it's just going to be, how do you handle a game? I mean, we heard Kavan. Kavan was close to him. So is Draymond. How does Draymond handle this? I mean, I imagine they're going to have some tribute on their uniforms. Would they put a black armband on and Decky? And what do you do? I mean, this is wild. We'll see. They'll get through it.
All right, there you go. There's the latest on what's going on with the Warriors. Again, they're back at it tomorrow night against the Atlanta Hawks at Chase Center. All right, well, like I said, we're going to combo this up. It might be dangerous. I hope we don't get them mixed, kind of like, Reese's, like peanut butter and chocolate. Like, we'll try to keep them separate.
I could wind up in the caboose pistol, John.
The caboose pistol.
Have I ever
and
been in one?
Papa.
Has there ever been a story involving me in the caboose pistol?
We've told a lot of stories about you that would qualify, though.
I don't think so.
I know a lot of them that would qualify, but I won't tell them.
Yeah.
We're going to get some caboose pistol in. We got a few good stories, but if you got any questions, whether it be looking back one last time at Green Bay, looking ahead to Detroit, talking some Warriors, ask Papa anything at all. 415-808-5627. You can do that on the text line. Same number will get you through on the phone lines. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll do it coming up next, and we will scour YouTube and Twitch as well. We'll check those. If there are any good ones, we'll get them on the air. We'll combo it up next, only here on the Sports Center.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we'll combo it up. I'll give you a couple of cabooses here, and then we'll get to this mask pop at 415-828-5627. Want to look back at the Packers, want to look at the Lions, want to discuss anything at all. 415-808-KNBR, both on the text and phone lines. All right. I don't think this guy should have been disqualified. In fact, I think this might have been the greatest athletic feat of all time. A Chinese man has been disqualified from a marathon after he chain smoked his way through the entire 26-mile race. The guy's name is, they affectionately call him Uncle Chen. He completed a marathon in 3 hours and 33 minutes, but was disqualified for violating the race's rules against smoking on the course. He chain
Is that
smoked.
a performance-enhancing nicotine?
I mean,
is that a pen?
Can you imagine?
Why is he disqualified? The race was outside, right?
Yeah, they say there's rules against smoking on the course, which you wouldn't think you would need to put that rule in there, but apparently you cannot smoke on the course, and that's why he was disqualified.
Nicotine, right? Was it a vape?
Yeah.
Was it?
No, I'm looking at the picture of him right now. I mean, there's smoke coming out of the guy's nose as he's running.
So
I don't know how you could do that.
Okay, so when he finished one bud and he threw it away, how did he just put the cig in his mouth and he lit it as he was running? I just video this guy. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I mean, let me see here.
What lung capacity?
That's what I'm saying. Like, what do you have, an extra pair of lungs? Like, I mean, my God, man.
Well, I mean, one of the greatest pictures of all time was...
It's the greatest.
John Nelson. John Nelson, after they won the championship, his last game in the NBA, I think his last game was when they beat Phoenix in that epic series, the Garfield Hurd shot, and Nelly's there, and on the training table, played his last game. He's got a cigarette in his mouth, and he's got a beer in one hand. It was classic Nelly. So, and I think John Havlicek, we were talking about Mully, Mully could run all day, and Mully didn't smoke. But his hero was John Hondo Havlicek. That's why he wore number 17. I think Havlicek smoked when he was a player. Tommy Heinsohn, they all did. It was just ridiculous that a guy like Havlicek, who could run all day, that's all he did, perpetual motion, was a smoker. But back then they all were. But wow, that's wild.
This is awesome. It says Article, you're going to love this, Article 212, which states, quote, uncivilized behavior from runners such as open defecation, smoking, or trampling on flower beds or green spaces that affect the race.
Wait a minute. We're putting uncivilized behavior in one hopper, defecating with smoking a cigarette?
I'm just reading the rules. That's just what it says.
Come on, C. Everett Koop. Back off a little bit, Surgeon
I mean,
General.
don't you think? I almost think you should get a discount. So in other words, if let's say that you finish the marathon second, but there's a handicap. If you smoke the whole way, we'll add a positive 5 minutes to your total. I mean, seriously, that's not
it's the greatest athletic achievement of all time.
Right. I'm watching the video here.
What was his time? 26 miles, 200 yards. How many cigarettes did he smoke?
He said he chain
And did he take it all the way down to the filter, or did he just take a couple puffs and move on to the next
3:28. So he crossed the finish line 5 minutes slower than his 3:32. Sorry. Anyway, I mean that's pretty amazing.
How many cigarettes did he smoke?
I'm watching him right now in a video. I mean, he's just going one after the other, and he's lighting them so he didn't have a guy handing them to him. You know what I mean? He's lighting it as he's going here, which is very impressive.
So anyway, I was thinking, a cigar on the golf course. Is it illegal to smoke? Is it illegal to smoke while you're playing golf? I mean, on the PGA Tour.
Smoke what?
A cigarette.
Oh, yeah. No, John Daly does it all the time.
Yeah, I mean, Daly's Daly. How about a cigar? Can you smoke? Michael smokes cigars.
Yeah, I mean, I will do that. But yeah, I don't know on the PGA. I don't think you probably can't. You probably can't. Because when Daly's doing it, I don't know if he's doing it.
So wait a minute, where was this marathon? Was it in
China? Yeah. Uncle Chen
have different
is
rules
this guy's
here?
name.
Can you take part in the Boston Marathon?
I think it depends on the marathon. I mean, like I said, I'd be impressed. I wouldn't want to get the secondhand smoke if I was a clean runner, though. It's like...
Well, they don't like smoking at all in China, right?
I don't know. They said he's disqualified. Anyway, like I said,
well,
you
uncivilized
said it.
behavior
Amazing.
like crapping on the course and having a cigarette.
Article 2.12 says no defecation.
I mean,
you can't trample flower beds. I mean, how about that?
Right, we're going to stay on the course.
So what are the rules here, guys?
Well, maybe
no
if you lit the cigarette and threw it into a flower bed and the flower bed went up in flames, maybe that was a violation. I don't know.
Anyway, that's the best one I got today. I have other stuff, but we'll see.
Do they have a smoking section of that race? That's pretty impressive.
Remember that on planes? I was trying to explain that to my kid. When I was growing up, we used to go to, I grew up in Southern California. We'd go to Chicago and be on the plane for like 4 hours. There was a smoking section. And for some reason, my family, and I'm sure this was there was a discount, we'd always be sitting like the row ahead of the smoking section. So here I am, like 5 years old. My dad's like, come on, toughen up. Jeez.
I remember very well when the people, whenever they were on an airplane, that's the time. A lot of people weren't even smokers till they got on the airplane.
No, because they were nervous.
And then they got nervous. The back of the plane was like a club. It was ridiculous.
Exactly. Back of the club was like a bar. I mean, it was just smoking, drinking, gambling. You're back there. Like, whatever. It used to be unruly.
Remember sitting on an airplane right across the aisle from the Surgeon General who said he banned smoking. C. Everett Koop. And I went in my top pocket and went, "Hey, sir, do you have a light?" And he didn't laugh much.
All right, let's transition.
That was a good line.
Yeah, it is a good line. All right, let's transition. Ask Bob anything at all. I know this is a hard left turn, but Dan is up first. Wow. Hi, Dan. Go right ahead.
Maybe Brock should have a cigarette on Sunday.
He might. Maybe he'll have a cigar after. That'd be good.
Hello?
Yeah. Hey, Dan.
Hello.
Dan.
Yeah, I want to talk about these guys ragging on Brock Purdy.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Why don't we go back to 1992 where we were making a decision if Joe Montana or Steve Young should play in the playoff game against Dallas, so they chose Steve Young. What was Steve Young's record in that playoff game?
He hadn't won yet. We know that.
Yeah, has anybody ever thought that he threw? I sat at that game and watched Steve Young look like, I don't know what he looked like, Bobby Douglas on the Raiders throwing interceptions, and we're sitting there picking on Brock Purdy now? Come on.
You're going back to Bobby Douglas with the Raiders. I'm impressed. He was a Chicago Bear when I remember Bobby to the lefty. I'm impressed. You knew he was a Raider. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to make a point that we're lucky to be even in the getting to the playoff second round because of Purdy came through. And he's a lot better than Jimmy G. So why are we sitting there knocking on Purdy when he's only 24 years old? You know, so look at your pages there, how old Steve Young was in that playoff game.
Thank you.
Well, he was older because he played in the USFL with the LA Express. So Steve was a little younger, a little older then. But your point's well taken. We didn't have, the media like this. We did have ESPN, and there were forums, but not like this. But going back to Joe when ESPN was just starting, I remember criticism of Joe Montana that he didn't have the big arm. He wasn't Marino. There were other guys that were just bigger and stronger. And is he that good? What does he do? So there was always that with Joe, and then it got way worse for Steve because Joe won all the Super Bowls. When Steve took over, there was a constant comparison to Joe. I mean, it was hard for him, and it took him. That was part of the monkey. And then you had Jimmy was here for Brock, but he was hurt. Brock never really had some degree Trey Lance, I guess, in some people's opinion, but there wasn't that. Could you imagine if we had Joe and Steve controversy?
Oh my God.
I mean, that was nonstop. When I was doing,
we'd have to have a separate channel. We'd have like the Ocho. We would just have to have a separate KNBR the Ocho just to talk about that. Right?
That's all it was constant Joe versus Steve. It went on and on.
I mean, nowadays it would just be unbearable, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So no.
Ridiculous.
So I hear you. I mean, and to some extent, Steve won the one. He won in '94, and then he won the Super Bowl. But Joe had a lot more success as far as winning games and playoff games, but. There was a lot of that, even with Joe and his ability, and then certainly with Steve replacing the legend that Joe was. I remember all that, so we remember.
Yeah, so there you go. He's angry. Look, like I said, this has been going on for, I don't know, a year and a half with Brock Purdy, whatever it is. Look,
did they question him last year? I don't remember there being a question last year.
Well, not as much, but I mean, I think there were still things. But
I think training camp and the thing with Trey, somehow that became a situation. Maybe because Brock was hurt.
But one thing that Ryan Clark just told you is he pulled back the curtain. He said he was faking it the whole time. So, I mean, I don't know why people get so pissed off, and they get pissed off at lists, and they get upset with, to be honest with you, I don't know why people don't realize this. I'd rather have my team or players be underrated constantly. Don't talk about my players. Don't talk about my team. I'd much rather have that than people constantly telling me how great my team is. But, I mean, that's fine if people need that. But it really doesn't matter at the end of the day, like lists and polls and all these kind of things. Unless it's college football, it doesn't matter.
Okay, now, the bottom line, and I was critical of Jordan Love and his constant throwing off the back foot bothered me. But I watched him warm up. He does rotate on his the way Garoppolo does and a golfer does. He does rotate there, and he did it more in the game. So it was I just fixated on the back foot stuff. But unlike Cam, who even when he warmed up would never transfer his weight, Jordan Love does. He's an elite player. But honestly, who played the better game on Saturday night? Jordan Love threw 2 interceptions. He missed a lot of throws. He missed the first one on the check down to Aaron Jones when he overthrew him on the swing screen. The one to Kraft was behind him that Trey intercepted. And then the end of the game, thrown across his body on first down with 2 timeouts left. I mean, Jordan Love is the whippier, taller, 6'4", and in the end, Brock was not perfect, but Brock did not turn the ball over on Saturday night. I think Kittle summarized it perfectly. He's not 6'4", he's not 240 pounds, he's not Josh Allen. But you know what? Josh Allen's getting buried today as well. So, in the end, if you don't win, you get killed. But when you're Brock Purdy size, even when you win, you get killed sometimes.
All right, let me throw one more in here, and then we'll get to some remnants at the top of the hour. And, of course, Tolbert and Copes at 2. Steve is up next. Hi, Steve. Welcome.
Hey, guys. Hey, before I get to my Ask Papa, John, you mentioned your father in food service. What company did he work for?
He had his own company for a number of years, but he was a potato guy in Idaho for a lot of years. So, like Ore-Ida and those companies, he worked with those type of companies. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was just curious. Me too. Okay, Papa, I was listening to an East Coast radio station this morning, and they were talking about you and that you had a job with the Raiders in personnel.
No.
More than just announcing games.
We talked about it. Yeah. Who said that? I never actually worked for him.
He might have been talking about Bob Papa.
Talked about it. No, it wasn't Bob. Bob never worked for the Raiders.
I'm just saying the East Coast.
What station were you listening to on the East Coast?
I was listening to the morning show on WEEI.
In Boston, okay.
In Boston.
Greg Hill in Boston, yeah.
Greg Hill, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the call.
So I was listening.
Go ahead.
Wait, I never knew that.
Yeah.
No, it's not true. Whoever said that's erroneous.
Steve.
There was talk about Al wanted me to go to work for him, and I was around. I worked for the Raiders directly on some stuff, but never involving what Al and I discussed. But that's not true. I never actually. We discussed it for a long, long time, but never actually. I never got a dollar from Al in that regard.
All right, one more. Greg is up next. Wants to talk a little Jared Goff. Hi, Greg. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, man.
I love your show. Yeah, just a quick question. This is not so much about the game, it's just kind of on a personal level for players. I grew up in the same county as Jared Goff. I went to his rival high school, played football. And I know
Which one in Marin? Which one?
Sam Marin.
You guys ever beat Marin Catholic when he was there?
No chance. I wasn't his year anyway. But anyway, the question was, some of these guys who play for opposing teams, like, that's got to be hard for them to play against a childhood team, right? And, for example, Brock Purdy, NFC West rivals, Arizona, every time he plays the Arizona Cardinals, that's got to hurt, right? I don't know. Just kind of thought about that.
But once you become a professional athlete, you just got to move on. And, I've been doing this a long time, and the Buffalo Bills were my team growing up, but there's a point, and it would have been hard if the Bills made the Super Bowl against the Niners, and I kind of dreaded that, and I embraced it. But you're a pro. I mean, I don't think... Brock thought about that when he played the Arizona Cardinals. I mean, Jared Goff's played against the 49ers. There are probably moments when his mom and dad and, Jerry was a professional baseball player. He kind of picked out his son wearing 16 for Joe. So
a lot of times it can have the opposite effect. I mean, Aaron Rodgers was pissed the Niners didn't take him.
Because he wanted to play for him. But I think once you're a professional athlete, there's a point where that just dissipates. Where you just, I know you can be a fan your whole life to some degree, and maybe when you're eliminated, you root for the team. But I just think once you're a professional athlete over time, that just goes away.
All right, there you go. A little Ask Papa for you. There's still a couple on the text line. I'll hit those up. Coming up next, got a couple of pieces of remnants to get to you as well. And then top of the hour, Tolbert and Copes will jump in. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. We got Championship Sunday coming up, and there's something about Sunday, especially Championship Sunday and playoff football. You take a morning walk, you go to the store, what do you pick up? Burgers and beers, tidy up the house to make room for 10 fellow football fans, and your biggest Sunday chore is loading a case of Bud Light into the fridge, or if you get ready for a full day with the family, quote unquote, which is anybody wearing the same team colors you're wearing, the hard work pays off because nothing is as easy to enjoy as a Sunday full of football and beer, and that beer, Bud Light. So it's easy to get excited for game day because you've got your beers and you got your buddies or your family or both. Nothing is hard until the other team scores a touchdown. Then it's on. So enjoy your Bud Light throughout the football playoffs with a Bud Light football. Bud Light, easy to Sunday, easy to enjoy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, yes, about 10 minutes for Talbert and Copes. A couple of things before we get out of here. Thanks to Raph and Cole today, by the way. Walter was out and Danny was out. So Raph and Cole doing a great job as always. We had a great guest list today. Go to KNBR.com if you missed anything. Ahmed Fareed, who unabashedly, even though he's a national and a fine national sportscaster in NBC, is rooting for the Lions. Steve Mariucci, Dennis Brown, Marcus Thompson, all were great today. So go to KNBR.com if you missed any of those interviews, because that was enjoyable. By the way, are you going down to Santa Clara tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so I'll meet you down there.
Tomorrow's installation day for the NFC Championship game, and they're going to be. It's a little like the Warriors are in the Western Conference Finals. It's podium day. A lot of the guys will be going to podiums, and it's a full schedule. So it's just, we're on the normal schedule where Wednesday's a Wednesday, so I'll be there Wednesday, Thursday, and then again Saturday and on Sunday. So it's just it's that time of the year, John, and this will be our last trip. If they win the game and they win the championship and go to the Super Bowl, we'll probably do one the week before the Pro Bowl from there. But our trips to Santa Clara, I mean, this is the last home game of the year.
Yep.
Win or lose, this is the last one. And this game, they bring out the George Halas Trophy. The confetti comes down. The winner of the game goes to the Super Bowl. So, yeah, this is we'll be there all week, certainly starting tomorrow.
Yeah, and I just got my confirmation for the Super Bowl. So I would like to, as we always say, take the 49ers along with us. It'll be a lot more fun, and that'll be a great week. So that'll be very good. A couple of things on the text line. Some people, a good point made by the 925. We were just talking about, once players get into the professional ranks. Brock was a Dolphins fan growing up. His dad, Dolphins fan, and he has 13 because of Dan Marino. So
I think that was more his father.
Yeah, you change your allegiances.
Did Brock watch Dan Marino play? I don't think so.
Yeah, but I think he was a fan just because his dad was a fan, right? I mean, that's just kind of how it worked out. Guy texted. We have listeners from Alaska, by the way. Very nice.
You know.
Look at that. He says, I'm from Alaska on the 907. Check that. Is that on Alaska? Must be.
Is it total darkness there?
He says, being from Buffalo, do you miss the snow?
Yes, I love the snow. I don't miss it as much. I was in Anchorage for the Great Alaska Shootout many years ago. I spent a Thanksgiving weekend there. It was unbelievable. Do I miss the snow? I love the snow. First thing I'm doing after the Super Bowl, and we have a parade on Valentine's Day through San Francisco, is go skiing. So, yes, I love the snow. You know that.
If there's a parade, I'm not jinxing anything, but if there's a parade, is it going to be on Valentine's Day?
It is.
That would be amazing. Get out of that one. I'd love to go to a Valentine's Day dinner, but I can't.
Parade. It's a daytime parade, John.
Yeah, but I'm going to be drinking all day. I'm going to be asleep by 6 o'clock. I can't go to dinner.
Okay.
Get out of that one.
You got your excuse.
That'd be nice. Yeah, I mean, the holidays flip so fast. Everything goes, Halloween, Thanksgiving, then they skip right to Christmas. But it's like literally after New Year, you walk in and it's like there's hearts everywhere. And it's like, come on, man. We can't flip to this made-up holiday. Come on.
And it's going to be a long parade. Could go for like 40, 50 miles. You never know.
40, can you imagine taking a float for 50 miles? Well, this is taking a while. Where's the end?
They're
going San Francisco to Santa Clara?
No, I think
all the way down.
I think they go the other way.
That'd be amazing. That would be absolutely amazing. So, yeah, I'd be okay with that. That'd be fine. So, all right. So we'll have a good time. We'll be down in Santa Clara tomorrow, and as you said, we will. That'll be our final couple of days down there. Jeez, man, it almost feels like you live there after a while.
Because they're going to practice to get ready for. Because the thing with the Super Bowl is you really want to have your game plan done before you get there, and the team is going to play. If they win this game, they're going to stay right on the Strip. Not only the media row down there at the Luxor, but the team are going to be there. So I just, they're going to practice obviously in Las Vegas. But I think next week, if they win the game on Sunday, next week does take on kind of a normal week of preparation because you want to get that all buttoned up before you even go to Vegas on February 4th.
What's worse? What's got the bigger temptation, Bourbon Street or the Strip?
Well, we've had a lot of Super Bowls. Probably the most have been in New Orleans, right?
Because we covered the one in New Orleans.
The players are going to be fine. I don't know how Kyle's going to treat it, whether you give him one night. These guys are professionals. But I'm just wondering about the other players that come in. And, I mean, Las Vegas for a Super Bowl is a whole entity to itself. The two most traveled to cities on Super Bowl Sunday for the first 57 Super Bowls were the city where the game is going to be and Las Vegas.
Right.
Now you're having
All
the
in
actual
one.
Super Bowl in Las Vegas. So where are people going to go that don't want to go to the city of the Super Bowl? I know a lot of people are actually, my crew from New York, they never went to a Super Bowl. Every year they had a party in Vegas.
Right.
They're actually going to do that the week of the Pro Bowl. So they're going to have their Super Bowl party the week before in Vegas. But where are people going to Miami?
That's
are
a
they
good
going
question.
to New Orleans? Where are you going if you don't want to go to the city of the Super Bowl now that you don't have Vegas to go to?
Well, that's a good question because the reason you go to Vegas is because you can go to Sportsbook and it's fun and you can bet on things and prop bets and all that different kind of fun stuff. So that's why you go. So, yeah, that is a good question. I don't know. The thing is, for those who haven't been to Allegiant Stadium, the thing that is tough, I was talking to a friend about this the other day, is you might as well just walk to the stadium because it's not far from the Strip. But the thing is, it just gets so cluttered around the stadium. I can't imagine what it's going to be like around the stadium for the Super Bowl. It's going to be crazy.
Are they going to shut the Strip down? How are they going to?
They almost have to. I mean, they really do because that's just.
Well, they do. We were there on New Year's Day.
Right.
New Year's Eve, they shut it down.
Right.
And they had the Formula One race, the Grand Prix. What'd they do when they did that in November?
Well,
they shut the Strip down, obviously, because they raced down the Strip.
I
So
made the
don't know
mistake of
exactly.
taking a taxi over to that game, and literally about halfway through it, I just go, dude, I'll get out and walk. I think I handed the guy $50 for like a half mile, and I just went, I'll just walk the rest of the way.
Well, you landed that morning, didn't you?
I did, and it was just the cars weren't moving. And I was
That's
like,
probably the case of any Super Bowl. I did that when Giants and Patriots played in Arizona. I mean, to take a cab into the actual Super Bowl, I mean, it's so hard to get in and out of. So
we take a fancy bus as a media. You'll take the team bus, so that'll be nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, you take that fancy bus.
I know if the media is going to be at the Luxor, and I think they're going to have Media Row is going to be at the Luxor Hotel. The Niners are staying on the Strip, which is interesting. Like they did in Super Bowl 47, they stayed right on Bourbon Street. Then they wound up moving. I wonder if there's a plan. I haven't looked. You don't want to ask any questions about that. You don't want to jinx things. But
right.
I wonder if there's a plan like the Friday before the Super Bowl to get out of there and go to Henderson or something.
Because it's going to be as bananas as ever. Because while Vegas can suck up a convention or whatever as well as any city in the country, it's just a different deal. And if everybody's
it's just the noise. The thing about sleeping on Bourbon Street is
right. There was a Marriott right on Bourbon Street. I couldn't believe that
the players want to get
a
good night's sleep. It started on Friday. Because chances are, unless you take something to go to sleep, Saturday's a hard night to sleep anyway. So it's like the Barry Zito theory. Barry wanted to get a good night's sleep 2 nights before he pitched because he knew the night before he pitched, he wouldn't be able to fall asleep. So I think once your media obligations are done, which is the Friday before the game, the coaches have to talk. The players are done on Thursday. I don't know if there's a plan just to pick up and get out of there and maybe go out to Henderson.
All right, thanks again, Ahmed Fareed, Steve Mariucci, Dennis Brown, and Marcus Thompson. Had a great time. All the guys were great today, so make sure that you hit it up at KNBR.com. And again, thanks to Raff and Cole today for doing a great job in for Danny and Walter. They're standing by. I see Copes as we speak. They are coming up next. We'll see you tomorrow at Levi's, Pop. Final couple
See
of
you
days.
at Levi's for Championship Wednesday.
All right, we'll be down there tomorrow at Levi's Stadium, Wednesday and Thursday. Thursday, of course, with Tim Ryan in the football hour. The guys are coming up next. Tolbert and Copes only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you today on the program. Greg Cosell going to join us at 3:50. Dante Whitner, 4:50. And Steve Kerr will join us at 5:30 as we continue to chug ahead towards championship weekend. 3 more games left in this NFL season. And Adrian Griffin got fired? Griffith? I think it's Griffith. Is it Griffin?
I thought it was like Eddie Griffin.
Griffin, I think
or
you're
is
right.
it Eddie Griffith?
I don't know. I always
Ken Griffith Jr.
Anytime
right?
somebody has a name Griffin, I just mess it up. I mean, I always go Griffith or Griffin. I think it's Griffin. I think it's Griffin. But I mean, I have a block. I have like a mental block. Unless it's Alfredo Griffin, then I know him. But yeah. I think you were texting me today. You don't know Alfredo Griffin in?
Oh, none of us, all three of us, like each other. We said, who?
He was the shortstop for the Dodgers. I think he was a shortstop for I think he was shortstop on the 88 team that won the World Series. Light hitting Alfredo Griffin.
He didn't sound like he was a power hitter.
No.
The name Alfredo Griffin sort of implied he was right around 237.
I'm so pretty sure that was the worst hitting team to ever win a World Series.
But they could pitch the hell out of the ball.
Well, because they had Hershiser. They just threw him out there like every 3 starts. I don't think Fernando was on that team. I think Tim Belcher was on that team. I think Belcher.
Derek can't be thrilled we've opened the show with 88 Dodgers.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
personally, I'm not thrilled.
Well, see, that's what happened. That's when we go from Griffin to Griffith to Griffin, and then we end up on Alfredo Griffin.
Now we're talking Fernando.
We end up on Alfredo Griffin.
Thank you.
I think it was you. You texted me about like this. If I ever seen this in the NBA, maybe it was Derek.
It was Derek who said it.
And I said no. I go, it's very hockey-like. Hockey does that all the time, man. Teams are playing really well, and they just like, nah. This guy can't win a cup.
Well, so people who don't know, Adrian Griffin, former head coach.
Yeah, former.
Of the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah, it's kind of all over the place there. And everybody's like, what the hell is he talking about? What's he talking about? How do we end up on 88 Dodgers?
So, former head coach of the Milwaukee Bucks, Adrian Griffin, out. Fired. They have the second best record in the East.
Out.
They have Giannis.
The good news is you're fired.
So you called it. Didn't we play sound of him earlier in the year? Was it about what was it about?
Chris Middleton injury.
That's who it was. It was preseason.
It was like I don't know if we still have it, but it was like.
It was where we thought he's in over his, or he's just, if this is how these guys going to be.
Yeah, it's like, why are you making it harder for yourself? Just answer the question. Like, he was so evasive and says, like, what are we doing here? Like, why? It's just like very odd. Very odd. And then the fact that Stotts quit. I think right before the season. And Stotts is a very respected coach in the NBA, and there was something funky going on there. So it just didn't add up. And look, second best record in the league, and I give the Bucks a lot of credit for this. You watch that Bucks team, you're just left wanting. Like, you look at them and say, this team, I don't know if this team can win a championship. They're like really good. They have Lillard. They have Giannis. And they still got a really, really nice surrounding cast supporting. And they just, like I said, they win games, but you're not really overly impressed with them while they're winning games. So I know Doc Rivers is up for it. They're saying he'll be a candidate, but that team is better than what they put out there. So I do think they made the right move, and I give teams a lot of credit. That can't be easy. You give the guy, 43 games, and we made a mistake. With the second best record,
shortest tenure in NBA history.
No, I think I read today Jerry Tarkanian was 20. Tar came there, chewed on a few towels for 20 games, and they said, "We've seen enough. Seen enough of that towel chewing act here."
So 43 games and he's out.
Yeah.
I mean, and when you get fired, what does it mean when you get fired from a team that's winning games and capable? People think of winning a championship with one of the best players in the world. What does it say about him as a coach or the organization?
Well, the organization didn't do a great job, obviously. It says that. It also says to me there's some discontent with the players and maybe Giannis and Lillard. If those two guys are happy, he's not going anywhere. So it leads me to believe that the players weren't sold on him. Probably the people that are watching, the front office guys that are watching the game question what he's doing. And you add in all those together, and see ya. I just players have to be involved in this. Not actively trying to get him fired, but just not sold on him. So you hate to see someone get whacked, but I think that was the right move for them. I really do.
Ziggy, baby.
Yeah, I think that was the right move.
So here's the note. Derek said it was the shortest coaching tenure in NBA history. It's not, but there are some qualifiers here. So he lasted 43 games. It's the shortest tenure by a non-interim coach in the NBA since Tark, who you were talking about, who lasted just 20 games in 1992. So it's been a long time.
Yes.
But Tark would be the shortest. Adrian Griffin's 43 games, as Howard Beck tweets out, which as far as I can tell, not counting interim guys, might be the shortest in modern NBA history. Only comparable that I can think of, he says, is Mo Cheeks, who got axed after 50 games by the Pistons in 2014. Mo Cheeks.
It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Again, I've seen it happen in hockey, not the length of the number of games, just you're in second place. Like, I want to know how many of those coaches, and Howard Beck, I saw that tweet, he mentioned a bunch of coaches there that was like, one was 50. I think Bob Weiss, my former coach, was on there. He didn't get fired with the Clippers. It was at the Supersonics, I think. Jerry Tarkanian. I'd like to go back and look. I'm not going to, but I can almost assure you none of those teams were in second place in their conference. That doesn't happen in the NBA. Like I say, you go back and look at hockey they'll fire them toward the end of the year if they think something's wrong and they don't have a chance at the cup. And they can be pretty good teams too. Really good teams. They just go, nope, we're moving off and going in a different direction. It's like, really? You're like 60 games into the season. Yeah. Hockey's wild that way, but basketball, you just don't see it. Well, until today. It is funny always to me when baseball coaches get fired like less than a month in. I'm like, you went all through spring. You let them pick the team for the next 6 months. You're like, you know what? No, 8-12. We're not having it. Yeah.
We'll get back into some NBA later. Steve Kerr is going to join us. Warriors are back in action tomorrow night. It's been a week since the passing of Dejan Milojevic, and they will play tomorrow at home. But Steve Kerr will join us today. We'll talk to him about how the team tries to turn the corner here and get ready to play basketball tomorrow evening. Yesterday, apparently, during the show, we were, having a good time talking to callers and walking through the 49er and Packer game. Apparently, everybody hates Brock Purdy again. You notice this?
I've heard.
I've heard. Apparently, Brock Purdy. We'll get into this next. Brock Purdy, the most hated man in America, next on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Steve Kerr spoke to the media for the first time since the passing of Dejan Milojevic. There's more on that story. It's trending now. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Be with you right up until 6 o'clock. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, I feel like I've done this segment now for the better part of 2 months, and it was something that we talked about. I talked about just 2 or 3 times a week, and then it kind of dissipated, and then I just got tired of talking about it because I thought that was it, and apparently that's not it. I'm telling you. I told you this yesterday. When people latch onto something, they don't want to let it go. And if they latched onto it early and then everyone just kind of says, look, they'll lay low for a while. They won't say much for a while. And then as soon as they have a chance to strike,
the first crack,
then it's boom, I'm right back on it because they want to prove they're right in their assessment. They cannot let it go. And after Purdy's game, people want to jump back on the, see, I told you, Purdy conversation. I told you it wasn't that good. I told you a system guy. I told you he's limited. I told you this. I told you that. He had a bad game. Yes, granted. Most quarterbacks do. Most quarterbacks have bad games. Why don't you go look at Joe Montana's playoffs? Not Super Bowls. I guarantee you there's a few mixed in there where you're just like, oh, hell, how many picks did he throw against Dallas before he made the throw to Dwight Clark? 3? 2 or 3? He didn't have a very good game. All quarterbacks do that. Just like Jordan had his 6 for 24s in the playoffs. Like we mythologize these guys. It's like they never did any wrong. They do. And this one was in the rain, and look, he may not be a good rain guy. That's a possibility as well. And that, it could be a problem in the future, but not like it rains a lot out here. And he may play a few games in the rain, and we're going to have to wait and get a little bit bigger sample size to see if he can make the adjustment to it. But to pick a game in the rain without Deebo Samuel to jump back on and say, well, look at this guy. Because everyone loves Jordan Love now, right? They love him. And I think Jordan Love's good. I think Jordan Love's going to be really good. And you can't say it's because of the play calling of Shanahan, because LaFleur's a great play caller too. They have a good system there too. But no one wants to say he is a system guy because he was drafted in the first round and he looks the part. He just looks it. Arm, athleticism, all those things. He looks it. Purdy doesn't really look the part. He's just effective with what he does. He doesn't have the big arm. He's not super athletic, but he can scramble. Note the 8-yard scramble at the end of the game that set him up for a short 3rd and 2. And he is deadly accurate. Was he accurate last game? No, he wasn't accurate last game. He was brutal last game in his accuracy. Could have thrown 2 picks. A lot of balls wide, a lot of balls low, a lot of balls high. He just wasn't good last game. But it's a game. So to pick like a game and try to compare it to a season plus going back to last year worth of evidence and throws and composure. It just, again, I get blown away by these guys that know the sport that just, you could probably go back to a man. All of them thought this guy was just a system quarterback or maybe wasn't very good last year and just carry it forward this year and maybe at the beginning of this year. And then at some point, the noise just got too deafening. So they had to shut it because you look dumb. You know, when Purdy's a MVP candidate, the leading MVP candidate, then you just look stupid when you come out and say, well, this guy's still this. Or, no, well, look, he's the leading MVP candidate. And then when they got their chance,
then Christmas Day,
they jump right back in. It's like, boom, time to strike, time to get after it, you know? And it's almost, I feel like they're rooting against him so they can say I was right and they can prove their point, which I don't get. I mean, we all want to be right, but whatever.
It's overrated.
So I just feel like, I mean, I guess I'll do it again quickly, but look at the guy's throws. Look at the composure. Look at the accuracy. Look at the yards per attempt. Look at the throws over 20, 30, and 40 and see who has more. Look at it goes on and on and on. And at some point, you have to say, because this is what coaches do, and analysts and fans would do good to follow the coaches here. Once you get drafted and you enter the building, it doesn't matter where you get drafted to them. If you're good enough, you're going to play. If you're not, you're not. Especially if you're trying to win a championship or trying to make the playoffs. Now, there are exceptions in all sports. If your team's not very good and you're clearly just rebuilding, then yeah, you're going to get time. You're going to get chances. You're going to get all that. People were all over Steve Kerr early on. Why ain't playing Wiseman more? Why isn't Kuminga playing more? Well, because they're not ready and they're trying to win a championship. And it's not about development at that point. It's about winning. Winning should always be first if you have a chance. If you don't think you do and you're clearly in rebuild, then yeah, winning is secondary and development is your first priority. But the coaches say, you know what? If you can play, you can play. We're going to play you. You think Kyle Shanahan looks at him as the last pick of the draft anymore? You think anybody on that team looks at him as the last pick in the draft anymore? No. They're trying to win a championship, and they feel like he's the best man for the job, and he can help them win a championship. That's why he's playing. This isn't like let's be friends, all right? You can have relationships with your players outside of the building all you want. But once you're in there, I know a lot of coaches that have played a lot of a-holes, guys that they would not invite to a barbecue if they were the last person on earth to invite to a barbecue. They wouldn't want to be around them. But guess what? They can help them win. And that's what it's about. That's what you owe the team. Everybody on that team. You're not coaching one person. You're coaching an entire team. And what you owe that team is give us the best chance to win. So the coaches have clearly not thought about Purdy as the last pick in the draft. They've thought about him as a quarterback that can run that system, make those throws, and help this team win championships. That's why he's quarterbacking this team. The fact that some people still try to really nitpick, like really kind of granularly nitpick without looking at all the stats, all the factors, all the throws. I don't get it. I mean, I guess I do in that once you make that statement, you're going to stick with it. You're just going to stick with it over and over and over and over again. I mean, how many times did I have to hear Florio say that they wanted Mac Jones? It's like, let it go. Bro, it's over. I mean, it was like 4 years ago. Like, that's it.
But you remember they wanted him, right?
Yeah, but people
always talking about it.
Yeah. I don't know why you have to prove. Hey, look at me. I was right. And I think there's some of that going on here because I don't know honestly what people are watching. I feel like I'm watching. Like, what am I watching? Well, I know what I'm watching because when I talk to Steve Young, he confirms. You listen to the way Troy Aikman talks about him. You listen to the way a lot of people talk about him, and people that Steve talks about him a certain way. I trust his assessment.
Well, we have some Steve
things.
Here. We've got some Steve on Brock.
Yeah.
Here's
I don't know. I just frustrating.
Well, Steve Young was on the Rich Eisen show, and he was talking about Brock Purdy's inaccuracies and why that was, why we saw so many inaccuracies from him. I think some of that criticism, and we talked about it, it's okay to split the difference and say he played poorly until he needed to, and then he executed.
Yep.
Why? I don't expect anybody to come out and nobody's completing 100% of their passes. So here's what Steve Young had to say.
And in one of his worst games, they still managed to put 24 points up on the board.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
They still managed to put up 24 points on the board.
There you go.
I mean,
Steve Young on the inaccuracies on the Rich Eisen show today.
So many passes that you're like, what? Like it was a confusing watch. And it was an unnerving watch because of the first time you thought, well, wait, hold on. I thought he was Superman in his own way. And all of a sudden there's just weird stuff happening. Balls coming out. They weren't even close. And then you got thinking about, he's wiping his hand as he's dropping back. Like, is there a rain thing? Is there because we're getting, him. We don't know him. And is there somehow a wet ball? Some guys just look, there's guys I play with just didn't like the wet ball, and who loves it? Nobody. But, then you got thinking, well, is that the kryptonite? And then, then also just they've been off for 3 weeks. I mean, Brock had not played in 21 days. That's an eternity. That's a hard restart for a quarterback, I believe.
I mean, there you go. He told us that too. He said that's a hard restart for a quarterback to not play for 21 days and then to get back in there. And it's in the rain. It's in an environment you haven't really been practicing in or aren't totally accustomed to. I'm not saying he's brand new to that, but it's certainly a possibility that that's a problem. That said, he told us a few weeks ago the bye week to him was a rusty thing because he said, I think for every week you missed, and he said it takes a half or something or a quarter to get back up to speed. So if that's the case, Brock missed 3 weeks, 3 quarters, there you go. Fourth quarter, he stepped right back up. But I do think rhythm is a thing. I think rust is a thing, and I think it was a factor with the rain on Saturday. I think that some criticism is warranted. He didn't play well for the first 3 quarters. That said, since Steve said it was a surprise, that's where a lot of us come down on this. It was surprising to see him not play that well for that long.
It was a shock.
It was shocking.
I felt the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the first throws he made, I was like, whoa.
The high one?
What was that?
Almost a pick, right?
And then there was another one.
Yeah.
And then there was another one. I mean, there was probably 6 throws, I would say, 5, 6, 7, right around that number that you're just like, whoa. Where'd that one come from?
Yeah, it was not accurate in the way Brock has been accurate regularly throughout the season, and that's what was such a weird change for him was the inconsistency. Stolbert and Copes with you streaming Twitter, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. You can check in on the text line, 808-KNBR, taking your calls as well. Many of the national talking heads have actually shown some love to Brock Purdy. Many have criticized Brock Purdy, and now it's sort of become it's like the Belt Wars nationwide. It's the Belt Wars nationwide. Which side are you on? You know what I mean? Well, we've got some of the national talking heads. Ryan Clark is one who's taking some shots at him. We've got Greg Olson, Dan Orlovsky, many of the national pundits, and former NFL stars themselves checking in on the play of Brock Purdy. We got that for you next. Tolbert and Copes streaming on the Sports Leader.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon, talking through what I guess everybody in the nation's talking through, and that's debating Brock Purdy's ability as he enters his second straight NFC Championship game. Last time I checked, there was 2 quarterbacks who have gone to the last 2 championship games in each conference. It's Pat Mahomes and it's Brock Purdy. Mahomes, of course, went on and won the Super Bowl last year, and he's got.
Hey, excuse me, Holmes.
Thank you. Tough road ahead with Lamar Jackson. Who, I mean, his development this year has been incredible. The steps he's taken and Todd Monken joining that offense. And Steve Young has told us numerous times that any quarterback who's going to have to get through 2 of the 3 elite guys or have to beat 2 elite guys in the AFC playoff picture is going to have the toughest time at winning the Super Bowl. That's what Mahomes is looking at now, having to beat Josh Allen on the road and then having to beat, and he beat 2 at home, but Allen on the road and now potentially Lamar on the road. Multiple talking heads come out today to say something about Brock Purdy's performance on Saturday night. Again, started the game 16 of 31, 205 yards, and a touchdown, and could have had a couple of interceptions. They weren't executed, but really should have had a couple of picks, and some Jimmy Garoppolo-like picks, like right into the hands of some linebackers, including some tip passes. Let's listen to a few and decide if the criticism is valid or absolute BS. Here's Ryan Clark, first take, talking about Brock Purdy.
I'm about to make a confession. The single hardest thing I had to do this year was act like Brock Purdy deserved to be in the conversations with the other people we're mentioning in that tweet. Because he was playing extremely well and operating in that offense and distributing the ball to Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, we had to continue to include him in conversations with the Lamar Jacksons. We had to continue to include him in conversations with the Josh Allen. Those things are not alike. Brock Purdy is a fine player. Brock Purdy can operate in Kyle Shanahan's offense at an extremely efficient level. Brock Purdy doesn't raise the level of play of anyone around him. And so when you talk about Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, the people around them benefit from having those sorts of players at the quarterback position. Brock Purdy benefits from having the sort of players he has at the skill positions around him.
Like Juwan Jennings and Chris Conley, like the guys who are executing at the end of the game, right? Like, what is he talking about? I love that his criticism of Brock is that he's operating in that offense efficiently by distributing the ball to George Kittle, Ayuk, and Deebo. So he's playing quarterback? Is that what the knock on Brock's ability is, that he's playing quarterback? I don't know what if his confession is simply, I don't like Brock's style of play, and I don't think he's as good as the other guys, fine. That's an opinion. But to say one of the hardest things I had to do this year is to pretend like Brock belonged in that conversation because and then to credit him by all the things he did by playing well. You weren't pretending. You credit him by what he did well. He belongs in the conversation, whether you think the skill set is the same or not.
It's just it's so disingenuous to say people are comparing him to Lamar, Allen, and Mahomes. Nobody that has any brains is comparing Brock Purdy to those 3. They are clearly better than Brock Purdy. Much the same way Kobe Bryant was clearly better than Steve Nash. Yet Steve Nash won the MVP that year. Because guess what? He ran D'Antoni's system, and he ran it beautifully, and the team was really, really good. That's how you win the MVP. The MVP isn't about the best player. It's a combination. Best player, most important player, best team. If you have an incredible season on a decent team, maybe you can win it. But all things being equal, winning's in a trump. I mean, I think Kobe averaged 35 that year, and still a lot of people thought Kobe should have won the MVP. And I wouldn't have argued with him. But the fact is, Kobe's team was in 8th. Suns were in 1st. And Nash ran that system beautifully.
I didn't think either guy should have won it, honestly, that year. I'm not joking. I thought I should have gone to Chris Paul.
I'd have to go back and look at that.
26 and I think it was 26 and 11. I think he had like 2.5 steals a game or something too. And remember how good the Hornets were? Byron Scott, Tyson Chandler. I mean, they came kind of out of nowhere. The Buzz City Hornets with Peugeot was knocking down threes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I took us off track there. But I get what you're saying. You're to your point.
That's my point is we're not saying Brock's better than those three. And clearly he's not. But I'm tired of why does anybody not ding Jordan Love for being in LaFleur's system, which is probably an offshoot of Shanahan's system? I mean, I don't know why. I mean, why are we just making up rules and saying we're going to use it for against one guy and not against another guy? And again, I'll bring up the Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning's clearly all-time great. Clearly. But no one ever mentioned that he had 3 Hall of Famers, and Dallas Clark was a really good pass-catching tight end. Yep. And Harrison, Wayne, Edgerrin James. I mean, those guys were incredible. No one ever brought up that. It was just, Manning's great. Well, because we all thought he was going to be great coming out of Tennessee. Ended up being great. So I was like, it's okay. That's who we thought he was going to be, so he is. Nobody thought Purdy could do this or would be this. And now that he is, people can't wrap their heads around it. They cannot wrap their heads around this is happening, and they can't acknowledge that they were wrong, that they've been wrong, and they can't let it go. It's like, I'm not going to back down on this one. But I immediately thought of Kobe and Nash because that made so much sense to me that no one in their right mind that knows anything about basketball is going to say Nash is better than Kobe. No one. In fact, if you didn't know anything about basketball and you watch, you go, Kobe, that dude's better. that dude's better. But it was about how good you are versus year you have and all that. And no one dinged him for running. Oh, it's all because of D'Antoni. D'Antoni's great for point guards, great point guard system. That's the only reason Nash is doing what Nash is doing. Why is that a bad thing? It's all he's doing is running Shanahan. So what do you want him to do?
Yeah.
Do you want him to run, I don't know, Bill Parcells' system while he's playing for Shanahan?
Isn't everybody else just running their system?
Maybe you should say, you know what, Coach, I'm going to go with the Chuck Knox system here. I don't know. Your system isn't really hitting me. But no, you know what you do? You run the system that's in place for you. That's what you do. It's there for a reason. So just these arguments, guys talking in circles. We got another one. Yeah. It's so fun. Yeah, let's hear it.
Here's more. Here's Dan Orlovsky, the guy who used to back up Peyton Manning and back himself out of the end zone for a safety. Here's Dan Orlovsky talking quality of quarterback play. Brock Purdy said he was bad, then he wasn't.
He was bad for the first 3 quarters until he needed to be great, and he was. And I think that's going to bode them well in this game. I think that bodes them well if they can get to the Super Bowl, and it's certainly going to bode him and them well in his future. He hasn't been in that moment. He was a little bit in the Cleveland game, when he leads them to the field goal and they miss it. But this was hey, if you lose this game, you go home type of feeling. This isn't, we'll learn from it and move on. And he was bad. Now, I don't know how much of it was the weather, Rich. I think that certainly plays its part, but more than the missed throws, because that's not who he is. He almost throws the early on pick 6 to Savage. Mm-hmm. And if you watch in that game, there's moments when you go, why didn't you throw that ball?
Yeah, he's right. I mean, he didn't play well. I'm okay with that. I do hope it bodes for them.
I hope it bodes for them, too.
I hope it bodes for them as well.
I hope it Bodie Miller's for them.
I think you should look that up, what that word means. Let's go out to Jake. Jake says, this is a funny one, too, and I sort of agree, but I don't know who can. Jake says Purdy can't throw a wet ball. Jake, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, man, this is Jake in Ames Island. Called you guys when Purdy was inserted into the quarterback for the 49ers. I knew it was going to be a struggle. I watched it every snap in college. He played one game in particular in a rainstorm. He's very good in the cold. Mm-hmm. But they had to reschedule a game. The year they went to the Alamo Bowl, he had 5 NFL guys that are still active in the league, including himself, on that roster, and they darn near lost the non-scholarship program Drake in December in a driving rainstorm, and he could not throw the ball anywhere in that game. So I don't know. People are really overreacting. If it's going to be dry this week, he's going to be just fine. I think
hey, Jake, how many other games? Do you remember any other games? Because I was like, I didn't feel like trying to go through and look at the weather for every Iowa State game.
I started and I couldn't find them all.
Guys, that was the one particular year in September.
Okay.
The game actually got rescheduled because they played a game. Their first game of the season got canceled because they started the first quarter and then started to pour rain. So they had to find another team to play that game at the end of the year because that team that they were playing had to reschedule.
Okay.
And then the next week they played Iowa at home, who he never played good against because they squeezed the middle and made him throw outside, and he struggled. But that game got delayed like 3 times because of rain. They never really played the game in the rain, but because they delayed it and they went back to the locker room like 3 different times. It was weird. We were there for like 6 hours.
So wait, this is the Drake game in 2018, and it's in December, right? So it's late in the year. I'm looking at it. Brock 15 of 22, 153 yards and a touchdown.
And he could not. Drake, I mean, this is a school that has non-scholarship football players. I mean, this was a joke of a game. They hadn't played since the 70s. They just rescheduled it so they could get one more win.
Beware of the Drake Bulldogs. They'll bite you.
Yeah, and he had Hakeem Butler on the outside, who was an awesome wide receiver. And Drake was playing him man-to-man coverage because Purdy couldn't throw the ball out to him because it was so wet and rainy. I think the game's on YouTube. You can watch it.
We'll check it out.
I'm going to pass.
We'll check. Well, I'm going to check it out. I want to see some of the throws. So, Jake, I appreciate the call. We got to run.
I'm going to pass on Iowa State Drake. You know what? You've given me enough information. I'm just going to take your word for it.
I want to look because the numbers don't look as bad as they say.
Tell me what you see.
I just want to see some of the throws.
Yeah, tell me what you see with the Drake Bulldogs. I believe they're the Bulldogs. But look,
a solid year.
You know who else couldn't throw it in the rain at all?
Anybody? I don't know.
Troy Aikman.
Who was great, yeah.
Remember what Brent Jones said?
Right.
And Troy Aikman said the same thing. He said he hated a wet ball. He just couldn't throw. He couldn't throw a wet ball. So look, if that's a thing, well then it's a thing. I don't know what you do about that. He tried the glove. Clearly, he didn't feel comfortable without the glove. Put the glove on, took the glove off. He didn't. So if you're comfortable, you're not doing those sort of things. So is there a way around that? Maybe he just might struggle in rain games. Like, look, if they played in the rainforest, then that would be an issue. If like every game was like raining, you might say, you know what, we need somebody else. This just isn't going to cut it. Just like when you play in the cold weather, maybe 3-4 times a year, you'd like to have a guy, and it can get a little windy. They can have a big arm to rip it through the wind. Like you don't want a guy who doesn't have a big arm in some of those games. But you play in the Bay Area. It doesn't rain much here, and you're probably not going to play a lot of rain games. And you probably, if you get to a Super Bowl, you probably never have to play a rain game. I mean, where could you play? I guess you go to Seattle for an NFC Championship game or playoff game.
Don't forget, it rained up in Seattle last year. That Thursday night, he won. He was hurt, though. He had like the broken ribs, and they won that game. McCaffrey had 20-something carries, and they won. But that was a short week in the rain.
Yeah, I remember that. So I'm just not – that's not something that I'm concerned with. You may be concerned when it's coming up, like, rain game, well, let's see how he plays, because everybody should have their antenna up the next rain game he plays, just see how he performs. But right now, we're not looking at a huge sample size, and trust me, you're not going to – anybody that would say, yeah, I don't know about this guy. He's great for like 16 games a year, but every time it rains, like that one time a year it rains, I just don't know. It's okay. That's okay. And everyone needs to wrap their head around the fact. They really do. From Joe Montana to Peyton, Tom Brady, Steph Curry, LeBron James, the great Michael Jordan, all those guys, you can have bad games. They do have bad games. In the playoffs, they have bad games. It happens. These guys are not machines. But what makes a good player great, a great player elite, and an elite player Hall of Fame player is you do it over and over and over again. Those games are few and far between. And so far in his career, those games have been very few and very far in between.
One more bit of sound here from Greg Olson, former tight end of the Carolina Panthers. He checked in today on the Pat McAfee Show on Brock Purdy.
I don't know why Purdy gets the heat that he does. I mean, you would imagine he should be everything we champion. He's the underdog. He's small. He's Mr. Irrelevant, last pick. I mean, he is not, and typically we celebrate those guys, right? We love Doug Flutie. We love Kurt Warner's story. We traditionally have loved everything about what those guys represent. I think there's this weird narrative that we need to punish Brock Purdy because his play caller and the people around him are really good. And he did not play great last week. And it's okay to say that, right? It's okay to say, hey, that wasn't his best performance. But it's also okay to say, all that aside, when they had the ball down late and they needed a drive, he came through. And we judge quarterbacks typically by their moments in the biggest moments.
Yep, that's it. I mean, it's that cut and dry. He executed when they need him to execute, and it's a team game. He's not on the field for half of that. He wasn't giving up touchdowns. He didn't have to make a tackle on special teams. The team didn't play well in general, and Brock executed down the stretch. We'll get back into more football a little bit later.
Any quarterback could be great, though, throwing to Conley.
And Juwan. Third and Juwan. What about handing it off to Juwan? How great are you then?
No, I'm not good with that. That one I'm not good with.
I want to ask Greg Cosell specifically about the Juwan handoff. He was probably like, I want to ask if you remember seeing that. Is there a time that we can remember seeing it? I mean, I'm sure
I can't remember ever seeing it.
I don't know. The only take we had was a texter who said it happens in Madden sometimes. Juwan Jennings will line up in the backfield. Greg Cosell, 350. Dante Whitner, 450. And the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, at 530. We'll get into a little bit of Warriors next. Warriors return to the floor tomorrow night at Chase Center against Atlanta. Yesterday, they spoke to the media for the first time since the passing of Dan Milojevich. We got some of that sound for you, and we'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader. Matt Barrows joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss if Brock Purdy's criticism is warranted despite the 49ers victory. There's more on that podcast. It's trending. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Clay said one of the most interesting things to me. When have you ever walked into the facility and been like, man, what's Decky on today? Because we all have our days, right? Like, I'm sure there are some days Clay walk in and be like, Dre on some bullshit today. And some days we all walk in and be like, man, what is Coach on today? I don't know what the worst of Decky was. Always smart, super smart as hell, joyful, just bring the back, like great energy, stay out the way, but like you feel his presence. And he walk up to you, he shake your hand, hug you, smile. What's up, brother? Laugh. like that's what you got from Decky. You couple all of that with the most brilliant basketball mind. It's just a special presence. We lost such a great, incredible person. Great man.
That was Draymond Green for the first time speaking to the media. That was on his podcast. Actually, that wasn't to the media. That was his own words on his own podcast. And speaking freely, the Warriors did address the media. Steve Kerr did, actually, for the first time since the passing of their assistant coach, Dejan Miljevic, a week after he passed. They will be back on the floor tomorrow night against it's Atlanta, right? Atlanta, and then Sacramento on Thursday night. And then again, they play on Saturday. So 3 in the next 4, and then a couple of days off before Philadelphia at home next Tuesday, and that'll wrap up a 4-game homestand. Steve Kerr's going to join us at 5:30 tonight. But here he is. They've had to talk through multiple things here, right? It's about, yes, their friend, their coach, they're a person that they're associated with every day. They're trying to work through that. They're also then have to get back to doing their jobs, which is, I think, one of the hardest parts of losing somebody for anybody is having to go on with life. And it feels like things are sort of unimportant. You know what I mean? But you've got a job to do, and it's turning around and playing basketball anyway. We'll talk to Steve later, but here's what the head coach, Steve Kerr, had to say about the difficult passing of one of his friends and one of their coaches, Dejan Miljevic.
It's hard to describe the week. Heartbreaking, devastating. It's just the saddest thing I've ever been a part of in the NBA. Where we lose someone who's so close to us, and then more importantly, seeing his family suffer. So this last week has been, last 5 days, I guess, has been full of all of the above: the shock, the emotion, extreme outpouring of love from all over the world. I don't know if any of you saw. We watched as a team this morning the event that they had in Serbia. Decky's 2 teams were playing against each other. It just happened to be on the schedule tonight. Mega, the team he coached, versus Partizan, on the team he starred for. And I'm not sure I've ever seen anything like the pregame dedication from the fans and the organizations there to Decky. It was incredible. We watched it as a team, and so I think we got a better sense of just what Decky meant to his countrymen, and of course how much he meant to us and to Natasha and Masha and Nicola. It's been just a devastating week.
I can imagine. I mean, and then for Steve, not only dealing with it like everyone else is dealing with it, as the face of the organization,
you have to be a leader.
He's got to be a leader, and he's got to. I mean, that's tough, man. I tell you something though. Out of all the people I've ever met, there's no better person to be able to handle something like this than Steve. There just isn't. His strength, his compassion, intelligence. I mean, it all comes into play, and the fact that he has, gone through something like this, not like this, but lost at an early age. When he was in Arizona, his father was assassinated. and having to deal with those emotions and just, I mean, yeah, but there's no, like I said, no better coach, in my opinion, to lead an organization, lead a team through something like this. And Steve.
Kevon Looney, one of the long-standing veterans of the team and won multiple four world championships with the Warriors. He talked about the loss of his assistant head coach and how he helped him through some of the last couple of years of his career.
No, Decky was always joyful. He was an extremely nice guy, but he had a nice way of being brutally honest. We would have our pregame talks before every game. He would let me know how I was playing, and one I always remember was his English wasn't always the best, so he didn't know how to sugarcoat anything. And anytime I wasn't being aggressive, I wasn't rebounding or boxing out, he'd tell me, "Don't." It's a cuss word, but I wouldn't say it. But don't be soft. And he would say an explicit word though, and I would always tell him, "You're the only person I let talk to me like this." So he was always a guy that he made my job a lot easier. I try to take pride in coming in and having a positive attitude and energy. In the days that I would come in feeling a little down or negative or upset about my play, I would see his face and like, man, all right, he's always happy. He kind of was always had a positive influence on me.
Same thing. I mean, I said, I didn't know him, but the smile. Just a couple of times I chatted, just a smile, and you could tell that about him. And it's interesting that kind of resonates, even though I didn't really know him, but it resonates in everyone's words. How joyful he was, happy he was, and yeah.
Oh, that's a good segue then, because that's what everybody says, right? They think about him smiling, they think about him laughing. The great photo that unfortunately is the one that we see now about his passing, but it's a smile on his face, and I do love to see that. That's what Steve Kerr talked about. Says when he thinks about Decky, the nickname, that's what he thinks about is a smile.
I lean on Ron Adams for so much. Ron has been a mentor for me, obviously an amazing coach for all of our players and for our coaches, but I lean on him for wisdom, and I asked him a couple of days ago, I said, how do we go on from here? What do we do? And Ron thought for a second, and he said, it's relatively simple. You ask the guys, what would Decky want us to do? And I thought about it, and I literally could picture Decky smiling and laughing and saying, you mother need to go win the basketball game, and then laughing. And that's so sorry for the language, but I just wanted to share exactly what my vision of Decky. That's exactly what he would have said with a smile on his face. He would have laughed. He would have, win or lose, still been smiling and laughing and having great suggestions as to what we could do differently. But he really embodied the spirit and the values that we try to display as a team and as an organization. We are unbelievably competitive, but joyful and compassionate to each other, and we're going to, do everything we can to win, and we're going to enjoy life no matter what. And that's who he was, and that's how we're going to continue.
Well, you just said, Tom, and Marcus Thompson wrote this in The Athletic yesterday. You just said Steve Kerr is the best, maybe no better coach equipped at leading through a traumatic or an awful situation like this for something that has nothing to do with the game of basketball. Steph Curry was quoted in the article about Steve saying, quote, he's just very human. I mean that in the way basketball is important, but it's not and never has been the priority. So in light of a traumatic experience like this, that shines bright. That, to me, that comment, one, it's one of the most beautiful things I think you could say about somebody. But also, it's authentic so genuinely, I think, to these guys, because it's how Steve has carried himself. And it's why when you say that, Tom, yes, you know him, of course, but I think all of us who have been fans and just watched it, or my opportunity to get to talk to him in the last couple of years, you watch how he reacts to things outside the game of basketball, how he's spoken up about things, how he has shown heavy emotion towards those things. And for him to have to deal with something like this, which affects him in the same way it probably affects a lot of these players, I think you're right in that because he has shown how authentic he is in caring about people and the people around him, that's when you get the most out of these guys. That's when they'll know it's not just about, okay, guys, we got to get okay so we can turn around and beat the Hawks. It's not about that. It's about, I'm worried about the man, and clearly that's something he has lived by. Since he's gotten to the league, that's just when I became aware of that part of him.
Yeah. No, he cares about people. He understands people. I've said this for 30 years that I knew when I played with him, he was going to be a head coach. I didn't know if it was college or pro. I didn't know he'd have the success that he's had. I figured there's a good chance he might, just because he understands people. He does, and he listens, and he cares about the players on his team, not just from a what can you do for me to advance my career and help us win. He wants that. Like, I think people, there's a misinterpretation. You can care deeply about the sport you play and still live your life outside of it. You don't have to be so consumed with what you do that it affects everything outside of the arena. It doesn't have to be that. And Steve has a knack for being able to separate those two. And he cares deeply. And I'm not going to say he doesn't carry this stuff with him. He does. You've listened to him on the show. Up at 2 a.m., trying to figure things out. 2:30, trying to figure things out until Margot says, beat it. It's November.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he cares. And he wants to win. He is insanely competitive. But he also cares a lot about people and wants the best for them. So, like I said, he'll get him through this, and there is no playbook for this at all. And he will listen to people. Like I said, it's a great strength of his. The stories of, Nick Uren, he was the one that suggested starting Andre Iguodala against Cavaliers, and he went with it. And then he gives him credit for it. Ron Adams talked about Andrew Bogut guarding Tony Allen against Memphis back in that Memphis series when they were down 2-1. He did it. Gave him credit. He doesn't want it to be about him. He wants it to be about everybody. He's always been very inclusive and feels like if you're going to have a winning organization, everyone needs to feel like they're a valuable part of it to one extent or another. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Podziemski is as valuable as Steph Curry. That'd be ludicrous. But Podziemski is valuable in his own way, and he adds value to that team. And I think he always feels like people add value to the organization in their own way. And he not only appreciates that, he acknowledges that, where a lot of coaches wouldn't acknowledge it because, well, this is about me, and I'm the one that's going to get the credit for it. I'm the one that's running the ship here, and that's never been about him. Not only does he like to delegate, not only does he like input, he just feels like the more input, the more choices you're going to have and the better options you're going to have. And if I surround myself with enough smart people, we're all going to benefit from this. And that's all he wants, is everyone to win, everyone to benefit, and everyone to feel like they had a hand in whatever a season may end up being. But, in a situation like this, you do need someone to kind of step up and be that leader. And like I said, that's a guy that I have no doubt will figure it out.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. The Warriors head coach Steve Kerr is going to join us at 5:30. We'll talk a little bit more about all of this and how they turn the corner to get ready to play basketball. As it's been a week since the passing of assistant coach Dejan Milojevic. Many people have checked in here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. We'll get to some of that in just a bit. We'll also get out to the phones and talk to some of you guys a little bit later. And Greg Cosell at 3:50, Dante Whitner 4:50, and as I mentioned, Steve Kerr at 5:30. In terms of the Warriors themselves and playing tomorrow, the Hawks are not a good team. And we'll get into some more NBA in just a couple of minutes. Sacramento, more of a test, but it's, again, on a back-to-back. Draymond, seems like we've barely seen this guy, at all, right? Because they've now had a week off, and he came back for a game or two. I think it was only a game, right? I think it was the Memphis game, right? He comes back up Memphis, and then Utah, right? Then Utah last Wednesday is when he passed away. Mm-hmm. So, it feels like we haven't seen Draymond in forever. So he'll be back in action tomorrow night as well. Should let everybody know, the San Francisco Giants and KNBR, we have, again, a Fan Fest Tour event this weekend going on from 4 to 7 down at San Pedro Square in San Jose. Myself and Marcus Boucher will be on hand. We'll be doing some player interviews. We'll have a series of guys there. Austin Slater's going to be there. Brian Price, new pitching coach, will be there. I believe we're also going to have Kyle Harrison's going to be on hand. Tristan Beck will be there. And Pat Burrell, Pat the Bat. How about that? Love to get Pat Burrell on the show. So we'll go down and we'll talk to him. The machine? I sure hope so. 4 to 7 on Saturday. You can get more information at sfgiants.com/fanfesttour to get more on the dates, the players, the times, and come down and hang out. Saturday, 4 to 7. Maybe go out for a beer after, and then get up the next day and get ready for the NFC Championship. When we come on back, how about this? We don't have time for. Oh, you want to take the? We got a call here. Let's go to the calls. Let's go to the phone lines here. Jimmy's in Sacramento. Oh, dude, he says he doesn't get the Purdy hate either. He wants to jump back into Brock Purdy. We'll jump into some NBA in a minute. Let's get to Jimmy. Jimmy's in Sac. He's got a dog barking.
Dog's angry.
I
with
love
the
this
hate,
call
too.
already, Jimmy. What's going on, dude? Jimmy, we have you? I know he's cutting out. He's
ran to the backyard real
there
quick.
he is. All right, we got you. We got you.
First of all, I wanted to give the Malcolm. I know I'm going to mess their name up, but the DeJohn's family. The condolences to the Warriors, to their family, and it's just a tough one for anyone to go through. So, my condolences to the Warriors and to DeJohn's family. That's tough. So, to move on from there. I don't know how Brock doesn't speak out. It's just another testament to how patient this man is and how strong-minded he is to go through this. And there's no way he doesn't hear the stuff that's talked about. But I'm pretty sure that the whole idea behind building a strong team is to draft a good rookie quarterback that you have strong pieces and you build around to give them the best opportunity to win, right? You get that rookie contract, you get this good, amazing quarterback, and you're going to mold him into what you need, and you surround him with pieces. Patrick Mahomes had Kelsey, and I'm pretty sure a pretty good receiver. Yeah. Exactly. A great defense to help him. No different than Brady, Montana. I mean, are we going to discredit their greatness because they had good pieces around him? I mean, it blows me away that we're here talking about this kid who was drafted last and was simply, I want to say discredited a bit because of the height, right? Or because he didn't go to a humongous college. But if you look at the college tapes on this kid, he could throw the football. We don't need to have, we've had a quarterback that could throw a 90-mile-an-hour fastball and nobody could catch the ball, right? And so the idea is not, you don't need a guy who can lift weights and is bulky and, can lift as much weights as possible, but you want a guy who can throw the football. And why are we discrediting this kid who is having one of the greatest seasons of a quarterback, not just like for the Niners, but in history?
Yeah, I appreciate the call, Jimmy. I really do. No, I hear what you're saying. That's the same argument we've been making. I don't understand. And what I was saying after the game on Saturday is, look, man, it's baffling. Greg Olson said it. I don't understand how this is not the number one story in America for sports, that this kid again has done it going back. But instead, as Greg Olson put it, for some reason there's a narrative that because he's got a great play caller and because he's got great weapons around him, which, by the way, Mahomes doesn't, and his season hasn't been as good. Steve Young talked in that same interview that he was on the Rich Eisen show at length. Actually, he was on the Adam Schefter pod and talked. He uses the Superman analogy a lot. And he goes, Patrick Mahomes understands that he can go out and execute the play and get the most out of a play and then throw the cape on and say, okay, now I'm Superman and I can do extra things. He says with the Bills, you watch the Bills break down and then Josh Allen throws the cape on and has to do it all himself immediately. He says you can't get it done like that. It's football. He's like, you need to be able to know when to put the cape on. Brock Purdy at times has so many weapons around him that he doesn't have to. You're right. There can be other guys. There's a reason he was an MVP candidate and that all the weapons around him, sans Christian McCaffrey, were not, because he was the one delivering the mail. So I agree with the caller. I don't understand how it's not the number one story. When we come on back, look, there was it's not the NBA grab bag. It's the NBA roundup. Totally different brand, totally different entity. It's like the USGA and the PGA.
Okay, good.
Totally different. Totally separate. It's not the NBA grab bag. This is the NBA roundup.
Yeah. Okay.
A series of NBA stories. One of the biggest nights we've seen in the NBA
Monster.
in a long time.
Monster.
And we've got it for you. Grab your Spurs, grab your chaps. It's the Roundup. It's next on the Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Steve Mariucci joined Papa in London, discussed his history of coaching both the 49ers and the Detroit Lions. That podcast is trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We do it every Tuesday. The mailbag gets dropped off, and I got a big NBA grab bag to get into.
NBA grab bag.
But this is not that. There's too many NBA stories for an NBA grab bag, so instead, we'll bring back an NBA roundup. It's like ragtime NBA.
Yeah, it is ragtime
it's NBA. Ragtime. Here's your NBA roundup.
Hello, my darling. Hello,
hello, my Bucks, and hello, my Eastern Conference, and you're fired.
What is that, Michigan J Frog or whatever? What's the name of that frog?
Yeah, dude, Michigan J.
That he can talk to that one dude, and then the guy keeps trying to show everybody, hey, look. And then they look over at the front and goes, ribbit. And he's just frustrated. He's like, he's got the top hat on. Hello, my baby. Hello, my dog. Got the cane.
Him and Foghorn Leghorn. It's like, yeah. Crack me up, dude.
Well, I say.
Well, I do say so. I do declare. Too many NBA stories to do an NBA grab bag, so why don't we start with an NBA roundup? We mentioned this early at the top of the show. The Milwaukee Bucks have fired their head coach, Adrian Griffin, right?
Yep.
Adrian Griffin. You're a David Griffin.
What, he got fired
I kind of wish he got fired too. I know. Adrian Griffin got fired after 43 games. It's the second shortest tenure of any coach not interim in the NBA, in NBA history. I would wager that for a win percentage, this has to be the earliest. Like, Tark got fired 20 games in. Mo Cheeks was 50 games in with Detroit in 2014, but none of those teams were any good. This has to be the earliest firing for a team that's like on its way to being a number 2 seed.
Yeah.
You know?
No, absolutely has to. I think it was the right move, though. And
probably.
Like I said earlier in the show, there's got to be something with the players that didn't completely trust him, what the front office had seen, some sort of disconnect. And that press conference earlier on I was wrong with Campbell, completely wrong. Although that was kind of a different press conference. This was just like needlessly evasive. It was like it was during the camp. It's like, we're starting this already? Are you kidding me? So yeah, this it surprises me, but then doesn't surprise me.
Music's so stupid.
Straw hat on,
dun,
tickling the ivories.
Imagine he's got like a corncob pipe almost, something like that. Yeah,
exactly.
So Terry Stotts, who was hired as the assistant for the Bucks, longtime Blazers head coach, he just left before the season started. He's like, you know what, I'm good.
Yep.
They're like, we hired you. He's like, no, I don't need this. That's basically when somebody leaves without being told to leave. Yeah. I don't need this.
And especially leaves a team that has a chance to win a championship like they do.
And you were brought in to potentially, by the way, if this happened, they were ready for him to be this guy.
Yeah.
This is Stotts' job today. If and maybe even a few weeks back. If Stotts were in the building, he may be the head coach right now of the Milwaukee Bucks. Anyway, Miami Heat, we'll move on here in the NBA roundup. Who's calling me? He's calling me right now? Come on, dude. He's calling my cell phone. I'm doing a show. Not you, Derek. Dude, I'm doing job interviews, yeah. Somebody calling during the show. I get info. Miami Heat have traded with the Charlotte Hornets. They've acquired Terry Rozier. How about that? Heat are sending Kyle Lowry and a 2027 first-round pick to the Charlotte Hornets in exchange for Terry Rozier. Thoughts on that trade?
I like it. I like it for the Heat. I like Rozier. I think he seems like a Heat guy. He just does. Guy that gets after it, plays hard, gives him another scoring threat, gives them a perimeter threat. They're going to be really, really guard heavy. There's no doubt about that. You start looking at their team and Butler and Hero and now Rozier, and then you got Adebayo, who's a stud. But it'll be interesting. Matchups could dictate how well they perform in the playoffs. But you know one thing about the Heat. They're going to play hard, and Spoelstra can coach. And I think Rozier is going to fit in there really, really well. And he defends, too.
Yeah, and Lowry, I mean, if that's what he's a better fit, I think Terry Rozier is for Miami than Lowry at the guard position. He's
just a better player.
Yeah, in general. Lowry just did not round into what they thought he was going to be. You get Lowry and a first-round pick in return. I imagine you're taking a hefty fee, though, too, on that salary for Kyle Lowry. Moving on here in the NBA Roundup.
Well, no, Rozier makes a ton.
Does he really? Is he over 30?
Well, that's the thing about the NBA. You can only trade similar salaries. Yeah, so it can't be like
so it wasn't a wash contract.
But yeah, it's just everything's got to But yeah, Rozier makes a pretty penny too. He's not hurting for money. I think he signed a contract extension a year or two ago.
He's making 24. Yeah.
And Lowry's probably right around there, maybe 30.
4 for 100 is what Rozier signed for. You get back Lowry and a first-round pick. Moving on in the NBA Roundup, Joel Embiid. How about this? Joel Embiid scored 70 points. It's a record for the Philadelphia 76ers in their win against the Spurs. Karl Anthony Towns then scored 62 in a loss to the Charlotte Hornets. First time that we've had multiple 60-point games since April 9th, 1978. David Thompson had 73. George Gervin had 63.
And that was for the scoring title.
In that game, they went head-to-head for the scoring?
No. They didn't go head-to-head.
Okay.
David Thompson played earlier in the day, and they were 1-2, separated by tenths of a point. I don't know how much. But David Thompson went out there and dropped 73. And then George Gervin had to get like 40 or something like that. I forget what it was. He just goes out there and gets 63. It was like, and then we weren't on TV. I was a huge David Thompson fan, so I was kind of like doing whatever I could to try to find out what the hell was going on, listening to news or whatever. And I was like, oh, he's going to win this thing. 73. Sick. Gervin just goes out there and fingers rolls. Hey, how much do I need? Yeah, I'll get it. And then I'll get some more, too, just for the heck of it. 63. Yeah, we're good. That was amazing.
69.
That was
Thank you.
63. Thank you.
That's pretty funny. Karl Anthony Towns has had 63 points. It's the fourth time in NBA history that two players on the same night had 60 or more. Yep. First time it happened was 1961. Wilt went for 78. Baylor had 63. Jerry West had 63 in 62. And Chamberlain had 62. And then, as you mentioned, Thompson and Gervin, Embiid, and Karl Anthony Towns.
By the way, did you hear? I don't know if we have this. We should try to get it. Did you hear Chris Finch's post-game comments?
He was
head
pissed,
coach,
wasn't he?
He goes,
the Timberwolves.
Basically, we got what we deserve.
Yeah.
Because he said
childish or something, didn't
they?
Yeah,
we hunting shots and trying to get him points instead of trying to figure out how to win the game. Like you would think like he'd talk about how great the performance was.
He didn't care.
He was not thrilled at all. And he was right. Like at some point, okay, look, this is great. You're hot. You're rolling. But we got to find a way to win the game. The game is more important than one individual performance. And he was not thrilled at all.
No, he wasn't happy. Any post-game rant by a coach. Pretty funny. We may have to get into that. Moving on here in the NBA Roundup. One more story here. How about this? Tristan Thompson. Cavaliers power forward Tristan Thompson has been suspended by the NBA for 25 games.
He's still playing?
Without pay. I didn't know he was. I didn't personally know. I saw this and I was like, I didn't know he was on a team. Forgive me, I hadn't been dialed into Cavs ball this year. 25 games without pay by the NBA. This was earlier today for violating the anti-drug policy. According to the league, this is a weird one. Players in the NBA don't frequently test positive for PEDs. He tested positive for ibutamoren, which is a growth hormone, and SARM-LGD, SARM-LGD 4033, commonly used by bodybuilders and weightlifters for muscle enhancement. Seems odd.
Bro, this guy's about to retire.
He'll begin serving a suspension tomorrow.
I thought he did retire. Like, what? Is he just like trying to shape his body for just because he wants to look good?
I don't know.
That's bizarre.
Or continue his career or recover from injury, whatever this could be. We have audio system.
Yeah, I'm sure we do.
Of Thompson.
We have a bit of a problem here. During the ADAA required random drug screening, one of your players' urine tested positive for 3 separate types of anabolic steroids and a low-grade beaver tranquilizer.
Beaver tranquilizer.
I don't know how they're going to recoup his 3.8 points per game and 3.9 rebounds in 12 minutes that they were getting every night, which, by the way, not bad averages for the 12 minutes, but
yeah,
I don't think it's going to be as huge of a loss as...
We should late entry to the NBA Roundup.
We got another NBA Roundup, sir.
Did you, we do?
No, I'm asking.
Oh, yeah. Did you, I'm sure you didn't see it, but last night the Bulls trailed the Suns trailed the Bulls by 22 in Phoenix. Kevin Durant was 4 for his first 16 and then ended up shooting 12 for his last 16 en route to 43 points, hit a game winner with 1.6 seconds left. The guy is just, when they say a guy's a bucket, that guy's like the ultimate bucket. I've said he is the most gifted offensive player I've ever seen, ever. Inside, outside, doesn't matter. He just rises up and shoots over people. But he was just like hitting threes. And the last shot he hit, I didn't even know it went in. It just did not move the net. Yeah. The net didn't even move. I was like, did that go in? Because it hit the back of the rim.
Those are my favorite ones.
So pure.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, damn, he made that. And they ended up coming back and winning the game by 2 over the Bulls. But, yeah, Durant is just, him and Steph may be the most fun players to watch when they're on heaters of anybody in the league. Like, you have to assume when you're on a heater, you're fun to watch.
Yeah.
Like, everybody's kind of fun to watch when they're on a heater. But Durant is just, does it ever look like getting a bucket is hard for him?
No.
It's just boom, boom, boom. And if you go back and look, it's interesting because the shot he took to win it, a Bulls player, who was a former Laker that's playing for the Bulls now.
No, he's not there.
White guy.
The bald guy. I'm blanking on him too.
God, I'm picturing him in my head. I just can't think of his name.
Everybody's mad they didn't keep him because he's kind of
so dumb. Yeah, they liked him. So he was guarding him. He comes from behind. Who?
Caruso.
Yeah, Caruso. Thank you, Tim. He comes from behind. He had a guy guarding him in front, and he comes from behind. And Durant had to like double clutch. He had to bring the ball back or forward and down a little bit so Caruso couldn't swipe at it. And then he just whoosh. That guy is he is so good.
You see when they asked him about Embiid's 70 after the game, he was like in the media scrum and his head was down. They asked him about the 70, what he thought of it, and he looked up all shocked. He said, "He scored 70?" And then he went, "Yes." He scored 70, and then he's like, "Yeah."
Holy ghost!
He was like, "Yes."
Basically, that's what it was.
He was like, "Oh, yeah, man." Yes.
Yeah, I watched some of that too. That guy's just a
wild
horse. God, he's so big and so skilled.
And Rachel Nichols reminded us he may not be eligible for the MVP based on the number of games played that you have to have, considering he's already missed some time near the end. I mean, that's what's wild based on the year Joel Embiid is having.
Right.
You've got numbers that you have to hit in terms of games played. When we come on back, a little bit more on Kyle Shanahan's quarterback plan before the start of the year. Brock Purdy's getting criticism today. Also, he was like more than revealing about what Kyle Shanahan said the plan was for him to start the season. He would be the starting quarterback unless this happened. We'll get into that next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for Daisy Dips. What is a staple of game day? Snacking. What's a staple of snacking? Chips and dips. Why? They're easy. Just rip open the bag, get your dip, and you are good to go. Now, with Daisy, you can get the sour cream, you get the flavor packs, put it in there. That's one step too far, right? Yeah, you just get the French onion and ranch dip, crack them open. Boom, you're ready to go. You will not miss a snap. These things are fantastic. So, if you're thinking, what do I want today? It's game day. I want a snack. I want chips and dips. I want Daisy French onion and ranch dip. Everybody loves them. You're a Daisy if you do.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon, streaming on YouTube, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, the app, and on Twitter. 49ers and the Lions coming your way on Sunday, 11 a.m. pregame right here on The Sports Leader. We've got Just Dubs with John Dickinson on Saturday, 10 to noon, and then we've got a special championship weekend preview. Dieter Kurtenbach will be with you live and local on Saturday from noon until 2 o'clock. So whole lot of live and local programming for you Saturday afternoon right here on The Sports Leader.
Good stuff. Hey, before we get to we're transitioning to the NFL real quick, since we're talking about the NBA.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw maybe one of the worst beats of all time, Clippers Nets. No. You probably didn't pay attention. It was Sunday during championship. It started at noon.
I didn't see it at all.
Okay. Nets getting 10.
No, I missed the noon tilt on Sunday. I was watching.
Nets getting 10.
Okay.
About 5.5, left, I guess. Nets up 114-103. So you're getting 10. You're up 11. Clippers finish the game, 22-0 run.
What?
125-114.
A 22-0 run to end the game?
125-114 final. It's like I don't know what your covering percentage had to be like 99.9%.
That's wild.
Like there's literally no way. First off, to score 22 points in 5+ minutes is ridiculously efficient. But to not score in 5+ minutes in the NBA, it's like, come on. You're going to score a point, aren't you? No, not going to score a point. And it had to happen. The Clippers' last possession, they had to shoot it with about 30 seconds left. Kawhi buries a corner three. And that was the end of the game, end of the scoring.
Dagger in your heart.
Yeah, buried the game, buried your bet, buried everything. I was like, I couldn't believe they had 22-0 run. So, anyway, I thought I'd put that in there.
That's
with
why
the
you didn't
NBA
have it.
roundup.
You weren't on it.
No.
Oh,
no.
Oof.
No. I would have still. I would have. I probably would have been in the hospital. I probably wouldn't have shown. Like I would have been.
You wouldn't have caught the. Caught the
deep depression. I
wouldn't have caught the Chiefs game.
I'd have been out. You had to come get me.
That's wild.
Can you imagine?
That's wild.
Oh, some poor bastards had that.
Yeah, well.
Oof.
Tough break. Should have been watching football, shouldn't you?
Yeah, well.
That's what you get. So we were talking earlier about all the criticisms Brock has been getting from the national attention. This is a story we haven't talked about this week, and this is kind of interesting, sort of crazy. We've talked over the last few years a lot about Tom Brady, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, would the Niners make the move for Tom Brady? John Lynch admitted having called when they called for Jimmy Garoppolo, and sort of half jokingly said, "Well, what about Brady?" I think it was like, sort of a joke. What, the Pats move on from Tom Brady? That's unheard of. Well, Brock shed some light on some of this about he revealed what Kyle's plan was for quarterback to start the year. So we were thinking about injury. We were like, is he going to come back? Is he going to be okay due to the injury? Nick Wagner of ESPN wrote an article last week about Brock Purdy with the playoff games coming up and used one of Brock's pretty revealing quotes. Early in the offseason, Niners coach Kyle Shanahan sat down with Purdy and assured him that if he was healthy, he would be the starter, unless one thing happened. If Tom Brady wanted to play one more season for his hometown 49ers, then Brock would have to take a back seat to the GOAT. And ecstatic Purdy understood the logic, but in the competitor in him also bubbled under the surface. That meant so much to Purdy. Quote, I remember him saying, if we can get Tom Brady, we're going to try to get him. And I was like, yeah, he's the GOAT. I get it. But somewhere deep down inside of me, I was like, dude, I just showed you that I can play well in this system. And we were one game away from the Super Bowl. More than anything, I was like, okay, now let's go. Brock Purdy saw it as a challenge from Kyle Shanahan that I'm going to go after Tom Brady if I can get him. And he understands it because it's logical. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You have to pick. It's why the Raiders going with Antonio Pierce. I'm like, okay, if that's your decision, fine. But in 3 years, just remember they didn't even pick up the phone to call.
They better hope
they
it's
didn't
3
even
years.
call. They better hope. I'm saying in 3 years when we look back at that decision, if it wasn't the right one, are you upset that they didn't even call? I will, and I've said this numerous times about John Lynch, and I imagine it's true about Kyle too, that when guys have become available, they pick up the phone. They at least see what it's going to take to get him. They tried to get, what's his name from the Raiders? The year they traded to the Bears.
Khalil Mack.
Khalil Mack.
Yeah.
They pick and the Bears.
I think they thought they had him, and I think they might have made a better offer.
The Bears gambled that they would have John Gruden and Mayock thought they would have a worse record that the Bears would.
Yep.
And they by the way, it didn't hurt the Niners. They took Nagy or something, right? Or not Nagy. Excuse me. Nagy goes there, but right before they get Nagy, they took Trubisky at quarterback. Then they hired Nagy after that didn't work out.
That didn't work out for anybody. That was Solomon Thomas draft,
That was terrible. And Reuben Foster and all that.
It wasn't good for anybody.
It wasn't good for anybody.
No.
Anyway, facts of the matter are, this is just one more, in my mind, notch on Brock Purdy's chip on the shoulder belt. I say this all the time, too. I love a player who has something to prove, and a guy like this who is, the more people are hating on him now, the more dangerous I think he's going to be. I think this guy's walked around from day one, whether it was the third-string quarterback at Iowa State before he becomes the starter, and we talked to the caller earlier who calls us frequently from Iowa. I love hearing the sort of the stories of Brock in college and what he did well and pieces that you saw him develop from then to now. But also, I just think that there are intangibles that Tom Brady had. I mean, I think Peyton Manning was a better skill quarterback for a majority of their careers. And Tom Brady had something about him that he was a winner. Some guys can step up in those situations. If Brock is an average skill quarterback, fine. Ben Roethlisberger wasn't the most electric dude ever. Ben Roethlisberger wasn't a sexy quarterback. He just ran the offense and the system the way they needed him to, and he executed in big moments when he had to. And so far, Brock has done that. I'm sick of moving the goalposts on him. I love hearing this story because I'm a Tom Brady fan. I liked watching his career. Thought it was a blast. And so for them I would have been intrigued by Tom Brady too, and I would have said, yeah, he's the guy if you can get him. But that says a lot about where this guy was able to get to this year relative to the injury last season and what we thought the situation was entering 2024.
Yeah. Just a belief in him. But I mean, that's how you get to that level. The belief in yourself, the work ethic, and just like, I can be better than anybody. Even though if you step outside your body, you realize you're not better than everybody. But you believe that in yourself. Like, I'm going to succeed. I'm going to make all the throws. I'm going to do what we need to do, and we're going to score. Like, every quarterback believes they're going to score every single drive. They know it's not realistic, and they know it won't happen, but you believe that that's going to happen. And that's a belief that most pro athletes have. So it doesn't surprise me at all that, like, he's logical enough to understand, but also as a competitor saying, are you kidding me? We're going to bring this guy in, 46, and I just showed you last year what I can do. And if we didn't get hurt, we have a good chance of going to the Super Bowl. I could see him being a little bitter, being a little upset while getting it. So, yeah, that seems to track with him.
I wish Brock was snarky. I wish Brock was like, oh, what, you gonna let him go to Kraft's birthday party again? Wish Brock, what, are you going to throw some more picks to Greenlaw? What are you getting him for? What do you want from him? What do you need Tom Brady for? It'd be interesting, man, because if he showed up, can you imagine it'd be great for us. Again, thinking about us and Sports Talk Radio. Imagine the story of, do you want Brock or do you want Tom Brady to start? There are people that would say, no, dude, you got to go with Brock. Or people that would hate on Tom Brady and say he's lost it or he's old. You think about Tom Brady, even last year's skill set. What if he had these weapons around him? What if he had McCaffrey and Debo and Ayuk and Kyle Shanahan as a play caller? I mean, Arians is brilliant, but these weapons around him would be pretty hilarious to watch Tom Brady play with because the 50-touchdown year, Randy Moss, I think Gronk was there in 2007, right?
Yeah,
No, he was not there yet?
I thought he was.
Say no.
He wasn't there with Moss?
Oh, it was Benjamin Watson. Mr. Ben Watson. Coming to America, nobody?
So Gronk never played with Moss,
2010, he says. Yeah. Yeah, so, because then they had late-stage Corey Dillon, but that was years before that even, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, in terms of, like, weapons around Tom Brady, this offense would be the best, for sure, that he'd ever had around him in terms of skill set. So, is it odd at all that they passed on Brady in 2020 in his free agency tour? And then you hear that this was a possibility this year?
Yeah, I think so. Look, I wouldn't have done it, and that I would have been completely and utterly wrong in that assessment.
The 2020 tour, you mean?
Yeah.
We all were. I mean, that would have been nobody thought that was happening.
Yeah, I just didn't think it was the right move. Oops. Who knows if they got him? I mean, maybe you win a Super Bowl, maybe you don't. But if you don't, you probably don't end up getting Purdy. I mean, again, all those things I always say, all those things kind of fall in line. Like, you look at all the decisions the Giants made and everything that happened after Zito that led him to a World Series. If they don't sign Zito, maybe if everything. I mean, again, it's sliding doors. Everything kind of changes. You never know where it's gonna fall. So, look, I think if you're a Niner fan, you got to be really happy where this team's at right now. Really happy, and really happy. It looks like you have a quarterback. Hell, you could have a quarterback for a decade. A decade where we got our guy. There's not a lot of teams in the NFL that have that, but those that do, you look at them and go, yeah, they're going to be around. They're going to be in the mix. They're going to have a chance at a championship this year. That could be the Niners.
You said there's not a lot of teams, though, but I think maybe there's more teams than ever that I feel that way about.
Is there?
Yeah. And again, because of the quarterback. Like, I don't think Trevor Lawrence is there. And I know that Herbert doesn't have enough around him yet in terms of, like, the coaching around him. But he's a guy who you say, and we'll see what happens. I mean, maybe we get news today that somebody signed him with the Chargers. Derek seems to think we could be getting Harbaugh news tonight.
Well, who has quarterbacks? They're set
Derek?
at quarterback.
The Ravens.
For years. Ravens?
Chiefs.
Bills. Bengals. Jaguars.
Yeah, Jaguars.
Chargers.
That's 6. That's already a pretty good percentage of the league. I mean, that's all one conference, too, which is pretty crazy. If we're staying in the AFC, would you go ahead, Derek. C.J. Stroud, right? We forgot him. Playoff team. Stroud, that's 7. I'm probably forgetting AFC teams. But if we jump to NFC, would you say Love is on the list now? Jordan Love?
Okay.
Love makes the list?
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts? You're saying a step back. So then you would have said Hurts, though, 5 weeks ago or 6 weeks ago you would have.
I would have.
But Love, you're ready? But Love, you're ready to go?
Love, I'm ready to go.
Really? But Hurts needs more.
No, you know what? You talked me out of it.
I don't think I'm ready on Love yet.
I'm taking Love off the list.
I'm not on Love yet.
Both off the list.
Because in quarterbacking, like you're talking about, you have to see, you do, it's why I get anybody who thought, okay, we did too. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop on Brock. And you said this all year long.
I wouldn't put him in that category.
No, I wouldn't. Because we don't know yet. To me, it's too early. But C.J. Stroud is kind of living up to what we thought he was going to be. Same like you said with Peyton.
We may be too early on Stroud, too.
We might be, but this is what we thought he'd be.
Yeah, exactly.
Versus like Justin Fields, who is nothing like he was in college. And we're like, this is kind of what we expected would happen. So if you've got if we're saying there's at least 6 or 7.
Okay, let's just say 8. Let's say 8 sounds like a decent number.
I think Jordan Love's on his way.
Yeah.
Purdy could be on his way. Stroud's on his way. But yeah, you're right. That's a quarter of the league, which means every year you're looking at teams who are trying to find somebody to take them to the next level. And that's if the 49ers have found one. Now, for the Patriots, they were able with Tom Brady to put enough around him where he didn't have to be that guy, and he was able to grow into the guy who became Superman, right?
Yep.
That's, I think, what Brock needs to do. And we're already seeing better skill set stuff from him than Tom at this age.
Yep. And remember what Brady did, too. He always took a little less in the contracts.
Yeah.
So they could
renegotiate.
Put a team around him.
Right.
Peyton,
too.
Yeah, he realized I could take everything I could get, or I could take a little less. Now, you have to be confident in the team, in their willingness to spend the money, but also spend it wisely, like know what the hell they're doing. Because if they're just wasting it, you're like, well, hell, I should have kept it instead of giving it back to these guys. But Brady had trust in the Patriots, and they were able, because no one's going to remember how much money Brady made when he's done. He had more than enough, but they're going to remember the championships. I think he understood that.
Everybody, it seems like nationwide, has been critical of Brock today. Many have come to his defense, but it's sort of like the belt wars we were saying. Which side do you fall on? Are you with Brock Purdy, or is he a check-down QB? Numbers and games and tape would indicate the exact opposite. What did Greg Cosell think of Brock Purdy's play on Saturday? We'll talk to him next, the senior producer of NFL Films. What did he see from Brock Purdy in the first 3 quarters, and what did he see on the final drive? We'll get into that next on the Sports Leader.
Only God above.
Marcus Thompson joined Papa and Leonard to discuss how the Warriors will overcome real-life tragedies. They return to the floor tomorrow. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is NFL Film senior producer Greg Cosell with Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by Dignity Health. When it comes to healthcare with kindness, choose Dignity Health. Hello, human kindness.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's time for our good friend, NFL Films, Greg Cosell. Hello, Greg. How are you?
Tom, I'm curious. Did you ever put up 70 in any game?
Well, does Summer League count?
Sure. Any league counts. 70 is a lot of points.
I did have 70 in a Summer League game one time.
Good for you.
Well, I don't know if it was good. I don't know how many. I looked around and everybody's like, "You mind if we get a shot in?" I go, you know what I said? Actually, I do.
You really scored 70 points in a Summer League game?
Yeah. Yeah,
Greg, that's incredible that he did. You actually did that.
It wasn't that incredible.
That's insane.
It wasn't that incredible.
Pro basketball.
Yeah. Well, no. Not pro Summer League.
Oh, okay.
No.
That doesn't count.
Pro Summer League. I think I had 40 in a pro Summer League game, but no, this was like a after high school Summer League game that we played. So yeah, it wasn't. Trust me, it wasn't that impressive. Oh my goodness. So it's funny, Greg. We're talking about, and I thought we were done with this. I thought we've been done with this about 3 times this year. Trying to convince people that don't think Brock Purdy is as good as he looks. It's like I don't know what people want. Like I don't know what they're watching. I don't know what they look at. But
I actually saw it was about the middle of the third quarter, and there was a tweet. Because I love keeping Twitter open when I'm watching these games. That's kind of my enjoyment, watching these games. And, what can I say?
I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
And some guy who's actually works for a radio station and talks about sports on air said, there's no way Brock Purdy will be Kyle Shanahan's starting quarterback week 1 next year. So we found out after this weekend, by the way, that Brock Purdy stinks and Josh Allen stinks.
Wow.
So, that's what we found out this weekend. So neither one. My sense is both guys will probably be just cut, as soon as the season ends.
Right.
Greg Cosell, breaking news here in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Don't get used to Brock Purdy. Don't buy a house. I'd rent if I were you. First off, just a couple things. First off, people don't accept that professional athletes can have bad games, especially when I tell them, I go, Joe Montana had bad playoff games. Michael Jordan had bad playoff games. So did Kobe. So did Steph. So did Peyton. So did Tom Brady. I mean, you can have a bad game. It's not a referendum on what you are as a player or as a quarterback in this situation. Maybe he does struggle in the rain. That's a possibility. Okay, I could accept that. And Debo was out. That probably had something to do with it. The Packers defense probably had, but he did miss a lot of really open guys, and it's stuff that we're not accustomed to seeing around here. Steve Young called it shocking, and I was kind of in shock myself watching it. I mean, all those things can be true. It's just funny, Greg, when people, I don't know if they want to be the first to do it or if they thought Brock Purdy was overrated to begin with, so anytime they get a chance to circle back to that and jump on that, they're going to jump on it because they want to prove they're right somehow. And then I think there's a faction of people that still can't believe somebody drafted this late can be this good.
Well, I think there's a number of factors, now being serious, of course.
Yes.
I think, number one, there's a sense that Kyle Shanahan's offense is really good, and a lot of quarterbacks have performed reasonably well under it. Don't forget Jimmy Garoppolo got to a Super Bowl and actually did not play poorly in that game. So I think there's a sense that it's not really the quarterback. The quarterback is just executing a system that anybody could execute. I think there's a sense of that, which, of course, is not necessarily true. And I think there's also a sense because Purdy's game is not like others in the sense that you watch Mahomes, you watch Lamar, you watch Josh Allen, even Jordan Love now. You watch these guys move around, make plays that look spectacular because of their athleticism. And by the way, Purdy does not have poor athleticism, but he doesn't look like those other guys. So there's a sense that he's not really that good. He's not really that gifted, and he certainly doesn't have a gun. So I think there's a sense that when all's said and done, when the system works, when the run game is good, he has really good players around him, although I did not think the offensive line played well this week at all, by the way, and I think that's a concern because the right side of the O-line struggles in pass protection. But I think overall there's a sense with Purdy that he just doesn't physically have what it takes, and everybody's just waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think a lot of that is human nature. It's funny, though, because we talked about this, Greg, with Jordan Love. I go, Jordan Love has been amazing. He's been fun to watch the last 7-8 weeks. He's really come on and looks like he has a bright future and looks like this is kind of a launching point for maybe what's to come from Jordan Love. I go, how come I never hear anybody talk about Jordan Love and it's only LaFleur's system? I go, LaFleur's pretty smart. He has a great system. How come I don't hear that? And my only thought is, well, because we thought Jordan Love was going to be good because he was a first-round draft pick and he looks like a guy who could be a really good quarterback, whereas Purdy was drafted last in the draft and he doesn't have the things you just talked about. Like if you used Purdy and Love as silhouettes, it may be completely different. But I just wish people would go, well, LaFleur has a good system. Maybe it's all LaFleur's system. It's not Love.
Right. Well, people get, to me, I mean, because this is what I study, as you guys know. I mean, all I do is watch tape. I've already started watching some college quarterbacks who'll be in the draft. This is what I do. So I'm grinding away watching tape. And again, my point is not that makes me right, but at least I'm going through the process of doing it, quote unquote, the right way. Can I be wrong on guys? Of course, everybody is. But it's interesting about Love because Love, and I really liked his growth this year, but you saw that in this game in critical moments. Love has to clearly work on his lower body mechanics. Yeah. He throws too many balls off balance. And when he does that and it works, people rave about it. But when it doesn't work, they don't say, he's got to work on his lower body mechanics, which, by the way, he does. And you saw that later in the game. It started to show up in the fourth quarter. There's always things that when you watch tape you see in finer detail than when you're just watching a game on TV and it kind of rolls by you.
Yeah. So was there anything you saw that was noteworthy about Purdy's misses? Because they were pretty shocking. They were low, high, wide. I mean, we're not used to seeing that. And there was, probably between 5 and 7 that weren't even close on balls he usually. And again, they could be the rain, could be something else. What did you see?
Well, all I can say is what the tape shows. I can't speak to what's in his head.
Yes.
I think that it was evident watching the tape that he was not comfortable in the pocket. And I think the combination of him not being comfortable, he started at times to play a little fast, which led to some inaccurate throws, and also it resulted in some throws that were there where he didn't turn it loose. So he was not comfortable in this game. Therefore, the passing game never really developed any rhythm and timing. And I thought the Packers' pass rush was a factor in this game. The O-line was not really strong in pass protection. There were more bodies around him. At times, I thought the Packers also did a good job of jamming inside receivers and just not. There was one to Kittle, which probably looked like a really bad miss, but Kittle got bumped on his route. It was kind of a bender inside. I don't know if you remember this play. I can't remember exactly when it was in the game, but he missed Kittle.
Oh, yeah.
And people probably thought, oh, man, that's a horrible throw. When you're a timing guy and an anticipation guy, if the timing of the routes gets disrupted, often your throws look really bad. And we see that at times with Purdy, basically since he became a starter last year. And that happened a few times in this game.
Yeah.
But, no, he did not play a really good game. And as you said, sometimes that happens. Maybe it was the weather. Maybe it was he was uncomfortable because the pass rush was a factor. There could have been all kinds of reasons, but these things do happen. It doesn't mean he's a bad player. I saw something else on Twitter by someone who I know, and I thought it was really good. He said, we have to stop changing the narrative on quarterbacks with every game. And, I think, you got to be a little realistic when someone has a bit of a track record. Now, Purdy hasn't played long enough in the league for us to say, wow, this guy's just in the pantheon of great quarterbacks. We can probably start saying that for sure about Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
But I think Purdy's track record is such that he's not likely to be a bad player. Is he going to be great, phenomenal? Oh, my God. We don't know that yet.
Yeah.
But he's not likely to all of a sudden be a bad player.
Yeah. Real quick, because I hate to say, oh, yeah, I saw that play without ever seeing that play. I want to see if I'm thinking of the right one. Was it the Kittle one where he was on the left-hand side and it was an in-breaker to the right?
Yes, he was on the left side,
okay.
and he broke inside, going to obviously to the right side, and he got bumped. I forget who bumped him, but that obviously, interrupted the timing of his route, and therefore it interrupted the timing of the throw. And Purdy threw it with his normal anticipation, and because Kittle wasn't where he theoretically was supposed to be, it looked like, oh my God, that's just a horrible throw. But sometimes that happens when you're a high-level anticipation thrower, is if there's any disruption to the receiver, or if he takes an extra step when he shouldn't have, it can look like a bad throw.
Yeah.
Talking to Greg Cosell, senior producer of NFL Films, joins us every week here on the UMA guest line. I'm glad you brought up the offensive line play for the 49ers, because I thought while Purdy was only sacked once, he did look like he was under duress, or like they were collapsing on him a whole lot, and he didn't have a lot of room. On the other side, the Niners didn't sack Jordan Love at all, and this is the first time I've seen him play live. I was really impressed. I was seeing the product up close and personal. I know he didn't have a great second half or fourth quarter, but I thought early on he was really exciting and really sharp. What'd you see from the O-line play of the Packers versus the D-line of the Niners? They haven't been getting home quite as much as they were early in the year or the middle part of the season.
Yeah, I didn't think that their D-line, really got that much pressure. I mean, there were times. But, one of the things that's overlooked about the Niners, and we'll see if it's a factor this week when they play a really good Lions offense, is their third down defense is not very good, which is surprising. I mean, they allow opponents to convert at 41%, which is, I think, 24th in the NFL. They're not very good on third down. Now, they do sack quarterbacks on third down, but they're not very good overall on third down. They've developed more into what I would call an execution defense than a highly schemed defense. Now, their blitz percentage does go up meaningfully on third down, but overall, they're not a high percentage blitz defense. They rely on their four-man D-line pass rush. And then they rely on coverage. And we've seen that they've had some issues in coverage as well. Thomas has had some struggles on the outside. And we kind of knew all season long that, while he's had moments, that third corner, going back to week one when Oliver was the slot corner, that third corner has at times been an issue for them. And, this week they are playing a really good pass offense.
Talking to Greg Cosell, joins us every single week as we break down all the games, and we'll look ahead to the Detroit Lion game as well. What did you see in the last drive? Because to me, that it doesn't say it was a good game by Purdy. Everybody that watched the game would agree it wasn't a good game by him. And again, it happens. But the last drive, boy, for a guy that struggled as much as he did, to be able to put that aside, trust himself, trust the teammates, make the throws that he did. The Conley one, I tell you, the Ayuk is a great throw and a great catch on third.
Yeah, the third and 5. Yeah, the slant route. That was that's the kind of throw where, the quarterback has amnesia, because that was not an easy throw, and it was well covered, and, maybe it was the play call. You never know that exactly. But obviously he just turned it loose, and he put it in the only place where IU could have caught it, because it was really good coverage by Nixon. And then the Conley 17-yarder, that's a spot throw. See, he's not waiting for Conley to make his break. That's what we call a spot throw. He's throwing it to a spot based on the route. I mean, I remember, Ron Jaworski always used to tell me that on certain routes, I could drop back blindfolded and throw the ball because they're spot throws. And, you practice that. So Purdy looked really comfortable making that throw. Now, it's really interesting because I thought his 9-yard scramble, which set up the winning touchdown, I thought that was an example where he was uncomfortable and he actually broke down much too quickly, but he was able to get outside and run for 9 yards. And obviously the next play was the touchdown by McCaffrey. But he made a couple of really, really good Purdy-type throws on the final drive. Back in the day, we used to say if a quarterback had a bad game and then made great throws on a final drive, we used to say he was clutch.
Yeah.
I'm not really hearing that.
No, we're not hearing it. It's so funny when you said that Jaworski used to tell you that, because in my mind, I can hear Philly fans just screaming, yeah, it looked like you threw that blindfolded Jaworski.
Yeah, no, believe me, I'm sure they did many times. No Jaws for 100 years. And they I'm sure they did.
And that was the nice version of that.
Well, you've been in Philly, so you know the real version.
Yes, I have. Give us the matchup between, because I think this is going to come down, the Lions game is going to come down to, can the Niners stop the run? because they're going to try to run. Campbell likes to be physical, and for the most part, they've done a great job running the ball. Montgomery wasn't didn't have a lot of success last game. Gibbs had a couple nice runs, but they're going to try, and then that's the one thing about the Niners this year. They haven't been great against the run, and they weren't good against Green Bay. They weren't as bad as I thought, Greg. I watched it the first time. I go, good night. They can't stop the run at all. They did a much better job in the second half than they did the first half, aside from that 53-yard run.
Yeah, well, when he made that 53-yard run, watching the game live, I'm sure we all thought, oh, my God, they're not winning this game.
Yes.
Yeah. But here's what I'd say about the Lions. I mean, I could wax poetic about them forever because I love their offense. I think Ben Johnson does an unbelievable job. There's a couple of things that stand out. Number one, under center play action. They do under center play action far more than any other team in the league, and it's really successful for them. And there's reasons for that. You know, we don't have time to go into every reason. But the other thing they do exceptionally well versus zone coverage, and the Niners do play a lot of zone, and I love this about Ben Johnson, is the spacing of routes. Now, Tom, you'll and Coach, you'll appreciate it too, but Tom, having played, professional basketball, will really get it. Anytime that there's confined space, spacing becomes really important.
Mm-hmm.
Now, people probably don't think about an NFL field as confined space the way they think about basketball or hockey because it's a much smaller space. But, there's still confined space on a football field. So you have to be able to manage that space. And I think Ben Johnson, with his route concepts and route combinations versus zone, does an unbelievable job creating spacing and makes it really difficult for zone coverage to deal with a lot of what he does.
What makes Amon-Ra St. Brown so dangerous?
Boy, I remember watching him coming out of college too, and he's very. I guess what makes a lot of great route runners who don't have pure speed is a couple of things. Number one, he understands pace and tempo of routes because not every route is run the same way, and you have to understand pace and tempo. He understands how to use his vertical stem because what you're trying to do with the corner in front of you, whether it's man or zone, is you're trying to get him off his spot. You're trying to get him to turn his body one way or the other. Because once he turns his body, that is a key. That's an indicator for you as to what, when you are going to make your break, your cut. He's really, really good at understanding those things. And despite the fact that he's not tall, he's extremely physical. So he can play off contact when need be, and he's very, very good at that. And he has really good hands. He catches pretty much everything, and so there's a lot. And plus, they're a high percentage motion offense, just like the Niners. So they use him in motion a lot, which does give him free access off the ball.
A few more minutes here with Greg Cosell, senior producer of NFL Films. Is that a key matchup for the Niners this week? Ambry Thomas, I thought, had a really rough game. I don't know if it was weather or, the secondary in general. They were sort of slipping and sliding. Treverius Ward had a rough one. But in general, is that a huge matchup for them this week?
Well, I think the pass game as a whole, Copes, because, St. Brown's a really, he's a terrific player.
Yeah.
But, and obviously he's the number one weapon, but they have a lot of other players that may not be volume targets, but they work really effectively in their pass game. Josh Reynolds is 6'2", 6'3". He's long, he's lean, he's a strider. The tight end, I think Laporta is a absolutely important player in their offense, not just because he can catch the ball. Obviously, they do throw it to him, but his ability to detach from the formation and run multiple routes. So what that does, they like to play a lot at a 12 personnel with two tight ends on the field. So it gives that 12 personnel grouping tremendous formation and concept versatility in terms of their routes versus both man and zone, because when they're in two tight ends, he can line up anywhere.
We know we've seen the 49ers for a number of years now. We know how much they love their in-breaking routes. I don't watch the Lions as much as the Niners, obviously, but I watch them enough. Seems like in the games I watch, they really like their in-breaking routes as well, don't they?
They sure do.
Yeah.
And Goff's really good on those throws.
Yeah, he is.
Really good on those throws. And Goff, look, he's from the Bay Area, as you guys know.
Yep.
I think he's from Marin County, somewhere. Yeah, and so you've seen him. He went to Cal Berkeley. He's tall. He throws the ball beautifully. Look, like most quarterbacks, if you pressure him, his efficiency will go down and he'll get uncomfortable. That's with most quarterbacks. Now, he's a pocket quarterback, so maybe that's a little worse for a pocket quarterback because he doesn't have the ability to run around. But if you give him time, and they do have a good O-line, although I know they had one injury last week. I don't know that player's status. But, if he's clean and he can stand tall in the pocket and deliver the football, he throws it beautifully, and he's going to find receivers.
Yeah. I would imagine the Lions are going to try to target Thomas and their pass routes. Is there a Lion the member of the secondary corner safety that you would anticipate the Niners maybe testing?
Yeah, that's their issue. Their issue is at corner.
Yeah.
Because they play Sutton at one corner, and then they play Kindle Vildor at the other, and he's essentially a journeyman who's been with a number of teams.
Okay.
The rest of their defense, though, is very good. Their front is very good. Again, they were the second best rushing defense in the NFL this year. They are really good up front. Aaron Glenn does an unbelievable job in terms of what he does with his deployment of personnel, his fronts. I mean, he does a great. I can understand why people are looking to talk to him because he does a really, really good job. It's just at the corner position, they're not very good, but they're very aggressive at times. They're one of the better teams in the league using secondary players as blitzers. The slot corner Branch, the safety Melanfonwu, who's been starting since week 13, has been an impact playmaker for them. So they're very, very good. It's just the corner position can be problematic in games for them.
Yeah. Well, we know Anzalone's good because he's got the hair, right?
Oh, yeah, he's got great hair.
Great hair. Van Ginkel got the hair. He's good. I mean, I think if you're got long blonde hair, you just got that Thor quality to you, and you're good. You're just good, Greg.
Yeah, but it's an interesting defense because, like I said, they can be beat because of the corner position, but what always stands out is how multiple they are with their deployment of personnel, their front alignments, their pressure schemes, a lot of late coverage rotation. They do make it difficult for offense.
Yeah. I know we got to run, but give us one interesting thought or something you're going to be looking for when the Chiefs take on the Ravens.
Oh, boy. I'm fascinated by the Ravens D Chiefs O. We know Mahomes is just a phenomenal player.
Yep.
And he can make tremendous plays when things break down. But this Ravens defense is really good, really fast. That to me is such an intriguing matchup on that side of the ball. And I'm really curious to see how the Ravens deploy their safety, Kyle Hamilton, because I think he's a terrific player, and I think he's going to have to be a really important player in this game.
I almost forgot. I have to throw it in there. What'd you think when you were breaking down the first play of the Niners' second half? Jennings run left.
Oh, the Jennings handoff? Yeah.
I wasn't having it.
I had to look at that again. Well, I obviously knew about it.
Neither did we.
Yeah, we weren't liking it. Yeah.
But I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Well, it was Matt Mayoko.
I had different words for it, actually, Greg. I got to be honest with you.
Matt Mayoko, who covers the Niners out here at NBC Sports Bay Area, told us yesterday that it was an accident.
Yeah.
They were working off of two different wristbands, and the wristband that they had called that playoff or whatever had happened it's a position where normally Debo's back there, but they look up and there's Jawan Jennings, and he must have been excited. They were like, hey, no, nice, they're going to hand me the ball.
I also read, and you guys can tell me, you might know this, that the touchdown by McCaffrey, the long run, that because the play clock was winding down, there was supposed to be a motion, and because there was no time that Purdy said, no, stop, and then just so they could run the play.
Right. Yep. I think that's what Juszczyk said. I think Juszczyk told that story.
I thought I saw that.
Yeah, that Kittle was supposed to motion over, and I think what happened was, at least how Juszczyk tells it, is that Purdy said, stay there because he realized the play's success didn't depend on him going in motion. So he saw that. He kept him there, and the rest is history.
Wow.
Yeah, that McCaffrey guy's pretty good, by the way.
He's not bad, huh?
Yeah, he's got a chance to make it, I think. What do you think?
I think, I want another year or so, Greg. I'd like to look at him another year.
Yeah, well, if he doesn't have a good game this week, then probably have to cut him.
Loser.
Yeah.
Greg, as always, it's fun having you on. We can't wait. Next time we have you on, we'll be talking Super Bowl. Have a great time watching the games and breaking them down this week.
All right, guys, appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Greg. Appreciate it.
Greg. Greg Cosell, always love doing it with him, senior producer of NFL Films. I love that moment when he goes, Tom, you may appreciate this. Well, Coach, you'll appreciate it too.
Hold on.
But
Coach,
Tom
you can appreciate it.
Coach, you can too. But Tom, you played basketball. One of our great texters, 707 here, Golden State Lumber, Building Materials text line. Says, Coach, you got to get out there in hoops so you can start to appreciate the spacing talk, my man. I know, I didn't get as much out of it as Tom did, but you laced him up.
I did.
70 in a summer league game. Amateur play, though. How about this? We gave you the NBA roundup earlier. Turns out we had enough for an NBA grab bag, too. NBA grab bag. It's next on the Sports Leader.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's Sports Leader.
Steve Kerr spoke to the media for the first time since the passing of Dejan Milojevic. There's more on that story. It's trending now. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the team over at Kugelman Law. You can reach him at sftaxteam.com. It is tax season again. What is going on? How many tax seasons are there? Seriously, I feel like I go into an alternate reality every single year, and all of a sudden it's like, bang. Really? It's April already? Please. Can't be April already. But being that it is tax season, going to be a lot of people trying to get your business, solve your tax issues for pennies on the dollar. Remember, a lot of times you get what you pay for. And with Alex Kugelman and the team at Kugelman Law, what you're paying for is someone who is knowledgeable, a team who is knowledgeable, that understands tax complexities and can help you whether you might have a tax issue or you want to avoid tax issues. Whatever it is, you can get a consultation with Alex Kugelman. You can get a understanding of what he's going to be doing, how much it's going to cost you, and then you can decide whether you want to proceed. That simple, that easy. Doesn't matter if it's back taxes, owed, crypto, whatever it is. And if you don't want to get into that, if you just want to say, hey, I'm good, I want to avoid all that, he can help you do that as well. So what you do is set up a consultation and visit sftaxteam.com. That's right. Choose Kugelman Law. You'll be glad you did. That's sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto and estate planning attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Hello. I like most of the sounders on KNBR, but the NBA grab bag sounder is really stupid and annoying, and you play it all the time.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. It is January 23rd, 2024. Niners and the Lions meeting for the third time in playoff history in the NFC Championship on Sunday at Levi Stadium. Pregame at 11 a.m. Dubs OT. Actually, we got Just Dubs with John Dickinson is Saturday, 10 to noon. And then you'll have Dieter Kurtenbach for a championship weekend preview. Should be a fun one as we get the Niners in prime time. We get to sweat it out as we watch the early game. Chiefs and the Ravens. We got you the NBA roundup earlier. It's time now for an NBA grab bag. Every Tuesday I come on in here and there's a big like potato sack in the mailbag in the mail room here at KNBR with NBA grab bag written across the front. We dive right in and we start here. How about this? WWE, the World Wrestling Entertainment, announced on Tuesday morning that Raw is War, is going to Netflix in January 2025. The deal is for 10 years. Ready for this? Do you know the dollar amount?
Oh, boy. I'm going to take a wild guess here. So 10 years.
It's a TV deal, effectively, for a sport.
I'm going to say 10 years for... Oh, it's got to be more than that. 10 years, $800 million.
Yeah! How about this? You ready for this? Tom, you are not even close.
Am I low?
You're not even close.
Wow.
Low. So how about this? Remember in Austin Powers when they freeze Dr. Evil? And he comes out from being frozen, but he's frozen in like the 60s.
Yeah.
They ask him what he wants for the ransom. He's like $1 million. And they laugh at him. And then he wants $100 billion. He's like closer on the 100 bill. He $5 billion, more than $5 billion, is what Netflix has paid the WWE for the rights to one portion of their entity, which is Monday Night Raw is War. I don't even know if it's still Raw's War. I think it's just Monday Night Raw is what the brand is.
$500 million a year.
How about that? More than $5 billion they're getting. Tim, was that Roundup music? What? That's right. You get that ragtime off of here.
NBA grab bag.
Thank you. Wow. That's wild, though. So what's incredible, and people may not know this, and I'm sure there are people in their cars or streaming at home, wherever you're watching and listening to KNBR, YouTube, Twitch, all that good stuff. I imagine people are kind of scoffing, going, that's a joke. That's insane. We see the numbers and the dollar amounts for what like stream services like Amazon have paid for the NFL. Again, buying one day, buying Thursday Night Football, you get a handful of games. What's incredible is, and people don't know this, if you go to like Instagram, for example, I believe this was true about a year ago. The WWE has more followers on Instagram than the NBA account, the MLB account, and the NFL account combined.
Really?
They are the most followed sports entertainment entity on social media, and it's why I don't understand why places don't tap into it. You know what I mean? Like it's a huge market. People love it, and you and I joke about it because we've got ties and I've got affection for it. I'll defend it to anybody who tries to crap on wrestling because I go, dude, I loved it as a kid. It's one of my favorite things. Anyway, incredible stuff. $5 billion for 10 years, starting in January of next year. The WWE goes to Netflix only for Raw, which is incredible because Netflix is banking on all those followers or account holders who don't have an account saying, I'll sign up.
Yep, exactly.
Just to get it here. All right, moving on here in the NBA grab bag. The Clippers are proposing a section of their new arena, or they're putting a new section of their arena called The Wall. It's going to be in the upper deck. It's for diehard fans, and here are the rules. Fans cannot wear opponents' gear. Fans cannot cheer for the opposing team. Tickets can only be resold in the Clippers marketplace, and breaking the rules will result in loss of access. Season tickets to The Wall range from $5,000 to $25,000 a year, so you're sitting in a diehard fans-only section, of which I would assume for the Clippers, there are none. What? Come on, man. Diehard Clipper section? You got one guy. His name's Daryl, and we know him, right? That's all it is. Frank Muniz. Frank Muniz, dude. Billy Crystal, dude.
Billy Crystal?
It's true, dude. But we all know.
He was there when I was going.
We all know he's a Laker guy first. Did you ever meet Billy Crystal?
Yeah.
Really? When you were playing for the Clips?
Yeah.
Yeah? Was he a big Tolbert fan?
Huge Clipper fan. I don't know if he's a huge Tolbert fan. Tolbert didn't play much back then.
Yeah.
So it was hard to be a big Tolbert fan.
Listen.
But I always remember looking over at the sideline because the Lakers got Diane Cannon and Jack Nicholson and Andy Garcia was always there. They had like Stephen Baldwin and Pia Zadora. It was like, the
He's doing the halftime show. Yeah.
But I'll give Billy Crystal credit. Like, he was a Clipper fan when, like, nobody showed up there. Nobody. Well,
I was going to say, what do they show up now? Come on, dude. They got a more interesting team now, but that's pretty funny.
Wall. Hey, look, you know what you're signing up for. Like, I'm not down with, hey, you can't wear the other team's jersey if you just buy a ticket and go in the arena. That's bullcrap. But if you tell them, like, look, this is a section. This is what this section's for. These are the rules. Like, if you don't want to be a part of it, be a part of a different section. But I have no problem with what they're doing. But, yeah, good luck selling those 20. I guess they probably will, but, I mean, that's kind of wild.
808 KNBR, worst wall, this one or the Game of Thrones wall? I'll take this as the worst one. I'd rather go to the... I'm kidding.
Would you really?
No, I'm
kidding.
I'd rather stay away
from the winter wall.
Oh, I think I'm going to go stay away from the... Defend the realm? Come on, protectors of the realm, Tom. How about this? Moving on in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
That's not right. The University of Arizona has fired Vice President and Athletic Director David Heeke. Heeke?
I think it's Heeke.
Heeke?
Yeah.
He's at the end there. David Heeke. An audit on the Arizona Athletic Department. I can't wait to see what the next line says. An audit is expected to be released in the coming days. With some not so good results. Among, quote, this is my favorite quote, other issues. Tom, what are the other issues, and why have you been stealing money from the University of Arizona's athletic department? So David Heeke out. He's the AD.
NBA grab bag.
What was that story? I didn't hear that.
You know
one.
what? Why don't we put a bow on that? I got one more for you. I got one more.
Yeah, let's move on.
We'll move on to the final story in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
By the way, 925 says the Berlin Wall was the worst wall. Shout out to 925. Great text. Great riffs. It's no great wall, I'll tell you that. This is the Berlin Wall. It fell hard. Down goes Berlin Wall. Wonderwall. Shout out Oasis. No, Tim. No, stay out of this, Tim. The final story. How about the Major League Baseball? The Baseball Writers Association of America have elected 3 members just about an hour ago, or in the last 45 minutes, to the Hall of Fame, and not much controversy, except that one of them isn't Bonds. That's the only controversy I've got. Number one, Adrian.
So these are the guys you can vote on.
These are the guys who got in about 45 minutes ago.
Oh, really?
3 new Hall of Famers heading to Cooperstown.
Oh, really?
And I've got the names for you. And this is my generation. I love this because we're into my guys now. Okay. Adrian Beltre.
Got it.
I'm absolutely.
I'm down with that.
3,000 hits, 400 homers, put his ass in 20-plus years. Todd Helton.
I have to look at that a little closer.
Todd Helton, I'm good with.
Are you?
Todd Helton's like...
he was nails, there's no doubt, but... You always want to look at splits, right? When you're looking at Rockies.
And if you look at his splits, they're almost identical.
Are they really?
Dude, he's damn good away from him.
Put him in.
Of course, put his ass in.
Put him in.
I like Todd Helton going in and played his whole career there. Like, he's their Rocky. And we got one more, and this could mean something big for Giants fans. Joe Mauer into the Hall of Fame. That's the one we've argued and talked about for years as it relates to Buster Posey.
Oh, the Buster's in.
Buster has to go in if Joe Mauer's
Buster's in.
Joe Mauer caught 75 games in his last 6 years in the bigs. Right, Joe. I mean, come on.
Buster's in.
He got 3 batting titles. Buster won. He won an MVP. Buster won. Rookie of the Year. Buster won. 3 titles to his none. That's going to do it for your NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
As the 408 says, best segment of the week, hands down. Just don't listen to the start of the segment. That guy feels otherwise. All right, we got plenty more to get to today. Steve Kerr going to join us at 5:30. Dante Whitner in about 20 minutes. But when we come on back, Greg Cosell joined us a little while ago, or about 20 minutes ago. He gave us some insight on the Detroit Lions. We'll get into a little bit more about what the Lions look like. Jared Goff, of course, we know him well, but the weak spots in the Lions defense, that's next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. What does everybody, have in common when they're at home? They want Wi-Fi coverage, and they wanted to cover the entire house, not have good pockets and bad pockets. But everybody wants that, especially if you're living in a 2-story house. But even if you're not, there's always going to be one pocket you're like, God dang it. You got to stay away from this zone. Zone 7's not good. Don't go on games. Zone 7 if you want to have good Wi-Fi. No. Well, don't worry about it. Now, Xfinity's got you covered. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi. You have that from Xfinity. You can worry less about dead spots because wall-to-wall from Xfinity gets you fast speeds throughout the home, reliable connections in every room, and power for all your devices, even when everyone's online. And that's important, especially if you have kids. Everyone's on their phone all the time, whether it's gaming, streaming, downloading, watching something, recording something. Everybody's using Wi-Fi. Everyone is. Working. You could have working too. Everyone needs to be taken care of. With wall-to-wall Xfinity, everyone's taken care of. Doesn't matter what room they're in, and no one's sitting in the same room just to get good Wi-Fi. Everyone's in separate rooms, so you want to make sure everyone is taken care of. With Xfinity wall-to-wall Wi-Fi, you are good to go. No whining. That's just the way I like it. So get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on Xfinity 10G network for a reliable connection throughout your home. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Love sports, love high def. You love having great Wi-Fi with great coverage. You will love Xfinity.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think that it was evident watching the tape that he was not comfortable in the pocket. And I think the combination of him not being comfortable, he started at times to play a little fast, which led to some inaccurate throws, and also it resulted in some throws that were there where he didn't turn it loose. So he was not comfortable in this game. Therefore, the passing game never really developed any rhythm and timing. And I thought the Packers' pass rush was a factor in this game. The O-line was not really strong in pass protection. There were more bodies around him. At times, I thought the Packers also did a good job of jamming inside receivers, and just not. There was one to Kittle, which probably looked like a really bad miss, but Kittle got bumped on his route. It was kind of a bender inside. I don't know if you remember this play. I can't remember exactly when it was in the game, but he missed Kittle.
Oh, yeah.
And people probably thought, oh, man, that's a horrible throw. When you're a timing guy and an anticipation guy, if the timing of the routes gets disrupted, often your throws look really bad. And we see that at times with Purdy, basically since he became a starter last year. And that happened a few times in this game.
Yeah.
But, no, he did not play a really good game. And as you said, sometimes that happens. Maybe it was the weather. Maybe it was he was uncomfortable because the pass rush was a factor. There could have been all kinds of reasons, but these things do happen. It doesn't mean he's a bad player.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday evening here, and that was Greg Cosell with us just a little while ago talking about Brock Purdy and his take on what he saw from him on Saturday.
I thought the best part of that clip, by the way, was me jumping in and going, oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's it too.
What am I doing?
You're like, yeah, I know the play. But then you clarified you did, in fact, know the play.
I did. Well,
about the in-breaking
because
route.
I thought I did, and then I go, "Why don't I want to just say that?" Because I always hate. Because you get the sense sometimes, like when you hear an interview, it goes, "Oh yeah."
And he doesn't know what the hell he's talking
idea
about.
what the hell he's talking about. You're just like, "Oh yeah." Like I want to seem, like I saw it. I know what you're talking about, but I thought I did, and then I had to think about it for a minute. So it was like a delayed reaction, and then we went back to it later. I'm glad we didn't play that in the clip. But
It's one of my favorite things to
I just
watch.
wanted to make sure that I wasn't like one of those like, "Oh yeah, I saw it," and you're like, "Man, you're full of crap. You didn't see that play. You don't even know what he's talking about."
It's one of my favorite things to watch on interviews or interviewers, and I notice it with myself now that we're on the stream and I can see the monitor, is people talking, you're like, in agreement, you nod.
Yep.
You're like,
Yeah.
And you're like, I don't even know, why am I agreeing with this?
I
don't
got
know.
you.
He's just telling
Yeah.
me something. Yes.
I have no idea who that person is, but
yes.
yeah.
Tolbert goes, yes. A little Chris Walken for you. So there he was talking Brock Purdy and his sort of analysis of his play. And basically what we've been saying all day is that you can play poorly, and we've seen enough of the body of work. I just keep thinking back to you going, get me to the Bengals game, and it was sort of facetious that after 5 weeks, they started 5-0 after he beat the Cowboys. You were feeling pretty damn good. You were like, dude, I don't need to see much more. Then they had the Browns game, and we thought, okay, now we're seeing how is he going to respond to this and bounce back. Minnesota was bad. Cincinnati was not good. And he wasn't terrible, but Minnesota wasn't great. They have the bye, and the rest is basically history. I mean, he was electric out of the bye week, and we're getting more into his psyche now. But I thought I like when Greg speaks to a player and his ability, I listen.
Yep.
And he says, he was quoting. It's funny because Greg this year to us has started talking more about social media presence to stuff that he hears, and because he sees what people are saying and he laughs at it because he goes like, I'm watching the tape. But to say we've got to stop, I don't know who he was quoting, but he said someone I know said we got to stop changing the narrative on quarterbacks game after game. And when Brock Purdy was an MVP candidate on Christmas Day, the thought was, boy, whoever wins this game, if they play well, can be the MVP. A month later, we're talking different. It's foolish.
And guess what? We're right. Whoever won that game and looked better was going to win the MVP. And if Lamar doesn't win it, we'll all be shocked. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But yeah, I was surprised too when he said, I like keeping track of Twitter during the games. Like, really? I don't like it. I never go on that app during the game. One, you never know if I could be a couple minutes behind. But even if I watch it live, like I did both games this weekend, I still don't go on that app. I got to go on that app during the game. Hey, knuckleheads. I just watched the game and enjoyed the game. So I won't be on it this weekend either, but I found that kind of funny little insight into Greg. But no, I mean, look, it all just makes sense. You don't have to be overrated or because you played a bad game. You just played a bad game. That's fine. You played a bad game. And guess what? They survived. And you played a bad game, and you made the throws when you needed to. And you let them down the field. And they scored a touchdown, and you won. So I think those get missed a little bit. And again, I don't know how many people, I feel like sometimes when we talk about this, it's a small minority of people with loud voices that kind of get attention. And then the rest of people have to say, what are you, nuts? I feel like there's many more people out there that are on the what are you, nuts side other than the, oh, yeah, this guy, no. So, and you also have to understand, it's a TV show. They're talking sports, but it's a TV show. It's about getting eyeballs and being entertaining. So you might say some outlandish stuff, and not because you don't believe it, but I might not believe it that strongly, but I'm going to say it strongly because it won eyeballs, we want ratings, all that stuff. I mean, never forget those are TV shows that are trying to attract viewers, so that may be part of it, but I just feel like sometimes, when you're loud and you're just different and you're wrong and you keep barking it, that you're going to get attention from people, and that's kind of what's happened, in part.
Yeah. In terms of the defense, what did you think, not for the 49ers, but for the Lions? What do you have to say about their weak spots? I mean, you were talking about the lot of in-breaking routes that they throw. The Niners secondary did not look good. And I know a lot of it could be drawn up or chalked up to the moisture or the rain. Tre'Davious Ward had one of the best seasons of any corner this year, so I'm not so worried about him. Ambry Thomas has kind of been Jekyll and Hyde at times. Yeah. He's put together stretches where he's been pretty good, and I know he's been down on himself at times, and that was a big thing with Steve Wilkes moving from the booth to the sideline was being able to talk to somebody and say, hey, you're okay. I don't have to pass that through anybody else. He had a really rough game, and Amon-Ra St. Brown is elite. And the fact that they're not hitting the quarterback, he says if Jared Goff has a clean pocket, he's going to stand up and make throws. It's a bit concerning. They run the ball well. They convert on third down. The Niners don't stop on third down. And they've got some good receivers in Amon-Ra, and Laporta is going to be a threat too. Yep. But for me, the linebackers sort of help with that. What do you think about what he had to say about getting stops against their offense versus their corners, which the Niners can attack?
Yeah, I think that is, you watch the Lions play, the corners are the weak spot. Yeah. And I think the Niners will be able to exploit that. They're pretty solid in the middle of the field. Like, they're not easy to run on. They got some good players. The front seven, it's almost like a front six now. It seems like a lot of teams play with 2 linebackers as their base. But, yeah, I think they're going to be able to go after their corners, and I have no doubts that they're going to be able to score. I mean, they scored 24 points on a night that Brock Purdy was well below average. Deebo Samuel got hurt, and it was raining. And they still managed to throw up 24 points. So I thought they'd scored 35 against the Packers. I really did. And if it wasn't raining, well, who cares? It doesn't matter. It was raining, and Brock Purdy didn't play well. So I don't know how they don't score 30 against this team when it's going to be 65. I mean, it's going to be gorgeous on Sunday. It's supposed to be one of the warmest days in the last few weeks on Sunday. And when this team has a fast track, now, this is contingent on whether Deebo will be healthy or not. He is a big factor. There is no doubt about that. But when they have a fast track, I don't think it's hard to hold them under 28 points. The bigger concern is, again, the concern I had last week, that, we talked to people that are like, hey, the run defense was really good when Armstead. I don't care who's healthy, who's not. I've never felt this run defense was stout this year. It may have had some hits, but it never felt consistent. I never felt going into the game, they're going to stuff the run in this game. And I felt that way last game, and they didn't. Better in the second half than the first, aside from the run. I know they're going to try to run it. I know they're going to give the ball to Montgomery. They're going to give the ball to Gibbs. I do. I worry about that. Like, that's the one thing I look at and say, if they stop the run, they're going to be fine. Because they're going to get – I think they'll get to Goff, although I thought they get to Love. But this guy's not mobile. He's a statue. But if you give him time, boy, he could throw it. He could flat throw it. But I think Brent kind of alluded to this yesterday. This front four gets a ton of money.
It's expensive.
It's time to go out there and get it done. Like this.
What's the term he used? Because he used a great term for that. He called them because they're basically like expensive or elite only in price. The price tag is high, but they're not paying it off. I can't remember the term he used, but they
haven't been great all year.
No.
I mean, in pockets they were good right when they got young for a few games. They were
5 or 6 games
solid.
There, yeah.
Got to the quarterback. Still, to me, they haven't been great against the run. But I just, it's time. Like, and they're going to have a stiff challenge. That Lions offensive line's good. That's a good offensive line. So that's it. I think if they stop the run, it's game over. I don't think they're going to be able to keep up with the Niners. I think the Niners will get home this week. Maybe not a ton, but enough. But it's all contingent on stopping the run. If they don't stop the run, they'll just play action pass them, and it's going to be it could be a shootout. But they're going to have to stop. So that's the one. We'll probably talk later in the week about concerns, but that is it. Same as it was last week. It's going to be this week. Stop the run. Stop the run. Game over. I don't have concerns about the offense. Don't have concerns about Brock. It'd be great if Deebo Samuel played, but they will be better off if they know he's not going to play, having a game plan already in place without him than having to adjust on the fly where it looked like Deebo was going to be a huge part of the offense. And that was an adjustment. Well, I'm assuming since Juwan Jennings ran the ball that he was going to be a huge part of the offense. And he got the ball, 2 out of the first 3 plays, I think it was. So, yeah, I love what they have offensively this week. I think they're going to be fine. They're going to score. If they can stop the run, I believe that they're going to have this one. If they don't stop the run, then it might be a coin toss at that point.
They were calling that backfield in Detroit early in the year Rhythm and Bruise.
Rhythm and Bruise.
I kind of like that nickname for them. Niners, it's going to be a tough task against them this weekend, and their front four is very good. And as Greg Cosell told us, a good note for the 49ers, their opponent third down conversion percentage for the Niners ranks 27th in the league. Yeah. 41.67% of the time they get converted against on third down. So something to pay attention to as we head into this weekend. Let's talk to Dante Whitner. He's playing an NFC championship, a few of them. We'll talk to him next, and then Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors at 5:30, only here on the Sports Leader. Matt Barrows joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss if Brock Purdy's criticism is warranted despite the 49ers' victory. There's more on that podcast. It's trending. KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out with me on the line. Steve, we talk about the ERC all the time, but is it true it may not be coming back?
That's right. The Joint Committee on Taxation, bipartisan, last week wants to end it next Wednesday. That's January 31st. So people that thought they had until April of 2025 now have till next Wednesday, January 31st, if this passes. The bottom line is, even if you've been told you don't qualify, there are two tests. A lot of CPAs are stopping at the first test, the easy test, math. There's a second test. It's more difficult for the professional, but that's okay with us. The bottom line is, if you're an employer of people in 2020 and 21, even if you've been told you don't qualify, talk to us for a second opinion, because it would be a crying shame if you were entitled to hundreds of thousands of dollars or more and you let it slip by and the door closed. Next Wednesday, January 31st. Bottom line, give us a call. And then also, this deadline is so tight, we're meeting in the office every night to determine, can we take any more ERC cases the next day. Bottom line is, if you're hearing this, call us right now.
Let Steve take care of it for you. Give him a call now. You got until next Wednesday, 1-888-TAX-STEALER. Find him at MoskowitzLLP.com. We do it every week of the football season. Catch up with our buddy Dante Whitner. He's a part of NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game 49er coverage, a former 49er himself, and they are back in the NFC Championship. Dante, what's up, man? How are you?
Doing great. How you guys doing?
Pretty good, man. So for you, where did that game, I mean, as a fan, I imagine you watch as a fan now, and you root for the 49ers, I know, and we talk to you about it every week, but where was that stress level for you, or your thought? At what point did you ever think they could win that game?
Well, I always feel like they can win the game, being that they have a high-powered offense. We haven't seen it come to fruition until last week, but they never seemed like they were out of it, and they were able to move the football. It was just that Brock Purdy was having trouble gripping the football in the rain, and that's the mark of a championship team. It's not, running up and down the field during the regular season versus opponents that aren't worthy. It's those got-to-have-it moments. Can you all put it together, get one drive when you absolutely need it? They did it. So, hats off to the 49ers offense and the defense for playing complementary.
What were your thoughts on the defensive line?
I thought it was below average. I thought Eric Armstead looked like he was about 70%. A lot of the times his get-off was late, which is expected after a long layoff. I felt like Chase Young probably had his worst game as a 49er. He didn't make an impact rushing the passer, and then that big 53-yard run was strictly on him. Being able to eliminate wide receivers, take away the extra lineman that's pulling around the edge, turn the ball back into the defense. You can't spin out of your gap. So they're going to need more production from the defensive line as a whole, being that this Detroit Lions offense is so prolific in the way that they can scheme you up and push the ball down.
Talking to Dante Whitner here on the Uma guest line. You have more time?
No.
In terms of getting in that rhythm, how much of Deebo Samuel, because I think a lot of people look at the injury to Deebo and say, oh, man, they'd planned to use Deebo a bunch and the game plan went to hell because they didn't have him. I imagine they always plan to use their elite players. If McCaffrey had gone down, it would have been a factor in the same way. But for a receiver and a guy who carries the ball out of the backfield, does it affect the game plan that much to where things are just totally thrown off and you've got to restructure? Or was there other factors and you're playing a good playoff team on the other side?
Well, Deebo isn't just strictly a wide receiver. And a lot of times when he has to catch the ball in open field, be matched up versus linebackers, safeties, catch a short pass and turn it into an explosive play, the defenders have to naturally be worried about him, whether he's getting the ball, whether he's setting it up for somebody else to get the ball, or he's becoming a diversion backside in a lot of those orbit motions or when they get him in the open field. So it's not about just having Deebo and feeding him the ball. It's about what does the defense and how do they react to him when he doesn't have the ball to get other guys open, which is why they need their entire package to be functioning at the optimum level. But hopefully he can play this week because they're definitely going to need him. And this pass defense for the Detroit Lions is bottom in the league, giving up 345 yards plus over the last 5 games and 2 times to Nick Mullins. So if they can have Deebo Samuel, I think they'll shred this secondary.
Talking to Dante Whitner, nice enough to join us. What did you think about Kyle's decision to be as conservative as he was toward the end of the first half?
Well, I thought that with the rain and the elements, you don't really want to, risk it, knowing that you're going to get the ball coming out of the second half. And I believe that that's when they had the blocked field goal, if I'm not mistaken. And things weren't really going your way right there. You don't want to put the ball in harm's way and lose momentum going into the half. So I'm okay with that decision.
Here's where I had a problem with it. I know a lot of people had bigger problems, but my problem was I would have hiked it with 40 seconds left instead of running the clock down and then having to call a timeout, because you burn a timeout, you run it down to 34. And for me, Dante, 40 seconds, even if you have to punt it at that point, it's not the worst thing. I mean, I know they had 3 timeouts, but in the rain, 35 seconds, they're probably not going to get in field goal range. So I would have liked to see him try to get a little closer for Moody, but I understand what he was thinking. But I just thought that I didn't like the time, letting the clock run all the way down and then calling a timeout at the 34-second mark.
Shanahan understands his offense and, more importantly, his quarterback. Did you see Brock Purdy wiping his hand off during the play, mid-play?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because his hands were too wet, and he was really worried about throwing a wet football. I think that Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy had those conversations many times. And at that end of the game, into the second half, you don't really want something to happen. The ball already got away from him twice in the first half that wasn't intercepted. And I don't know if he wanted to risk it going into half to lose that momentum. So,
okay.
Yeah, it could have went either way.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, the water thing for me is a weird one. We talked to somebody earlier, Dante, who said he watched him at Iowa State, watched every snap that he played, every game he played, and he had trouble in the rain a couple of times, he said, at Iowa State. But early in the year, we saw that in Cleveland. We also saw last season on the short week when he was playing with like a broken rib or something like that in Seattle. He won that game in the rain. So I'm not ready to say the rain is an absolute problem for him. I think it's a problem for everybody in general, but I'm not ready to write him off. I think this was more indicative of his ability to turn it around. And when a guy is playing with a chip on his shoulder, I mean, you talked to us this year about the mentality of playing in football. And you said that you stood on the sidelines and watched guys play, and you said, I can't believe that I did that I played that sport. And then you realized it's all about mentality. And I think Brock's got it. I think when you hear him talk about these situations, there's nothing that's going to faze him. And when he's got a chip and people are telling him he's not capable, I think it bodes well for the Niner offense, and I think it's something that he wants to prove come Sunday.
Well, I know that he's more than capable, and he's a franchise quarterback for the 49ers, and that's for a reason. He made some phenomenal throws in that game. Yeah, he was off. He had some high throws. He had some low throws. But when it mattered, he put the ball on the money. That slant to Brandon Ayuk on third down, there wasn't a better placement for the football. The one over the middle to Jawan Jennings, the anticipation to be able to elevate the ball in front of the safety that was in front of him and then put it in back of the other one, man, that was a critical throw. And he had a defensive lineman bearing down on him. One that a lot of people aren't really talking about is there was one to Jawan Jennings versus quarters coverage earlier where he had to move Quez with his eyes, who was the hook 3 player, and then fit it into Jawan Jennings, who you trusted to get the safety. There was so many phenomenal throws from Brock Purdy that it really covers up for a lot of those missed throws. And then the one to George Kittle, the touchdown, that was a blown coverage. The Green Bay Packers are kicking themselves right now because it was an all-out zero blitz. They had a young safety in the game. He's not supposed to double Brandon Ayuk. He's supposed to be on the edge blitzing. Christian McCaffrey disappears. He's going to come free. If Christian McCaffrey flares out, he's going to take him in man-to-man. Somebody else is going to come free. So they blew the coverage. Brock extended the play, allowed George Kittle to get behind the secondary defender who's taught to stay up under the route and run away from him. So for the people out there that are saying that he's not a game changer and he's a game manager, just look at those 3 plays, and it's going to tell you and explain to you exactly who Brock Purdy is.
At the end of the game, along with hundreds of thousands of Niner fans, were you yelling at the TV, get down, get down, get down?
Absolutely, and that's protocol, guys. You practice that each and every week. The last defensive play of the week is one of the defensive coaches throwing the ball randomly in the air, a defender catching it, you're up on the clock, and you take a knee immediately. I don't know what Dre Greenlaw was thinking. We practice that each and every week. One of the other defenders should have tackled him. Seriously.
What if they'd have knocked it loose? Forced a fumble.
Well, you don't. You tackle him and wrap his arms up and hold the football together, right? At the same time, Fred Warner has to tackle that guy. Sometimes he loses his mind out there. I don't know if he's really thinking properly.
Well, apparently, we know he's not. I mean, that's a given. But the story in The Athletic said that Fred Warner had a prophecy that he shared with Dre Greenlaw that he was going to get a pick 6 in this game. So he said he wanted to fulfill the prophecy. So my suggestion is this, Dante.
In certain situations.
Yeah, forget worrying about Dre Greenlaw. Tell Fred Warner to keep his prophecies in his back pocket. Just like don't tell Dre anything. Just let him worry about the game.
Absolutely. Only certain things you can tell certain individuals out there. And then you have to put an asterisk on it. You say, hey, Dre, you're going to score and get a pick 6 only if it's not late in the fourth quarter and we're up and it's not the final possession of the game. And then he'll finally understand. Some people you have to explain it fully to them for them to get it.
Oh, I tell you what, I couldn't believe he cut back. And then when Reed was closing in from behind, I was like, oh my gosh, this is not going to end well. And then when he went down, it's like.
Receivers are taught that.
Yep.
To catch up with the linebackers. You're not used and accustomed to carrying the ball. they're going to be swinging it and punch it from behind, which is what I thought was going to happen.
Yep. I will say this, though, because I didn't think the defense played great, certainly not to their standards, but in the first half, they were incredible in the red zone. They got a 4th down stop and forced 2 field goals, and that really kept them in the game, where it could have been a much different game at halftime if they didn't kind of bow their backs in the red zone.
Absolutely, and that's called complementary football. We knew that coming into the game, the Green Bay Packers offense was hitting on all cylinders. Aaron Jones was phenomenal. I think he had over, 121 yards in 4 consecutive games, so they expected to get his best. And then the Green Bay Packers getting into the red zone, scoring touchdowns was the determining factor in that game. And no matter how many yards a team gets, if you can stop them, it's always one play to be played in the red zone. In the 49ers, they did a great job. So it's going to take a lot of that this week as well. And number one thing they have to do this week is stop Montgomery. Yep. It's not even about Gibbs, it's about Montgomery. He's running hard, he's falling forward. They're going to try to pound the 49ers because it seems like the only weakness on defense. If they can stop Montgomery, I don't think Jared Goff has enough to beat the 49ers defense.
Well, you say, they're not getting home on the quarterbacks either. Jordan Love was not sacked last week. Nick Bosa's gone 4 playoff games in a row now without a sack, the last one coming in the 2021 NFC Championship. But as a whole, the D-line sort of cooled off after the hot start once Chase Young showed up. What have you seen, and was there anything unique about what happened last week to keep them from getting to Love?
Well, I think we're starting to see that Colin Farrell was a huge piece of that defensive line. And then Randy Gregory, when he first came in, he was bringing consistent pressure. Now they're sliding the protection to Bosa. They're leaving tight ends. They're leaving backs. And they're making it very difficult for him to get home, especially when these offenses are totally dependent on the quick pass game. And that's not going to be no different this week. And it's really not about getting sacks. It's about bringing consistent pressure to hurry up the clock in the quarterback's head to force him to throw the ball quicker than he normally would want to. So, yeah, they're going to have to play a lot better this week. And they haven't played well against the run and put Green Bay and a lot of these teams into third and extremely long situations to be able to generate that pass rush. So if they can do that this week, get Detroit behind the sticks, they'll have ample amount of opportunities to get to Jared Goff because he's not the most mobile quarterback.
Can't wait, man. Should be fun. Hey, real quick, what do you think about the AFC game?
I think it'll be Baltimore.
Do you?
Kansas City, they did a great job of going into Buffalo and, pulling out that great victory in, brutal weather. But when you look at what Lamar Jackson can do, I don't know what type of game plan it's going to take to stop that guy. And then the way that the Baltimore Ravens defense is playing right now, I don't know if Kansas City has enough outside of Travis Kelce to be able to score touchdowns and move the ball up and down the field. So I'm expecting a lopsided win from the Baltimore Ravens.
Wow. Because I don't agree that it's going to be lopsided, but I do agree. Like, I was like, Baltimore, I think Baltimore's going to win this game. I just think they're a better team. The only reason I haven't committed to that yet is because Mahomes. He's just so good. And you look at him and go, God, how can I go against that guy? But I think you're right. But dang, it's rough to go against Mahomes.
You're going to have Kansas City defense play their best game of the year. And not only stopping Lamar Jackson, but you have to stop that run game over there. And right now, Lamar Jackson is putting the ball in his hands. He wants it on his shoulders. How many guys on that defense can tackle Lamar Jackson? I don't know if there's many that can. And they have Zay Flowers. They have a bunch of different playmakers. I think that right now it's just Lamar Jackson's time, especially in the AFC, and it's going to take an incredible effort. The 49ers make it to the Super Bowl to beat the Baltimore Ravens.
Yep, and they may get Mark Andrews back this week, too, which is another weapon that'll –
Isaiah Likely, they have OBJ, a number of different offensive weapons at his disposal.
Absolutely.
Did you ever have to tackle Michael Vick in the secondary?
It was very tough to tackle Michael Vick in secondary, especially when you're on the 32nd ranked defense in Buffalo and you're just running around there like a chicken with your head cut off. And he ran circles around us a number of amount of times.
Was he the hardest? Because you just said, like, Lamar, you were saying, I don't know if they have the guys to hit Lamar Jackson. I'm like, I don't know if a lot of teams do. That's what makes him Lamar Jackson. I'm just wondering, Michael Vick was the first sort of unique in that capacity because he was a good quarterback too, and even later when he came back with the Eagles. But was he the toughest? Because I'm sure there are big guys too.
Yeah, I think Michael Vick was the toughest, but when you look at Lamar Jackson, he's moving at a different speed than everybody else out there. And sometimes you could probably predetermine what moves Michael Vick was going to put on. But with Lamar Jackson, he has such variety in different ways that he can get around defenders. You can't really game plan for it. You just have to stream with your effort, with the way that you tackle him and approach him, and hopefully he can turn the ball over and you can knock it loose somehow. So it's going to be tough for any team. Baltimore Ravens, it can be done, but it's going to take a total team effort.
Give me a score on the game on Sunday not for the Niners and the Lions.
Man, I got the Niners by 17 points this week. I know last week, I expected a blowout. I think it would have been a blowout had the rain really, hampered the 49ers offense. And then the defense slipped a few times out there, giving up some big plays. I think this week, with a dry surface, just being I don't know if this defense for the Detroit Lions can hold up. Too many basic coverages over there. I was with Aaron Glenn in Cleveland. I understand what he wants to do over there. Zone blitzes on 3rd and 5+. Otherwise, he's playing cover 1, cover 2, cover 4. I think it's going to be too easy for Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan to see what defenses they're in and attack it. I'm expecting Brock to put up phenomenal numbers this week.
Good deal, Dante. We're looking forward to it, man. We'll have pregame at 11 a.m. on Sunday, and we will talk to you later, man. Hopefully we'll be talking about a Super Bowl next week.
Absolutely. Talk to you guys
Thanks,
next
Dante.
week.
Good deal there, Dante Winter. Dude, never in doubt. I knew if I asked him, I was getting double. I was like, dude.
You're getting minimum 14.
77-4. Yeah. That's the final score. Dante picks the Niners by 17. We will talk, by the way, with the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, at 5:30. But we still got time to get into a little sound soiree featuring George Kittle, who's going to pop up. We can get into a little bit more. I told you earlier about Kevin Durant, hearing about the 70 and 62 from Embiid and Karl Anthony Towns last night. That all shows up in your sound soiree. And then Steve Kerr at 5:30. Only here on the Sports Leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's Sports Leader.
Steve Mariucci joined Pop Online and discussed his history of coaching both the 49ers and the Detroit Lions. That podcast is trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Daisy Dips. Weekends. Now only Sunday. That was it. But this weekend, you know how we roll over here. We go pizza, wings. Some people like chips and dips, and you want to have everything as simple as possible. Order in the pizza. You might make the wings, but the chips and dips, you don't even want to have to make it. You just wanted to crack it open. Well, now Daisy has you covered. They got the French onion and the ranch dip. All you have to do is crack those bad boys open, and you are good to go. So, a staple for the weekends when you're watching the games is snacking. And a staple of snacking, Daisy Dips. You're a Daisy if you do.
This is Tolbert & Co.'s Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey, I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert & Copes with you on a Tuesday evening. Head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, is going to join us at 5:30. Spoke yesterday for the first time since the passing of his colleague, Dejan Milojevic. And the Warriors are going to be back on the floor tomorrow against the Atlanta Falcons. We'll talk to Steve Kerr in about 10 minutes, 12 minutes or so. What did I say? What did I say? The Warriors are back on the floor against who? I said Atlanta Falcons? Jesus. Atlanta Hawks.
What?
Yeah. I didn't call Cleve Farrell Colin Farrell, though.
Didn't he play for the Atlanta Falcons?
I think he did. No, it's the Hawks. I think I traded for Luka on draft day. So the Sound Soiree comes your way for Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024. Some sounds across sports you might have missed. So we played the wide right call yesterday. We actually didn't have a Sound Soiree, but we had some good sound. The wide right call from Kevin Harlan. And also Jim Nantz had a wide right call on the Tyler Bass missed field goal in the Buffalo and Kansas City game on Sunday. What we didn't have yesterday is something that Tim dug up for us. It's that same call, Tom. Tyler Bass missed field goal, but it's in Korean. Here you go.
좋습니다. 44야드 거리입니다. 타일러 베스. 오른쪽으로 벗어났어요.
God dang. What? Like they're celebrating. That was amazing. That was amazing.
We might have to hear it one more time because the only bit of English in there, it's not English, it's a name.
Tyler Bass.
Tyler Bass. Correct me one more time.
좋습니다. 44야드 거리입니다. 타일러 베스. 오른쪽으로 벗어났어요.
This was better the second time, Jason. That was good.
Gosh.
That was pretty funny. Nice work. Tim yesterday said in my ears, I have the Korean one. I was like, what does that mean?
I'm going to guess that was South Korean one.
Yeah. How about
North Korea didn't send a contingent over to cover the bills.
If I can riff, North Korea hasn't even gotten the Norwood one yet. You know?
I don't even know what's going on.
They're like, yeah, man.
North Korea.
He has it away, and this one going right toward the left, upright. Yes! No.
North Koreans believe that Kim Jong-il won the first 40 Super Bowls. I believe.
And even better, they think it's Super Bowl 41 coming up in a few weeks. Let's move on here to the Hornets. Hornets TV announcer Eric Collins. He's reacting. Karl Anthony Towns had 63 points yesterday. 62 points yesterday. Sorry.
69.
That's not right either. He had 62 points yesterday. He had 41 at the half. Here's the Hornets announcer reacting to the 41.
38? No!
Who is that?
That's the road. That's
come
road,
on.
It's the road broadcaster.
What is that?
Eric Collins. As Tim said, he had a lot of Howard Dean.
38? No!
So there's a three. The best is you hear the pause while the ball's in the air. 40 and 38. Wow!
I've never heard anything like that before.
And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House!
How to
38? No!
I love he says no as the ball gets released because he's the visiting announcer. No! He loses. Karl Anthony Towns had 62. God. So he has 62, and Joel Embiid has 70. Fourth time in NBA.
Literally, how to lose your candidacy in like 3 seconds. Oh, we're done. We're done here. Guy's way too crazy.
That's his whole candidacy.
Can you imagine that guy that just screamed having his like finger on the football?
Imagine today.
Hell no.
Today they'd be like, this guy's too sane. Here he is, Kevin Durant. He was asked about Joel Embiid's after he hit a game winner for the Phoenix Suns. He gets asked. Karl Anthony Towns had 62. Joel Embiid had 70. Here's what Kevin Durant had to say.
I don't know if you saw Joel Embiid score 70. Cat had 60.
70?
Yeah, Joel had 70 today.
Yeah, 70?
Yeah. So what did nights like tonight mean in the NBA?
He was shocked, too. He was like looking down. He's like, 70? 70?
Dude, that's why you're the reporter. When he goes, he had 70? Just go, yeah. And let him react. Don't keep reading your question. Yeah. Like keep reading. What do nights like this mean in the NBA? Like the dude's about to like go nuts, and you're just gonna they just stop. But I love that he went back to it.
That was pretty good.
That's basically all you can say. That's all you can say.
Just a beep. There it is. One more here in the Sound Soiree before we speak to Warriors head coach Steve Kerr at the bottom of the hour here. George Kittle, Niners tight end. So he goes on the Pat McAfee show. And he's talking smack to Packer fans. So those who have seen Pat McAfee's show, it's him, and then he's got A.J. Hawk, right? Is side by side with him on like screen, but he's never in studio or rarely ever there.
Or what did Brado call? Inflatable pool toy.
Inflatable pool toy. A.J. Hawk, teammate of Aaron Rodgers, former Green Bay Packer. I think he won the Super Bowl with them when they won, right? I think he was a linebacker on that team, yeah. With Clay Matthews, that is him, the DN. So anyway. He's on camera, and he's got these two producers. No, I know, Derek. I was talking two different things. We're good. He's got his producers with him in studio, and they we'll shoot camera over to them, and they have mics, and they talk and everything. So I guess one of the guys is a big Packers fan, right? Yeah, Schmidt and these other guys. You've got George Kittle being interviewed, and he just kind of starts running his mouth at the Packers fans. It's kind of fun. Here we go.
Watching right now?
Yeah, I'm watching us.
Yeah, it's on a 30-second delay because people say and things like that. So it should.
What?
Go ahead.
They say what?
AJ says it all the time, actually. George, have you ever heard him say?
The only time I think I heard him say it was when the Packers lost to the Niners again.
Oh! Which leads
and it has no effect on you because you don't play there anymore, so it doesn't really affect you, but it's still fun. Hey, where's Ty at?
Yeah, you son of a
George. It's so hard. It's so hard because.
Is it? Hey, go Pack, go the home.
By the way, when he says it's hard, George, it's hard, and he goes, "Oh, is it?" George is flying the bird at the camera. He's just like holding up the middle finger at this guy Ty's, one of the sidekicks for Pat McAfee.
That's good.
Go Pack, go the F home.
Hey, go Pack, go the home.
Pretty good from George Kittle. I like that. Cutting promos, dude. You can't talk yes with a guy who's like wants to be a pro wrestler. You know, this guy's been doing that. He walks around like he's a pro. He plays football like he's ready to jump off a turnbuckle. So, by the way, shout out to Texter earlier when we were talking about walls because we talked about the Clippers putting up the fan section called The Wall. I said, what's the worst wall, that one or the Game of Thrones wall? Somebody said, shout out the Berlin Wall. That was a worse wall.
That's a good one.
Somebody else said, if we're talking walls, you got to break them down with Jericho. The walls of Jericho.
Walls of Jericho.
We're going WWE.
Absolutely.
Somebody said the Pink Floyd, the wall, that good stuff. So Tim came in on that one. So there's your walls. And somebody said, we talking walls? China's entered the chat. There you go. All right. When we come on back, Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joins us. We spoke to him last Tuesday. I've not spoke to him since the passing of Dejan Milojevic. And the Warriors have not played since the Monday MLK Day game against the Memphis Grizzlies. They'll play tomorrow night against the Atlanta Hawks. And the head coach Steve Kerr joins us next on the Sports Leader.
KNBR presents The Steve Kerr Show with his former teammate Tom Tolbert, along with Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Kerr on the Sports Leader.
It is time for our weekly conversation with the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Stephen Douglas Kerr. Hello, Steve.
Hope, how you guys doing?
Doing good. We've talked about this, and how, tough this has been and how tough a week it's been for everyone involved. How difficult is it? And I don't want to, we're talking to you, so we'll single you out, but I know you're just part of a greater mechanism over there that's having to deal with all this, but having to deal with this, the loss of Decky, and just trying to sort it all out in your head and kind of grapple with it, while also having to be, kind of the face of an organization and leader and trying to help everybody else too. How tough a balancing act has that been for you?
Well, the second part is just, that's the job.
Yeah.
And obviously, we don't ever expect something like this to happen, but, this is, the position I'm in, and I don't give it a second thought.
Yeah.
The first part is you just can't ever reconcile something like this, to see someone so young and vibrant, and someone in the prime of their life, just loving their job, loving their every single day, their relationships, and then seeing that person pass away, and then seeing the family stricken with grief. It's awful. It's as bad as it gets, and so that part, will stay with us all for a long time, and the main thing is it's going to obviously impact the family forever, and that's the hardest part to think about.
Give us something, your memories of him and being around him, and what pops into your mind when you think of Decky, and maybe a funny story about him that fans may enjoy, because I only got to meet him a couple of times, Steve, like in the coach's office before heading into your office, just saying hi to him, and he's a big guy. He looks kind of intimidating, but he's very personable and just smiling. And that's the smile was the one thing that jumped out at me in the limited time that I had, saying hi to him and just talking to him for a couple of seconds. But for those people that didn't know him all that well, kind of memories of him, and maybe if you have like a kind of a story that you think about when you're thinking of him.
Yeah, he really did always have a smile on his face. He always had a joke ready, and what was great about him was that didn't change in meetings, even in the, we could be in the middle of the finals and trying to make a critical decision, and he's still got that big smile on his face, and he really had an ability to challenge the group, without, creating any acrimony. He had a special way about him. I'll tell you a good story. He had the accent, given that, he's from Serbia, so English is his second language. And, but he just had a great way of challenging people. So I remember we had a meeting, his first year, and I think we were, trying to make a decision on who to start. And I said, Ron, what do you think? And Ron sort of equivocated, he said, well, if we do this, that's going to happen. We do that, this is going to happen. There's kind of a pause, and and Decky looks at him. He says, "Come on, Ron, show balls, Ron." I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on the radio.
You're totally fine. It's all good.
I just did, and so and the whole room just burst out laughing, and and then Ron of course fires back at Decky, and everybody's laughing, and that's kind of who he was. He gave everybody a hard time, and it was always in great fun with really good humor, and just had an incredible outlook on life. He loved life. He loved every day, and I loved seeing him every day, and it's been brutal, coming into the facility the last few days and seeing his empty desk and not having him on the court. It's been strange. I
can't even imagine what it's going to be like tomorrow night when you guys look and there's going to be a place on the bench where he's it's just one of those things that, and you've been through it. Just loss. It just, there's no, for those people that think you get back to normal, you don't. There's a new normal, and then you deal with that and move on. And that's just kind of how it happens. But you can talk about being prepared, but no one's going to be prepared for looking and seeing that seat that's empty. It's just, there's just no way around it. It's brutal. And It's gonna be hard for everybody. Absolutely.
It's gonna be tough. But we're leaning into the game. We're leaning into each other. That's been my message to the team is, the court really should be the guys' sanctuary. It's the one place where you can go and kind of lose yourself in an activity and something that you love.
Yeah.
Get the endorphin kick from, racing around the floor. I just think it's, that's the right thing to do is when you're grieving, when you're mourning, you shouldn't actually, sit in your house and do that. You should get out and be active and try to immerse yourself in something you love. And I think it will be helpful for us to start playing again. But no doubt, like you said, there's a new normal. It'll never be back to normal. There's a new normal now.
Talking to Steve Kerr, Warriors head coach here on the UMA guest line. I don't know if you or how much you read or see what writers put out there. Marcus Thompson had a really great piece just about you and handling this situation, and I just wanted to commend you. It's not a question; it's just a statement and a thought about you because Steph had a comment where he said, Steve is just human, and it was about you being. I hate talking about it in this term, but equipped to handle something like this. But I just want. I was thinking about it in terms of bringing a guy like Decky into the organization, and that you guys were already an established team and had won numerous titles. And the story you just told and how he's jabbing back and forth with Ron to me tells me. I mean, you understanding what the culture is and helping build this, but also finding the people that are going to leave an impact on the organization. It speaks worlds about you as a person. It speaks tons about what the organization is and where it is, and I'm so sorry you're going through this, but I also am really glad that you're the guy that's here to help get through this.
Well,
I think it's the
thank you. Yeah, that means a lot. I look around our organization and I just see so many people who are like-minded, who share the same values, and for Steph to say that, I could literally say the exact same words about him. He's the most. He's the most human superstar I've ever been around. Yeah. He's got this amazing sense of humanity and perspective, what really matters. I think it's one of the things that makes him so special. He's a killer competitor, but he loves the game. He loves his family. He loves life. He just, every day he's just got this amazing perspective, and that rubs off on people. And when I think about across the organization, I think we have so many people who kind of share that vibe and that feeling, and it really has been a special group of people to work with.
When you look at the decision, when you look back to the decision to bring Decky over, obviously his basketball acumen that's right there. That's there to see. But what are you looking for in bringing people over? Because you've brought over certain types of people and you've worked with certain types of people that, they do kind of care about the players as individuals. And it's not just about basketball. It's about, perspective and other things. And what did you see in him that made you believe, I know he could help us basketball-wise, but he'll also fit in here?
Well, first of all, I give credit to Kent Lacob because Kent is the one 3 years ago who brought Decky to my attention. He had seen him in Europe. Kent had been in Europe scouting and gotten to know Decky a little bit. And we were looking to change our staff a little bit 3 years ago and make some changes just to get some new ideas, new blood. And so he's the one who brought my attention to Decky. And I think Kent knew that I would connect with Decky because of Decky's sense of humor and his sense of joy and his love for the game, love for life. And that's really what, we're always looking for people who are smart and know the game. But, one thing I really learned from Pop, I asked him years ago, how do you pick a staff? And he said, we're together for 8-9 straight months every single day. He goes, I want to be excited to see somebody every day. That's number one. And I thought that was so wise because you're just going to have a more productive environment if you have a group of people who you enjoy being around and who are smart and collaborative. So those were the qualities that we saw in Decky, and he really was a perfect fit for us.
I would also imagine, too, in picking a staff, and you've displayed this throughout your head coaching career. It's not about me, or it's not about trying to climb the ladder and advance. It's about the team. It's about collaborating, and if everybody does that and everybody does it to the best of their abilities, it's a win for everybody. Like everybody will eventually get what they want, get what they desire, whether that means moving to the front of the bench, whether it means they go into a different team as a head coach, whatever it means. If we win, everybody's going to achieve success.
Yeah, and I tell the players that all the time, and it's a message that's not easy to get across in the NBA, just because people are getting fired and cut and traded all the time. But if you're able to put together something special like we've been lucky enough to do here, then that really is true. You can have a great environment where everybody really grows and contributes, and that's been really fun to be a part of here.
Yeah, I'll make the hard U-turn to hoops here, and then we're going to leave you with something that I think you'll find humorous, because I've always felt like in times like these, laughter is definitely the best medicine. It is good. Totally. It is good to laugh.
We got good stuff for you too.
What needs to change, Steve, in the second half of this season? Like when you look at you take stock of what happened in the first half, and certainly injuries are part of it, but as we've said many times, like every team can say we got injuries here, we got injuries there. This is the excuse, but if you're losing, there's a core reason you are losing. What have you identified anything and say if this doesn't change, then we're going to be in trouble?
Well, our defense has to improve. I mean, I think over the last few weeks we're at the bottom of the league defensively, and it's so hard to win in this league if you can't get stops. And offensively, our offensive rating is actually pretty decent. It's been good, especially over the last month or so. Our guys are doing a good job of sharing the ball and moving it. But it's a consistency of two-way basketball that helps you win. You've got to be able to do both, and that's what we're looking for. Is just finding momentum and consistency in putting together two-way lineups that can get stops and then score at the other end, and that's the name of the game, and we just haven't been able to do that to this point.
Do you feel like you have enough two-way lineups?
I do. I think what's been tricky is is mixing and matching and finding the right balance, because it's we've not every combination is clicking, and so one injury or one ejection or suspension or whatever can lead to a different combination. We just haven't found enough consistent combinations that have clicked. Very few teams, if any, have 9 or 10 two-way players.
Yeah.
Most teams are like ours, where you've got some guys who lean one way or the other in terms of their production, and so it's all about combinations. And I talked about it a lot early in the season, but just not being able to lean on that starting five that we have the last few years to start the season, I think was a setback for us, because that's really our best two-way lineup.
Yeah.
Loon, Draymond, Wiggs, Clay, Steph, and the fact that lineup struggled early, and then we had the suspensions with Draymond, that's kind of jumbled things, and we haven't been able to fit the puzzle together since. So we're still looking for that, but we're hopeful and confident that we can get there.
Kind of got spoiled early on here with 7 or 8 of those guys, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. Sure did. And what do you know? We won a bunch of championships.
Yeah, I know. Hard to believe, huh? a bunch of two-way players. All right. I don't know if you know. I didn't know. What is it? Eric. What was his name?
Eric Collins.
Eric Collins. He does a radio or TV or radio. He's play-by-play.
Play-by-play for the Charlotte Hornets.
For the Charlotte Hornets.
He's a road announcer.
Yes. And I'm not sure if you've heard this or not, but this is a road announcer. They're playing against Minnesota last night. I know you're aware that Cat had 62 points last night. So we're going to play that, and then to kind of cap it off, we'll play a former presidential candidate that we're gonna compare and contrast the two. So here we go. Go ahead.
38. No!
I love the no and then the scream when he got 41.
You hear the ball in the air.
All right, go ahead and give us the former presidential candidate.
And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House.
I mean, that is never not funny.
It's so funny.
How to nuke your presidential candidacy in like 3 seconds.
It was pretty much over. It was over at that point.
Because everybody out there is thinking the same thing, Steve. They're like, oh, that dude could have the football? Oh, hell no. Hell no. That dude didn't get anywhere near the football. No, not a chance. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, I will see you out there tomorrow. I mean, obviously, I mourn with the whole organization and you guys as well. He's the type of guy I think I know I wish I would have known better, and I believe it would have been a lot of fun to know him better. I believe that well, no regrets, but he just seemed like a really, really cool guy, a really fun guy. Someone that made you feel good about yourself being around him. So, we all here at KNBR and myself mourn with the entire organization, and just keep grinding.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate the support, and Tommy, we'll see you tomorrow night at the game.
All right, Stevie, take it easy, man.
Okay. All right, see you guys.
Yep.
There's head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. Warriors back in action tomorrow against the Atlanta Hawks. And by the way, when they host the Hawks tomorrow night at Chase Center, fans are encouraged to be in their seats by 6:50 tomorrow night, 6:50 for a ceremony honoring the life of Warriors assistant coach, Dan Milojevich. 6:50 is the time to be in your seats tomorrow for the Dubs and the Hawks for the ceremony celebrating the life of Dan Milojevich. When we come on back, might have a little time for some soup, see what's up with Kerry Crowley tonight, only here on the Sports Leader. Marcus Thompson joined Papa and Leonard to discuss how the Warriors will overcome real-life tragedies. They return to the floor tomorrow. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. It's the best place to play fantasy sports this football season. Well, throughout the football playoffs, the NFL playoffs are here. Your regular season fantasy is over. But Underdog's Pick'em game is where you have to be. It's a fantasy game. You can win some real money. You pick between 2 and 5 players. You select higher or lower on the player stats during the NFL playoffs. And if your picks hit, you can win 100 times your money. Legal in California. Ton of fun to play along this weekend as you watch through the championship games and the NFL playoffs. Underdog is super easy to play, and it's even easier to get started. Go to the easy-to-use mobile app or UnderdogFantasy.com and sign up with promo code KNBR. Underdog will then double your first deposit up to $100 plus. They'll give you a special pick of higher than a half a total yard to use in your first Pick'em entry. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR, and your first deposit of $10 or more will be doubled up to $100, plus that special pick in the Pick'em lobby. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. This hour of Tolbert & Cope is sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com and by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
All right, let's get to a couple soups. I'm gonna give you a little sound here, a little sound accompaniment.
Soup and sandwich or soup and
everyone
sound?
should know this sound, like when you're watching a movie.
Okay.
What does this sound like?
Give me a bevy of things. If I'm watching a movie.
Any guess? Guess, Tim?
Sounds like you're cutting some drugs, Tom.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Is that
Yeah, I'm cutting-
I couldn't even see what you were doing. Oh,
Cutting drugs.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, it's like cutting
Yeah,
drugs.
of course Tim knew.
Yeah, of course Tim knew.
Shocker.
But usually you do it. They see him do it with a card. You don't see him do it with their driver's license very often.
Oh, it's a card.
It does.
Tim,
It works.
Tim, you ever use your license?
I mean, it works. You can do it with your license. It works.
I don't have any thoughts on that.
But if you do it with your license, what should you probably do? Probably clean it off.
Listen.
You know, it's a license. I mean, you maybe you're handing it to somebody for identification. The worst part is when you cut up meth and then you get stopped and you hand the license to a cop and it has meth on it.
Oh, come on,
you forgot
dude.
you forgot to wipe it off, and the cop tests it, and sure enough, it was meth.
God, that's a rough day. Criminals are so dumb.
That's a massively rough day.
Criminals are so stupid, dude.
Here's my license, officer. Anything? We good here? Hold on a second.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if we're good or not. Let me check real quick. You know, I got bad news for you. We're not good.